Question. What would it be like to traverse into the world of Harry Potter and enter Hogwarts as an international student from China? Xiaoxiao. Thank you for the invitation. I find myself in the United Kingdom, having just disembarked from my flight, and my luck seems to be rather poor as it is drizzling lightly. As an ardent cat enthusiast and a devoted fan of Harry Potter, Xiaoxiao is somewhat bewildered, having transitioned from browsing a certain platform one moment to finding herself in the enchanting realm of Harry Potter the next. To her astonishment, she discovers that she is not human. Isn't it the case that animals were not permitted to attain sentience post-Reformation? Then what manner of existence is this? Meow. Chapter 1. The Magical World of Harry Potter? Xiaoxiao, come down for dinner. Understood, Mom. In her pastel-decorated bedroom on the second floor, the girl stretches lazily, yawning as she rises from her bed. The sunlight outside is just perfect, golden rays streaming through the glass to illuminate her similarly golden hair. Suddenly, a pair of fluffy, pointed ears emerges from her tresses, twitching slightly to dislodge a few specks of dust that flutter in the air. Glancing in the mirror, she notes that aside from her golden locks and peculiar animal ears, her emerald green eyes also possess an otherworldly allure. Indeed, she is a creature of myth, a cat spirit to be precise. Her entire family belongs to this extraordinary lineage. However, the original soul of this body has long since departed, replaced by an ordinary student who has traversed from a parallel universe. It has been 2 months since her arrival in this world. Xiaoxiao has adjusted to life here. This realm is not vastly different from her previous one, though it possesses a more magical essence. Creatures like her who have achieved sentience live alongside humans in a manner that is entirely normal. As she opens the door, an enticing aroma wafts towards her, prompting Xiaoxiao to rub her belly and scurry to the dining table. Braised fish, spicy basa fish, and diced chicken and chili. Unable to resist, Xiaoxiao seizes a pair of chopsticks and plucks a piece of basa fish to pop into her mouth. Go wash your hands. Her mother, Mama, swats her hand away with a look of disdain, then calls out, lazy cat. Come in and wash your hands for dinner. Don't make me repeat myself. I'm coming, I'm coming. Outside, an eager voice responds, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Hey? Where did that bird come from? Upon reaching the doorway, the two figures halt, inquiring lightly. Cuckoo. Oh, it's quite plump. Why not roast it for your mother? Cuckoo. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The owl emits a panicked screech, flapping its wings desperately as it attempts to escape from Papa's grasp. Wait, Dad. Doesn't it seem like it's clutching something with its claws? Perhaps a letter? Indeed, let's bring it inside to the dining table. The family of 4 sits in silence, their chopsticks untouched, all eyes fixed on the trembling owl and the letter it bears. Hogwarts? Isn't that the magical school in the UK? Why on earth would they send a letter so far away to our family, especially an enrollment notice for Xiaoxiao? Mama expresses her bewilderment, casting a sidelong glance at Papa. I'm not sure, but if my conjecture is correct, it likely pertains to the recent cultural exchange agreement established between the International Magical Cooperation Department and the Chinese Immortal Alliance. As I understand, to foster friendship among nations, various magical schools are sending enrollment letters to children poised to commence their studies. Papa remarks sheepishly, adding, it appears our Xiaoxiao has been selected. I disagree. Mama promptly retorts, if Xiaoxiao is to go, she should attend the Academy of Immortals. What if others bully her so far from home? However, if we refuse, I cannot provide an explanation to the Chinese Immortal Alliance. As a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I must set an example. Set an example? How does that justify subjecting our daughter to hardship? Mama glares, silencing Papa, who can only exchange furtive glances with their son, Bye-bye. Bye-bye, secretly yearning to voice his own hesitations, refrains, considering the potential monetary rewards from his father. Mom, I've actually researched Hogwarts and it seems quite splendid, beautiful surroundings, safe environment, and the accommodations appear satisfactory. The headmaster is the most esteemed wizard in the UK, and Xiaoxiao would not be subjected to bullying there. Moreover, allowing her to venture out for personal growth is beneficial. Although we have taught her some spells and techniques, they may not be formidable, yet she will certainly not become an easy target. Ultimately, the decision rests with her. Thus, the ball is back in Xiaoxiao's court. Xiaoxiao, what are your thoughts? Feeling the weight of her mother's intense gaze, Xiaoxiao realizes she can no longer indulge in her meal with abandon, so she sets down her chopsticks and wipes her mouth. I wish to attend Hogwarts for my studies. She recalls that just before her transference, she was engrossed in a discussion on a certain platform concerning the experience of entering Hogwarts as an international student from China. Thank you for the invitation. I find myself in the United Kingdom, having just disembarked from my flight, and my luck seems to be rather poor as it is drizzling lightly. As a devoted Harry Potter fan, Xiaoxiao would never decline the opportunity to enter Hogwarts. Although this world differs somewhat from the original narrative, she is genuinely excited about the prospect of life at Hogwarts. Thus, regardless of her mother's disapproval, she has arrived at in stark contrast to the diverse climates of China. The UK is perpetually rainy, and while it is not excessively cold, the dampness is quite bothersome, especially for a cat spirit. Like Xiaoxiao is an international student from China. Upon her arrival at the airport, Xiaoxiao encounters a woman clad in a vivid green robe and a dark pointed hat. Her initially stern demeanor softens into a smile upon seeing Xiaoxiao. You must be Xiaoxiao. I am Minerva McGonagall. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Headmaster Dumbledore specifically requested that I come to collect you. Professor McGonagall. Xiaoxiao nods obediently, her emerald eyes sparkling with curiosity as they blink at the professor. The text mentions that Professor McGonagall's animagus form is a tabby cat, and as a devoted cat lover, Xiaoxiao feels an instant affinity for her. What are you looking at? Professor McGonagall glances at her lightly. It is said that this young girl is a cat spirit, a being entirely distinct from the goblins of Gringotts or house elves, and a wondrous race unique to China. Professor McGonagall finds this hard to comprehend, yet she believes this extraordinary lineage comprises natural animagi. Nothing much, Professor. I am simply intrigued by magic and wizards. You will gradually learn about these things. For now, I am taking you to Diagon Alley to procure your necessary supplies for enrollment, such as your wand. On her journey here, Su Papa had provided her with some currency for the magical world in the UK, and Su Xiaoxiao's family possesses some assets stored in Gringotts, which were saved during Su Papa and Su Grandpa's business trips to the UK. The enrollment letter mentions several essential items for her studies, such as textbooks and cauldrons, which Su Xiaoxiao has already acquired with Professor McGonagall's assistance. Now she only needs a wand, uniform, and an Ollivander's wand shop. In comparison to other shops in Diagon Alley, Ollivander's is as small and shabby as described in the books. Nonetheless, it is filled with young witches and wizards, all first years at Hogwarts like Su Xiaoxiao. Fortunately, wands choose their owners, and once the other patrons have departed, Su Xiaoxiao approaches the counter. After being measured by Ollivander with a magical tape measure, she notices his confident demeanor. With a mere flick of his wand, a towering stack of boxes containing wands is magically sorted, and one box opens on its own to reveal a slender wand that gracefully floats towards her. Chapter 2. The Young Master with Cat Ears. The wand, crafted from willow wood with a core of thunderbird tail feathers, measured 13 inches in length. Child, do give it a try, Ollivander urged as he extended the wand, adorned with exquisite patterns, towards Su Xiaoxiao, though she had never wielded a wand before. The moment she grasped it, a peculiar and indescribable sensation of exquisite beauty surged within her. As a burst of light appeared and then faded, Ollivander nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. It seems to have chosen you. Chosen me? Su Xiaoxiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, child, the wand selects its master, though the mechanism remains a mystery. It has always been this way. Perhaps influenced by Professor McGonagall's presence, Ollivander patiently elaborated. Willow is an exceedingly rare wand wood, imbued with remarkable healing properties, and is particularly suited for casting advanced silent spells. It typically chooses wizards with immense potential. The Thunderbird tail feather core, while rendering the wand somewhat challenging to master, is known for its vast power, making it exceptionally valuable for animagi. You shall undoubtedly become a formidable wizard. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao tucked the wand away, and made her payment before departing with Professor McGonagall. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was where Hogwarts students customarily ordered and purchased their uniforms. The shop was bustling with students, and Su Xiaoxiao, her eyes wide with curiosity, surveyed the interior, oblivious to the figure emerging from the fitting room nearby. Professor McGonagall? A boy exclaimed, startled to see her waiting on the side. His surprise at her presence was palpable. McGonagall nodded, greeting him with a calm demeanor. Su Xiaoxiao turned her gaze to the boy, who had soft, fine golden hair neatly styled at the back, a pointed face, and a pale complexion reminiscent of a delicate flower, exuding an air of nobility. Noticing Su Xiaoxiao's gaze, Draco Malfoy proudly lifted his chin. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, a pureblood wizard. Hello, I am Su Xiaoxiao, an exchange student from Huaxia. Ignoring his haughty demeanor, Su Xiaoxiao remained composed, though she felt a flicker of surprise. How could she encounter Malfoy here? What of Harry? Why was he absent? Could it be that she had stepped into the world of the Harry Potter films? You are the exchange student from Huaxia? Draco's eyes widened with interest. I heard my father mention you. Are you pure blood? I suppose so. After all, the Su family are all cat demons, so that counts as pure blood, doesn't it? Alright, Su Xiaoxiao, it's your turn. Professor McGonagall suddenly interrupted them, noting the number of patrons already attended to in Madame Malkin's. I should be on my way. See you at Hogwarts, Draco remarked with a smile. I hope we are sorted into the same house. As Draco departed, Professor McGonagall hesitated to speak, ultimately choosing silence. After purchasing her robes, Xiaoxiao then visited the Elop's Owl Emporium to select a white-faced barn owl as a pet. Once all preparations were complete, she gathered her belongings and, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, made her way to Platform 9. Upon passing through the barrier, Xiaoxiao was momentarily awestruck by the scenery beyond. McGonagall indicated that she would leave her here, as she had to return to Hogwarts for some administrative duties. As Xiaoxiao boarded the train, she noticed it was rather empty, indicating she had arrived a bit too early. Finding an empty compartment, she settled in and glanced at her watch. It was only 10:23. Professor McGonagall had mentioned the train would not depart until 11. Do you need snacks, dear? A plump, gray-haired vendor approached the aisle. Xiaoxiao nodded and made the same choice as Harry Potter. A little bit of everything. Money was not an issue. Her salary from the Huaxia Immortal Alliance was generous, and her father and grandfather had bequeathed her a considerable fortune. Eagerly tearing open a box of chocolate frogs, she managed to catch one attempting to leap away. Ruthlessly taking a bite, she picked up the card at the bottom of the box. Oh, it's Ignatia Wildsmith. I don't know her. However, judging by the image on the card, the person bore a striking resemblance to Maleficent from the film Sleeping Beauty. Time passed swiftly as more students trickled onto the train. In the meantime, Xiaoxiao had consumed 10 Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that tasted like boogers and 13 that tasted like stinky socks. Yet despite this, she relished the experience, as she described it. I simply adore the thrill of unboxing surprises. Oh, it's you. Xiaoxiao. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside. Looking up, she discovered it was Malfoy. What a coincidence. Are you coming in? Xiaoxiao shifted closer to the window, realizing the compartment was solely occupied by herself. Since you've so graciously invited me, I must oblige. Draco replied, yet his body betrayed him as he promptly seated himself opposite Xiaoxiao, followed by two plump boys. And these two? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce them. These are my newly acquainted followers, Crabbe and Goyle. Draco declared proudly. Hey you two. Why are you just standing there? Come sit. Yes. They responded in unison. Two fools. Though Xiaoxiao held little fondness for Crabbe and Goyle, she couldn't help but feel slightly perturbed by Draco's condescension, which she would not voice but rather subtly correct. Draco, did you know that in Huaxia, pure-blood families are akin to the aristocracy? We hold a noble status, but that does not grant us the liberty to lack manners and courtesy. Draco's face flushed with embarrassment as he was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to formulate a retort. You make a valid point. Yet, perhaps feeling that conceding was beneath him, he added, but that is your Huaxia. Xiaoxiao smiled, choosing to remain silent. After a while, the train began its journey, and Draco occasionally inquired about her, such as why her eyes resembled those of a cat. To this, Xiaoxiao merely smiled and deflected the question. Excuse me, have you seen Neville's toad? At that moment, a girl's voice called from the doorway. Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she turned to see a girl with notably voluminous curly hair, and a face strikingly similar to that of the actress portraying Hermione. Xiaoxiao was instantly convinced that this was indeed Hermione. Oh wait, are you performing magic? Hermione exclaimed upon noticing Xiaoxiao brandishing her wand, and without hesitation, she entered and sat beside her. Quick, show us. Ahem, watch closely. Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and gently waved her wand. Katyar-charm. A beam of golden light shot forth, striking Draco, and under the astonished gaze of Draco and the others, cat ears gradually sprouted atop his head. Goodness, is that transfiguration? Chapter 3. The Sorting Ceremony. One could interpret it as such, though what I just performed was merely a minor technique from Huaxia's immortal arts. Xiaoxiao stowed her wand away, noting that the cat-eared young master actually looked rather charming. Beside her, Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huaxia's immortal arts? What is that? Is it also magic? By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. Could you teach me Huaxia's immortal arts? It's not impossible. But Huaxia's immortal arts are not easily mastered. Xiaoxiao smiled. If you truly wish to learn, I can teach you at school. But whether you succeed will depend on your own efforts. Oh, and by the way, let me introduce myself. I am Xiaoxiao, an exchange student from Huaxia. This is Draco Malfoy, and these are Crabbe and Goyle. Great, so can I come find you during my free time? I'm sure I can learn it. Clearly, Hermione was not interested in the trio but solely focused on Xiaoxiao and the immortal arts she had just described. Truly a scholar, Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Nodding in agreement with Hermione. Very well, I shall not disturb you any further. I must continue to assist Neville in his search for his toad, Hermione announced as she rose, casting a glance at Xiaoxiao. A gentle reminder, we are nearing our destination. You should don your robes promptly. Before long, the Hogwarts Express came to a gradual halt, and students disembarked one after another. Just a few steps into their journey, a resonant male voice echoed from ahead. First-year students. First-year students, gather here. Xiaoxiao raised her gaze to the imposing figure before her. The sensation was far more striking in reality than in the films. She couldn't help but exclaim internally, he is extraordinarily tall. Soon after, her keen eyes spotted Harry and his friends. Young Harry seemed delighted to see Hagrid again, standing beside him with an undeniable sense of security. After boarding a small boat with Malfoy, they smoothly crossed the lake, guided by Hagrid into the castle. Hagrid then entrusted them to Professor McGonagall, and as depicted in the film, Malfoy noticed Harry and attempted to befriend him, only to be rebuffed. Observing Malfoy's face flush with frustration, Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress a chuckle. Well, with that attitude, it's no wonder Harry turned you down. What was wrong with my attitude? I, Malfoy, am willing to be friends with him. He should feel honored. So you think I should feel honored too? Of course. Malfoy replied with conviction, but upon uttering the words, he sensed a misstep. Stealing a glance at Xiaoxiao, who was regarding him with an inscrutable expression, he felt an unexplainable wave of trepidation. He quickly amended, I didn't mean it like that. Hey, don't walk away. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, first-year students, led by Professor McGonagall, traversed the central aisle toward the front. The students curiously surveyed the hall's interior, where the magically enchanted ceiling reflected the starry sky outside, and candles floated gently in the air. Along both sides of the aisle were lengthy dining tables, where older students sat upon benches, scrutinizing the newcomers. Next, I shall read a name, and that student will come forth to take a seat here, Professor McGonagall announced, producing a parchment scroll and beginning to read the first name. While waiting, Xiaoxiao unabashedly observed the professors seated at the head table. At the center, without a doubt, was Professor Dumbledore. In the realm of Harry Potter, Xiaoxiao's favorite character was not Malfoy, Harry or Snape, but this venerable elder. The reason eluded her. Perhaps it was admiration for his wisdom, or simply a profound respect. She couldn't quite pinpoint it, but when Dumbledore met his demise, Xiaoxiao mourned for an extended period. Good people should not perish prematurely. This belief persisted in her mind. Whether regarding Dumbledore, Dobby, or Snape, she simply felt that good souls ought not to be taken away so soon. Xiaoxiao. Professor McGonagall suddenly called her name, drawing Xiaoxiao back to reality. She cast aside her scattered thoughts and stepped forward to take her seat. Noticing her somewhat subdued demeanor, Professor McGonagall assumed it was merely nerves and discreetly winked at her before placing the crumpled sorting hat upon her head. Another tricky one. Let me see, cunning, bravery, loyalty, and wisdom. All four qualities of the houses are present to some extent. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy fixed his gaze on Xiaoxiao seated on the stool, his heart fervently wishing. Do you wish to join Hufflepuff simply for their robes and emblem? No, that would be too hasty. I've got it. I know where you should go, Gryffindor. Hooray. What? Gryffindor? How could it possibly be Gryffindor? Reactions varied. Gryffindor students rejoiced, while Malfoy was clearly vexed. He had always believed she would belong in Slytherin, though during their brief acquaintance, she had not exhibited the typical Slytherin traits. Xiaoxiao removed the sorting hat, bowed to Professor McGonagall, and proceeded to the Gryffindor table. Wonderful. We are in the same house. This means I can easily find you to learn about the magic of my homeland. Hermione exclaimed, excitedly grasping Xiaoxiao's hand. Nearby, Harry and Ron, intrigued, inquired, do you know each other? Of course. We chatted a bit on the train. She hails from China and possesses their unique magic, which I've seen. It's quite impressive. Ignoring Hermione's incessant chatter, Ron greeted Xiaoxiao, saying hello. I'm Ron Weasley, and this is Harry Potter. Hello. I'm Xiaoxiao. Cool. You're the first person I've met who didn't react with overwhelming excitement upon meeting Harry Potter. Ron's comment made Harry feel slightly embarrassed, yet he too was curious. Why should I be overly excited? Xiaoxiao blinked innocently. Is it simply because he survived an attack from Voldemort as a child? But what is so thrilling about that? Indeed, upon her initial encounter with Harry Potter, Xiaoxiao found the fervent admiration expressed by wizards towards Harry to be rather unremarkable. Not out of disdain or aversion, but simply because she couldn't grasp the point of their excitement. Wait a moment, were you outside with Malfoy? Harry suddenly interjected. Well, I suppose Malfoy could be considered a friend, although we only just met today. What? You're friends with him? Merlin's beard. Ron exclaimed, shifting away in shock. The Malfoys are arrogant and disdainful, not to mention former Death Eaters. How could you possibly befriend him? Regardless of his family's reputation, the Malfoy I know. aside from the flaws you've mentioned, is not inherently bad. He has simply been spoiled since childhood. Chapter 4. The Dormitory Hot Pot. At the head table, Professor Dumbledore addressed the gathering, extending a warm welcome to the new students and offering them his blessings. As he concluded, he suddenly turned his gaze toward Xiaoxiao at the Gryffindor table. I trust the students have heard that this year, Hogwarts has welcomed a student from afar, Xiaoxiao from China. Xiaoxiao has been selected by the Department of International Magical Cooperation and various magical ministries worldwide to attend Hogwarts, fostering friendly exchanges and cultural understanding within the magical community. Now, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome this international student to the stage for a speech. Excuse me? Why is there a student representative expected to deliver a speech here? Isn't this the magical world? Xiaoxiao felt a bit bewildered, yet, amid the enthusiastic applause, she reluctantly rose to her feet. Raising her head, she found herself meeting Dumbledore's encouraging gaze as he winked at her. Ignoring his gaze, Xiaoxiao steadied herself, cleared her throat, and began ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Xiaoxiao, and I come from China. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the audience, including the professors at the head table, who wore expressions of disbelief, save for Dumbledore. Without needing further explanation, Xiaoxiao understood their astonishment. Yes, you heard correctly. I am, in fact, a cat demon. She gently swayed her tail, and her two furry ears twitched slightly. Typically, her cat ears and tail would involuntarily manifest in response to heightened emotions such as anxiety, excitement, or fear. A cat demon. What is that? Is it a fairy? Students murmured among themselves, prompting Professor McGonagall to tap her glass to restore silence. The demon race is a unique category found in China, distinct from the goblins of Gringotts or any other sprites, Xiaoxiao elucidated. Moreover, we demons are not limited to just cat demons. There are fox demons, wolf demons, snake demons, and so forth. In essence, we are not fundamentally different from ordinary humans. We merely possess two inherent forms. With such an explanation, everyone finally comprehended. Not quite. Observing their expressions of half-understanding and confusion, Xiaoxiao decisively opted not to pursue the topic any further. Thank you all, and I look forward to your kind guidance in the future, she proclaimed. Now let us once again express our gratitude to Miss Su for her splendid speech. You may return to your seat, Miss Su, Dumbledore said, applauding while gesturing. Xiaoxiao felt as though she had been granted a reprieve and hurried back to her seat. Now please indulge in the feast. Dumbledore waved his hand lightly, and suddenly, the 4 long tables were laden with a sumptuous array of food. Goodness! I never imagined you were a cat demon. How extraordinary! Upon sitting down, Ron and the others gathered around, their faces filled with curiosity as they gazed at the cat ears atop her head. Oh, it's nothing much. If you ever have the chance to visit Huaxia, I can introduce you to more of my demonkin, Xiaoxiao replied. This is truly amazing. To be honest, aside from the desserts, Xiaoxiao found the food at Hogwarts somewhat unpalatable. Fortunately, prior to her arrival, she had packed numerous specialties and instant meals from Huaxia. After the banquet concluded, Xiaoxiao, along with Hermione and others, followed Percy towards the Gryffindor common room. Among the Slytherin crowd, Malfoy stood on tiptoe, peering at the Gryffindor students ahead. Upon seeing Xiaoxiao chatting and laughing with Harry and the others, his expression darkened, and he couldn't help but snort before averting his gaze. Xiaoxiao and Hermione were assigned to the same dormitory, which delighted Hermione. However, she was not solely focused on studying. She recognized the need to tidy up their living space. Xiaoxiao's bed was next to the window, where she settled her owl, dun, before opening her suitcase. The suitcase was rather small and nearly empty. Hermione, noticing this, inquired curiously, Xiaoxiao, did you not bring anything? I did. It's right here, Xiaoxiao responded, pointing her finger at the interior of the suitcase while chanting, as I wish, so it shall be, open. Hermione was perplexed, unable to understand her words as they were in Chinese, but she sensed the impressive nature of the moment. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, a white vortex emerged from the suitcase, and Xiaoxiao reached inside, continuously retrieving various items. Goodness, what is this? How marvelous! Hermione exclaimed in wonder, while Xiaoxiao kept pulling things out. This is called a Rui treasure chest, specifically designed for storage, Xiaoxiao explained. It's quite popular in Huaxia. Essentially, spatial runes were inscribed during its creation, along with an encryption spell. My Rui treasure chest has a space of about 20 square meters, which is considered relatively small. 20 square meters? And that's small? Hermione was momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by such extravagance. If you like, I can have my dad send you one. Really? Thank you, Xiaoxiao. The young girl was elated and squatted down to help her with the organization. Xiaoxiao had indeed brought an abundance of items. Had Hermione not known she was there for school, she might have thought Xiaoxiao intended to settle down. Although the dormitory provided bedding and pillows, Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable and opted to replace them with the quilt her grandmother had sewn for her, brought from Huaxia. Xiaoxiao, why did you bring so many ingredients? Hermione asked. These are packed by my mom because she was worried I wouldn't be accustomed to the food in England, Xiaoxiao chuckled. But I truly owe my mother a debt of gratitude. I really cannot adapt to the food here. Later, I will use a cauldron and these ingredients to prepare a hot pot for you. I guarantee you will love it. Outside the window, a gentle rain pattered down, resembling a symphony in its rhythm. Such weather was common in England, and the Hogwarts castle, vast and empty, felt particularly cold and damp. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted from an open window, and a slightly ajar door of another dormitory. What is that smell? It is delightful. In the common room, some students caught a whiff of the fragrance, their noses twitching in curiosity. It seems to be coming from the girls' dormitory, Neville remarked, glancing toward the girls' quarters. I'll go take a look, one girl announced, rising to investigate. Meanwhile, in the dormitory where Xiaoxiao resided, so spicy. Ouch. But so delicious, Hermione exclaimed, as she scooped steaming food from the cauldron with a spoon, enjoying the feast while Xiaoxiao diligently tossed in various ingredients. Observing Hermione's clumsy use of the spoon, Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought our clever and studious Miss Granger would struggle with chopsticks? Haha. I will definitely master it. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she seized a pair of chopsticks from Xiaoxiao. Just you wait, I will succeed. Indeed, Miss Granger will surely prevail. However, until then, allow me to assist you. Chapter 5, White Rabbit Milk Candy. So this is where you are. What are you eating? It smells amazing. Xiaoxiao turned to see classmates from the adjacent dormitory and waved them over. We are having hot pot. Would you like to join us? Of course. A little while later, the Gryffindor common room was nearly filled with students, the rich aroma of hot pot and the warm atmosphere causing everyone's cheeks to flush. Although most of them couldn't handle spicy food, the experience was undeniably exhilarating. It seemed likely that many would be visiting Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary the next day for gastrointestinal issues. Meanwhile, the camaraderie between Xiaoxiao and her peers flourished significantly due to this shared hot pot experience. Early the next morning, Xiaoxiao and Hermione set off together for Transfiguration class. Given that it was Professor McGonagall's lesson, few dared to arrive late, and everyone arrived early. However, aside from Ron and Harry, Xiaoxiao gazed at the cat on the podium, well aware that it was Professor McGonagall. Noticing the two boys arriving late, she discreetly urged, Harry, Ron, quickly find a place to sit. What? It's fine, after all, Professor McGonagall isn't here yet. Just then, the tabby cat on the podium leapt gracefully to the ground, instantly transforming into Professor McGonagall. Ron and Harry were left astounded. Absolutely stunning. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall replied sternly. Perhaps I should turn Mr. Potter and you into pocket watches. At least one of you might arrive on time for class. Furthermore, Misu, if you take pleasure in being helpful, the next time, the task of waking them shall be entrusted to you. But Professor, I am in the girls' dormitory. Xiaoxiao frowned. However, I will permit you to knock on the door, Professor McGonagall added, turning her gaze back to the two boys. What are you still doing standing there? Do you require me to find you a seat? Harry and Ron dared not utter a word and quickly found an empty spot to sit. Malfoy is reveling in their misfortune. Xiaoxiao shot him a glare, causing Malfoy to quiet down immediately. After class, Hermione and Xiaoxiao were heading to the library when they were suddenly called from behind. Xiaoxiao, what is it? Malfoy approached with his two cronies, his expression souring upon seeing Hermione beside her. Why are you with her? As a noble pureblood, you should, Malfoy. If you were to amend your archaic notions, I believe Harry would have been willing to befriend you yesterday. Xiaoxiao interrupted him. For no one would wish to befriend someone so arrogant and uncultured, would they? But, Malfoy stammered, wait, did you just say that? Have they cast a spell on you? Do you not wish to be my friend? Of course not, Malfoy, Xiaoxiao said, patting his shoulder. However, if you continue to behave this way, I fear I shall have to distance myself from you. Upon finishing her words, without granting him a moment to respond, Xiaoxiao promptly seized Hermione by the arm and departed. Xiaoxiao, what you just said was incredibly satisfying, Hermione exclaimed as they made their way to the library. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to avoid further association with him. Shaking her head, Xiaoxiao replied, not at all. Malfoy isn't inherently malevolent. He is merely spoiled and has been indoctrinated with distorted beliefs since childhood. I intend to gradually guide him towards reform. After all, is that not the duty and responsibility of a friend? Hermione gazed at her in astonishment, as Xiaoxiao's words reshaped her understanding of friendship. Within the library, Xiaoxiao organized some rudimentary spells for Hermione, ultimately deciding that it would be more beneficial to gift her specialized textbooks, as she did not consider herself a competent teacher. After some contemplation, Xiaoxiao penned a letter to her family and entrusted it to Dun Dun, instructing it to deliver it to Huaxia. What a pity! Had I known, I would have brought the long-distance mirror. How long will it take for an owl to arrive? In potions class, the dimly lit classroom was suffused with the scents of various potions and ingredients. In this lesson, there is no need for wild wand waving or incantations, Professor Snape proclaimed, resembling a massive bat as he strode in, his voluminous black cloak billowing behind him. Frankly, I do not hold any expectations regarding how many of you will grasp the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. With only 2 students separating Xiaoxiao from Malfoy, Snape's praise left Malfoy beaming with pride as he turned to her, raising an eyebrow. During mealtime, Xiaoxiao sat with Hermione, and after classmate Seamus successfully cast a blasting spell, a multitude of owls swooped into the hall. Scanning the room for Dun Dun, Xiaoxiao heard someone calling her name. It was Malfoy. What do you want? She asked. Ahem, my mother sent me some food. Would you care to try? Malfoy offered. Goodness, Malfoy. Why would you share with a Gryffindor? Pansy exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend his motives. Delicious? Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled at the thought. Surely, the food from the Malfoy household would differ from that of Hogwarts. Ignoring the protests of her fellow students, Xiaoxiao rose and made her way to the Slytherin table, leaving many Slytherins in shock, some even drawing their wands, fearing she was there to provoke. Hey, put away your wands. I invited her. Malfoy quickly intervened. Nevertheless, Xiaoxiao adeptly evaded a few upperclassmen's attempts to stop her and reached his side. What delicacies have you brought? She inquired, her eyes gleaming as they scoured the table for her prize. Found you. Most of the food from Narcissa was sweet confections. These were made by my mother. She worried I might not enjoy the food here, Malfoy declared proudly. Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Narcissa had such culinary skills? No, she could actually cook? Yet. The taste was no different from the desserts prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts, albeit a tad sweeter. It seemed Malfoy had a penchant for sweets. Not bad, thanks, Xiaoxiao said, taking 2 pieces of frosted cake and preparing to leave. Hey, you're leaving already? Malfoy protested, extending his hand. Pausing for a moment, Xiaoxiao retrieved a piece of white rabbit candy from her pocket. Lifting Malfoy's hand, she placed the candy in his palm. This is for you, I'm off now. As she departed with the grace of a cat, Malfoy stood there, momentarily at a loss, his pale face tinged with a hint of pink. Who said I wanted your candy? He muttered, though his actions betrayed him as he unwrapped a piece and popped it into his mouth. Sweet and delightful, he mused, subsequently pocketing the remainder, ignoring the hands reaching out from others. Chapter 6. Gifts. During Quidditch class, Xiaoxiao intentionally positioned herself beside Malfoy, not for any ulterior motive, but merely to deter his provocative antics. Look at me, Xiaoxiao. Aren't I impressive? Malfoy boasted, grasping his broomstick. Up. Xiaoxiao ignored him, focusing intently on attempting to communicate with the broom. It appeared she, like Ron, possessed little talent for Quidditch. You're hopeless. You can't even do this. Malfoy scoffed at her lack of progress, though he found her predicament amusing. If it doesn't work out, just give up. Otherwise, you might end up like someone from the Weasley family, embarrassing yourself when the broom crashes down. What did you say? Ron retorted, slightly vexed. I can't believe the Weasley is not just foolish, but deaf as well. Alright, Malfoy, maybe you should keep your comments to a minimum, Xiaoxiao interjected, casting a disapproving glance at him. The illustrious Malfoy should not display such rudeness. Surely he was not afraid of being ridiculed for it. Malfoy's cheeks flushed crimson, and he fell silent. As expected, Neville soared into the air, and just as he was about to plummet to the ground, Xiaoxiao extended a finger, unleashing a beam of white light that enveloped Neville, gently lowering him to the ground. Perfect, that should keep Malfoy at bay. Neville has fainted. I'll take him to Madame Pomfrey. You all stay put. Without my permission, do not mount the flying broomsticks. Madame Hooch instructed, leading Neville away. Oh dear. We're finished, Xiaoxiao thought expressionlessly, for indeed Malfoy's mocking voice soon followed. Unable to contain his frustration, Harry mounted his broomstick, seized Neville's memory ball, and caught the attention of Professor McGonagall, which ultimately earned him a spot on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Days passed and finally Xiaoxiao received a parcel. Setting the storage pouch aside, she fed Dun Dun a snack before opening the letter. Dear little treasure, I have received your letter. How is life at Hogwarts treating you? Your mother is terribly worried, constantly nagging us. By the way, I have placed the books on cultivation that you requested into the storage pouch. You know the password. Additionally, I've included some gifts for your classmates, as your mother insisted, saying you should build good relationships at school to avoid being bullied. Though I believe only you, my little rascal, could bully anyone. One more thing, sending messages via OWL is dreadfully slow, so I've included the long-distance mirror. If you need anything, simply let me know through it, and I will use the teleportation charm to send you the items. Lastly, I hope our little treasure has a wonderful time at Hogwarts. Love, your lazy cat father. Warmth filled Xiaoxiao's heart as she folded the letter and tucked it away, then picked up the nearby storage pouch. Meow meow meow. What are you doing? Harry asked in surprise, bewildered by her meowing at a bag. Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush but replied earnestly, ahem. This is the incantation to open the storage pouch. I'm a cat demon, so of course, I must say meow meow meow. With a flash of white light, the storage pouch opened. Xiaoxiao reached inside to gauge its contents, then cleared a space on the table and poured the pouch's contents onto it. Instantly, the tabletop was heaped high with an assortment of items, drawing the attention of several onlookers, all of whom turned to witness the spectacle. Merlin's trousers. How could it hold so much? Seamus exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, while Hermione, accustomed to the extraordinary, appeared unfazed. Truth be told, if there were nothing inside, she would have been genuinely surprised. Aside from this and this, the rest are gifts from my family for you all. As Xiaoxiao spoke, she took away the telescope and a magical treasure chest. Hermione, this is for you. You know the password, as you saw me use it last time. Xiaoxiao handed the treasure chest to Hermione, who was astonished, never expecting Xiaoxiao would truly gift her this chest. Thank you, Hermione exclaimed, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Gifts. So many. Are there any for me and Harry? Ron blinked eagerly, gazing at the monkey toy beside him. Of course. Do you like this Monkey King? Xiaoxiao declared with a flourish, and Ron was overjoyed as he hugged the Monkey King doll tightly. Who dares to embrace this great saint? At that moment, the toy appeared to come to life, swinging its staff and lightly tapping Ron on the forehead. Goodness! It can talk! Ron expressed his astonishment, even though he couldn't comprehend its words. It was simply too cool. Indeed, this is crafted from the Monkey King's own fur, possessing a fraction of his spirit and divine power. It might even save your life in a critical moment. So miraculous? Ron's interest grew even more, completely disregarding the doll's playful tap, happily cradling it in his arms. Harry chose a jar of gum, which according to Xiaoxiao, had the effect of enhancing vision and clarity of thought. In addition, Percy, Seamus, Neville the Weasley twins, and other classmates with whom Xiaoxiao had a good rapport also received gifts, even some from other houses. To prevent me from being bullied, my mom must have raided the Monster Supermarket. The Monster Supermarket, a wondrous chain with hundreds of branches in China, was owned by a giant panda, who was also the director of the Chinese Immortal Alliance's Trade Cooperation Department, an old friend of Xiaoxiao's father. Many gifts were distributed among the three houses, and everyone expressed their gratitude, although a considerable number remained on the table. A glance around revealed that the little wizards at the Slytherin table were either envious, jealous, or disdainful, yet none approached her. Perhaps it was a matter of pride, Xiaoxiao mused, as she selected a few gifts and made her way to the Slytherin table. When Malfoy noticed her approach, he couldn't help but sneer. What do you want? Here, this is for you, Xiaoxiao replied, opening her palm to reveal a small, dark seed resting quietly upon it. Malfoy's expression darkened instantly, as if to say, is this it? I don't want it. Seemingly irked, Malfoy turned to leave. Hey, you stand right there. Xiaoxiao grabbed his clothing, compelling him to pause. Don't dismiss it. This is a Pandora seed, unique to China. If you nurture it, it will grant you a wish. Really? Malfoy, skeptical, gazed at the dark seed, struggling to fathom its potential. Why would I lie to you? If you don't want it, I can just give it to someone else, Xiaoxiao threatened, pretending to withdraw. I want it. Of course I want it. Malfoy snatched the seed, feeling its warmth, possibly left from her palm. Chapter 7. The Invitation. After placating the proud young master, Xiaoxiao distributed the remaining gifts to the other Slytherins, observing their awkward expressions as they accepted the gifts and awkwardly thanked her. Amused, Xiaoxiao thought they were rather endearing. Professors were not exempt from receiving gifts from China either. Snape glowered at the hair mist in his hand, and a piercing look sent Xiaoxiao quickly changing her focus. Professor McGonagall received a long robe that could change colors, clearly delighted by her gift, while Professor Dumbledore was fascinated by the little figurine in his hands, which could transform into his likeness and even resize, resembling another Dumbledore. It was utterly charming. Professor Quirrell, this is for you, Xiaoxiao said to the astonished professor, who had a purple turban wrapped around his head. She placed a copy of immersive Chinese mythology before him. For me? Professor Quirrell stammered, bewildered. As the formerly incomprehensible title shimmered into legible text, prompting him to blink in surprise. I specifically selected this for you. Xiaoxiao beamed. This book contained tales of Chinese mythology, such as Chang'e, who after mistakenly consuming an elixir, soared to the moon, and the legend of the journey to the west, where one could attain immortality by consuming the flesh of the monk Tang Sung. These stories would not be presented through text or illustrations. Rather, upon opening the book, the reader would be immersed in the experience. Surely, old Voldemort would appreciate this grand gift, Xiaoxiao mused, satisfied as she watched Professor Quirrell tuck the book away. Today's gifting endeavor undoubtedly enhanced Xiaoxiao's reputation. Everyone greeted her with warmth. Although Slytherins still retained their aloof demeanor, their attitude toward Xiaoxiao had softened considerably. She was not in a hurry, there was ample time, and she had plenty of opportunities to transform Hogwarts. She intended to guide Hogwarts toward a brighter future, ensuring that the tragedies of the original story would not be repeated. They say a tiny butterfly flapping its wings can stir up a storm. How could Xiaoxiao, this uninvited butterfly, allow history to repeat itself? Perhaps the heavens had brought her here with the hope that she could effect change. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective dormitories. Malfoy, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, clutched the seed tightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Malfoy, you seem in high spirits, Pansy remarked, having followed him, noticing the smile at the corner of his mouth. Of course, Malfoy replied, producing the seed. See this? It's a Pandora seed. Haven't you heard of it? Humph, how could you short-sighted wizards possibly know? If I nurture it, it will grant me a wish. Wait, didn't Xiaoxiao just tell you about this in the hall? Crabbe tilted his head, puzzled. Malfoy scowled, smacking him lightly. No need for your reminders. Just know that Xiaoxiao's gift to me is the best, you fool. After reprimanding Crabbe, Malfoy retreated to his dormitory, eager to plant the seed. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao was laughing and chatting with the trio, preparing to return to the Gryffindor common room. Harry chewed on his gum, and he seemed to have put away his glasses. Xiaoxiao, your gum is amazing. Just one piece, and I can see everything clearly. Of course. This is concocted by the Supreme Old Lord in his leisure time. Uncle Tai Gongon pulled many strings to obtain these from a boy serving the Old Lord. Xiaoxiao explained. Oh, by the way, the Supreme Old Lord is a deity from our side. A deity equivalent to Merlin, but perhaps even higher. He is an expert in potions, and although he mostly concocts pills, they are quite potent. Uncle Tai Gongon is the director of the Chinese Immortal Alliance's Trade Cooperation Department, and a friend of my father's. By the way, he is a giant panda. I remember you all seem to like pandas. Merlin's beard. You have such a remarkable background, Ron exclaimed, astonished, wishing to attach himself to her. Even though he didn't fully grasp the significance of deities, or the Supreme Old Lord. However, being comparable to Merlin was impressive enough. Hearing you say that, I really want to visit China. Hermione expressed her longing, and Harry nodded in agreement. Sure, you can come to my house during the summer vacation. The weather will be just right, Xiaoxiao suggested. Wait, isn't that too far? Hermione was somewhat conflicted. She was undeniably intrigued. Don't worry, it's no trouble at all. We can just take a flight, Xiaoxiao reassured her, patting her shoulder. If worst comes to worst, I can ask my uncle to establish a teleportation station at Hogwarts, allowing us to zip from Hogwarts to my home in an instant. How convenient. A teleportation station? What is that? Hermione inquired. It's akin to the magical disapparition, but it involves runes that enable instant arrival at a designated location. Essentially magical energy inscribed within the teleportation platform. All one needs to do is stand upon it, and they can safely arrive at another teleportation point in an instant. How cool, Ron exclaimed. However, I doubt those stubborn, antiquated board members at Hogwarts would agree to it. And the Ministry of Magic would likely oppose it as well. Fear not, they will certainly acquiesce, Xiaoxiao declared with conviction, though she refrained from elaborating on her reasoning. Instead, she turned to Harry saying, Harry, you and everyone else must come when the time comes. But Harry thought of the Dursleys. Surely they would not consent. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao tapped him and winked. Are you worried that your muggle relatives won't agree? Rest assured, I will accompany you back, and I shall persuade them. You aren't planning to use magic, are you? Harry imagined the scenario in his mind. Realizing it was impossible. The ministry had strict regulations against the use of magic outside of school. No, I am an exemplary student. How could I possibly engage in rule-breaking? Su Xiaoxiao responded with righteous indignation. The ministry has not stated that one cannot employ fairy magic. Harry's eyes lit up, although he sensed something amiss. It was indeed quite reasonable. Wait, this is not the staircase leading to the Gryffindor common room, Hermione suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao and the others finally regained their senses, realizing they were standing upon a moving staircase, far from the Gryffindor common room. Where are we? Descending the staircase, the four arrived at a location they had never encountered before. A statue, covered in dust and cobwebs, loomed ominously in the clearing. Chapter 8. The Three-Headed Dog. I remember now. This is the Forbidden Forest. Harry suddenly stated. Meow. Hey Su Xiaoxiao, quiet down. We mustn't let anyone discover us. This is the Forbidden Forest. Though I am a cat demon, I generally do not meow. Su Xiaoxiao shot Ron a look, recognizing the figure of Mrs. Norris. The long-haired tabby cat with piercing red eyes, staring intently at the four. She will inform Filch. We must flee. Do not fret, my friends. Watch me. Su Xiaoxiao reassured them and before their eyes, transformed into a golden-orange cat with green eyes. Cool. Ron couldn't help but marvel. Meow meow meow. Meow? Meow meow meow. What do you think they are saying? Harry inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Hermione shook her head. I don't know, but I trust that Xiaoxiao will manage to persuade her. Once their conversation concluded, Su Xiaoxiao reverted to her human form, while Mrs. Norris meowed twice at her before departing. Mrs. Norris won't inform Filch, but he is coming soon. We should hide. The four dashed forward and after navigating through a series of stone columns, came to a halt before a tightly locked wooden door. Alhamra, they exclaimed as they slipped inside. Unlike the tension felt by the others, Su Xiaoxiao surveyed the area and immediately spotted the three-headed dog sleeping atop the trapdoor. However, their commotion had roused it. Filch is gone, Ron sighed in relief. You might want to see this, Su Xiaoxiao urged, and the three turned to behold the three enormous heads of the dog. Ah! Three synchronized screams echoed as they collectively turned to flee, hastily escaping back to the common room. Suddenly, Hermione stopped, her complexion pale. What's wrong, Hermione? Ron asked, puzzled. Oh no, Su Xiaoxiao. We left her behind. Harry realized too late. Meanwhile, unfazed by the dog's growls, Su Xiaoxiao remained calm. With a cat's natural agility and cunning, she deftly evaded the three-headed dog's pursuit, leaping to its rear and brandishing her wand. Petrificus totalis. The creature's body instantly stiffened, collapsing to the ground with a thud. After all, she had come to Hogwarts to learn, and Su Xiaoxiao had certainly not solely indulged in revelry. Her daily visits to the library with Hermione had equipped her with a plethora of spells. However, being an adult three-headed dog, her enchantment could only restrain it momentarily. Without hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao opened the trapdoor and leaped down. Indeed, she aimed to secure the Sorcerer's Stone before the trio and deliver an impressive gift to Voldemort. Shortly after Su Xiaoxiao descended, the trio returned to the same location. Fluffy had yet to regain full mobility, but it was close. By Merlin's beard. Why is it lying on the ground? Ron stared, bewildered, glancing around but failing to find Su Xiaoxiao. She must have gone in there. Hermione pointed out, her keen eyes spotting the open trapdoor. What should we do? Do we go after her? Harry questioned. We do not know what lies below. But I am very concerned for Xiaoxiao's safety, Hermione said, drawing her wand and cautiously approaching the trapdoor. Just then, the enchantment on Fluffy faltered. It growled and rose from the ground. Roar! Fluffy bellowed, raising its massive paw to strike at Hermione. Hermione, watch out! Harry shouted, wanting to assist but realizing he was powerless to help. Damn it! Hermione dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Fluffy's colossal paw. Ron quickly pulled Hermione away. But Fluffy stood guard before the trapdoor, its three heads snapping at them. Run! Harry urged, dragging the others out of the room and shutting the door behind them, with Hermione hurriedly locking it. You're insane. Su Xiaoxiao is still in there. Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears. I know full well, she said defiantly. But if we don't secure it, that beast will surely burst forth and injure countless students. We cannot bear that responsibility. But I believe Xiaoxiao will be fine. Hermione's expression was resolute. If she has the power to take down that creature, she certainly has the ability to do it again. We must trust her. Very well, your logic is sound, Ron conceded, bowing his head. What do we do now? We shall remain here until Xiaoxiao returns. Hermione declared decisively, biting her lip. You two keep an eye out. If anyone approaches, you must alert us immediately. Understood. Time passed, and the three remained vigilant, stifling yawns. Suddenly, Harry heard footsteps approaching and tensed, signaling the others. Someone is coming this way. Quickly hide over there. Hermione pulled them toward a massive statue nearby. Shoo. Hermione gestured for silence, cautiously peeking around the statue. Professor Quirrell? Though Hermione could not see his face, his distinctive purple turban made his identity clear. As she watched Professor Quirrell creep toward the door and enter, Hermione felt a wave of curiosity wash over her. What could he possibly want at this hour? However, now was not the time for speculation. After a brief hesitation, Hermione resolved, let us go back to the dormitory. Aren't we waiting for Xiaoxiao? Hermione shook her head. We cannot wait any longer. Quirrell has gone inside, and if we don't leave now we will be caught. The trio hurriedly departed, slipping away cautiously. Just as they turned the corner, the echo of Fluffy's growls and Professor Quirrell's panicked yells reached their ears. The trio hastened their pace until they returned to the common room, their minds still unsettled. Once back in their respective beds, Hermione found herself unable to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door creaking open, prompting her to sit up and look. Meow. An orange cat slipped through the door and leapt onto Hermione's bed, meowing softly. Xiaoxiao. Hermione exclaimed, cradling the cat in her arms. You're finally back. I'm so sorry we left you behind. It's all right. It's quite late now. Let us hurry to sleep. We have classes tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Hermione quelled her curiosity and asked, will you sleep with me? Of course. Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly, settling into Hermione's embrace in her feline form, and the two fell into a peaceful slumber until dawn. The next morning, the four of them arrived at class, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. As soon as she touched the chair, Xiaoxiao laid her head down, yawning continuously, clearly still half asleep. Suddenly, a paper crane fluttered down in front of her. Ha! Startled, Xiaoxiao looked up to see Draco Malfoy staring at her, his eyes gesturing towards the paper crane on the table. Unfolding it, she found a childish English scrawl. Did you not sleep well last night? Glancing back at Malfoy, Xiaoxiao nodded, then yawned again and returned her head to the desk. The consequence of dozing off at her desk, however, was that Professor Snape deducted several points from her. After class, Harry was summoned by Wood, leaving Xiaoxiao still dozing at her desk. What did you do last night? Malfoy's voice suddenly broke the silence beside her. Without lifting her head, Xiaoxiao mumbled. Nothing much, just wandered around the castle. Feeling uncomfortable in her sleeping position, she transformed into her orange cat form, leaping onto Malfoy's lap and curling up like a snail. Closing her eyes to rest, Malfoy, taken aback, stared blankly at the sleeping cat on his lap, a sense of pride swelling within him. See, the charm of Malfoy is simply irresistible. A bold thought suddenly crossed his mind as he observed her sleeping form, and after confirming she was truly asleep, he cautiously placed a hand atop her head. So fluffy. How delightful. Instantly, Malfoy felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Noticing she remained still, he grew bolder, gently stroking her head and at most, lightly pinching her cat ears. Purr purr. Seemingly enjoying the gentle affection, Xiaoxiao emitted a soft purring sound typical of felines. Malfoy was utterly captivated. During the afternoon's charms lesson, having already mastered the levitation charm, Xiaoxiao remained in her cat form, resting on Malfoy's lap throughout the class. Malfoy felt utterly blissful. Petting a cat was simply too delightful, to the point where he hardly paid attention to the lesson. Once the class concluded, Xiaoxiao jumped off Malfoy and transformed back into her human form. Malfoy, still yearning for more, seemed to express his desire through his gaze, prompting Xiaoxiao to interrupt. Stop. Haven't you had enough petting for today? I'm heading to the Great Hall. I'm starving. Wait for me, I'll go too. Crabbe and Goyle stood in place, feeling somewhat neglected, yet there was little they could do. Those two were not to be trifled with. It was Halloween, and the Great Hall was adorned with jack-o'-lanterns, casting a warm golden glow. The ceiling had transformed into a stormy night sky, complete with thunder and lightning, and a few bats flitted overhead, screeching. The food was equally festive, featuring pumpkin-shaped cakes, popping eyeball candies, and bone cakes drenched in strawberry jam, resembling fake blood. Where's Hermione? Harry suddenly asked. Neville looked up, chewing as he replied. Parvati Patil said she wouldn't leave the girls' bathroom, and cried all afternoon. Harry instinctively glanced at Ron, and the two exchanged a knowing look. Oh, I can't believe we forgot about that. Xiaoxiao exclaimed suddenly, startling both boys. What's wrong? Ron stammered. Just then, the Great Hall doors swung open, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in, breathless, exclaiming, "There's a troll in the dungeon." A hush fell over the hall. "I thought you all should know," he added, before collapsing to the floor. Pandemonium erupted as students screamed in fear, and Ron, startled, dropped his chicken leg. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xiaoxiao transformed into an orange cat and darted toward the Great Hall's entrance. Malfoy, caught off guard, instinctively glanced towards the Gryffindor table and noticed the agile orange cat in the crowd, prompting him to follow. Xiaoxiao ran swiftly, and despite his best efforts, Malfoy could barely keep her in sight. "What am I doing here?" Malfoy thought to himself, but his feet betrayed him as they carried him down to the dungeon. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao halted ahead and transformed back into her human form. Just as Malfoy was about to catch up, he heard heavy footsteps echoing from around the corner, casting a tall shadow against the wall. Merlin's beard. Malfoy realized what it was, and his exclamation caught both Xiaoxiao's and the troll's attention. "Malfoy." Xiaoxiao looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Never mind that, run!" Malfoy shouted, spotting the troll charging towards them, its club raised menacingly. Xiaoxiao nimbly avoided the beast, leaping onto a protrusion in the wall and maintaining her balance. The troll, ignoring her, focused on the shrieking Malfoy, who was now in full panic mode. "Help! Help!" Malfoy cried, suddenly feeling a rush of wind behind him. Instinctively, he dropped to the floor as the wooden club swiped just above his head. Malfoy fainted from sheer terror. "Shrink to an inch," Xiaoxiao commanded softly, instantly appearing beside Malfoy and dragging him to safety. Bam! The troll pounded its club against the ground in frustration, intent on squashing the two annoying little pests. "Stone them all." A spell struck the troll, but it proved ineffective. The creature was tough-skinned, and in its enraged state, it seemed to possess increased magical resistance. Xiaoxiao's magic seemed to further irritate it, and just as it raised its club to strike, it suddenly froze in place. The professors arrived in haste, witnessing the bizarre scene. The troll stood rigid, its club hovering mere centimeters from Xiaoxiao's head. Malfoy lay unconscious behind her, while Xiaoxiao, her eyes glowing green with an enchanting radiance, fixed a mesmerizing gaze upon the troll. At that moment, the troll moved. The professors' hearts raced as they prepared to cast spells, only to see the troll begin to bang its own head with the club, knocking itself out cold. The green glow in Xiaoxiao's eyes faded, and she felt drained, collapsing to the ground, cat ears sprouting from her head. "This is absolutely outrageous." Professor McGonagall stormed forward. "Didn't I tell you to return to your dormitory? Why did you take it upon yourselves to come to the dungeon? What if something had happened?" To be honest, when she witnessed that scene, Professor McGonagall nearly had a heart attack. Chapter 10, Eye Techniques. The troll incident came to a close. Draco, after a brief nap, was none the worse for wear, and his fainting episode had already become a source of amusement among Hogwarts students. As the professors arrived, Harry and Ron happened to be hiding in a corner, witnessing the giant troll being subdued. They quietly made their way to the restroom, where they found Hermione. Consequently, only Xiaoxiao and Draco faced punishment, with Gryffindor and Slytherin each losing 5 points. This leniency was granted due to the successful resolution of the troll incident. Had either of them been injured, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly have imposed a harsher penalty. However, one particular matter greatly concerned the professors, the Honeydukes fizzing whizbees. Professor McGonagall uttered the password to the headmaster's office, causing the winged griffin statue to rotate and reveal the staircase leading upwards. "Come along, Miss Sue. Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you inside." McGonagall patted Sue Xiaoxiao on the shoulder as she ascended the stairs. Sue hurriedly followed, entering the headmaster's office. The walls of the office were adorned with portraits of past headmasters, some of whom greeted Professor McGonagall warmly. Dumbledore was currently amusing himself with Fawkes, the magnificent phoenix perched beside his desk. This fiery bird differed from the phoenix of Chinese mythology, which consists of 2 distinct beings, Phoenix and Huang, representing male and female respectively. Su Xiaoxiao knew this from a friend at the who happened to be a Huang. "Headmaster, I have brought Su Xiaoxiao to you," McGonagall announced. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Minerva. You may attend to your duties now. Miss Sue, please come here." Once McGonagall departed, Sue approached Dumbledore, who had taken a piece of lemon sherbet from a nearby candy dish, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, gesturing to her. "Would you care for a piece?" Su Xiaoxiao, feeling no hesitation, took one for herself. It was a delightful hard candy infused with the essence of lemon. Though the initial tanginess nearly brought tears to her eyes, Dumbledore observed the verdant green of her eyes and inquired, "Miss Sue, what motivated you to confront the troll alone?" "Because my dear friend was still in the restroom in the basement, and I did not wish for her to come to harm," Sue replied truthfully. refraining from mentioning Hermione's name. Moreover, I possess the ability. Professors McGonagall and the others witnessed it. For the sake of her friend, she feared not danger. Possessing a clear understanding of her own capabilities. You are quite astute, Sue, Dumbledore commended without reservation. However, I would prefer that, should such a situation arise again, you leave it to us. By the way, I heard from Minerva that you did not use magic at that moment, but rather your eyes, to bring down that adult troll. I am quite curious about how you accomplished that. Could it be a form of mysterious Chinese magic? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Not exactly. It is a form of ocular technique that induces illusions in the target, and allows for control over them, somewhat akin to the Imperious Curse. However, this ocular technique is exclusive to our, with cat demons and fox demons being the most capable of exhibiting such abilities. I see, Dumbledore mused thoughtfully, glancing at the desk behind him where the figurine Sue had sent him was attempting to climb onto Fox. Is there anything else, Headmaster? Sue inquired, tilting her head. Nothing more, my dear, Dumbledore replied kindly. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he called out to her. The truth of certain matters is often not as the tales and records suggest. You are quite clever. I trust you understand my meaning. Su Xiaoxiao pose momentarily. And upon seeing Dumbledore wink at her, she comprehended his implication. He must be referring to the Philosopher's Stone. It seemed he was already aware. Though he appeared to have misconceived her intentions, she had not taken the stone for the sake of immortality. However, she had no intention of clarifying, as the truth would soon come to light. Indeed, Headmaster, and I believe that soon, a certain unspeakable individual will come to realize it as well. How did you manage that, Xiaoxiao? Is it some form of celestial magic? Teach me. In the Great Hall, Hermione eagerly pressed Su Xiaoxiao for details about the ocular technique. Yes. Harry and I witnessed it too. It was absolutely amazing. Ron chimed in, gnawing on a chicken leg. By the way, did you find anything unusual last night? Regarding the trapdoor? First of all, the technique I used to defeat the troll is an innate racial ability. I cannot teach it to you, Su Xiaoxiao stated. Upon hearing this, the trio displayed expressions of disappointment. However, there is a type of talisman that can temporarily grant you this ability. I will arrange for you to have it next time. Yay. As for what lies beneath that trapdoor, you will soon find out, but I advise against further exploration. There are many magical defenses set in place, and you would surely come to harm. But why are there so many defenses down there? Ron questioned. To protect something. Of course, Hermione replied astutely. Consider it. The Forbidden Forest, the room guarded by a three-headed dog, and the myriad of mechanisms beneath the trapdoor. It's evident that something of great importance is hidden within. Upon hearing this, Harry suddenly recalled something. I think I know what it is that they are protecting. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Snape's voice emerged from behind, startling Harry. And nothing. Harry quickly denied. It better be that way. If I discover that you are once again contemplating some dangerous and forbidden endeavor, I shall ensure you face severe consequences, Snape warned, casting a menacing glare at Harry before directing his gaze toward Su Xiaoxiao. And you, Miss Sue, I will not overlook your status as an exchange student. With that, he limped away. Harry scrutinized Snape's injured leg, pondering his thoughts. Are you suspecting Professor Snape? Rest assured he has no designs on whatever lies within that place. But it is curious. Wait, how did you know what I was thinking? Harry asked, utterly bewildered. Just consider me someone who can read minds, Sue replied casually. Among the mechanisms below, one is indeed of Professor Snape's design. If he truly coveted that item, he would have long since pilfered it himself. Moreover, do you think a professor with greater magical prowess than ours would wait so long to acquire it? I concur with Xiaoxiao, and you all saw it yourselves. The one who sneaked into that room was none other than Professor Quirrell, Hermione whispered, lowering her voice. The two came to a sudden realization, though Harry still harbored some doubts. But how did he injure his leg? If it wasn't the three-headed dog, I can't imagine how. Just then, Hedwig came flapping towards them, somewhat unsteadily. Chapter 11, The Quidditch Match. Everyone gathered to watch as Harry unwrapped his package, and feeling bored, Su Xiaoxiao decided to leave first. Her gaze swept across the professor's table, where she noticed Professor Quirrell staring intently at her. Upon meeting his gaze, he appeared flustered and forced a smile. She returned a polite smile before turning to exit. With her hands tucked in her pockets, feeling the energy of the Philosopher's Stone, Su Xiaoxiao left the Great Hall with a slight smile and a spring in her step. At the Slytherin table, Pansy lightly nudged Malfoy, her expression displeased. What are you doing? Malfoy snapped, retracting his gaze and glaring at Pansy. What are you looking at? Pansy challenged. Malfoy expressed his dissatisfaction with her tone. What business is it of yours? What? What business is it of mine? Draco, what has gotten into you lately? You've been fixated on that Gryffindor exchange student. Do you fancy her? Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? Malfoy exploded. Pansy Parkinson, my affairs are none of your concern. Mind your own business. With that, he stormed off. Xiaoxiao is rather impressive. People who are self-righteous and uncultured are truly irksome. Malfoy mused as he walked away. Hogwarts kitchen. The little sprites busily went about their tasks, oblivious to the beautiful orange cat that was crouched by the entrance. Madame Loris, this is not a place for you. Wait a moment, you don't seem to be Madame Loris at all. One sprite noticed her, and attempted to shoo her away. Xiaoxiao transformed back into her human form, startling the sprite. Who are you? Hey, take it easy, I'm Xiaoxiao, a student from Gryffindor. My apologies, miss, Pip thought someone had invaded Hogwarts. Though that is quite impossible. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world, and the great Professor Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard. Under his watch, no one can breach this sanctuary. Dear miss, are you here to inspect our work? Rest assured, we have cleaned this place to perfection. No, I'm not here for an inspection, Xiaoxiao clarified, pulling some ingredients and recipes from her pocket-sized storage bag. You see, Pip, since I hail from Huaxia, I'm not quite accustomed to some of the local foods, so I brought this for you, hoping you could improve upon it. Oh, forgive us, miss. It is a grave oversight on our part to have allowed you discomfort for so long. Please punish Pip. The other sprites, having noticed the commotion, stepped forward to express their apologies, even suggesting they might harm themselves in atonement. Xiaoxiao quickly intervened. No, I didn't mean to blame you. Let us consider it, a command. Yes, I'm commanding you to study this recipe thoroughly. Yes, esteemed miss, we shall not disappoint your expectations. Pip and the other sprites nodded in agreement, taking the recipe with great care, assuring her that by tomorrow, there would be satisfactory food at the dining hall. Thank you for your hard work. I shall take my leave now. Back in the dormitory, she taught the trio some minor spells. However, by 10 o'clock, Harry retired to bed, as he had a Quidditch match the next day, and needed to be well rested. If only we had Dodiju, Xiaoxiao sighed, her mouth watering as she held a piece of fairy candy. In fact, an array of such delightful Huaxia snacks adorned the table before them, and other Gryffindor students gathered around to share. Doujitsu? What is that? Fred and George inquired with curiosity. It's a popular card game in Huaxia. I'll have my dad send me a deck next time, and I'll teach you. Xiaoxiao responded. But for now, I'll tell one last mythological tale. And then everyone can rest. Tomorrow, we'll cheer for Harry together. The next day dawned with splendid weather. Harry rose early and departed with Wood and the others. Hurry up. Hermione. Xiaoxiao. Are you ready? We need to secure good seats. Ron's voice called from outside the door. After a moment, the door swung open, and Hermione and Xiaoxiao emerged together. No need to rush. We've just arrived, they replied. The trio made their way to the competition venue, settling into a reasonably good spot. It was Xiaoxiao's first time witnessing a real Quidditch match, and her drowsiness vanished, replaced by exhilaration. Madame Hooch had taken to the pitch. The commentator was diligent, and after giving the players some final words of encouragement, she released the golden snitch and the bludgers. Harry! Harry! As soon as the match commenced, many students in the stands began chanting Harry's name. Soon after, Angelina Johnson from Gryffindor scored the first goal, earning the team their initial point. However, as time passed, Xiaoxiao's interest began to wane. To be fair, the Slytherin players displayed a lack of competitive spirit. Yawning, she suddenly recalled the scene from the movie where Snape was mistakenly thought to have cursed Harry, and after contemplating, she transformed into the orange cat, and stealthily slipped away from her seat. At that moment, Quirrell had yet to curse Harry, but it was imminent. Transformed into an orange cat, Xiaoxiao swiftly approached the professor's area, poised for action. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the audience as Harry's broomstick began to shake uncontrollably, sending waves of concern through the onlookers. It's Snape. He is cursing Harry, Hermione exclaimed, lowering her binoculars in anger. Abruptly, she spotted the orange cat in her binoculars, gasping, Xiaoxiao. When did she get there? Wait, what is she doing? Oh no, Professor Quirrell. Hermione witnessed the transformed Xiaoxiao leap up, delivering a flurry of swift swipes to the back of Quirrell's head. Despite her small paws, the force was considerable, leaving Quirrell dazed. In fact, he wasn't the only one caught off guard. Xiaoxiao was unaware of how furious Voldemort must be at that moment. After her quick assault, she darted away, offering her opponent no chance for retaliation. Quirrell nearly stumbled forward onto Snape, and with Xiaoxiao's interruption, Harry's broomstick finally regained its balance. Snape, contemplative, scanned the surroundings, but detected nothing amiss. He turned back to Quirrell, his eyes filled with warning. What? Hermione? What are you talking about? Ron, confused, couldn't he grasp Hermione's rapid-fire words. At that point, Xiaoxiao had returned to their side, just regaining her human form when Hermione seized her arm. Xiaoxiao. How did you know Professor Quirrell would curse Harry? Professor Quirrell? Cursing? Hey, what are you all talking about? And Hermione, weren't you just saying it was Snape? Hermione, at a loss for words due to Ron's inquiry, had no choice but to recount what she had witnessed. Goodness. So it was the two of them trying to curse Harry? Not quite. Only Quirrell was cursing. Professor Snape was countering the curse. I merely happened to see it, and went to intervene. But you went over before he cast the curse, didn't you? Hermione questioned, puzzled. Not exactly. I was just bored and wandering around, checking if the view from the professor's area was better, and I happened to stumble upon it. Xiaoxiao shrugged innocently. Chapter 12. The Malfoy Manor. As expected, Harry caught the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. Hermione informed him about Quirrell's attempt to curse him, Snape's counter-curse, and Xiaoxiao's intervention, leaving Harry utterly shocked. I can't understand why Professor Quirrell would target me. Harry appeared troubled. If it were Snape, I could believe it. He always seems to have it out for me. Snape? Impossible. No matter how he behaves, he wouldn't curse you, Harry, Hagrid asserted firmly. But you say it was Quirrell? Why do you say that? Hagrid inquired, perplexed. It was Xiaoxiao. She witnessed it and intervened. I also saw it through my binoculars. After Xiaoxiao intervened, Harry's broom did indeed calm down, Hermione explained. Who knows? Just like why he attempted to pass through that three-headed dog to access whatever lies within the trapdoor. We have no idea, Ron added. How do you know about Fluffy? Fluffy? Yes, Fluffy is my pet. I bought him from an Irishman last year, and lent him to Dumbledore for protection. Hagrid instinctively said, wait, why do you all know about Fluffy, and how did you conclude that Professor Quirrell intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone? The Philosopher's Stone. The three exclaimed. Hagrid froze in shock, hastily covering his mouth, his face a mask of regret. Oh dear, I shouldn't have said that. It's top secret. You lot. Don't pry any further. All right, they replied, but in truth, Hagrid had already revealed quite a bit. Nonetheless, to appease Hagrid, Hermione and the others shared their observations and conjectures. If that is the case, Hagrid mused, what could Quirrell's motive be? We don't know. We'd love to continue investigating, but Xiaoxiao advises against it, Hermione stated. Xiaoxiao's advice is indeed prudent. Hagrid remarked. The mechanism below is quite formidable. It would be wise for you all to refrain from getting involved. As for Quirrell, I have every confidence that he shall not succeed. Now, let us speak of other matters. Would you care to join me for a drink at my hut? The Christmas season enveloped Hogwarts in a thick blanket of snow, transforming the ground and castle into a shimmering expanse of white. Hagrid ambled towards the great hall, dragging a colossal pine tree behind him. A few days prior, Xiaoxiao had communicated with her family through a telescope, receiving a bounty of gifts in return. Her mother, Mama, insisted that the more gifts they sent, the closer her relationships with her classmates would become, a quintessentially Chinese parental mindset, which also often manifests in professional settings. Xiaoxiao mentioned to them her intention to invite friends over during the summer, to which they readily agreed, expressing their eagerness for their arrival. Particularly, upon learning of Harry's plight, Mama's compassion overflowed, declaring that Harry must be invited. Inside the castle, adorned with alternating red and green decorations, Professor Flitwick was busy decorating the Christmas tree as Hermione entered, dragging a suitcase behind her, only to find Harry and Ron engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Where's Xiaoxiao? Hermione inquired. Oh, Xiaoxiao asked me to inform you that she has gone to the Malfoy residence, Ron replied, looking up. By the way, before she left, she asked me to give you this Christmas gift. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao and Draco had boarded the Hogwarts Express early. What is this? She asked, handing him a green-wrapped gift. A little something for you. Merry Christmas. She winked at him. Oh, thank you. By the way, this is for you, Draco said, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as he hurriedly pulled a watch inlaid with serpentine diamonds from his pocket. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Xiaoxiao graciously accepted the gift, fastening it around her wrist. The silver and deep green band accentuated the fairness of her skin, causing Draco to avert his gaze and clear his throat. So, have you mentioned to your family about coming to my house this Christmas? Yes, I spoke to them yesterday. They didn't object. However, during the summer, they did mention inviting you and Hermione to visit my home in China. Nonchalantly, Xiaoxiao opened a bag of shrimp chips. Would you like some? No. I've already eaten 3 bags. Draco shook his head. Are you serious? Your family invited me? Wait, why are Harry and the others included? They are my friends. There's nothing strange about that. Xiaoxiao blinked. I think you should try to engage with them. As long as you refrain from being rude, I'm sure you could all get along splendidly. Oh, absolutely not. Draco immediately rejected the idea. In that case, you needn't come, Xiaoxiao stated expressionlessly. What? No, of course. I must go. If Harry and the others can, as your first friend in the UK, I certainly must attend. Otherwise it would reflect poorly on me. Draco exclaimed, flustered. Then you must promise me not to be impolite to them, Xiaoxiao insisted sternly. My family also does not appreciate ill-mannered individuals. Upon hearing this, Draco felt a twinge of dejection, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Upon their arrival at King's Cross Station, Draco quickly spotted Dobby and his mother, Narcissa, waiting. Draco. Narcissa called and he hurried toward her, with Xiaoxiao trailing behind. Master Malfoy, please allow Dobby to carry your and your friend's luggage, Dobby said respectfully, bowing his head. Mother. Draco called obediently, then turned to Dobby, saying, the luggage is with her, but you probably won't need to help. Dobby's large eyes widened in alarm. Master Malfoy does not want Dobby to carry the luggage. Dobby is a terrible little elf. Be quiet, Dobby. Draco frowned. Our belongings are all in this small bag. Since you wish to assist, you can take it, Xiaoxiao said, producing a storage bag and handing it to Dobby. Dobby was overcome with gratitude as he solemnly accepted it. Narcissa regarded Xiaoxiao and the small storage bag in Dobby's hands with curiosity. Draco. Is this the young lady you mentioned in your letter, the pureblood from China? Indeed, she is quite lovely and possesses a certain elegance, Narcissa remarked. Misu. What is this small bag? Is it where all your luggage is stored? Yes, madam, it is a magical item from China, with a significantly large interior, Xiaoxiao explained. Quite an impressive item indeed, Narcissa nodded, appearing intrigued by the storage bag. Very well, we should be on our way. The Malfoy estate, located in Wiltshire, was a grand residence adorned with opulent decorations, embodying a dignified and vintage style. The entire estate was surrounded by a meticulously designed garden, featuring fountains and housing beautiful white peacocks. Here we are, this is my home, Draco announced as they stepped through the intricately wrought iron gates and into the estate's interior. In the grand foyer, Narcissa led them, where the walls were adorned with portraits and the stone floor was nearly covered with a lavish carpet. The extravagance was overwhelming. No wonder Voldemort chose this place as his base upon his resurrection. Not only was there ample space to accommodate all his Death Eaters, but the sheer opulence was enough to satisfy his desire for status. Mother, where is father? Draco asked, shedding his school robe and flopping onto a comfortable leather sofa. Lounging lazily, Narcissa, who had been conversing with Xiaoxiao, replied without looking up. You know he is working at the ministry. Very well. Misu. Draco mentioned that you defeated a troll in the basement recently, saving him, Narcissa continued. Yes, madam. After all, Draco is my classmate. And even if I were not his friend, I could not stand idly by if anyone were in danger, Xiaoxiao explained. That may not be the case. Considering the courage and magic of those little children, it would be remarkable if they didn't run away immediately, Narcissa remarked, casting a glance at Draco. You are fortunate. Draco, you have finally made a worthy friend. Mother. Draco protested, somewhat disgruntled. Ignoring him, Narcissa said, very well, Miss Sue. Your room is the second one on the left upstairs. There is still some time, so you may play for a while. But please ensure you return here for dinner at 7. With that, she departed gracefully. Your mother is quite beautiful, Xiaoxiao said as she settled beside Draco after Narcissa's exit. I adore her hair color, it's so cool. Of course she is my mother. Draco beamed with pride. What is there to do for fun here? Draco was taken aback, struggling to recall any entertaining activities, only to realize in horror that there seemed to be none. Perhaps you like peacocks? He suggested, leading her to the garden of Malfoy Manor. The 2 young ones crouched near the white peacocks, and Draco watched in amazement as Xiaoxiao appeared to communicate with the birds. What is this? Parseltongue? Do not look at me with such admiration, or you may find yourself infatuated with me, Xiaoxiao teased, standing up with her arms crossed, sensing Draco's intense gaze. His cheeks flushed. Draco stammered, what nonsense? I am merely curious. How are you able to do that? Is it so strange? Have you forgotten that I am essentially a cat? It is common knowledge that animals can communicate with one another. Oh wait, that is in China. Here in the UK, what is that room? Why is it locked? Xiaoxiao inquired curiously, pointing at a locked door. Draco quickly pulled her aside, whispering, that is the basement. There is nothing of interest there. Cool me. Let me show you other places. Very well, she replied. Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, yet deep within her heart. She was acutely aware that within the depths of this basement lay a hidden chamber containing numerous dark magical artifacts amassed by the Malfoy family. It was quite possible that the diary of Tom Riddle, which Lucius had clandestinely given to Ginny during their second year, was stored within. However, Xiaoxiao had no intention of venturing in to pilfer any of these items. Such an endeavor would serve no purpose and would only alert them to her presence. She understood the gravity of the situation. In the evening, Lucius returned from outside. That Weasley fellow has utterly tarnished the reputation of pureblood families. Narcissa, did you hear? Today, he actually acquired a car from the Muggle world. As soon as Lucius entered, he began disparaging Mr. Weasley, to which Narcissa appeared accustomed, stepping forward to take his coat. Father. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy. Draco and Xiaoxiao descended from upstairs, greeting Lucius. Lucius's gaze swept past Draco and settled on Xiaoxiao. His eyes filled with a probing curiosity. Miss Su, a pureblood witch from Huaxia, splendid, Lucius remarked, pausing to scrutinize her school uniform, his brow slightly furrowing. Alas, a Gryffindor. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Draco felt a tinge of awkwardness, while Narcissa reassured, do not take it to heart. He means you no harm. She gently took Xiaoxiao's hand, leading her toward the dining room. The dinner was enveloped in a profound silence, save for the clinking of cutlery as each person focused intently on their plates. Dobby stood by, waiting for any commands. They remained reticent, and Xiaoxiao felt hesitant to engage in conversation. The meal was sumptuous, though it bore no relation to Christmas. Xiaoxiao surmised that the Malfoy family dined lavishly at all times. Misu. I have heard that the attitude towards Muggles in Huaxia starkly contrasts with that here in the United Kingdom. There are even rumors that Huaxia is poised to reveal the existence of the magical world, Lucius stated, setting down his knife and wiping his mouth with a napkin, indicating he had finished his meal. I am unaware of such matters. While my father works in the Immortal Alliance, he never discusses these topics with us. And how does your family view this issue? Lucius pressed further. Narcissa halted her movements, casting an annoyed glance at Lucius. She wished not to introduce such disquieting topics during a family meal. She cared deeply for her family and her sole heir, Draco. At times, she even opposed Lucius's affiliation with the Death Eaters, though she had never vocalized her discontent. Our family, I suppose, strives to maintain neutrality, neither supporting nor opposing. Xiaoxiao replied. In Huaxia, many hold a neutral stance. We do not harbor ill will towards ordinary people. Despite their lack of magic, we must concede that some of their inventions can swiftly bring about our demise. I believe Mr. Malfoy understands. Firearms and explosives possess a potency that, in some respects, exceeds that of the unforgivable curses. Moreover, they are united and intelligent. If a conflict were to erupt, I fear the outcome for wizards would be dire. Even if the Muggle casualties were greater, it is crucial to note that the current wizarding population is exceedingly small. Lucius paused, visibly displeased with Xiaoxiao's statements, yet found himself begrudgingly acknowledging the validity in her subsequent words. Mere alarmism. Muggle weapons, though formidable, will not easily bring us to our knees. Enough, Lucius, Narcissa interjected, unable to contain herself. What is the point of discussing such matters with the children? Lucius fell silent, standing to leave. Narcissa gently rubbed her temples. Misu, please do not take it to heart. He is simply like that. It is quite all right, madam. I understand, Xiaoxiao replied with a sweet smile, knowing well that she could not alter Lucius's decades-old convictions with just a few words. She merely spoke her mind. Chapter 14. A night visit to Hagrid. After spending a few days at the Malfoy residence, the day of return to school finally arrived. Friends, I am back. Xiaoxiao burst into the Gryffindor common room, greeted warmly by her peers. Welcome back, Xiaoxiao. How was your time at the Malfoy house? Did they give you any trouble? Neville inquired, stroking the leaf he held in his palm. Rest assured, they were rather pleasant. Not nearly as fearsome as you might think, Xiaoxiao replied, making her way toward the dormitory. I shall return to my room now. You all continue. Upon entering her dormitory, Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the mountain of gifts piled on her bed. Hermione, seeing her return, embraced her and remarked, I apologize for peeking at your gifts without your permission, but I must say, you have quite the circle of admirers. There's even a token of appreciation from a professor. Feel free to help me unwrap them, she added. Xiaoxiao approached and casually unwrapped one of the gifts. It was a dark red sweater, adorned with a large golden letter S embroidered on the front. It was sent by Molly Weasley, Ron's mother. Hermione handed Xiaoxiao the note attached to the gift. So warm. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed eagerly as she donned the sweater, though it was slightly oversized. It was soft and comfortable. Mrs. Weasley's craftsmanship was remarkable, even if it had been woven with magic. After spending some time unwrapping and organizing all the gifts, Su Xiaoxiao and Hermione, arm in arm, left the dormitory. Someone gifted you your father's invisibility cloak as a present? An invisibility cloak. May I see it? In the Hogwarts Great Hall, the quartet reunited, though apart from Su Xiaoxiao, everyone else had their books spread before them. I'll show it to you tonight, Harry said. By the way, you missed out on something fantastic while you were away. What was it? The Mirror of Erased, Harry whispered. That night, I woke up hungry and, donning the invisibility cloak, decided to find something to eat. I inadvertently stumbled into a vast room where a massive mirror stood. Harry and Ron recounted to the girls what they had seen in the Mirror of Erased. Unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore took that mirror away, Harry said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Su Xiaoxiao reached out to ruffle his hair, only to retract her hand under his startled gaze. We all understand the longing you feel for your parents, but you must realize that one must move forward. You cannot linger in the past and the beauty of illusions. That is precisely what Dumbledore told me, Harry murmured. I understand your point. I just still feel a bit sorrowful. At that moment, Peeves and the Bloody Baron swiftly glided past their table. Harry watched them, envy gleaming in his eyes. Why couldn't my parents remain at Hogwarts like them? Actually, in Huaxia, there exists a method to encounter the souls of the deceased, though this excludes those who have been reincarnated, Su Xiaoxiao explained. It is well known that Western Muggles firmly believe in the existence of heaven and hell, whereas in Huaxia, it is heaven and the underworld. These two realms are neither conflicting nor oppositional. In Huaxia, when a person dies, their soul enters the underworld, drinks the Mengpa soup, and is reincarnated into a new life. Those who refuse to be reborn remain in the underworld. The trio listened, intrigued, as it was their first encounter with such lore. And suddenly death did not seem so terrifying. Will my parents also be in that underworld? Harry's eyes sparkled with hope. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated but ultimately answered truthfully, not necessarily. Firstly, your parents did not pass away in Huaxia. They likely ascended to heaven or some other realm. Or perhaps they have already been reincarnated. At her words, the light in Harry's eyes dimmed immediately. Xiaoxiao, please no more, he whispered. Hermione gently tapped Su Xiaoxiao's arm, prompting a sigh and a nod from her. She understood that continuing the conversation would only make Harry more concerned. That evening, the quartet gathered harmoniously in the common room. Harry unveiled the invisibility cloak, showcasing it to the two others. Wow! Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, taking the cloak into her hands, feeling its smooth, cool fabric, reminiscent of caressing the surface of water. How about we don it and visit Hagrid's hut? She suggested. What would we do at Hagrid's? Ron inquired, puzzled. Oh. I just want to check on Hagrid and Fong. Is that too much to ask? Let us go. Unable to resist Su Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm, the trio donned the invisibility cloak with Hermione sandwiched between them, holding the transformed orange cat, Su Xiaoxiao. Thus, they cautiously exited the castle. Creak. Who's there? Inside the hut, Hagrid was startled by the unexpected sound. Turning around, he noticed the door had seemingly swung open, revealing only darkness outside. Just the wind. Hagrid sighed in relief, glancing instinctively at the dragon egg simmering in the pot before moving to close the door. Merlin's beard. What was that? Suddenly, other voices echoed within the hut, sending Hagrid into a startled frenzy. Who's there? Trembling, he clutched his red umbrella, his voice quaking. Hey Hagrid, it's us. Harry revealed himself by removing the invisibility cloak, apologizing, sorry, we didn't mean to scare you. Realizing it was merely the mischievous group, Hagrid relaxed. Just you troublemakers. What are you doing out here at this hour? Well, Su Xiaoxiao wanted to come see you and Fong, and we thought we could try out this invisibility cloak. Harry explained. Invisibility cloak? Oh yes, I remember it belonged to James, Harry's father. Who gave it to you? I don't know, there was no name on the letter. Harry replied. Meow. Su Xiaoxiao mewed, leaping from Hermione's arms and instantly transforming back into her human form upon landing. Fong, this is for you. Su Xiaoxiao pulled out a model bone from her pocket, and placed it in Fong's embrace before darting over to the bubbling pot. Hagrid, what is this? A dragon egg? Hagrid quickly gestured for silence. Shoo, keep it down. He moved closer to inspect the dragon egg. I won it in a bet with a stranger at the pub. He seemed quite relieved when he handed it over. Judging the heat was just right. Hagrid retrieved the egg from the pot and set it on the table. Chapter 15, The Forbidden Forest. You arrived just in time to witness this thrilling moment. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the dark dragon egg began to tremble violently. The trio looked on nervously, while Xiaoxiao and Hagrid wore expressions of eager anticipation. The shell shattered, revealing a drooling little dragon. Goodness, it's a Norwegian ridgeback. Ron exclaimed. My brother works in Romania, specializing in the study and breeding of fire dragons. I'm certain it's a Norwegian ridgeback. Hee. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, my darling, look, it knows I'm its mommy. Hagrid beamed with maternal pride. Oh, Norbert. Come here to mommy. Norbert coughed, sending sparks that almost singed Hagrid's beard. Who is that? Hagrid suddenly spotted a face outside the window. It's Malfoy. Xiaoxiao had been prepared, drawing her wand and waving it gently. Draco Malfoy, come here. Ah. With a startled cry, Malfoy uncontrollably crashed through the window. What do you want? Let me go. If you promise not to squeal, I'll let you go. Xiaoxiao knelt beside Draco, smiling sweetly. Draco's expression darkened immediately. Xiaoxiao, you shouldn't be consorting with them. Let me go. I promise I won't tell. It seems you still fail to grasp the current situation. Xiaoxiao sighed, a touch of regret in her voice. I'm afraid I must apologize, Malfoy. With that, she slowly raised her wand, poised to cast a spell. Wait. I swear I won't squeal. Don't use magic on me. If it had been anyone else, Draco would not have given in so quickly, but who was Xiaoxiao? The girl who could single-handedly subdue a fully grown troll, and possessed an arsenal of peculiar magical abilities from the East. Certainly, Draco had reason to feel apprehensive. That's better. Xiaoxiao smiled contentedly, stowing her wand and pulling Draco to his feet. Meanwhile, the trio and Hagrid remained uneasy, finding it difficult to trust Draco entirely. Are you sure he'll keep the secret? I'm feeling a bit worried. Ron voiced his concern. What do you mean, Weasley? Draco snapped. But Xiaoxiao quickly intervened. All right, I trust him enough. If he dares to spill anything, don't worry, I'll handle him myself. At this, Xiaoxiao shot a glare at Draco, who looked quite aggrieved. Fine, for now we'll have to trust him, Hagrid sighed, knowing full well the situation he was in. He certainly couldn't use the Obliviate charm on Draco, especially since he didn't even know how to perform it. Let us return to the dragon. Hermione redirected the conversation. Hagrid, you don't plan to keep it, do you? Fire dragons grow rapidly. It will surely be discovered. I want to part with Norbert, Hagrid declared. He can't be without his mommy. Besides, Norbert is still so small. He cannot survive alone. On the table, little Norbert puffed sparks, tilting his head curiously at the humans, adorably fierce. Come on, if you keep him at Hogwarts, my father will never agree, nor will the professors. You're still thinking of squealing. Malfoy quickly denied. Come on, use your brain. You all said he'll grow. Can you hide him from everyone then? Draco made a valid point, and Xiaoxiao turned to Hagrid. Hagrid, we know you can't bear to part with Norbert, but you must send him away. Dragons cannot be kept at Hogwarts. If you're worried about his survival, perhaps you could entrust him to Ron's brother. Didn't he just say his brother specializes in breeding fire dragons in Romania? He would surely know how to care for Norbert. But Hagrid struggled internally, fully aware of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic's regulations. Yet he simply could not let Norbert go. Could you give me 2 more days? After 2 days, Ron, you can have your brother send someone to take him away. Xiaoxiao recognized this as Hagrid's most significant concession, and did not push further, merely nodding. However, Hagrid, you must hide him well in these 2 days. Being discovered will lead to significant complications. I will keep a close watch on Draco as well. He won't breathe a word, Xiaoxiao assured him. Thank you, Xiaoxiao, and thank you all, Hagrid said, his voice thick with emotion. After leaving Hagrid's hut, the 5 made their way back to the castle. Due to Draco's presence, Harry chose not to use the invisibility cloak. The midnight castle appeared particularly silent, and suddenly, a meow echoed in the darkness. Xiaoxiao's expression shifted, and just as she was about to speak, she spotted Filch emerging from within. Look what I've found. 5 little mice sneaking out after hours. Filch scooped up Mrs. Norris, unaware that her earlier meow had been a warning to Xiaoxiao and the others. But it was too late. Never have I seen such a thing. I'll repeat myself. Never. Professor McGonagall is furious. There's no reason for you to be wandering about at this hour. Thus, as a form of punishment, each student will have 50 points deducted. Professor McGonagall was infuriated, while Hermione's eyes widened in shock at the thought of how many questions she would need to answer in class to make up for that loss. Furthermore, I require you to assist Hagrid in patrolling the Forbidden Forest tonight. It was incredulous that Professor McGonagall would send them into the Forbidden Forest. Draco was both frightened and enraged, yet he felt powerless to object, thinking to himself that he should have stayed inside. Very well, let us proceed. Tonight may not unfold peacefully. Hagrid took up a lantern and called for Fong. The night within the Forbidden Forest appeared dreadfully ominous, shrouded in a thick, misty white fog that obscured the moonlight, with the dense canopy of trees blocking it entirely. Draco was terrified, closely trailing behind Susan. In truth, Harry and the others were also apprehensive, though certainly not to the extent that Draco was. Hagrid halted before a patch of silvery liquid, crouching down and dipping his finger into it to take a whiff. This is the reason for our venture tonight. The blood of a unicorn. Hagrid stood up, his expression grave. A few weeks ago, I discovered a deceased unicorn, and the number of such occurrences has been increasing. It is evident from this pool of blood that the unicorn suffered greatly. Goodness, who could have done this? Hermione exclaimed. I do not know. But I am certain that anyone who would harm a unicorn possesses a heart of pure malice. Very well, we shall split up. The unicorn should be nearby. And we must find it to see if we can render aid. What? Split up? I refuse. Draco protested. Chapter 16. A gift for healing. Draco's protest fell on deaf ears, as he was assigned to a group with Susan and Harry. Oh, and the delightful Fong. I swear I will never venture out at night again. Draco trembled, not solely from the cold, but from fear. Relax, Draco. I will keep you safe. Susan reassured him as she walked ahead. If only her stature were taller, her words might have carried more weight. Suddenly Fong, who was leading the way, emitted a low whimper and halted, refusing to advance. What is it, Fong? Harry inquired, puzzled. He soon realized that not far ahead, in a clearing, a figure clad in a voluminous black cloak was hunched over a unicorn, seemingly drinking its blood. Hiss. Harry inhaled sharply, as the scar on his forehead throbbed without warning. At that moment, the figure noticed their presence and slowly rose, gliding towards them like a specter. Ah! Draco let out a shriek and, without a second thought, dashed backward, with Fong following suit in fright. Do not run, Draco. Susan worried he would get lost in the Forbidden Forest, but at that moment there was little time to consider. Voldemort was present, albeit in a weakened state. But he was still Voldemort. After all, having never faced him directly, Susan could not ascertain whether she could contend with him. Should I attempt the killing curse? No. No. If it fails, it would be disastrous. The Cruciatus curse? That should suffice, but Harry is still here. Stupefy. Sometimes the body moves faster than the mind. While her brain raced through the possible spells, her body instinctively acted. Voldemort clearly did not anticipate this, and was immediately knocked backward. Suddenly, the sound of hooves approached, and a tall figure burst forth from the trees, kicking towards Voldemort. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Voldemort, like a bat, skidded along the ground and fled deeper into the Forbidden Forest. You must leave this place. The Forbidden Forest is no longer safe. The centaur turned to them, his gaze finally resting on Harry. Harry Potter, most creatures in the Forbidden Forest recognize you. Oh, and you, the little witch with a familiar aura. Your spell earlier was quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Susan replied with a smile. Wait, what was that creature? Harry asked, still shaken. A monster, the centaur replied. Killing a unicorn is an abhorrent crime. It is an exceptionally pure being, and even the slightest sip of its blood can extend one's life. The monster's intentions are painfully clear, but to slay a unicorn, he must inevitably pay a dire price. What kind of price? Harry inquired cautiously. The moment one's lips touch unicorn blood, they are condemned to a life of half-existence, cursed to live every day thereafter in torment. Who would choose such a fate? Harry questioned in bewilderment. Susan suddenly interjected. Certainly Voldemort would. No one desires resurrection and immortality more than he does. Susan paused. Do you remember Professor Quirrell? He is most likely Voldemort's servant, and when combined with the Philosopher's Stone, the truth becomes quite apparent. You are very astute, the centaur praised openly. Harry, Susan. They heard Hagrid's voice approaching. Oh, Firenze, it seems you have met young Potter and Susan. Hagrid greeted Firenze warmly. Are you both unharmed? We are fine, Hagrid. Is there still hope for it? Hermione asked, noticing the unicorn lying not far off. It is on the brink of death, Hagrid replied, unable to look at it, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Perhaps I can save it, Susan suddenly spoke from the side. Really? Everyone present, including Firenze, was taken aback. I can try, Susan said, lifting her chin, but I cannot guarantee success. How confident are you? Firenze asked, regarding her intently. If possible. No one wishes to see such a pure creature suffer a painful death. Uncertain, I would say about 60%. Then, I believe you should give it a try. Hagrid said. Even if you do not succeed, we will not blame you, nor will it. Very well, I understand. Susan took a deep breath and placed her hand over the unicorn's wound. The silvery blood stained her hands, warm to the touch. A gentle light radiated from Susan. and Firenze looked on in astonishment, lost in thought. What is this magic? How extraordinary! Ron exclaimed in disbelief. This is not magic. Firenze's voice was deep and resonant. Rather, it is a gift, a talent. Look, the unicorn is moving. Hermione suddenly pointed at the ground, where the unicorn began to breathe more deeply, and its neck wound was gradually healing. By Merlin's beard, this is truly miraculous. Draco stood nearby, dumbfounded. Susan remained silent, her life force continuously flowing into the unicorn. This was her healing gift, expending her vitality to restore another. When her family first discovered this talent, they were elated. But upon realizing that its use came at the cost of Susan's life force, they promptly forbade her from employing it again. Though they found that the vitality she expended could be replenished through sleep, and that her body would instinctively cease output when reaching a critical limit, the risk remained considerable. And Susan, this was the third time in many years she had utilized this ability. She did not view it as a bad power. After all, she would not perish from it, merely needing a few days of rest. Finally, as she neared that critical limit, Susan withdrew her hand, the light gradually fading. It is fine now. I feel a bit sleepy, but I will be alright after a nap, so do not worry. No sooner had she spoken than Susan transformed back into her feline form, and curled up on the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Upon witnessing the scene, Draco instinctively stepped forward, intending to lift her into his arms, but was preempted by Hermione, leaving him to stand idly by. Hermione cautiously cradled Xiaoxiao in her embrace, feigning calmness though her heart was heavy with concern. Despite being unaware of the intricacies of her condition, an unsettling premonition lingered within her. Firenze seemed to sense this unease. Xiaoxiao appeared exceedingly fragile, and it was likely she would remain in this weakened state for several days. The unicorn, having evidently recovered, approached Hermione, gently nudging Xiaoxiao with its head as if recognizing its savior. Is there any way to help her recover? Hermione inquired. However, Firenze merely shook his head. Perhaps there is, or perhaps there is not. After bidding farewell to the unicorn and Firenze, Hagrid led the group away from the forbidden forest. They returned to their respective dormitories, while Hermione carefully laid Xiaoxiao upon her bed, vigilantly watching over her as she drifted into slumber. Chapter 17. The House Cup. Xiaoxiao remained in a deep sleep for an entire week. The circumstances surrounding her fainting spell, which had arisen from her efforts to save the unicorn, had become common knowledge among the professors and students alike. After all, one cannot conceal such matters indefinitely. Her repeated absences from class had inevitably drawn attention. Consequently, she was relocated to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey tended to her with utmost care. During Xiaoxiao's slumber, a significant event unfolded at Hogwarts. The trio, upon entering the trapdoor, navigated through numerous obstacles, ultimately leading Harry to the final challenge alone. Contrary to both the film and the original text, Harry found Professor Quirrell already lifeless before the Mirror of Erist. However, Voldemort remained unseen. For a moment, Harry believed the Philosopher's Stone had already fallen into Voldemort's grasp. As he approached the mirror to inspect, he did not behold the visage of his parents, but rather that of Xiaoxiao. Harry, is that you? Though unsure if he would heed her counsel, she continued, if you are witnessing this apparition, it is a clear indication that you have disregarded my advice and arrived here. Though merely a projection left by Xiaoxiao in the mirror, Harry felt an involuntary flush of embarrassment at her words. Returning to the matter at hand, she confessed, I am uncertain whether my plan has succeeded entirely. If it has, you should now see Quirrell's corpse. Harry cast a furtive glance at the already stiffened body on the ground, and instinctively nodded. Do not fear, Harry, nor should you worry about Voldemort seizing the Philosopher's Stone. In truth, I had already removed the stone and cast a spell upon this mirror. Quirrell met his demise at the hands of that very curse. As for Voldemort, I did not anticipate his demise as well, so I have left him a rather grand gift in the mirror. What it is, I shall not disclose here, but I will reveal it to you all in due time. In the headmaster's office, Harry recounted everything he had witnessed. Professor McGonagall, upon hearing his account, was astounded that Xiaoxiao had undertaken such actions in secrecy. Yet, it must be acknowledged that she possessed remarkable foresight and capability. However, her intentions regarding the gift left for Voldemort piqued even greater curiosity. It was no wonder that Snape interjected abruptly, his tone laden with intrigue. On the night the troll appeared, I feared someone had intentionally lured everyone away to steal the Philosopher's Stone. When I investigated, I found the stone unharmed. It appears that was also a projection left by Xiaoxiao, akin to an illusion. Truly remarkable, a mere young witch possessing such an astonishing intellect and prowess. Harry regarded Snape with surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed Snape extolling someone's virtues, especially one from Gryffindor. As for Dumbledore, he displayed little reaction, having already sensed the truth. At that time, I harbored some misconceptions about her, believing her intentions in taking the stone mirrored those of Voldemort. Dumbledore began slowly, his eyes betraying unmasked admiration. I believe I owe her an apology upon her awakening. However, how long has she been unconscious? If there are no signs of her waking soon, Minerva, I think it prudent to contact our counterparts in China. After all, this incident transpired at Hogwarts, and we should not conceal it from them. Of course, Headmaster, I will do so. I shall visit the infirmary to check on her. McGonagall nodded. Very well. Unless there are further matters, you may attend to your own affairs. In the infirmary, Hermione settled beside Xiaoxiao's bed. Draco had already paid her a visit, but upon Hermione's arrival, he took his leave. The bedside table was laden with food, a testament to the kindness of their classmates. Watching the slumbering orange cat, Hermione's visage was fraught with worry as she gently stroked the soft fur on Xiaoxiao's back, attuning herself to the rhythm of her breathing. Miss Granger. A voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Professor McGonagall. Hermione rose to greet her, and McGonagall inquired about Xiaoxiao's condition, only to regretfully report that there had been no signs of awakening in recent days. Headmaster Dumbledore has indicated that if this continues, we must contact our counterparts in China, as they have a right to be informed. Will they take Xiaoxiao away? Hermione asked, her heart heavy with reluctance. She did not wish for Xiaoxiao to leave, yet she was also anxious about her deteriorating condition, caught in a tumult of conflicting emotions. This is all for her safety, McGonagall offered reassuringly, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward the bed. Wait, wasn't Sue still on the bed just now? What? Yes, she was. My goodness, where is Xiaoxiao? Hermione exclaimed, lifting the covers only to find nothing. Hey, were you looking for me? Suddenly, a familiar voice chimed from the windowsill where an orange cat basked in the sunlight, its beautiful fur shimmering. Xiaoxiao gracefully leapt down from the windowsill. Yet she did not revert to her human form as she usually would. Xiaoxiao, you're finally awake, Hermione exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Xiaoxiao, nearly brought to tears. McGonagall also breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see her awake. Hee, didn't I mention? I simply needed to slumber for a while to regain my energy. She refrained from saying life force, fearing it would rekindle their worries. However, I am still unable to transform back into my human form, Professor McGonagall. May I request a few more days off? McGonagall readily acquiesced, adding that she could attend classes whenever she wished, even if it meant merely resting her head on the desk. By the way, there is one thing we are all quite curious about, McGonagall suddenly recalled. What exactly did you leave for Voldemort? Xiaoxiao chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much, just a golden hoop. A golden hoop? Yes, a golden hoop, Xiaoxiao elaborated. A special one that, when enchanted, can torment him endlessly, and cannot be removed. Although merely a replica, once he dons it, Voldemort will pose no threat. At the year-end feast at Hogwarts, Xiaoxiao, restored to her human form, sat on a long bench with her friends, laughing and enjoying the delectable Chinese dishes prepared by Pippi and the others, occasionally making rounds to the Slytherin table. Xiaoxiao was well-liked, and it would not be an exaggeration to call her the queen of socializing at Hogwarts. At the professor's table, Professor McGonagall tapped her fork against her glass, and the hall fell silent. Headmaster Dumbledore rose to deliver a speech. Another year has passed, and much has transpired within the walls of Hogwarts. However, since these events belong to the past year, I shall refrain from recounting them, as you are all well aware. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Now, it is time to award the House Cup. As expected, Slytherin briefly claimed the lead, but Dumbledore swiftly shifted his focus, awarding an additional 50 points to the trio for their contributions in safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. Though the stone had long been taken by someone, their spirit was indeed commendable. At last, Miss Sue from Huaxia, in the previous year, valiantly defeated a giant, rescuing her classmates, and through her intellect, safeguarded something of great importance. Her kindness and selflessness led her to save the pure and innocent unicorn. I believe that her actions warrant an additional 150 points for Gryffindor. Chapter 18. Harry's Guardianship. The long-awaited summer vacation finally arrived. At King's Cross Station, Xiaoxiao repeatedly reminded her friends to convene at the airport the following morning. Although the trio was taken aback and astonished to discover that Draco would also join them on this journey to Huaxia, they refrained from voicing any objections out of respect for Xiaoxiao. Draco cradled a small flower pot containing the Pandora seeds gifted to him by Xiaoxiao. Despite having nurtured them for so long without any signs of sprouting, he remained steadfast in his belief that he would eventually succeed in cultivating them. After bidding farewell to their friends, Xiaoxiao and Harry proceeded to the Dursleys' residence on Privet Drive. Throughout the journey, Harry was visibly anxious. Upon arrival at the doorstep, he suddenly whispered, "Perhaps I should not go in. I fear I might cause you trouble." "Do not think like that, Harry. Trust me, everything will be perfectly fine." Xiaoxiao reassured him with a wink and a comforting glance. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Dudley, whose expression morphed into one of disgust upon spotting Harry and Xiaoxiao. "Mum, Dad, it's Harry. And he has brought a girl," he exclaimed, incredulity lacing his tone. "What? How can this be?" Inside, Vernon's irritable voice rang out, accompanied by Petunia's shrill screams. "I knew it. I should never have let him attend that wretched magic school. And now he has even learned to date. Step aside, you fat oaf." Xiaoxiao stepped forward, merely flicking her fingers, which sent Dudley tumbling aside with an unusual force. "Dudley!" Petunia shrieked, glaring at Xiaoxiao. "How dare you use magic on my precious son?" Silence. Xiaoxiao's eyes glimmered with a green light, and upon meeting her gaze, Petunia seemed entranced, rendered motionless. "What have you done to Petunia?" Vernon stormed towards her, but upon seeing her glowing green eyes, a surge of fear gripped him. Before he could react, he too succumbed to the same enchantment as Petunia. Dudley, terrified, let out a strange cry before fainting. Harry was stupefied. This was his first close encounter witnessing Xiaoxiao utilize her ocular magic. Although he had glimpsed her in action during the giant incident, the creature's immense size had obscured his view of her, leaving him with only a sense of longing. "Now, you go fetch some paper and a pen. The content will state that we voluntarily transfer the guardianship of Harry James Potter to his godsister, Miss Xiaoxiao. From this moment on, they will no longer concern themselves with Harry's life, nor retain any rights to nurture or manage him." Once the command was given, Vernon stiffly ambled off to procure the necessary supplies. Harry stood in bewilderment, hastily interjecting, "Wait, godsister? And what do you mean by transferring guardianship? I'm a bit confused." "Ah, I forgot to mention," Xiaoxiao replied. "After I conveyed your situation to my family, my mother expressed profound sympathy and concern for you. Thus, she wishes to adopt you as her godson, liberating you from this burdensome control. Therefore, my mother tasked me with finding a way to secure your guardianship. Clearly, mere words would not suffice, as they are utterly unyielding, so I resorted to this method. I apologize for not informing you beforehand, but I trust you one refuse. Will you?" Harry, still dazed, nodded slowly, his mind racing with thoughts of Xiaoxiao's earlier words. Had he truly just been adopted by her family? So effortlessly. Had he become part of Xiaoxiao's world? Family. Did Xiaoxiao's family genuinely wish to embrace him? It was only when she led him away from the Dursleys, and they settled into a corner at the leaky cauldron, that he remained in a daze. Xiaoxiao produced a distant mirror, meowing twice, which conjured the visage of Su Baibai on its surface. Seated on a couch, Su Baibai glanced up from her book, recognizing Xiaoxiao, and exclaimed, "Dad, Mum, it's your precious daughter." She then closed her book and added, "Tomorrow, Mum and I will be at the airport to greet you. By the way, who is that beside you?" "Oh, this is little Harry. We just left his aunt's home." At that moment, Li Yunshu, Xiaoxiao's mother, approached, unceremoniously shoving Su Baibai aside with a beaming smile. "Darling, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Oh my, is this little Harry? He is absolutely adorable." Xiaoxiao gently nudged Harry with her elbow, bringing him back to reality as he glanced at the mirror. Li Yunshu's praise made him blush, and due to the language barrier, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, Mum, I handled it flawlessly. Here, this is the document handwritten by Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, complete with their signatures and fingerprints. They couldn't possibly renege on this." Xiaoxiao proudly displayed the agreement. Li Yunshu gave her a thumbs up, "Just like my daughter. By the way, I notice little Harry seems a bit bewildered. Make sure to have a good chat with him today. Also, regarding the language barrier, I recall giving you the understanding pill last Christmas, right? Don't forget to let Harry have one." Got it. I'll end this call now, okay?" "Sure. Take care." With a gentle swipe across the mirror, it returned to its ordinary state. Harry gazed at her, puzzled. "What were you just talking about?" "Oh, nothing much. Just that my mum is eager to meet you both and reminded me of a few things," Xiaoxiao replied, rummaging through her storage pouch for a while. "What are you searching for?" Harry inquired curiously. "Found it." Xiaoxiao held up a small porcelain vial containing the understanding pill, which, when consumed, would enable the user to comprehend all known human languages. "Here, take one. Once we arrive in Huaxia tomorrow, you won't need to worry about language barriers." Harry accepted the vial, observing the pill resembling a chocolate bean. Without hesitation, he placed it in his mouth. It does taste a bit like chocolate. This can't be a trick, right? How does it feel? Su Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. I don't feel anything. It just tastes like chocolate. Harry instinctively replied in Huaxia language. Mid-sentence, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide. I can speak Huaxia now? Harry cautiously uttered another sentence, confirming the language. He was at a loss for words to describe his emotions. It was simply too cool. Hey, once we arrive in Huaxia, there will be plenty of amazing experiences awaiting you. And from now on, you will be my little brother living in my home. You'll need to get used to it. Su Xiaoxiao patted his shoulder. By the way, we're at the Leaky Cauldron tonight. So I'll head downstairs to get some food. You can take a rest. As Harry watched Su Xiaoxiao's departing figure, he struggled to calm his racing heart. Chapter 19. The Su family in Huaxia. After a hasty dinner, Harry lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The events of the afternoon had been so sudden and unexpected that he was utterly unprepared. In a bewildering twist of fate, he had become part of Su Xiaoxiao's family. Previously, such a notion was beyond his wildest imaginings. While he sometimes envied, even begrudged, Su Xiaoxiao for having a blissful family reminiscent of a comic book, he had never envisioned himself escaping the Dursleys, let alone becoming a member of her family. Yet this extravagant wish had come true today. To express discontent would be a falsehood. However, his predominant emotion was one of concern. He feared his inability to assimilate. Nevertheless, even in such uncertainty, it was surely preferable to being at the Dursleys. He did not yearn for a true familial bond. A mere hint of warmth akin to home would suffice. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Harry gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Su Xiaoxiao and Harry hastily departed for the airport. Having consumed nothing but a sip of beverage, they arrived a mere 10 minutes before their agreed-upon time, only to find Hermione and Draco already waiting, with Ron yet to make his appearance. Goodness, you finally arrived. You have no idea how torturous the wait was, Hermione exclaimed as she embraced Xiaoxiao. Draco, standing nearby, merely scoffed, who isn't feeling the same. Shortly thereafter, Ron arrived accompanied by Mrs. Weasley and the twins. Oh Harry, it's so wonderful to see you, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, enveloping Harry in a warm embrace. Turning to Su Xiaoxiao, she added, you must be Miss Su. I trust you will take good care of Ron during this trip to Huaxia. After Ron shared the details with us, neither I nor the Weasleys had any objections. I've heard such splendid things about Huaxia. We must visit as a family one day. You must come to my home as well. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mrs. Weasley and the twins bid them farewell as they boarded the plane. This is my first time on an airplane, Ron observed, his eyes wide with curiosity as they settled into first class, devoid of any other passengers. Humph, simpleton, what is there to be amazed about? It's merely a contraption created by muggles, devoid of any magic, utterly dull. Draco could not refrain from expressing his disdain, though his fascinated gaze betrayed his true feelings. Silence. Malfoy, your eyes are giving you away, Ron retorted unapologetically. Observing their playful banter, Su Xiaoxiao smiled silently, realizing that they could indeed coexist harmoniously. You dare insult me? Do you want me to tell my father? Just as tensions escalated, Su Xiaoxiao quickly intervened. Well, perhaps the harmony was not as profound as it appeared. Their initial excitement about flying soon waned with the passage of time, and they awoke from their slumber just as the plane touched down. Welcome to Huaxia, my friends. Upon disembarking, Su Xiaoxiao led her companions out of the terminal, where she immediately spotted Su Baibai. Brother, we're here, she called out, and Su Baibai turned to approach them. I've been waiting here with Mom forever. You've finally arrived. Hurry and get in the car, Mom has been anxious about you. Su Baibai's vehicle was a white hongqi, which appeared unremarkable from the outside, but was inscribed with spatial runes within. Upon entering, Harry and the others were astonished, while Su Xiaoxiao remained unfazed. Unlike the cultural aesthetics of England, the interior was spacious and adorned in a style rich with Huaxia influences, evoking a sense of curiosity among them. It's simply magnificent, Harry exclaimed, exploring the surroundings with eager eyes. Ah, you finally arrived, a melodious voice chimed in. And Su Mama, elegantly clad in a dark blue qipao, approached gracefully, her eyes immediately finding Harry. Oh Harry dear, come here for a hug. Harry, taken aback, stammered, and Mom? Of course my child. Though we've only just met today, as family, you shall call me Mama just like Xiaoxiao does. Su Mama winked at him, affectionately tousling his hair before embracing Hermione and the others. Such well-behaved children, you're all so charming. Come sit over here. I've prepared some homemade snacks for you. Fearing you might be hungry, Su Mama cheerfully led Harry and the others to a nearby wooden table, while Su Baibai took the wheel, assuming the role of driver. In the back, Su Mama engaged in lively conversation with the group, and thanks to the preemptive consumption of a translation potion, there were no language barriers to impede their dialogue. Hermione was utterly captivated by the scenery outside the window, where ancient Huaxia architecture harmoniously coexisted with modern skyscrapers, creating a seamless blend of tradition and innovation. No wonder Huaxia is considered the world's foremost nation. Such a country is leagues ahead of us, Hermione remarked, lost in admiration. Indeed, our essence is rooted in unity, whether among our kind or with ordinary folk outside. All we desire is peaceful coexistence. Although misunderstandings have arisen in the past, once resolved, nothing can hinder the harmony between our two races. Su Mama reflected, gazing out the window and reminiscing about the past. The inevitability of peace and unity transcends our differences. At heart, we are all the same. I understand now, Hermione mused, a small seed of thought taking root in her heart. Does this mean your existence has been revealed? Not quite, though it seems there are those who entertain such notions. However, such matters are far more complex than mere words, as they involve the interests of foreign wizards. Alongside Hermione, Xiaoxiao noticed that Draco too appeared contemplative. Perhaps this journey to Huaxia would yield significant insights for him. The Su family estate sprawled across a vast expanse, distinctly different from the Malfoy Manor. Nestled within the mountains, it seamlessly integrated with the surrounding wilderness. To prevent accidental encounters with ordinary individuals, the entire estate was cloaked in protective enchantments. Without guidance from a member of the Su family, one could easily become lost in the depths of the mountains. Li Yinshu produced a Su family token, prompting Harry and the others to place their hands upon it, thereby recording their essence. This meant that even without their identity tokens, they could freely enter and exit the Su estate. Let us proceed, Li Yinshu declared, tucking the token away and leading the way. Merlin's beard. Ron and the others exclaimed in astonishment as an ancient and ornate door materialized before them. Upon entering, they were greeted by a breathtaking scene that defied description, leaving their minds to conjure the phrase super wealthy as they took it all in. Chapter 20. The Cat Butler and the Porcelain Doll. As they traversed the winding cobblestone path, Su Xiaoxiao's companions gazed around in wide-eyed wonder. A stream cascaded down between the gaps of a colossal cat statue, intricately carved by mystical artistry, splashing water onto the vibrant, exotic flowers that flourished nearby. On either side of the path lay natural flower beds, teeming with brilliantly colored, yet unfamiliar blossoms that swayed gently in the breeze, their fragrances attracting plump bees and ethereal butterflies. Welcome to the Su-style estate, meow. Just as they continued forward, a stone cat butler, perched beneath a hanging lantern, suddenly spoke, startling Harry. What is this? He exclaimed. I sincerely apologize for the fright. Young Master Harry, the cat butler, clad in a traditional Chinese suit and round spectacles, replied with a slight bow, shaking off a shower of stones. I am the cat butler, meow. A cat butler? Ron asked, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Were you once a stone? No, esteemed guest, I am a living cat spirit with a soul. As you see, my abilities are tied to the earth, hence I appear as I did a moment ago when still. I also possess the ability to create avatars, so you will encounter my likeness throughout the estate. Should you find yourselves lost, simply seek the cat butler. I will assist you. Li Yinshu chuckled, greeting the cat butler before guiding everyone onward. The socks of Merlin. Little Xiaoxiao, your home is simply vast and exquisite. I find myself feeling a twinge of envy towards Harry, Ron whispered as he leaned closer to Su Xiaoxiao. What is there to envy? If you like it, you can visit my house often in the future. But Huaxia is so far away. What is there to fear? At worst, after graduation, you can come to work in Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Ron found it quite reasonable. Yet when he thought of his own grades, the sparkle in his eyes dimmed once more. Perhaps it's better to let it be. Passing through a grand archway shaped like a cat, trimmed from an unknown plant, they stepped onto a crescent-shaped bridge. After wandering past rows of traditional Huaxia architecture, they finally arrived at the main house. Xiaoxiao, with so many rooms, don't you think it's wasteful to leave them empty? Hermione inquired, seated on a sofa adorned with golden velvet, sipping the hot tea that Su Baibai had offered. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Not at all. Many of the empty rooms are reserved for the staff, and there are also guest rooms. Although it appears to be many, each room serves its purpose. Do you have other servants? House elves? Or are they all like the cat butler? Huaxia doesn't have house elves. But we do have porcelain dolls and the snail maiden. Porcelain dolls? Snail maiden? Draco's ears perked up, and he curiously leaned closer. Porcelain dolls and the snail maiden are common servants in some Huaxia households. In our home, there are more snail maidens than porcelain dolls. as the latter have rather foul tempers. If they become angered, they may approach the person and curse them with foul sores. With such a temperament you still keep them? Draco was taken aback. Indeed, because aside from that flaw, porcelain dolls possess many advantages. Firstly, they do not require food or drink like snail maidens do. The crucial point is that snail maidens only appear at night, leaving their resting water tanks. Ah. That explains why I saw some water tanks in the courtyards when we arrived. I thought they were merely for storing water, Hermione realized. By the way, why didn't we see them on our way here? Harry asked curiously. Do you wish to meet them? Xiaoxiao munched on a chip and clapped her hands. Golden dolls, silver dolls, none can compare to our porcelain dolls at home. As soon as Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a small doll, only half a person's height, suddenly appeared before her. She had a round figure, dressed in a chest-high dress, with large eyes and a beaming smile, her hair styled into 2 little buns. At first glance, she resembled a real person, exceedingly adorable. However, upon closer inspection, the porcelain doll's skin was as smooth as ceramic, with textures akin to that of fine pottery. As she walked, she emitted a delightful tinkling sound. The porcelain doll moved her dark eyes and tilted her head, asking, "Miss, do you have any instructions?" "Nothing much, my friends just wish to meet you." The porcelain doll blinked and replied, "What is so interesting about that?" "Boring." With that, she vanished in a flash. See, their tempers are indeed quite foul, but one gets used to it, and they are very diligent in their work. Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders and resumed munching on her chips. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the porcelain doll's temper was rather unpleasant. In the afternoon, Xiaoxiao's father, Su Wumuo, hurried home. There was little work at the department today, and knowing that Xiaoxiao and her friends had returned, he rushed home after finishing his shift. As he emerged from the teleportation chamber, Su Wumuo called out to the living room, "My dear precious daughter, come out and let daddy give you a hug." In Su Baibai's study, Xiaoxiao, entangled with her brother, who was drawing talismans for her friends, heard their father's call but pretended not to hear. She watched as Su Baibai dipped his brush in cinnabar and deftly created a talisman on yellow paper, completing it in one fluid motion. "Xiaoxiao, is this the talisman you mentioned that allows us to temporarily experience the ability of eye techniques?" Hermione gazed intently at the freshly drawn talisman beside Su Baibai, her eyes sparkling with keen interest. "Exactly. Hee, let me tell you. My brother is the sole disciple of the current head of the Maoshan sect from the demon clan. Drawing talismans is his forte. Some upper disciples of Maoshan are no match for my brother." Once Su Xiaoxiao began talking about her brother, she couldn't contain her pride. Being praised by his younger sister was a delightful experience for Su Baibai, but he feigned modesty, lightly tapping her. "Don't say such things. How could I possibly compare with my fellow disciples? It's simply a matter of differing areas of expertise. For instance, I can manage talisman drawing, but alchemy is beyond me." "How peculiar, big brother. You're even being modest now," Su Xiaoxiao teased. "Are you putting on a show because my friends are here?" Having his sister expose him, Su Baibai's eyelids twitched, and with a snap he broke the brush in his hand. "Su Xiaoxiao. Oh no, I must flee." Su Xiaoxiao sensed trouble and dashed away, leaving Harry and the others exchanging glances. "That child." Su Baibai sighed, discarding the broken brush, and retrieving a new one to finish the last talisman. After gently blowing it dry, he distributed it among everyone. This illusion talisman is quite simple to use, just tear it apart. However, the duration is limited to only 15 minutes, so make sure to use it wisely. Thank you. Chapter 21. The 180th birthday celebration of grandfather. The first dinner at Su Xiaoxiao's home was prepared by the Snail Maiden and Li Yunshu, featuring a grand spread that could easily be called a Manchu Han imperial feast. Dishes included Peking duck, Kung Pao chicken, Buddha jumps over the wall, stewed chicken ribs, and Northeast-style mixed stew, representing a plethora of delicacies from Huaxia, both ancient and modern. The desserts were equally sumptuous, visually appealing and delicious, leaving Harry and the others overwhelmed with choices. "Wow, this is too good. I've never had such exquisite food in my life," Ron exclaimed, utterly satisfied, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his round belly, glancing at the remaining food, still wishing to continue, but his stomach would not allow it. "Madam, what shall we do with the leftover food? Won't it be wasteful?" Hermione inquired. Li Yunshu smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry, dear. The leftover food is generally consumed by the servants. It won't go to waste." Hermione nodded, understanding that although it was leftover, it was still a grand feast. And some dishes had barely been touched, so it was reasonable for the servants to enjoy them. It's also to avoid waste. "All right, children. I believe everyone has finished eating, yes? Let us all rest early tonight. Tomorrow we are going to your grandfather's house." "Ah, Dad. I almost forgot that tomorrow is grandfather's 180th birthday, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, groaning inwardly at the thought of encountering that little rascal Li Yuanbao again. Just the thought of last year when that pesky boy nearly pulled out her soft, beautiful cat fur sent shivers down her spine. Su Baibai, seeing through her thoughts, chuckled. Don't worry, Li Yuanbao won't be there tomorrow. He has been taken away by an elder from Wudong, and he probably won't return for the next couple of years. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. How could someone as mischievous as Li Yuanbao even catch the attention of a Wudong elder? He suddenly had a breakthrough at the end of last year, and showed considerable talent in martial arts and swordsmanship. The elder happened to be present at the time, recognized his potential, and took him as a disciple to teach him. That is good to hear. Su Xiaoxiao sighed with relief. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Harry lay in bed, the night outside filled with stars and the chorus of insects, radiating tranquility, suppressing his excitement. He reminisced about the day's events at the Su residence, where Su Baibai's thoughtful gestures and the warm, familial treatment from Su's parents made him feel as though he were their own son, enveloping him in a sense of warmth. Is this the feeling of home? How delightful. With a heart finally at ease, Harry embraced this warmth and drifted into slumber. The following morning, one by one, everyone awoke, and without exception, they discovered neatly folded new garments on the benches beside their beds. After changing into their new attire and freshening up, they descended the stairs. Clad in ethereal long robes and flowing skirts, they bore an enchanting elegance. Despite their Western appearance, Harry and the others exuded a unique charm in traditional Chinese attire. Draco was the last to come down, awkwardly navigating the stairs step by step. Mrs. Su had prepared for him an elegant light blue long robe, cinched at the waist with a crescent white jade pendant. His demeanor was refined, reminiscent of a gentle noble from ancient times, if one could overlook his face. Nonetheless, he was quite handsome. What is this attire? It looks rather intricate, Draco remarked, feeling somewhat self-conscious under Su Xiaoxiao's admiring gaze. Fortunately, the magic of the robe helped him don it effortlessly. Not bad, Draco. If you refrain from speaking, you appear rather dashing. Draco's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean? Su Xiaoxiao merely laughed, leaving Draco feeling increasingly uneasy. All right, children, we must set off. The graceful Mrs. Su called from the door of the teleportation chamber. Come quickly. Wuma and the others have already arrived. Coming. Su Xiaoxiao dashed forward, followed closely by Harry, Hermione, and the others. What is this? Ron inquired. This is the spatial teleportation platform I mentioned earlier. You simply need to stand on it, Su Xiaoxiao explained. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, she ran onto the pure white platform, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished with a whoosh. The four were momentarily stunned, while Mrs. Su smiled and said, So who's next? Me. Hermione raised her hand. Good girl, go ahead. Hermione nodded, stepping forward hesitantly, and standing on the platform. Just like before. She too disappeared in an instant. Goodness. Perhaps due to her first experience with spatial teleportation, Hermione felt a bit disoriented and dizzy. Are you alright, Hermione? Su Xiaoxiao asked, supporting her with concern. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. It will pass, Hermione replied, shaking her head. This is truly amazing and so convenient. Indeed it is. Just then, the others began to arrive one after another. Fourth Miss, young master, and all esteemed guests, welcome to the Li residence, greeted an elderly gray rat butler, Li Hui, whose family had served the Li family for generations. Despite being a rat demon, his status within the Li household was not low. Under butler Li Hui's guidance, they exited the teleportation chamber and entered the main hall. Though it was still morning, many had gathered for the birthday celebration. Apart from those with familial ties, many were acquaintances amassed by the old master Li over the years, with various other demon clans sending their heirs or elders to attend the banquet, creating a lively atmosphere. Observing the diverse array of guests in the hall, Harry and the others were bewildered. Had they not been informed beforehand, they might have thought they had stumbled into a masquerade ball. Xiaoxiao, Harry, come over and greet everyone. Upon entering the hall, Mrs. Su began to greet the guests and called for Su Xiaoxiao and Harry. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Baibai were accustomed to this, but it was Harry's first experience. Overwhelmed by the enthusiastic relatives and friends of adults, he obediently addressed them as Mrs. Su instructed, appearing quite the obedient child. After finally escaping the clutches of the adults, Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled the socially anxious Harry away from the hall. Hermione and the others had seemingly disappeared, but judging by the state of the hall, they likely could not endure it any longer either. Why, you have so many relatives, Xiaoxiao, and they are all so enthusiastic, Harry said, his expression one of astonishment. Su Xiaoxiao sympathetically patted his shoulder, You must learn to adapt, Harry. Such scenes will not diminish but only increase in the future, trust me. Hearing this, Harry's face paled instantly. Chapter 22. A Great Misfortune. What are you doing here? In the backyard, Xiaoxiao and Harry finally found Hermione and the others, who were gathered around a large tree, deep in discussion. Hey, you finally escaped, Ron exclaimed, turning to them and waving his hands. Come over. We discovered something fun. What fun? Xiaoxiao asked, glancing at the ancient tree. She remembered climbing it frequently during her childhood visits to her grandfather's home, often spending entire afternoons atop its branches. Once, the adults searched for her in vain until the old tree, unable to bear it any longer, shook her down. That's right, this big tree is also a demon. Grandpa tree. Haha, is that little Xiaoxiao back again? Goodness. I told you it could talk. You all didn't believe me. Draco crossed his arms, speaking disdainfully. Hey, it's a holiday, and today is my grandfather's birthday, Xiaoxiao explained, walking up to the tree. Grandpa tree, are you playing tricks on people again? I can't help it. A few unfamiliar young folks have come, and I must entertain myself. Of course you can, Grandpa tree. Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully. Gazing up at the tree's lush foliage, the red ribbons tied with bells swaying in the breeze, creating a delightful sound. Let me introduce you. These are my good friends from school. Draco, Hermione, Ron and Harry, who is now my godbrother, hee. A fine group of children. The tree's voice resonated with joy. By the way, my dear, here is something for you. Suddenly, the tree shook its limbs, the rustling leaves and jingling bells merging into a melodious symphony. A branch extended down, adorned with plump, glistening fruits that looked incredibly tempting. Share these with your friends. Consider them a token of my greeting. Thank you, Grandpa tree. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, plucking the fruits. The ancient tree smiled and fell silent. Here, one for each of you. These are marvelous treats that can enhance your magical abilities. But we don't have magical abilities, Ron said, a bit dejected as he took a bite of the fruit, which was sweet and delicious. Isn't magic the same as magical ability? Xiaoxiao countered. After all, they are both energy, so it doesn't matter. Xiaoxiao. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind. Xiaoyan. Xiaoxiao turned to see several familiar figures approaching. You little imp. You didn't even say hello before dashing off to school in England. Do you still remember us, your friends? Huang Yunyan, a fiery red-haired girl with a feisty temperament, rushed over to unleash her complaints on Xiaoxiao. I'm sorry. Don't be angry, Yunyan. Xiaoxiao quickly apologized, well aware of Huang Yunyan's temper. If she didn't concede now, it would be too late later. I'll let you off this time. Huang Yunyan crossed her arms, glancing at Xiaoxiao's companions. Aren't you going to introduce us? These are my good friends from Hogwarts. Hermione, Ron, Harry and Draco, Xiaoxiao introduced. These two are my friends from my days at the demon kindergarten. Huang Yunyan and Feng Xuyang. Yunyan and Xuyang are twin siblings. Although they hadn't spent much time in Huaxia, Hermione understood their surname, which piqued her curiosity. Hermione, right? Welcome to Huaxia. About our surname. It's like this. My brother and I belong to the Phoenix clan, and there's a family rule that girls take the mother's surname Huang, while boys take the father's surname Feng, Huang Yunyan explained. I see. Hermione nodded in understanding. By the way, where is Xiaoxiao? Isn't he coming? Xiaoxiao asked. Xiaoxiao was also a companion she had befriended during her time at the Demon Young Garden. The four of them shared a remarkably close bond. Ah. He was taken away by your father. As you know, Xiaoxiao possesses a remarkable talent for oratory, and your father has always held him in high regard, aspiring to see him join the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Xiaoxiao suddenly understood, her heart silently mourning for Xiaoxiao. He is merely eloquent, interjected the previously silent Feng Xuyang. Ahem, knowing the truth doesn't mean you should voice it, replied Huang Yunyan with a chuckle. Come on, the banquet is about to commence. The group of children then made their way towards the grand hall. The proceedings of the banquet were dreadfully monotonous, consisting merely of gift-giving and birthday wishes, followed by the birthday celebrant's speech, dining and post-meal mingling. Xiaoxiao, being of the younger generation, was seated at a table with the other youths, fortunate to be without the presence of adults. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been stifling. Furthermore, Hermione and the others had traveled from afar, unfamiliar with anyone but the Su family, leaving Xiaoxiao worried that the setting might render them uncomfortable. Finally, Xiaoxiao, who had been solitary, joined them. His gift of gab was indeed impressive. Perhaps he suffered from a form of social bravado, as he nearly coaxed Draco into singing, frightening the poor boy into a pale visage. Even Ron, who prided himself on his vivacity, fell silent, merely focusing on his meal. That lad even dared to challenge me. Dad. Utterly hilarious. The school has a strict prohibition against dueling between the Martial Arts Institute and the Liberal Arts Academy. I swiftly delivered his challenge to the teacher, who punished him by having him run 20 laps around the playground. By the end, he collapsed from exhaustion. Ha ha ha. Harry, right? Don't you find this story utterly amusing? He cackled. 20 laps. Each lap at our school is over 1,000 meters. That boy nearly ran himself to death. At this moment, an elderly man with long eyebrows and a dark green tortoiseshell on his back overheard the commotion and expressed his displeasure by striking Xiaoxiao with his cane. Ouch. Who struck Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao turned back, grumbling, and upon seeing the elder, quickly donned a smile. Ah, isn't this Grandpa Tortoise? Your strike is well placed indeed. After the meal, Li Huaxia, Su Xiaoxiao's grandfather, summoned her. His study was located on the second floor. Su Xiaoxiao knocked on the door. Grandfather, may I come in? Come in, dear, came the warm voice of Li Huaxia from within. Upon entering, Su Xiaoxiao discovered not only her grandfather, but also several close family members, alongside an elderly gentleman clad in a white robe, exuding an ethereal aura. Under the scrutiny of so many elder eyes, she felt exceedingly uneasy and cautiously approached her grandfather's side. Is something amiss? Xiaoxiao, we were discussing whether to allow you to continue your studies in England, Li Huaxia explained. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, confused as to why this topic had suddenly arisen. But I am doing well at Hogwarts. This matter was best left for the Taoist priest to elucidate. Su Xiaoxiao then turned her gaze towards the elder in white robes, who without a word, produced a bamboo stick from thin air, and handed it to her. With a puzzled expression, Su Xiaoxiao accepted it and upon inspection, she noted a few ominous characters inscribed upon it. Great misfortune. The atmosphere instantly turned grave. Su Xiaoxiao stared despondently at the bamboo stick's inscription, unable to fathom what calamity could possibly befall her. Voldemort? After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head, dismissing that name. Not only was she aware of the unfolding narrative, but she could also preemptively eradicate Voldemort in his infancy. Even if he were to resurrect, she doubted he could pose any threat to her. After all, she possessed mystical arts and magical skills that Voldemort could never comprehend, and more crucially, she had an abundance of lives. It is well known that cat demons have 9 lives. Though this had not been previously stated, it did not imply that she lacked them. Grindelwald? Even less likely, he was old, confined for years in the desolate Neumont. By the later stages of the narrative, even Voldemort could easily handle him. It was conceivable that Grindelwald had deliberately chosen not to resist, but he undeniably lacked his former strength. With the 2 most significant dangers eliminated, Su Xiaoxiao truly could not imagine what on earth could threaten her life at Hogwarts. Xiaoxiao, I understand that you are filled with dissatisfaction and confusion, but do you know who this is? Her grandfather Li Huaxia introduced. This is Taoist Lin Jingqi, an elder of the Maoshan sect and a master of divination. He is your brother by Bai's master, and is highly skilled in the art of fortune-telling. Too kind. I am but a mere novice, Lin Jingqi humbly replied, shifting his gaze toward Xiaoxiao. Child, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. I can only say so much. If you choose to remain in the country, we can ensure your safety on that day. However, if you insist on going abroad, should you encounter that calamity, it may prove to be a matter of life and death. I am aware that your family possesses 9 lives, but if all 9 were to vanish, it would lead to a fate of utter despair. Is it truly impossible to divulge even a hint about that calamity? Su Xiaoxiao pressed on, her determination unyielding. No. Lin Jingqi shook his head, reaching into his ample sleeve to retrieve a folded yellow talisman. This is the Mingxin talisman, meant for protection. Keep it close to you and never remove it. Will this help me withstand the calamity? Su Xiaoxiao asked, accepting the talisman with both hands. As it entered her grasp, she felt a warm current permeate her skin, bringing clarity to her mind. It cannot directly negate the calamity, but it may offer a glimmer of hope at a critical moment. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, tucking it away securely. Seeing her resolve, the others understood her choice and all sighed in unison. The elder felt equally helpless, wanting to offer further counsel, but ultimately holding back his words. Xiaoxiao has grown. Having her own thoughts and choices is a positive development, and we shall no longer interfere, Li Huaxia stated. Just promise your grandfather that no matter what you encounter, you will always inform us. Your family will always be your strongest support. I understand, Grandpa. Su Xiaoxiao snuggled into her grandfather's embrace. She was uncertain about what lay ahead, but as her grandfather had said, family would always be her steadfast support. It appeared that her plans to eradicate threats had to be expedited. She could no longer afford to waste time. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze grew resolute as she began to formulate her thoughts. Time passed swiftly, and the guests who had come to celebrate the birthday began to depart, returning to their respective homes. Apart from the Su and Li families, the others would remain for the night, likely not leaving until the following day. In the living room, a group of children led by Su Xiaoxiao gathered with their uncles, engaged in a game of do Zhihu, 3 of a kind. No. I play. Royal flush. Goodness, Harry, do you even know how to play? Hermione was utterly baffled by Harry's card-playing logic. It was already the 6th round, yet he remained so straightforward, playing whatever he had. Haha, can't handle it, can you? Su Xiaoxiao laughed heartily, while Draco and Ron joined in the ruckus. By the way, Uncle, I have something I wish to discuss, she said, tossing her cards to Draco. Then scampering over to her second uncle, offering him a shoulder massage in a feigned act of affection. Li Ming immediately grew wary, shifting away. What are you up to? Her second uncle, Li Ming, was quite slender, exuding an air of bookishness. Coupled with his gentle nature, he had been tricked by Xiaoxiao on numerous occasions, leaving him with a psychological scar, so when she leaned closer, his reaction was quite pronounced. Meanwhile, her fourth uncle, Li Qiu, found great amusement in witnessing his brother being outsmarted by Xiaoxiao. Oh, second uncle, don't shy away. I merely wish to show you my respect. Don't come with that. I'm not falling for your tricks. Li Ming replied, his expression filled with caution. You said the exact same thing last time, and nearly emptied my savings. Not to mention that your aunt found out and made me kneel on the washboard for an entire night. Mentioning this made Li Ming seethe with anger. It had taken him half a year of hard work to save that money, all of which was swindled away by that mischievous girl. Well, I ended up getting punished by Mom too, so let us call it even. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled. Let us be serious, second uncle. If my memory serves me right, you are the head of the space management department, aren't you? I warn you not to set your sights on my department. Li Ming's expression turned grave. This mischievous child had suddenly brought up a sensitive topic. There must be something amiss. Cough. How could you say that about me? He retorted. Indeed. Second uncle asserted with unwavering conviction. The others nodded in agreement. Su Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. Oh. Let me be frank. Here's the situation. I am attending Hogwarts, and the UK is simply too far from home. Thus, I was contemplating the establishment of a teleportation platform at Hogwarts, which would make my trips home significantly more convenient. Absolutely not. Li Ming decisively refused. Why not? Xiaoxiao prest. Although I hold the position of head of the space management department in Huaxia, my authority is only applicable domestically. Hogwarts is outside my jurisdiction. You could negotiate with Dumbledore, or the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and oh yes, don't forget the Minister of Magic, Fudge, Su Xiaoxiao suggested. If you find it troublesome, I can handle the first 2 for you. Just you? Li Ming shot her a sidelong glance. Even if you possess the ability to negotiate with Dumbledore, Fudge is notoriously obstinate. If he disagrees, then there is no hope. Furthermore, do not underestimate the complexity of the matter. Establishing a teleportation station at Hogwarts would only benefit you. To others, it is of little consequence. Without a vested interest, Fudge would never consent. Second brother speaks the truth, Xiaoxiao. You might as well abandon this notion. Li Qiu interjected suddenly. Is there truly no way? Su Xiaoxiao inquired, a hint of frustration in her voice, as she had previously promised Harry and the others. You should cease pondering these trivial matters and concentrate on your studies. Upon graduation, you can find a suitable position, which is far more advantageous, Li Ming advised, shaking his head and gently patting Su Xiaoxiao's head. All right, you all enjoy yourselves. I must check on how your cousin Zhu Jun's homework is progressing. Chapter 24. Fudge is a fool. After spending ample time at her grandfather's house, Su Xiaoxiao and her family, along with their friends, swiftly returned via the teleportation platform. One cannot deny that the cuisine in Huaxia is exquisite. Even Draco, who was raised in affluence, had never relished such delicacies and had gained a bit of roundness since his arrival. Hermione immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge. Recently, for reasons unknown, she had grown quite close to Su Baibai. Every evening when Su Baibai returned from school, they would engage in academic debates. Ron and Harry, on the other hand, had recently developed a fondness for the card game Do Zhihu. However, it is well known that Do Zhihu requires 3 players. They would have invited Hermione, but she was buried in her studies and held a disdainful view of such frivolous pastimes. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, having emerged from her grandfather's house, had been mysteriously preoccupied. Occasionally, she would join them for a round of cards but would leave after a couple of games, leaving Harry and Ron bewildered. Su Baibai was occupied during the day at Maoshan, and would return at night to debate with Hermione. As for Su's father and mother, they were even less available. Thus, It appeared that Draco was the only one left with leisure time, much like them. Indeed, Draco exclaimed, flamboyantly discarding 2 cards, lifting his chin with pride as he glanced at the 2 before him. Humph, let me clarify, I am only begrudgingly playing with you 2 because of your pitiful pleas. It is certainly not due to my boredom. The corners of their mouths twitched. Harry felt an urge to retaliate, but recalling Su Xiaoxiao's words, he dismissed the thought. As long as I'm not upset, I won't fall ill from anger. After muttering "do not be angry" a few times in his mind, Harry felt a wave of calm wash over him. Oh please. The 3 of us are the most idle here. Had it not been for the sight of you, forlornly clutching a flower pot while talking to yourself, we wouldn't have invited you, Ron retorted, giving no quarter to Draco. While speaking, he remained engrossed in the game. I raised the stakes. A bomb. Harry had been anticipating this moment, and promptly played his 2 bombs. Haha, I pass. Draco laughed uncontrollably, nearly tumbling from his chair. Ron shot Harry an exasperated glare, while Harry looked innocently back. I did consider this carefully. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao was secluded in her room, engaged in her own endeavors. Dear Professor Dumbledore, what follows is the divination conducted by Taoist Lin Jingqi, and I assure you of its authenticity. The disposition of Voldemort is entrusted to your wisdom. Su Xiaoxiao scribbled furiously on the paper, mumbling softly to herself. Indeed, she had resolved to inform Dumbledore of the plot from the Harry Potter film series. However, she concocted a slight falsehood, borrowing Taoist Lin Jingqi's name to enhance her persuasive power. Confronting Voldemort was neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple, but facing him alone was out of the question for Su Xiaoxiao. Primarily, she was concerned about the significant calamity Taoist Lin Jingqi had predicted for her. She was quite fond of life, and with this warning, she would certainly avoid recklessness. Thus, it would be better to leave the matter to Professor Dumbledore. With his intellect and power, and having knowledge of the plot, he would undoubtedly handle Voldemort with ease. However, if he insisted on adhering to the original storyline and leaving it to Harry, then Su Xiaoxiao would have to intervene. She wished to prevent any further sacrifices among the good-natured. Above all, she aimed to safeguard Sirius Black and old Dumbledore. This could be considered one of her wishes. Surely some fans shared her sentiments. Should Professor Dumbledore harbor any doubts, I will explain everything in person when the new term begins. After some contemplation, Su Xiaoxiao added this line. With that matter settled, it was time to inquire about another issue. Biting the pen thoughtfully for a moment, Su Xiaoxiao resumed writing. By the way, Professor, I wonder if you have ever heard of a space teleportation platform. After penning a substantial amount, Su Xiaoxiao finally set down her pen, satisfied. She reviewed the letter to ensure there were no mistakes before folding it neatly, placing it in an envelope, and giving a whistle. Dung Dung flapped in through the window, having grown considerably and exuding an air of vitality, perhaps having pilfered fruit from someone's spirit tree. You must deliver this letter to Professor Dumbledore. After you complete the task, I shall let you feast on McCoy in the backyard. Squeak. Dung Dung chirped happily, grasping the envelope and soaring away. Watching Dung Dung's departing figure, Su Xiaoxiao stretched and turned downstairs in search of something to eat. That afternoon, she awaited a reply from Dumbledore, uncertain if he had received it, causing her a slight twinge of worry. Xiaoxiao, your Uncle Tai and Uncle Gu have arrived. Come downstairs quickly. Su Xiaoxiao responded and descended to greet them, saying sweetly, Uncle Gu, Uncle Tai. Ah, Xiaoxiao, you've grown so much and are becoming increasingly beautiful. Xiao Yikong, Su Xiaoxiao's uncle, was a wolf demon and currently the deputy director of the Department of Trade and Cooperation in Huaxia. In the Muggle world, he operated a conglomerate with hundreds of companies under his name, displaying a cold demeanor and a disinterest in women, epitomizing the domineering CEO archetype. Upon entering the Huaxiao Immortal Alliance, he had spotted Su Shui, Su Xiaoxiao's aunt, and had fallen in love at first sight, relentlessly pursuing her until they finally united. After marriage, Xiao Yikong transformed into a devoted husband. Though he was also possessive, he would often feel jealousy when Su Shui showed affection toward Xiaoxiao, leading Su Xiaoxiao to view her uncle as somewhat childish and petty. Beside Xiao Yikong stood his superior, the director of the Department of Trade and Cooperation, the aforementioned panda demon, Tai Gongon, who had established a chain of wondrous supermarkets. A group of individuals exchanged jovial greetings, and took the opportunity to become acquainted with Hermione and her companions. Subsequently, Xiao Yikong delved into the crux of the matter. Ahem. Dear brother-in-law, as you are aware, there is a recent inclination from above to enhance interactions with other nations. You are informed of this, I presume? Xiao Yikong remarked, casting a glance at Su Xiaoxiao, who had been assigned to Inggua's Hogwarts through a lottery. This is one aspect, but another significant matter concerns economic and trade cooperation. Su Wuma nodded. I am aware of this. Have you encountered any difficulties? If there is any way I can assist, I shall do my utmost. Indeed. It is not a major issue. A few days ago, we reached an agreement with representatives from beautiful countries like the United States and the Bear Country. However, Ingwa has been unresponsive, continuously deflecting. Is it Cornelius Fudge who is opposed? Sugumo speculativ. Tai Gongon nodded, pushing up his round spectacles with his chubby fingers. Indeed. That fool is utterly impervious to reason. Every other nation is on board. Yet he dithered like a coward, not resembling a man in the least. Chapter 25. A letter from old Dumbledore. Tai Gongon, with a thick Sichuan accent, unleashed a torrent of invective aimed at Fudge, who was far away in Ingwa. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao and her companions sat obediently, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. Your uncle is quite forthright, daring to criticize even the Minister of Magic, Draco whispered to Su Xiaoxiao. While Harry nodded in agreement. Well, Fudge isn't present, so we can speak freely, Su Xiaoxiao remarked nonchalantly. Yet Uncle Tai speaks the truth. Fudge is quite perplexing, delaying such a beneficial agreement. I suspect he fears that acquiescing might have repercussions he deems unfavorable for the magical world, Hermione interjected, joining the discussion. Surely, there can't be any adverse effects? Ron voiced his confusion. Hermione rolled her eyes. If only you had read more, you would know. This would essentially mean a complete opening to the outside world. Just imagine how many wizards from other nations would flood into Ingwa. Managing such a multitude would be a headache for him. And if by any chance the magical world were to be exposed, it would surely infuriate Fudge. Moreover, with the diverse nature of individuals from various countries, even if Fudge were to agree, I'm certain many pureblood families would vehemently oppose it. After all, no one wishes to share their slice of the pie, even if cooperation promises mutual benefit. At this juncture, Hermione cast a sidelong glance at Draco. Noticing her gaze, Draco's ire flared. What kind of look is that? Are you insinuating something about my family? I am merely stating a fact, Hermione replied with a light scoff. You. Enough, Draco. Hermione has a point. Reflect on it. If your father were aware, how would he react? Su Xiaoxiao's words rendered Draco silent, his gaze dropping in contemplation. Evidently pondering deeply. I will persuade my father. Draco muttered softly. This young lady is quite astute. Her analysis is commendable. The adults overheard the children's quiet discourse. And Xiao Yikong regarded Hermione with a glimmer of admiration. However, you have yet to mention the most critical aspect. The most critical aspect? Hermione furrowed her brow, pondering earnestly. Let me provide a hint. It relates to Xiaoxiao's recent idea of establishing a spatial transference platform from Hogwarts to the Su family. Is that so? Uncle, how did you know? Su Xiaoxiao inquired, a hint of frustration in her voice. Hermione lowered her head in thought, while the adults remained silent, their faces alight with smiles, eagerly anticipating her revelation. After a couple of minutes, Hermione's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, I've got it. Since both parties are to engage in economic transactions, a swift passage is indispensable. Not only should a spatial transference platform be established at Hogwarts, but the Ministry of Magic must also construct several. The establishment of such a platform at the Ministry would be akin to a threat to Fudge's very existence. He would dread the possibility of nefarious individuals utilizing it to assault the Ministry. Indeed, that is one aspect. However, there is another point. Fudge places immense value on his authority. He would never permit anything that could potentially jeopardize his position to exist. Once economic transactions are initiated, his shortcomings and flaws will become glaringly evident. Moreover, the wizards of Ingwa, upon interacting with other nations, are not fools. They will not allow an incompetent individual to continue as Minister of Magic. Yet the pureblood families might fiercely support Fudge, for it is far easier to control a foolish minister than a cunning and capable one. Xiao Yikong's insights illuminated Hermione's understanding, while the others grasped only the general idea. Is there any possibility for this matter to proceed? Harry inquired, harboring a hope for a deeper diplomatic relationship between the Huaxia Xiangming and the Ministry of Magic in Ingwa. It is not out of the question. It depends on the conditions Fudge proposes, Xiao Yikong replied. That fellow is quite devious. He always claims he needs to think it over, and has yet to articulate any conditions, merely stalling for time. Thus, our purpose in coming here is to request your presence as a support when we reconvene for negotiations. Su, your eloquence is widely acknowledged. And even if we do not succeed, your presence could temper their arrogance. I understand. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Yikong and Tai Gongon took their leave. Later that evening, Dunda fluttered down from the sky, landing on the windowsill. Su Xiaoxiao accepted the envelope from Dunda's beak, tossing a small fish treat from the table to it before eagerly tearing open the envelope. Chirp. Dunda seemed somewhat displeased, recalling the promise of a koi fish. The contents unfolded in familiar ornate script, spanning 3 sheets of parchment. Dear Su Xiaoxiao, I have received your letter. I am aware of the situation regarding Voldemort. So you need not worry. I will ensure everything is arranged. Additionally, please convey my regards to the esteemed Taoist Lin Jingqi, thanking him for his prophecy. Regarding the spatial transference platform you mentioned, I have heard of it in my youth. It resembles flu powder, but is even more convenient and expedient. I must commend the ingenuity of Huaxia's wizards in creating such a device. I recall you have a subject called symbol drawing? If feasible, I would very much like to hire a Huaxia professor to teach this fascinating course at Hogwarts. To return to the main topic, I wholeheartedly support the establishment of the spatial transference platform at Hogwarts. However, as you know, the Minister of Magic is unlikely to consent, and I doubt the Board of Governors would approve either. This endeavor may be precarious, but I will endeavor to advocate for it. Oh, by the way, before departing Ingwa, did you and Harry partake in any activities in the Muggle world? This matter is somewhat serious. Although you did not use magic, such actions are not permissible. I have temporarily suppressed it within the ministry, yet on the day of the new term, you will be summoned. Fear not, I will accompany you when the time comes. Upon reading this, Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow briefly before relaxing, reassured by Dumbledore's presence. However, she saw this as an opportunity to have a thorough discussion with Fudge. A smile crept into her eyes as she noted that the 3rd page contained a list of items needed for the upcoming school year, with old Dumbledore reminding her not to forget to share the list with Hermione and the others. After securing the letter, Su Xiaoxiao set off to find Harry and the others. Chapter 26. The Ghost Market. What? You were reported to the Ministry of Magic? Ron was utterly astonished, biting into a delicious ear of corn. Is it because you erased Aunt Harry's family's memories and took Harry away? But didn't you say that using magic wouldn't be detected? It's not that it wouldn't be discovered. I merely exploited a loophole in the regulations after all. I didn't use any magic, replied Xiaoxiao nonchalantly. As for old Dumbledore, he said he would accompany me, so fret not. Old Dumbledore? You mean the esteemed headmaster? Oh. Should we inform your mother and the others about this? Draco hesitated. Never mind. It's just a minor matter I can handle. If I tell them, it will no longer be a trivial issue. Knowing her parents well, she realized that if they learned she had been reported to the Wiesengemot by the Ministry of Magic, they would undoubtedly fly over and cause a commotion at the ministry. By then, not only would the 2 magical ministries have to mend relations, but even Xiaoxiao might not be able to continue her studies there. With that thought in mind, Xiaoxiao became more resolute in her decision to keep her parents in the dark. All right, let us put this matter to rest. No one is to speak of it. We'll discuss it when school starts, Xiaoxiao stated solemnly. Tomorrow, we're climbing the Great Wall, so everyone should prepare accordingly. In the first-class cabin of a flight to Kyoto, Xiaoxiao, why are we taking a plane? Hermione leaned toward Xiaoxiao, puzzled. Isn't there a spatial teleportation platform? To use the spatial teleportation platform to enter Kyoto, a passage permit is required, Su Mama explained cheerfully. And you 4 little ones are not from Huaxia. So obtaining a permit involves a lot of procedures and documentation. Hence, we opted for the Muggle mode of transportation. Does traveling to other places require a passage permit as well? Ron tilted his head in inquiry. Su Mama shook her head. Not necessarily. Traveling to other provinces does not require a passage permit. Kyoto, being the capital of Huaxia and one of its most significant cities, has stricter scrutiny. Of course, it's not just Kyoto. Places like Maoshan and Wudong, which are crucial to certain sects, as well as the location of the Huaxiao Immortal Alliance, also require permits. I see. At that moment, a flight attendant approached. Su Papa turned to the children and asked, Little ones, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? I'd like a portion of sweet and sour ribs, and a serving of spicy beef strips, and also a strawberry ice cream. Xiaoxiao was the first to raise her hand. I want one. Me too. Add one for me. No problem, little ones. The plane soared swiftly through the sky, as Xiaoxiao savored the delectable food on her plate while admiring the scenery outside the window. The weather was splendid, with a sky as blue as a wash and clouds resembling fluffy cotton candy. Suddenly, in a cloud not far behind the plane, it appeared as though some creature was flying. Xiaoxiao squinted and saw a figure concealed within the clouds, dressed in white, standing atop a flying sword, maintaining a steady speed alongside the aircraft, expressionless as he gazed ahead. Suddenly, as if sensing Xiaoxiao's gaze, he turned to look at her. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. Big brother? Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She never expected her brother was flying outside on a sword. Was he guarding them? Did that seem a bit pitiful? Unable to suppress her inner monologue, Xiaoxiao thought about how she hadn't seen him when they set off today. Assuming he wouldn't be going. Upon reaching their destination, the group disembarked, and Su Baibai emerged from a corner with a resentful expression. Ahem, dear. It's not that your father is stingy and didn't buy your ticket. It's just that I noticed your recent training has been rather lackadaisical. So I had you follow us on your sword. You must understand your father's good intentions, Su Papa said with righteous indignation. Certainly not admitting to having forgotten to purchase his son's plane ticket. What are you two whispering about back there? Hurry up and catch up. Coming. The group wandered through Kyoto with great enthusiasm, not in a hurry, allowing themselves to enjoy the city's vibrancy. So many people, Ron exclaimed. Although he had already witnessed the vast population of Huaxia upon his arrival, the contrast with Kyoto made it seem as if he were comparing a small sorcerer to a grand wizard. Draco was also rendered speechless by the throngs of muggles surrounding him. Feeling somewhat uneasy, yet having been well educated by Xiaoxiao lately, he refrained from acting out despite his discomfort. Are we walking to the Great Wall? Xiaoxiao bit into a delicious yogurt twist she had just purchased from a roadside shop, savoring the rich milky flavor. Is that too shabby? Is it far from here to the Great Wall? Harry asked curiously, instinctively pushing up his non-existent glasses, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ever since Xiaoxiao had fed him numerous miraculous Huaxia delicacies, his severe myopia had returned to normal. Although he had removed his glasses, he still hadn't broken the habit formed since childhood. If we walk the entire way, it would indeed consume a lot of time. We might not arrive until tomorrow, Su Baibai remarked. So, we have other activities planned for today. What are they? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. Su Mama mysteriously produced a few tickets. I've prepared this. What is it? Xiaoxiao leaned in. Ghost Market entry tickets? Indeed. Do not forget that today is the Zhongyuan Festival, the day when the gates of the underworld open, allowing spirits to come to the mortal realm to visit their families, while the unclaimed wander in search of sustenance. The Ghost Market, as the name suggests, is a market that opens during the Ghost Festival, located at the intersection of the realms of Yin and Yang. With an entry ticket and some ghost money, anyone, regardless of their race, can enter the Ghost Market for trade. However, dueling is strictly prohibited. If discovered, one faces lifetime expulsion from the market and can never return. Thus, we must be cautious not to conflict with others once we enter. Xiaoxiao added that is correct, but it's not that severe. At most, one might be heavily injured and placed on a blacklist, suffering consequences whenever encountered by ghost messengers. Of course, if you have a substantial background, things could get quite complicated. Upon hearing this, Harry and the others couldn't help but envision the scenario, shivering at the thought, wondering if such rules were a bit too harsh. Chapter 27. The Ean Bridge. Do we really have to go to that place? Not that I'm scared, just asking. In a cemetery on the outskirts, someone was burning paper, the air filled with a smoky scent, accompanied by occasional low sobs. Though it wasn't yet evening, the presence of so many tombstones was inevitably unsettling. Draco's face turned pale, insisting on walking between Su Baibai and Xiaoxiao, perhaps believing it would provide him with a greater sense of security. Ah, found it, this is the place. Su Papa finally halted before a dry cypress tree. Caw, caw. At that moment, a crow took flight from a nearby gravestone, flapping its wings to perch on a branch of the cypress, gazing down at the group below. Hey there. Old Black, are you doing part-time work for the underworld this year? Su Papa chuckled, looking up at the crow, his hands continuing their motions as he retrieved a handful of red incense from his storage pouch, selecting 3 sticks to insert into the ground before the cypress. PFF. Su Mama rubbed some fire to ignite the incense, and then produced a handful of ghost money, distributing 2 bills to everyone. Caw, indeed. It's tough to find a job these days, and you know my situation. Other places find me inauspicious, but the underworld is more than willing to accept me. The crow, affectionately dubbed Old Black, descended and perched atop Draco's head. When did you acquire 4 children? Wait, are they human? Father Su discerned the change in Old Black's gaze, realizing it had misinterpreted the situation. He hastily clarified, no. They are merely classmates and good friends of Xiaoxiao from a magical school abroad. They have come to visit during the summer vacation. Ah, and this is Harry, my godson. I see, well then. Old Black promptly lost interest and added, by the way, a word of caution. Once you enter the ghost market, steer clear of anyone wearing a mask. These individuals appear to be part of a gang, and they have been plotting something sinister lately. It seems they intend to wreak havoc in the ghost market, and the underworld has issued a kill order. It's quite serious. A kill order? Su Baibai expressed his astonishment. What could they possibly be planning to warrant such a directive from the underworld? I'm not certain. In fact, information regarding this matter has been tightly controlled by the underworld. I only learned a bit about it when I happened to overhear Niotu while we were drinking together. In any case, just be aware and do not disclose this information. Otherwise, I might lose my job. Rest assured, our years of friendship ensure your secret is safe. Alright, enough chatter. It's time to go in. Mother Su interrupted their conversation, having completed the summoning ritual. The offering incense burned rapidly, and the rising smoke seemed to possess a life of its own, coalescing into a circle. The guardian tree spirit, Old Black, took flight from Draco's head, and as it soared, the surrounding pines and cypresses swayed, creating a gust that transformed the smoke ring into a swirling vortex. The incense burned even faster. After bidding farewell to Old Black, the group entered the vortex one by one. Once the last person crossed the threshold, Old Black dove down, instantly dispersing the vortex and extinguishing the remaining portion of the incense. Strangely, upon being snuffed out, the incense seemed to melt away, leaving only a trace of ash on the ground. At the entrance of the ghost market, whirlpools appeared and vanished, with individuals clutching ghost coins emerging. Some donned Taoist robes and carried peachwood swords, while others sported horns and tails, and even a variety of animals clutching ghost coins. It was indeed a spectacular sight. The ghost market lay at the confluence of the realms of the living and the dead. Its entrance was situated to the west, serving as the threshold for the living. After emerging from the whirlpool platform, the living had to cross the solitary bridge of Een, presenting their entry tickets to the ghostly wardens before gaining access to the true ghost market. The ghost gate, however, was located at the northernmost point of the market, strictly prohibiting entry to outsiders, as it was the sole pathway for ghost wardens escorting souls back to the realm of the living, heavily guarded. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoxiao and the others emerged in succession, the whirlpool behind them dissipating with a loud pop, leaving Ron coughing from the lingering smoke. Is this truly the underworld of Huaxia? Hermione inquired, her curious gaze sweeping the gray surroundings, where white mist rolled beneath their feet. They stood upon an expansive platform that seemed to stretch endlessly, with a steady stream of various figures emerging from the whirlpool, proceeding directly towards a colossal bridge without pausing. Children, hold hands and stay close. We are about to cross the bridge, Mother Su reminded, ensuring everyone still possessed their ghost coins before moving towards the bridge of Een. The enormous bridge of Een connected the whirlpool platform to the ghost market. Xiaoxiao, holding Harry's hand, peered curiously over the edge of the bridge, but besides the thick white fog, nothing was visible. As they approached the center of the bridge, an inexplicable weight seemed to press upon them, dulling their minds. At that moment, the ghost coins in their hands suddenly detached, swirling and then adhering to their shoulders before vanishing. The oppressive sensation dissipated immediately. What was that? Ron exclaimed, a mix of fear and astonishment evident in his voice. Do not be alarmed, it is a necessity. For the living to traverse the bridge of Een and enter the ghost market, we must first conceal the two flames on our shoulders, maintaining a state of Een dominance over Yang to avoid rejection by the underworld's rules. The two ghost coins I handed you earlier are specifically meant for this purpose. They will automatically reappear and self-ignite once we depart. They are single-use items, Mother Su patiently explained, swiftly alleviating their fears and anxieties. What lies beneath this bridge? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. I do not know, but it is said that beneath the bridge of Een, shrouded in fog, lie the most malevolent and fearsome spirits. There are also tales that assert nothing lies below, just an unfathomable abyss, and that the thick mist is the essence of souls that have perished. Souls? Hermione pressed. What are they? According to ancient texts, the continuation of the records of the underworld. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, they transform into a soulless. And when a soulless perishes, they become an intangible void. The essence is that upon death, one becomes a spirit, which survives by consuming incense offerings. However, if they are not venerated, they cannot maintain their form and turn into soulless, preying upon other spirits to survive. Thus, it is said that ghosts fear soulless. The character for soulless is also regarded as a talisman against evil, and the transformation of soulless into void is marked by the loss of sound, leading to a swift transition into formlessness, resulting in eternal oblivion. Therefore, the fog we observe beneath the bridge represents those who are on the verge of becoming void. Hermione gazed with a hint of pity at the swirling mist below, suddenly grasping the significance of it all. So, this is the reason for the establishment of the Ghost Festival? Indeed, that is the origin of the Ghost Festival, Father Su affirmed with appreciation. Today, the gates of the underworld swing wide open, allowing spirits to traverse to the realm of the living to absorb incense offerings and receive veneration, thus ensuring their survival. Naturally, they also rely on the paper money burned by their living relatives to sustain themselves in the underworld. Numerous vendors sell incense and offerings there, and most spirits do not perish due to their inability to maintain their forms. Alright, we must descend from the bridge, Mother Su announced, signaling everyone to retrieve their entry tickets. On either side of the bridge stood two ghostly wardens clad in black robes, wielding soul-catching ropes, diligently inspecting the tickets of those descending from the bridge, only allowing passage once they confirmed everything was in order. The ticket-checking process proceeded smoothly, though Draco and Ron nearly trembled as they exchanged tickets. They look so terrifying. Merlin's beard, Ron whispered, recalling how the ghostly warden had gazed at him with a lifeless stare, causing his heart to race. I actually think they look rather imposing, Harry remarked seriously. Draco shot him a look that said, "Are you joking?" before hastily trotting after Su Baibai and Su Xiaoxiao. The ghost market sprawled extensively. After descending from the Bridge of Een, they continued along a straight stone path, flanked by rows of wooden buildings reminiscent of ancient Chinese architecture. The wide streets bustled with vendors, and various shops displayed white lanterns indicating they were open for business. Although the underworld lacked sunlight, it bore a striking resemblance to daytime in the realm of the living, albeit with slightly dimmer illumination, akin to a cloudy day. The streets teemed with visitors to the ghost market, a diverse array of beings, but what captivated the quartet were the peculiar wares offered by the vendors. Professional ghost nurturing. Premium ghost children for just 998,000. Take them home, a 500-year-old establishment, honest and fair. Take a stroll and see the wonders. Antiquities and treasure maps for low prices. No risk, no loss. A deal awaits. Ashes for sale. Offering ashes for all ages, very affordable. No haggling accepted. Terrifying spirits. Accepting orders for all frightful services. You dictate the level of fear. If it doesn't scare you, there's no charge. The street vendors vociferously proclaimed their respective slogans, each louder than the last, the lines increasingly outrageous. Yet, these seemingly off-putting chants managed to captivate a greater throng of passers-by. I have found it, right here. Su Papa halted before an opulent wooden building, and Su Xiaoxiao glanced up at the plaque inscribed with the words Tingwu Pavilion. So, why don't you take your younger siblings to explore elsewhere? Your mother and I will visit a friend inside. All right, Su Baibai nodded, leading Su Xiaoxiao and the others away. Brother, what is the Tingwu Pavilion? Su Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. The Tingwu Pavilion, as far as I know, is a theater, but it also seems to serve as a venue for gathering and selling information. The proprietor's name is Zhihu. As for how our father became acquainted with him, I cannot say. I've never asked. I see. The ghost market boasted a plethora of amusements. Su Xiaoxiao and her companions wandered about, acquiring numerous delightful items, with Su Baibai acting as their financial benefactor, purchasing whatever caught their fancy without glancing at the prices. As they strolled, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, igniting the curiosity of Su Xiaoxiao and her friends, who eagerly pressed forward to witness the spectacle. In the midst of the crowd, a female ghost clad in a red dress, her hair cascading down, clung desperately to the leg of a lecherous male ghost, sobbing and scratching at him with her nails, leaving several scratch marks on his skin. Woe is me. You must judge for yourselves. This man took advantage of the crowd to grope me and upon being caught, denied it outright, even attempting to strike me. You vile woman, cease your slander. The male ghost retorted angrily, attempting to fend off her attacks, though to no avail. You stole my storage pouch. How dare you accuse me of theft? The two ghosts each insisted on their version of events, neither willing to concede. Finally, the male ghost, unable to endure any longer, raised his hand as if to strike. Yes, let the fight commence. Why aren't you striking? Hurry up. Are you going to fight or not? We have places to be. The onlookers, eager for drama, even munched on sunflower seeds, growing impatient as the male ghost hesitated. The involved parties found themselves in an awkward standoff, both glaring at one another. How the times have changed. Instead of mediating, you merely gawk and cheer. Is there no sense of moral integrity left? An elderly voice bellowed from the periphery, though his words were quickly drowned out by the raucous crowd. A true man does not strike a woman. The male ghost indignantly withdrew his hand and forcefully shook off the female ghost, preparing to leave. The female ghost cried out plaintively as she lay on the ground. At that moment, a stern voice rang out, and the departing male ghost was suddenly ensnared by a chain, letting out a cry of despair. Ghost enforcers are on duty. All bystanders disperse. As the command echoed, several ghost enforcers clad in black robes and exuding dark energy emerged from the crowd, brandishing their soul-reaping ropes. Without hesitation, they bound the two involved ghosts. What are you doing? Why are you binding me? Help! Is there no law left? The female ghost's shrieks were piercing, prompting one of the enforcers to silence her with a soul-reaping rope around her mouth. Then, under the terrified gazes of the two ghosts, the enforcers morphed into a cloud of black smoke, whisking them away from the scene. The spectators murmured amongst themselves, and Xiaoxiao and her companions, bewildered, began to disperse. Why did the ghost enforcers apprehend those two? While they certainly disrupted the peace, it hardly seems warranting immediate removal. Shouldn't they have first attempted mediation? Xiaoxiao voiced her confusion in a hushed tone. Indeed, that would be the norm, Su Baibai replied. But did you catch what the enforcer said? He mentioned ghost enforcers on duty. While that may sound ordinary, upon further contemplation, in conjunction with the tale of the keeper of the tree, it becomes clearer. Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with understanding, though a lingering question remained. The two ghosts had not donned masks. Perhaps they operate under the principle of better safe than sorry, ensuring no suspicious individuals slip through the cracks. They might be taking them back for identity verification. And if all is well, they may release them afterward, Hermione suggested. The six of them continued chatting casually, quickly casting aside the earlier incident. Chapter 29. A Sacrifice? At the Fumining Grand Restaurant, in a private booth by the window on the second floor, Xiaoxiao perused the menu filled with delectable dishes, thoughtfully handing it to Draco beside her. You look as thin as a little chick. Take a look and order whatever you like. It's my treat since my brother is footing the bill. Draco eagerly accepted the menu, only to be rendered speechless upon seeing its contents. What's wrong? Harry inquired, leaning in, and was equally taken aback. Mysterious ash soup, iron pot stewed little ghosts, stir-fried human ears, cold-tossed eyeballs. Shall we perhaps consider another establishment? Draco suggested cautiously, eyeing the exquisite illustrations accompanying the dish names with trepidation. At that moment, a waitress clad in a red qipao hurried over, carrying a different menu and apologetically exclaimed, My sincerest apologies. This menu is exclusively for the human patrons. I am terribly sorry for the mix-up. She promptly replaced the menu in Draco's hands, bowing repeatedly in apology. No worries. You frightened me. I thought we were in for something dreadful, Draco said, patting his chest, a faint smile breaking through his pale countenance as he cautiously opened the new menu. Fortunately, the scene he had feared did not materialize. It was simply a standard menu for human cuisine. I'll have this, and that. Xiaoxiao, do you want this one? Alright, let us also get this. A short while later, their table was laden with a feast of appetizing dishes. The presentation is quite appealing. I wonder how it tastes. The flavor is quite satisfactory. Hey, look at that table over there. To their left sat four oddly shaped individuals, who lowered their voices and occasionally glanced over at Xiaoxiao and her companions, whispering amongst themselves. What do you see? What's up? A robust figure with a tiger's head and tail inquired gruffly. Those kids look rather affluent. Given that we've been a bit short on funds lately, why not? Are you suggesting we rob them? The pig-headed demon understood the implication, his gaze turning sinister as he eyed Xiaoxiao and the others. Wait. What if they have connections? Wouldn't that spell trouble for us? Are you really going to act like a coward? If you lack the guts, don't associate yourself with us. The tiger-headed demon smacked the turtle demon on the head. Just then, the rabbit spirit, who had remained silent, interjected, Hold on. Have you decided? They're about to leave. Leaving? Quick, let's follow them. Not far away, Xiaoxiao and her group had been keeping an eye on the commotion behind them, realizing that the peculiar group was indeed tailing them. Draco gulped nervously. They really intend to rob us. What should we do? They look intimidating. Fear not, with me around. They shall only find themselves at a disadvantage. Su Baibai scoffed, leading his siblings out of the restaurant, and turning toward an uninhabited alley. Brother, why are they heading in there? Have they discovered us? The pig-headed demon asked, a look of confusion etched on his face. The tiger-headed demon snorted contemptuously, his fierce gaze betraying no sign of fear. So what if they have? Do they truly believe that sheer numbers can overpower us? With that, he tightened his grip on his wolf-fang club. Everyone brandish your weapons. If anyone dares to look down on us, I swear, I'll write my name backward. I'm sorry I was wrong. With a series of muffled thuds, for hulking figures of the demon race knelt on the ground, their faces bruised and battered, their weapons scattered about them. Before them stood several individuals led by Su Baibai. Did you not claim you would bring us down? Stand up. Why do you not continue? Su Baibai, sword in hand, wore a mocking smile at the corner of his lips. I also heard that if you were to be defeated, Your name would be reversed? Yes, I Zhihu, have been blind to the grandeur of the immortal and the young immortals. I apologize profusely. I was wrong, I assure you. There will be no next time. Please spare us. Su Baibai was about to articulate further when he suddenly sensed someone approaching rapidly from the alleyway. He rose, squinting towards the entrance. Su Xiaoxiao also felt the presence, positioning herself protectively behind Hermione and standing beside Su Baibai. The two siblings exchanged a knowing glance, as if sharing a silent communication, and nodded gently. What's going on? The pig-headed demon stammered, bewildered by their sudden silence. They're coming. Su Baibai replied just as a lithe figure rushed from the alley, accompanied by a wave of fragrant air that sweetened the atmosphere. Yet beneath it lingered a hint of spectral essence. Is it her? Su Xiaoxiao recognized the newcomer. It was the female ghost she had seen earlier in the street, taken away by the ghostly enforcers after causing a disturbance. Save me. Please, I beseech you, save this humble girl. The female ghost, upon spotting Su Xiaoxiao and her companions, fell to her knees, pleading fervently. It's you? Were you not taken away alongside that male ghost by the ghostly enforcers? Su Baibai furrowed his brow slightly, stepping back with caution. Yes, but we discovered midway that those enforcers were not genuine. They intended to capture us as sacrifices for the colorful ghost king. Thankfully, I possess skills in evasion. Otherwise, I would have vanished from this world. The colorful ghost king? Sacrifices? What is that? Harry inquired, confusion etched on his face. I cannot say for certain. I only know that each of them wore masks and possessed considerable power. I overheard them discussing the need to sacrifice 999 souls who are both beautiful and have favorable destinies, to facilitate the resurrection of their colorful ghost king. In short, I implore you to rescue me. I am willing to repay you in any way I can. As she spoke, the female ghost began to sob, knocking her head against the ground in desperation. Su Baibai regarded her with hesitation. Nearby, Zhihu and the other demons had quietly slipped away, but he paid them no mind, as his intent had merely been to teach them a lesson. Have you seen a female ghost in a red dress, with disheveled hair and bearing wounds, pass through here? At that moment, voices and the clinking of chains echoed from outside the alley. Su Baibai made a swift decision. Regardless of the truth, it was prudent to take her away first. If she was indeed innocent, saving her would be a noble act. If she was deceitful, then they would not hesitate to show their ruthless side. After a while, the ghostly enforcers they had previously encountered appeared at the alley's entrance. Upon sighting Su Xiaoxiao and her companions, they approached. Have you seen a female ghost in a red dress, with disheveled hair and bearing wounds? Su Baibai nodded, scrutinizing the features hidden beneath their hoods. Yes, we saw her. She headed north. Thank you. The lead enforcer scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something, but ultimately found nothing amiss. After expressing gratitude, he and his subordinates hastily departed. Chapter 30. The Listening Pavilion. Speak, tell us everything you know. Do not attempt to conceal anything. Though we have rescued you, it does not equate to complete trust. Su Xiaoxiao stated firmly in one of the private rooms at the Fumin Ing restaurant. After reciting an incantation, Su Xiaoxiao witnessed a talisman manifest out of thin air before igniting and dissipating, revealing the figure of the female ghost. The invisibility talisman, drawn by Su Baibai, allowed the bearer to entirely conceal their presence from detection, only to be undone by reciting the correct incantation. The female ghost, still in shock, sat in a chair and sipped tea to steady herself before speaking. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Such a debt is beyond repayment. With this frail body of mine, if this young master does not disdain me, I am willing to offer myself in service. Su Xiaoxiao burst into laughter at her words, while Harry and the others looked on in confusion. Though they understood each word, the meaning eluded them. She means she wishes to marry my brother in gratitude. Ha! Su Xiaoxiao mischievously explained, provoking an eye roll from Su Baibai. Do not speak nonsense. What do children know? Go play elsewhere. Su Baibai waved his hand dismissively. I do not require your repayment. Simply share everything you know with us. Does the young master find my humble self unappealing? The female ghost whimpered, her eyes glistening with tears. Realizing Su Baibai was about to lose his temper, she quickly regained her composure. My name is Yanhong. I am but a solitary soul newly arrived in the underworld. Today, I intended to seek work in the ghost market, but I encountered that lecher on the way. We quarreled, and he falsely accused me of stealing his storage pouch, which attracted the ghostly enforcers. Without hesitation, they seized us and took us to a desolate wilderness. Being new to this realm, I was unaware of our location, only remembering the eerie, dim woods that surrounded us, which appeared terrifying. Seeing that the path did not lead to a place of interrogation, I inquired about our destination, only to be met with threats and the unveiling of their true faces. They removed their hoods, revealing black demonic masks. I was terrified and demanded to know who they were and why they had taken us. They did not answer directly, but I overheard them speaking of the imminent resurrection of the colorful Ghost King. They planned to divide their forces during the Ghost Market's grand opening. One group capturing souls while the other ambushed the ghostly enforcers escorting solitary souls to the human realm, aiming to collect 999 beautiful and fortunate souls as sacrifices for the colorful Ghost King. Eventually, I seized an opportunity to escape using my evasion skills, and those vile ghosts pursued me relentlessly, until I encountered several benefactors. Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss in Yanhong's narrative, yet she refrained from voicing her suspicions. Instead turning to Su Baibai. How did you acquire those injuries? Su Baibai inquired. Those wounds were inflicted by them after I foolishly spoke out during our journey, Yanhong replied. Why would those masked demons discuss such significant matters in your presence? Xiaoxiao scrutinized Yanhong, her eyes filled with inquiry. Hermione crossed her arms deep in thought. She too harbored doubts about Yanhong's sincerity. Yanhong placed her teacup back on the table. I do not know why they spoke so freely, but I assure you, every word I have uttered is true. I would never conceal anything from my saviors. We do not distrust you. We merely inquired out of curiosity, Su Baibai clarified. Your injuries appear quite severe. Allow me to have Xiaoxiao fetch some medicine for you, while I remain here to keep you company. With that, Su Baibai cast a glance at Xiaoxiao, signaling her to take her leave. Understanding his intent, Xiaoxiao nodded subtly and departed the private room with Harry and the others. Xiaoxiao, do you believe that female ghost is telling the truth? Once outside Fumining, Hermione finally voiced her doubts. I have a nagging feeling she is lying. Surely not. I find her quite pitiable, Harry replied, his expression vacant, while Ron nodded in agreement. Regardless of the truth, there is one thing that seems genuine, Draco interjected. Do you not think she appears rather infatuated with Su Baibai? Moreover, he even sent us away, choosing to stay alone with her. That seems rather odd. Ron paused for a moment, casting a dubious glance at Draco, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Well done, Malfoy. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought Su Baibai was deliberately leading us astray to inform our uncles and aunts. Draco crossed his arms, emitting a disdainful huff, his face adorned with pride. Xiaoxiao exchanged a knowing look with Hermione, both recognizing the sense of helplessness mirrored in each other's eyes. Is it possible that, Ron, your conjecture holds merit while Draco's is misguided? How could my brother possibly be enamored with such a wayward spirit? There is clearly something amiss here. He intends to remain behind to monitor Yanhong while we seek assistance from the adults. After all, this matter concerns the safety of 999 innocent souls, and that female specter is shrouded in suspicion. We cannot place our full trust in her. Upon hearing this, Draco's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat. Well, I concur with that sentiment. At the entrance of the listening pavilion, adorned with opulence and antiquity, Xiaoxiao and her companions were halted by 2 security guards. Hold on, you lot. Minors are prohibited from entering. What? This place doesn't resemble a bar or nightclub. On what grounds are you forbidding minors from entry? I protest. Xiaoxiao was exceedingly vexed. She surveyed the listening pavilion, finding nothing amiss. It appeared rather respectable. Why then, were they barred from entry? She had heard her brother mention that the listening pavilion, on the surface, was a theater. Could it be that the performances held here were of an inappropriate nature? The thought caused her gaze to shift subtly. The 2 guards, under her scrutiny, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Could it be that this child had misconstrued something? We at the listening pavilion have never welcomed children. This is a decree from the pavilion master, and we are powerless to change it. Kindly make your way elsewhere. That won't do. We have a matter of utmost importance to address. If we are delayed, you shall bear the consequences. So Xiaoxiao insisteth. Besides, my parents are inside. We have every right to enter. Your parents? You may contact them. One moment, please. The guard spoke with fervor, but abruptly ceased as a voice crackled through his earpiece. After receiving instructions, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. It turns out you are the pavilion master's friend's children. We sincerely apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. Please, do come in. Chapter 31, Speculation. Under the guidance of a Fox Clan attendant, Xiaoxiao and her companions ascended to a private room on the 3rd floor. The listening pavilion was lavishly decorated, featuring a grand circular stage at its center, surrounded by patrons eager to enjoy the performance. Melodious tunes wafted through the hall, harmonizing with the appreciative applause of the guests, creating a lively atmosphere. However, upon reaching the second floor, the ambience shifted dramatically. The golden walls were adorned with portraits of stunning women in various styles, and to their astonishment, the portraits were animated. This instantly reminded the group of the moving paintings within Hogwarts Castle, leading them to speculate that these artworks might have originated from the magical realm. Knock knock. Pavilion Master. The young guests have arrived. The Fox Clan youth lightly tapped on the door, bowing respectfully while his fluffy ears twitched adorably. Mom and Dad. At last. We've found you. We have something very important to discuss. This concerns the peace and order of the ghost market. Many lives are at stake. They intend to offer numerous sacrifices to some ghost king. The situation is dire. Indeed. Inside. Sue's father and mother exchanged amused glances at the flurry of chatter from the children as they rushed in, each trying to speak over the other. What is so funny? Dad. This is a serious matter. Xiaoxiao glared at her father, while her friends rambled on. All right, little ones, we are already aware of what you're discussing. At that moment, a man sitting to the right of Sue's mother spoke up, holding a folding fan, upon which 7 prominent characters were inscribed. This man was strikingly handsome, exuding a refined charm, though his overall demeanor bore the mark of a nouveau riche. His voice, a rugged blend of confidence and nonchalance, could easily mislead one into thinking he was a burly giant if only heard and not seen. Does this count as a case of misleading appearances? Draco blurted out, prompting Xiaoxiao to swiftly cover his mouth. Haha, well, children do speak without a filter. Please, for my parents' sake, let us not dwell on that. Zhihu maintained a poker face, gazing at Sue's father. Thus, I reiterate, I find children rather intolerable. Cough, back to the point. The matter you mentioned. We were just discussing it. The underworld has made thorough preparations, awaiting their self-imposed entrapment. Is that so? Despite the reassurances, Xiaoxiao felt an unsettling sense that unforeseen complications loomed. Who exactly were these individuals, and what of the colorful Ghost King? Was he truly formidable? The colorful Ghost King was one of the 4 great Ghost Kings, renowned alongside the gluttonous Ghost King, the wrathful Ghost King, and the malevolent Ghost King, embodying lust and ensnared by his own desires. Though ranked 4th among the Ghost Kings, he was the most cunning. The 4 Ghost Kings wreaked havoc in the underworld until the Wheel King intervened and subdued them. Gluttonous, wrathful, and malevolent were cast into the sea of suffering for penance, while the colorful Ghost King, unrepentant, self-destructed and scattered his soul, disappearing without a trace. Only in recent years had a mysterious organization begun to surface frequently, each member donning various masks while committing acts of malevolence. There were instances where ghost emissaries apprehended a few, but they always managed to escape through cunning means. No wonder. Harry realized, this explains why the crow warned to eliminate anyone wearing a mask on sight. Indeed, Zhihu acknowledged, though this may lead to the wrongful demise of innocents, it is unavoidable, given the lack of uniformity in their masks. He shrugged, adding, thus, an additional rule has been established in the underworld. No visitors may wear masks. Wait. There's another question. What question? Zhihu turned to Xiaoxiao. I recall that disturbances are not permitted in the ghost market. Troublemakers are taken away by ghost emissaries. Correct? Zhihu nodded in affirmation. All right, then I wish to inquire. Is there any possibility of escape for those apprehended by ghost emissaries? That is absolutely impossible. The soul-reaping cord wielded by ghost emissaries is no trifling matter. Once ensnared, escape is only possible if the emissary personally releases you. And what if it were individuals from the masked organization? Zhihu hesitated. If it were members of the masked organization, that would be another matter entirely. Each seems to possess a unique method of evading the grasp of the soul-reaping cord. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao's suspicions were further confirmed, and her foreboding premonition intensified. Yanhong could employ a unique escape technique to elude the ghost emissary's control. If her claims of being an ordinary individual were true, how could she break free from the soul-reaping cord's hold? If she were not affiliated with the masked organization, how had she accomplished such a feat? Though she bore no mask, who could guarantee that members of the masked organization wouldn't choose to forego their masks during specific missions? Moreover, how could Yanhong possess such intricate knowledge about the colorful Ghost King, detailed enough to glean from mere conversations among ghost emissaries? Before their arrival, the guardian tree, Old Hay, had mentioned that little was known about the masked organization, and even he had only acquired scant knowledge from a drunken minotaur. Such critical information. Xiaoxiao doubted the ghost emissaries would be privy to so many details. Furthermore, Yanhong was undeniably aware of the masked organization's movements. If Yanhong truly belongs to the masked organization, she is likely one of the members of the 2 teams searching for souls that meet specific criteria in the ghost market. Consequently, Su Xiaoxiao and her companions might have become targets of theirs. As for the male ghost encountered initially, Su Xiaoxiao's conjecture regarding his identity remains rather nebulous, as they have yet to engage with him. Thus, her inclination is to view him as an innocent bystander, especially since he did not escape from the ghostly enforcers. Did he? Upon voicing her speculation, everyone nodded in agreement. However, if Yan Hong is indeed a member of the masked organization, why would she deliberately cause a disturbance to be captured by the ghostly enforcers only to escape afterward? Is this not an act of futility? Hermione expressed her doubts. I am uncertain about that. Nonetheless, whether she poses a threat or not will be revealed once we return to Fu Meniying. Why? Ron inquired with curiosity. Su Mama pondered for a moment, explaining, because Bai fits the sacrificial criteria of the masked organization, and we are currently alone in this room. If Yan Hong truly has ulterior motives, she is highly likely to take action against Bai. Fu Meniying restaurant. Xiaoxiao and her companions led their guardians to a private room. Just as they were about to push the door open, Su Papa intervened. Wait, something seems amiss inside. Chapter 32, The Malevolent Ghost Beneath the Bridge. Su Papa uttered, shielding Xiaoxiao and the others behind him. He then placed his palm against the closed door, channeling a surge of magical energy. Break. With a low command from Su Papa, a ripple appeared on the door, as though something had shattered, followed by a sound emanating from within the room. Su Mama stepped forward, forcefully kicking the door open and entering. The room was utterly vacant. Tables and chairs remained undisturbed, and even the teacups on the table were still exuding steam, presenting an appearance of normalcy, as if the occupants had merely stepped away momentarily. There were faint spatial energy fluctuations and the lingering scent of a teleportation trap, with no signs of a struggle. It appeared that the individual known as Yan Hong had seized the opportunity to abduct Bai, perhaps employing some method to do so. Su Mama's eyes glinted with a blue light as she scrutinized every detail within the room, leaving no stone unturned, even to the extent of not overlooking a mere fly. Had Xiaoxiao entered directly just now, she would have triggered the teleportation trap and been whisked away to an unknown location, with dire consequences. The wretched masked organization and the accursed ghost king of lust have already kidnapped my Bai, and now they dare to set their sights on my Xiaoxiao? This is unforgivable. Su Mama was incensed, her eyes shimmering with an icy blue light radiating an aura of deadly intent, akin to a brewing storm that instilled fear in all present. Time is of the essence. We must rescue Bai immediately. Su Papa interjected, attempting to divert Su Mama's attention to calm her down. The fact that they could silently abduct Bai indicates they possess formidable skills. Bai, given his strength, may not be able to contend with them. However, he should be safe for now, as they have yet to collect 999 sacrifices. We must locate Bai before they do and prevent the Ghost King of Lust from resurrecting. Indeed. Father is right. Su Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her expression resolute. What shall we do next? You children must head to the Vortex platform and return to the mortal realm immediately. Su Mama instructed sternly. I will call our relatives in Kyoto to look after you, and during this time, you must behave and patiently await our return. Ah, but no buts. This was the first time Su Xiaoxiao had seen her mother in such a manner. Xiaoxiao, you must listen. This matter is beyond your involvement. Your companions still require your care. Very well. Su Xiaoxiao reluctantly nodded in agreement, and her mother's expression softened. Zhihu dispatched his trusted aide to escort Su Xiaoxiao and the others while they traced the energy signatures left in the room to locate Su Bai. At the entrance of the Vortex platform, the escorting figure was a silent man wielding a large sword and sporting a high ponytail. After delivering them to the inspection point beneath the bridge, the man finally spoke, reminding them, "You still have your entry tickets, correct?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded, and they all produced their tickets one by one. Upon reaching the Vortex platform, simply tear up your entry tickets, and you will return to the mortal realm. My task is complete, so I shall not accompany you. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude as she and her companions departed toward the Bridge of Souls. The man stood in place, watching them ascend the bridge before finally withdrawing his gaze, vanishing in an instant. Xiaoxiao, are we truly fine just leaving like this? Ron clutched his entry ticket, glancing back every few steps, appearing quite troubled. I worry about Su Bai. So do I. Although my brother is adept in both lightning and fire, skilled in talisman drawing, and possesses the true teachings of Maoshan to protect him, I still find myself anxious for him. Su Xiaoxiao sighed, her tone laced with concern. Yet my mother is correct. Our assistance would likely be more of a distraction than a help, so our only contribution is to return safely to the mortal realm. You are right. By the way, have you noticed that the surrounding white mist has thickened considerably since we arrived? Hermione, who had been observing their surroundings intently, suddenly spoke up. Her observation captured everyone's attention, and indeed, as she noted, the white mist enveloping the entire vortex platform and the Bridge of Souls had grown denser. Visibility, which had been around 30 meters, had now dwindled to merely 10 meters. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, the range was continuously shrinking. What is happening? Draco, startled like a frightened mouse, instinctively clutched Xiaoxiao's sleeve, his eyes wide with fear as he surveyed their surroundings. Do not be afraid. Everyone huddle closer. Preferably hold hands, and do not stray apart. Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, becoming acutely vigilant, her deep green eyes scanning everything nearby. A premonition of impending doom surged within her, intensifying with each passing moment. It seemed as though everyone else on the bridge had vanished, leaving an eerie silence in their wake, while the white mist encroached, trapping them like caged beasts with no means of retreat or advance. Wait, look beneath the bridge. Harry suddenly pointed towards a certain spot below, his voice trembling. What is that? The group leaned over to peer down. Beneath the Bridge of Souls. The thick mist churned ominously and indistinctly. It appeared as though fierce malevolent spirits were silently roaring with gaping mouths, surging upwards from below. This is bad. They are coming up. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, swiftly retrieving her wand from her storage bag. Protect us all. A wave of warmth emanated from the tip of her wand, forming an invisible shield that enveloped them. Just then, a ghastly spirit burst forth from beneath the bridge, colliding forcefully against the shield. With just that one impact, Xiaoxiao could feel the shield's energy waning significantly. If they were to endure a few more such collisions, the shield would undoubtedly shatter. Protect us all. As if in sync, Hermione pulled out her wand at the very moment Xiaoxiao did, mimicking her actions to conjure a protective barrier. During their time at Hogwarts, she and Xiaoxiao had often studied together in the library, covering various practical and combat-related spells, not limited to just Eastern magical arts. Xiaoxiao, I will maintain the protection to hold them off. You find a way. Understood. Xiaoxiao nodded. These spirits lacked physical forms. Thus, the combat spells she knew would likely be ineffective against them. Fortunately, aside from magic, she could also invoke her techniques. Great Emperor Xuanwu, manifest your might. Spirits return to their temples, ghosts return to their graves, demons and monsters return to the forests. Xuanwu, true monarch, act swiftly as commanded. With a commanding tone, Xiaoxiao swiftly gestured with her fingers, and upon uttering the final words, a brilliant golden light erupted, causing the oncoming malevolent spirits to recoil in fear. Those that ventured too close were obliterated, vanishing without a trace. We shall assist as well. Harry and the others, no longer idly standing by, recovered from their shock. Aware of their own lack of magical prowess and exorcism techniques, they instead utilized the talismans they possessed. The three individuals hastily extracted a collection of talismans from their storage bags, a veritable cornucopia of types, each one a product of their training under Su Baibai at the Su family. Though their potency might be modest, they compensated for it with sheer quantity. Chapter 33, The Descent. Fiery Sun Talismans, Ghost-Repelling Talismans, Invisibility Talismans, Earth-Shrinking Talismans, and even Transformation Talismans. An array of peculiar and whimsical talismans was flung into the fray as if they were mere playthings, sparks flying amidst flashes of lightning. And even some malevolent spirits were compelled to change their gender, rendered momentarily speechless. The scene was utter chaos, yet even amidst this turmoil, an ever-increasing tide of malevolent spirits surged up from beneath the bridge, with one wave following another. Hermione was nearly exhausted, her magical energy dwindling, and her protective shield was beginning to show signs of dissipating. Harry and his companions were also running low on spells. If this continued, they would soon be overwhelmed. This approach is untenable. We must find a way to break through the encirclement swiftly. Xiaoxiao's palm crackled with arcs of lightning, and with a decisive thrust, the swirling electricity obliterated a cluster of malevolent spirits. Ron, do you remember the first gift I gave you? The first gift? Are you referring to the Sun Wukong doll? Ron paused for a moment before recollecting, then rummaged through his storage bag to retrieve it. Yes, that's the one. Xiaoxiao glanced over to confirm. Now shout 3 times, Monkey King, save me. Ron nodded eagerly, grasping the fidgeting doll and shouted, Monkey King, save me. Monkey King, save me. Monkey King, save me. As his voice echoed, the surface of the doll emitted a radiant glow, and it suddenly broke free from Ron's grasp, its form visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Haha, I the great sage have arrived. The instant the doll hit the ground, it transformed into a living, breathing Sun Wukong. In demeanor, movement, and appearance, he resembled the legendary figure, entirely unlike the doll he had been moments before. Is this the underworld? Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff and swept it with a mighty force, instantly clearing the surrounding malevolent spirits. Monkey King. Su Xiaoxiao gazed in delight at the imposing figure before her, his commanding presence indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. This is no ordinary hero. How intriguing. A little cat demon and 4 younglings from foreign lands. Sun Wukong hurled his golden staff, inscribing a circle in the ground that encircled Su Xiaoxiao and her companions. What are you living beings doing in this underworld? And what is this bridge of the dead doing harboring such aberrations? What has transpired? Well, Monkey King, we initially came here with our parents to visit the ghost market, but we stumbled upon the colorful Ghost King's resurrection plot. My mother urged us to leave, and shortly after stepping onto the bridge of the dead, we found ourselves in this predicament. Su Xiaoxiao succinctly explained the situation, and she noted that the subsequent malevolent spirits attempted to approach, but were obliterated the moment they crossed the circle. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, extended his hand and calculated with his fingers, quickly grasping the situation. So that is how it is. The colorful Ghost King's lair lies beneath this bridge of the dead, veiled by countless spirits until the day of its resurrection, when it emerged to recklessly absorb the lingering souls within the mist, resulting in this chaos. But what of these malevolent spirits? They too are spirits, akin to the mist you encountered previously, yet they remain silent. As Sun Wukong spoke, he leaped atop the bridge railing, his fiery eyes scanning the area beneath. This doppelganger of mine can only wield a fraction of my true power. A direct confrontation might not only fail to vanquish it, but could also yield graver consequences. I believe the underworld is already taking measures. You should not involve yourselves. I shall forge a path to the living realm, and you must flee without delay. With that, Sun Wukong vigorously swung his golden staff behind Su Xiaoxiao and her companions, causing the malevolent spirits and the white mist beyond the circle to vanish in an instant, revealing a narrow passage that allowed only one person to pass at a time. Quickly go. I have little time left, Sun Wukong urged, once more landing before Su Xiaoxiao and her friends to escort them. Hermione, you go first. I will hold them off. Without hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao pushed Hermione through, followed by Ron and Harry. The passage began to constrict, signaling that Sun Wukong's time was running out. Hurry, Sun Wukong urged, his form already beginning to shrink. The circle drawn by his staff flickered twice before vanishing, and the surrounding malevolent spirits surged toward them. Just as Harry bent to enter the passage, a malevolent spirit suddenly charged from the mist and collided directly with Draco, dragging him toward the abyss. Help! Draco cried out, his face paling with terror. At that moment, Sun Wukong dashed forward, seizing him by the collar. The strain of his doppelganger caused the passage to diminish further, and Draco let out a small sigh of relief. Yet just as Sun Wukong pulled him back to the bridge's surface, there was a resounding bang, and he inexplicably transformed back into the doll. Losing his balance, Draco clutched the now doll Sun Wukong as they plummeted downward, and Su Xiaoxiao abandoned her final chance for escape. Lunging toward him, I've got you. Su Xiaoxiao grasped Draco's hand tightly, while her other hand clung to a protrusion on the bridge. But no matter how hard she exerted herself, they were slowly sliding down. Xiaoxiao. Draco felt a surge of emotion, but before he could express his gratitude, Xiaoxiao's hand slipped free from the bridge of the dead, and they both fell into the abyss. The churning mist and malevolent spirits ravaged them as they descended, the icy coldness penetrating to their very souls, surrounded by spirits that feasted upon their essence and flesh, while the last flickering flame of sunlight above them waned. Xiaoxiao. Are we really going to die here? Draco, nearly numb from the cold, felt as if the specter of death were beckoning him. The gnawing pain inflicted by the spirits was excruciating, akin to being kissed by a dementor. Though Draco had never encountered one, he had merely heard his father, Lucius, mention that such a sensation might be akin to this. The warmth was gradually siphoned from his body, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. Don't say such disheartening things. We will definitely escape from here alive. Su Xiaoxiao struggled to hold on to Draco, the faint scent of white rabbit milk candy wafting from him. It seemed Draco truly had a fondness for the candy. Draco felt somewhat awkward, hesitating for a moment, before he too wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Can we really still live to leave? The fear that had once been etched on Draco's face had vanished, replaced by a numbness that dulled his ability to express emotion. Do not worry. I am here. Su Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze from his neck, forcing a smile that barely illuminated her features as she looked into his eyes. Don't forget. I possess many peculiar abilities. As her words fell, a gentle white light emanated from Su Xiaoxiao's body, causing Draco's pupils to constrict. This light involuntarily reminded him of the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Wait, Xiaoxiao. Chapter 34. The Death of Su Xiaoxiao. You must stop. This ability will lead you to faint, or worse, you mustn't continue. Draco urged anxiously, acutely aware of a profoundly healing energy being siphoned from Su Xiaoxiao and infused into him. Memories of everything that transpired in the Forbidden Forest, alongside the days Xiaoxiao had spent in a coma, flooded back to him, and Draco felt an overwhelming sense of panic. However, Su Xiaoxiao merely smiled nonchalantly, showing no sign of halting, instead amplifying the output of her healing powers. Do not worry, I am a cat demon with 9 lives. How could I fall so easily? The orange strands of hair danced with the breeze, the furry ears hidden at the tips quivering gently, emphasizing the beastly traits that became increasingly pronounced on her petite frame. Within those verdant eyes, 2 vertical lines were fixed. Draco, under Su Xiaoxiao's healing touch, had replenished the vitality he had lost. Yet Su Xiaoxiao did not cease her efforts, even multitasking as she drew her wand, casting protective spells repeatedly. The malevolent spirits around them relentlessly battered the shield, and Draco, unable to bear witnessing her struggle any longer, retrieved his wand, mirroring her actions as he chanted the protective incantation over and over. For the first time, Draco felt a surge of self-loathing. Why had he become complacent? Why hadn't he learned more useful spells? Why was he so utterly inept? Watching Su Xiaoxiao's movements grow more sluggish and sensing the healing energy waning, he desperately cradled her in his arms while frantically waving his wand. Hurry, please, release it quickly. On his 21st wave of the wand, a stream of warmth finally erupted from its tip, and a complete protective spell was unleashed. Draco was overwhelmed with exhilaration, yet Su Xiaoxiao's breath was fading. It wasn't long before he, shaken from the joy of having successfully cast the spell, realized something was amiss. He shouted her name, but she offered no response. Her body turning cold, her essence slipping away. Draco was momentarily frozen in disbelief. No, this cannot be. You cannot die. Just moments ago, you were speaking with me. How could this happen so suddenly? Did you not claim to have 9 lives? Why have you fallen silent and ignored me? Open your eyes and look at me. Su Xiaoxiao. Panic seized him as he threatened her, shook her, but to no avail. She appeared to have succumbed to a slumber deeper than any restful sleep. How could you leave me alone, Xiaoxiao? Draco fell silent, holding her tightly. Unbeknownst to him, the surrounding malevolent spirits had vanished. Yet they continued to plummet downward into what seemed an unfathomable abyss. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow and exhaustion, Draco drifted into a restless slumber. In the cemetery, the gateway between the realms of the living and the dead lay open. A solitary cypress tree, worn and withered, stood in a corner of the graveyard, while an elderly man clad in a black zhongshan suit bent over, wielding a feather duster to clean the gravestones before him. Beside him stood 2 young individuals and a charming lady in a qipao, quietly observing the old man as he tended to the tombstones. Despite the eerie surroundings, an air of harmonious tranquility enveloped the scene. Suddenly, the cypress behind them shook violently, and a pitch-black passageway materialized, from which 3 figures stumbled forth. Hermione was the first to emerge, with Ron and Harry tumbling directly onto her, resulting in a rather intimate encounter with the ground. Ouch! Hermione exclaimed in pain, struggling to push the 2 off her before rising to her feet, brushing off the dust while surveying her surroundings. The paper money that had vanished into her shoulders suddenly burst forth, swirling in the air before igniting spontaneously, turning to ashes that scattered with the wind. Wait, where are Xiaoxiao and Malfoy? Why haven't they come out? The dark passage had vanished, and the cypress returned to its stillness. Nearby, several adults hurried over at the sight. Are you 3? Finally, you've emerged. These 3 have been anxiously waiting for you. If you hadn't come out soon, they would have opened the passage to search for you, the old man remarked, rising to approach Hermione and the others. But where are the rest of you? The young lady from the Su family and that blonde boy? Malfoy was knocked under the bridge by the malevolent spirits. The Sun Wukong avatar that helped us open the passage went to retrieve him, but the power sustaining the gateway suddenly vanished. Harry lamented, filled with guilt. I should have grabbed Malfoy in time. It's all my fault. Hermione and Ron hung their heads in silence, their faces etched with sorrow and regret. If only they had been quicker, if only they had entered the passage sooner, Xiaoxiao and the others would not have been left behind. The lady beside them furrowed her brow slightly. She gracefully approached Hermione, gently crouching down, her every movement exuding elegance. Dear child, do not grieve. I am Xiaoxiao's aunt. Upon receiving word from my sister, we rushed here to fetch you. We had no idea that Xiaoxiao and that boy would encounter such misfortune. Rest assured, we will dispatch a team to search for them immediately. At last, Hermione could no longer hold back her tears. Su Shui embraced her, along with Harry and Ron. For they were still but children, unaccustomed to such harrowing experiences. Finally finding someone to lean on, the pent-up emotions of fear, sorrow, regret, and injustice erupted into tears that cascaded down their cheeks. Mr. Black Crow, please keep a close watch on them while I take these 3 children back, Su Shui instructed, standing to nod respectfully at the elder known as Old Black. She then turned to the 2 young individuals behind her. Wei Qing, Wei Guang. You must set off for the underworld at once, and ensure Xiaoxiao's whereabouts are discovered. But madam, we were given orders by the young master to protect you and the young master. Wei Guang hesitated, frowning. No buts. I command you to go. Xiao Yikong sent you to safeguard me and the child in my womb, but you must also heed my instructions. Wei Guang's lips moved as if to protest, but he was silenced by Wei Qing's firm response. Yes, madam, we shall depart at once. With that, they took hold of each other and opened the passageway to the underworld using their powers, bypassing the need for offerings. Mr. Black Crow, we will take our leave, they said. I will keep a vigilant eye on Xiaoxiao. You need not worry, Old Black assured them. Su Shui bade him farewell, and then led Hermione and the others out of the graveyard, boarding a luxury vehicle to depart. Chapter 35. Seeking good fortune or avoiding misfortune. Fragments of dreams were hazy. Draco beheld the Pandora seed he had tenderly nurtured finally sprouting branches. Under his watchful gaze, tender leaves and flower buds unfurled. Yet, just as he was about to witness the blooming of the Pandora flower, a wave of pain jolted through his body, pulling him back to reality. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself in a murky, gray forest. The trees loomed like monstrous beasts, their decayed trunks oozing a foul, viscous substance. Stripped of leaves, the bare trunks were draped in white strands resembling spider silk, yet no spiders were to be found. Stumbling to his feet, Draco winced in pain. Miraculously, he had survived the fall from such a height. But where was Xiaoxiao? Coming to his senses, he scanned the area, yet found no trace of her. Ignoring his aches and the repulsive stench clinging to him, he called out her name, his soiled face betraying his anxiety. If he had truly lost Xiaoxiao, he would never forgive himself. At some point, a significant place had been carved out in his heart for her. He could not articulate this feeling. Perhaps he genuinely considered Xiaoxiao a true friend. Draco had never cared for anyone so deeply. In his everyday life, he had been unaware, but in this moment, he was compelled to confront his own emotions. Su Xiaoxiao, where are you? Draco suddenly stumbled over a protruding tree root beneath his feet, falling to the ground with a painful cry. A profound sense of helplessness and a torrent of suppressed emotions surged within him as he struck the earth with his fist, causing a droplet of water to plop into the soil. Draco, what's wrong? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Draco's body stiffened, and he slowly lifted his head to glance back. Su Xiaoxiao stood a short distance away, cradling a Sun Wukong doll, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she tilted her head to observe him. Xiaoxiao. Draco instantly sprang to his feet and rushed towards her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Where have you been? I thought I lost you. Su Xiaoxiao gasped for breath as Draco held her tightly, almost as if fearing she would vanish at any moment. Draco, you have to let go. I can't breathe. She managed to squeeze out, prompting Draco to release her, looking at her with a mix of helplessness and caution. Xiaoxiao, you have no idea how terrified I was when I found you without a breath. I thought you had disappeared after I awoke, and it made me even more afraid. You don't know where you went. Draco's dirty little face was contorted with worry, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Where did you run off to? It was the first time Su Xiaoxiao witnessed Draco in such a vulnerable state, which filled her with surprise and a hint of guilt. I told you, I have 9 lives. The lack of breath was just temporary. When I woke up and saw you still unconscious, I didn't want to disturb you. Then I noticed the Sun Wukong doll was missing, so I went to look for it. I came back as soon as I found it. I don't care. From now on, you must never leave me without a word again. Wiping his face, Draco huffed, regaining some of his usual proud demeanor. Even for a moment, it's unacceptable. All right. I promise. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in resignation, retrieving some wet wipes from her storage bag and handing them to him. Here, clean yourself up. This time it was my fault. I didn't expect you to be so worried. Draco pouted, snatching the wipes and cleaning the gooey residue off his face and clothes. How are your injuries? When I awoke, I saw you had multiple fractures and internal injuries. Luckily, I woke up in time to help mend some of them. Su Xiaoxiao realized that she also had some of Draco's goo on her, and began wiping it off. I wondered why I only felt pain without any visible injuries. It seems you already treated me. Draco looked at her while cleaning the residue from his neck, left from their earlier embrace, his cheeks turning slightly red. Is it no longer painful? Wait, did you use that ability again? Su Xiaoxiao understood what he meant. The innate ability to consume her own life force to achieve healing. A unique power that cost her dearly. Of course not. I only used that ability for those on the brink of death. I merely utilized a healing spell and transferred some of my magic to assist in your recovery. After storing the Sun Wukong doll back in her bag, Su Xiaoxiao took out some food for him. Let us eat something first. We can't linger here for long. We need to leave quickly. After hastily finishing their food and regaining some strength, the two prepared to depart. Where are we going? Draco surveyed the desolate landscape, void of any discernible path, surrounded only by grotesque, gnarled trees. He glanced up at the sky, shrouded in a thick gray mist, unsure of the distance from their current location to the bridge. However, judging by the duration of their fall, it was bound to be considerable. I don't know either, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Su Xiaoxiao shrugged helplessly, closing her eyes briefly to sense the inherent danger her race was attuned to. Let us go that way. The two fell silent as they ventured towards the unknown. Time passed unmeasured as they traversed the murky forest, the only difference being the sporadic appearances of malevolent spirits along the way. Total protection. Palm lightning. Draco and Su Xiaoxiao worked in seamless harmony, one casting protective spells while the other unleashed crackling lightning to obliterate the approaching specters. The number of spirits is increasing. We aren't sure what that signifies. Perhaps we are nearing the heart of their lair, or maybe we are drawing closer to the color-tinged Ghost King. Regardless, as long as we are not trapped here indefinitely, that is the best outcome. As Su Xiaoxiao repelled a spirit with a swift motion, a sudden deafening roar echoed ahead, and the ground beneath them began to quake as countless spirits fled towards them. What is happening? Draco looked bewildered. Xiaoxiao, didn't you say your racial gift could help us avoid danger? Su Xiaoxiao was equally perplexed. That is correct. This shouldn't be happening. For the first time, she doubted her innate abilities. Has my skill point gone awry? Has avoiding danger become attracting danger? Chapter 36, Chaos. Is this your lair? Su Bye-bye, originally supposed to be in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly awakened. He stood up, flexing his wrists, a smile on his lips but a cold glint in his eyes as he gazed at the figure across from him, Yan Hong, who donned a white mask. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the dim, gray atmosphere and the peculiar, withered trees that loomed ominously. Yan Hong stood not far ahead, clutching her shoulder where he had struck her with palm lightning, which had penetrated deeply, leaving a charred wound that was slowly mending. Don't you think it's too late to wear a mask now? I've seen your true face long ago. Yan Hong, surprised yet quickly regaining her seductive demeanor upon seeing him awake, released her grip on her shoulder, revealing the burn that was healing. You've awakened so quickly. It seems I underestimated you. But what does it matter? This is the domain of the color-tinged Ghost King. Do you think you can escape? In response to her taunts, Su Bye-bye merely smiled disdainfully. Do you really believe your seductive perfume has any effect on me? Besides, I was merely testing you. The moment I caught a whiff of that fragrance, I knew something was amiss, so I played along and let you lead me here. And now, I shall eliminate you completely. As Su Bye-bye spoke, a long sword materialized in his hand, and almost as soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Lunging forward with his sword aimed at Yan Hong, the sword, imbued with righteous energy from the Maoshan sect, sliced through the air. Yet Yan Hong did not flinch. Instead, she grinned. The sword pierced her, and her form shattered like ice crystals. Clones? Su Bye-bye frowned, suddenly sensing a lethal intent approaching from behind. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding a clawed hand, while Yan Hong let out a cold snort, redirecting her attack towards his head. Clang! Su Bye-bye raised his sword to block, the collision producing a sharp sound. Gathering the spirit, summon the King of Ghosts, dispelling all evil, shaking the underworld. By the urgent command, I decree. Su Bye-bye chanti de incantaciones. His fingers dancing swiftly to form seals, as a phantom of the King of Ghosts descended from the heavens. The apparition, with wild hair and a fearsome visage, donned a horned cap, wore a blue robe, and was clad in leather, leaving one arm exposed. Towering and imposing, it radiated a terrifying aura that could subdue malevolent spirits. Upon witnessing the phantom, Yan Hong immediately turned to flee, but before she could take a step, the King of Ghosts seized her from afar, pulling her back uncontrollably. Yan Hong screamed in terror, only to be swallowed whole by the King of Ghosts in the next instant. Su Bye-bye bowed respectfully to the phantom. Thank you, Master Zhong. The King of Ghosts turned to him, laughing heartily. No need for such formalities, young one of the Su family. How did you end up in this interstice of the underworld? Su Bye-bye straightened up and succinctly recounted the sequence of events. The primary reason I summoned you with the divine invocation was to relay crucial information to the underworld. The subordinates of the Sei-Sun Ghost King have split into two factions, intending to strike at the Ghost Gate and the Ghost Market, plundering souls for sacrificial offerings. This matter is of utmost importance, and I implore Master Zhong to notify the underworld. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, the ethereal form of Zhong Kui not only showed no surprise or gravity, but instead erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Worry not, young scion of the Su family. We have long been aware of this. We have already laid a meticulous trap at the Ghost Gate, awaiting their self-invitation. As for the Ghost Market, we have dispatched additional ghostly officers, ox-headed and horse-faced, along with the black and white impermanents, fully mobilized, lest they dare not come. Were it not for the elusive nature of this netherworld rift, we would have sent our spectral soldiers to apprehend the Sei-Sun Ghost King long ago. However, now that you have cleverly led us here, thanks to that female ghost, we are fortunate indeed. Since the underworld has been prepared, I can rest easy. I will now mark the spatial point here, and I request Master Zhong to bring the troops swiftly. Resta sura. Ah. With that, the specter of Zhong Kui gradually faded away. Su Baibai produced a talisman and drove it into the ground, thereby creating a spatial point. Once the marking was complete, he soared onto his sword, searching for the figure of the Sei-Sun Ghost King. By the time Zhai Wen and the others located him, Su Baibai was already embroiled in a fierce battle with the mask organization. Lacking proficiency in spells, his greatest prowess lay in swordsmanship and talisman crafting. The members of the mask organization were numerous, comprising mostly wandering spirits and wild ghosts, adorned with masks of varying expressions, relentlessly closing in on and attacking Su Baibai. It was unclear how long he had fought. His body bore wounds both light and severe. Observing this, Zhai Wen and the others joined the fray, unleashing a flurry of spells and talismans. Behind the ghostly attackers loomed a massive circular stone platform, upon which stood a grotesque statue of a creature with a human head and serpent body. Its eyes flickered with ghostly light, and its gaping mouth voraciously consumed the souls that met its criteria. An invisible whirlwind spiraled upward from its maw, seemingly piercing the heavens. As countless specters were drawn into the statue's mouth, at that moment, a cohort of spectral soldiers materialized through the spatial point Su Baibai had marked, swiftly converging upon the battlefield. Leading them was not the anticipated Zhong Kui, but rather a man with piercing eyes, exuding an air of righteousness. It was Judge Lu of the Inspection Division. Why was he, who should be adjudicating matters of good and evil, meddling here? Zhai Wen glanced upward at Judge Lu. Curiosity piqued, and flew forward to confront him directly. And what about you? Did you not linger beside Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, even going so far as to assume a false identity to open a shop in the Ghost Market? Judge Lu's tone was gentle and warm. Yet Zhai Wen could not shake the feeling that his words dripped with sarcasm. I serve the Bodhisattva with my true form. Is it not permissible for me to create a doppelganger to amuse myself? Zhai Wen retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Moreover, I am here to assist my friends. Very well, we shall discuss these matters later. For now, let us descend and lend our aid, Judge Lu declared, raising his jade talisman and addressing the spectral soldiers behind him. All officers, heed my command. Immediately apprehend the subordinates of the Sei-Sun Ghost King. Those who defy shall be executed on the spot. We must prevent the Sei-Sun Ghost King from resurrecting and capture his vile spirit. Yes. The spectral soldiers roared in unison, diving into the fray. The arrival of the spectral soldiers immediately shifted the tide of battle. Although the mask organization boasted a considerable number, most had split into three factions earlier, with the majority heading to the Ghost Market and Ghost Gate to seize souls, leaving only a fraction to guard their stronghold. The arrival of 100,000 spectral soldiers was undoubtedly a devastating blow to them. Judge Lu wasted no time, charging directly towards the statue. Just as he approached, a beam of red light suddenly shot forth from the statue's eyes, targeting him. Chapter 37. The one who placed the statue must be a Virgo. Xiaoxiao pulled Draco behind a slightly thicker dead tree, peering curiously ahead. Not far in front of them, on the flattened ground, stood two opposing statues of a creature with a human head and serpent body. The four beams of light shooting from the statue's eyes converged in the middle, forming a massive black hole, from which spirits flew forth. Unlike the previous souls they had encountered, these spirits displayed sentience, donned matching attire, and bore chains on their wrists. What is going on? Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Regaining her composure, she seized a passing spirit and inquired, "Excuse me, who are you? Why are you all bound in chains? What is that thing?" The spirit appeared to be an elderly man, resembling a modern-day individual, with a sallow complexion and gaunt features, indicative of someone who had succumbed to illness. Startled, The old man quickly realized he was merely confronted by two children, and felt a surge of malice. He lunged at her. I never expected to encounter two living beings here. I shall not hold back. Draco flinched, but Xiaoxiao merely offered a benign smile. Raising her hand, crackling with electricity. What did you just say, old man? The wind is too loud, I couldn't hear you. Sensing the sudden surge of thunderous pressure emanating from her, the old man's spirit trembled, freezing mid-lunge, and forcing a smile. Ah, cough cough, it's nothing, young ones. My point was that it is too dangerous for you two children to linger here. You should hurry home. That is not your concern. Xiaoxiao tilted her head, suddenly unleashing a bolt of lightning that cleaved through the old man's body, carving a black hole into the dead tree. I am far more interested in the answers to the questions I just asked. A blatant threat. The old man internally protested, yet his smile grew even wider. Oh, my memory. The truth is we, the ones in chains, were on our way to the Ghost Gate today to reunite with our loved ones in the Yang realm. However, halfway through, a group of masked ghosts appeared, hurling something that emitted thick smoke at us. We couldn't see a thing, only heard the sounds of fighting, and panicked, fleeing for our lives to avoid being caught in their battle. Then there was a tremendous explosion, followed by a red light in the sky. And a powerful force sucked us all in, leading us to this place. As the old man spoke, fearful that Xiaoxiao would not believe him and might strike him down, he pulled over another spirit beside him. I truly do not know about those two statues. But everything else I swear is the truth. You can ask him. Xiaoxiao nodded, not doubting the old man's words. After all, he had witnessed the might of her palm lightning. There was no benefit to deceiving her. The spirit the old man had brought over was quick-witted. Upon seeing the electric glow in Xiaoxiao's palm, he nodded vigorously without hesitation. Once the inquiries were concluded, Xiaoxiao released them, and she and Draco stepped out from behind the dead tree. If that's the case, the loud noise we heard earlier must have originated from these two statues, intended to create the black hole in the middle. Draco articulated his hypothesis, concluding that this was undoubtedly the work of the mask organization, which had targeted the souls heading to the Ghost Gate, crafting this portal-like construct to draw them in as sacrifices for the Sei Sun Ghost King. Xiaoxiao cast him an appreciative glance. Well done, Draco. You have learned to analyze. I share your thoughts, but since the portal has been established here, I believe we are very close to the Sei Sun Ghost King. We must be prepared to confront both the mask organization and the Sei Sun Ghost King at any moment. Upon hearing this, Draco's expression darkened, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. The two individuals cautiously approached the statue, while several specters harbored thoughts akin to the old man's. However, upon catching sight of the small palm-sized lightning, they decisively abandoned their audacious intentions. Xiaoxiao, who do you think these two statues represent? They have serpentine tails and appear rather peculiar, Draco remarked, scrutinizing the statue on the left while occasionally glancing at the one on the right to draw comparisons. They look identical. Could they be twins? Not necessarily. Perhaps the one who placed these statues is a Virgo. Virgo. What is that? Draco inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. I'm not quite sure how to explain that. I'll tell you later, came the response. Oh. Xiaoxiao stepped into the center before gazing up at the immense black void above. She then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully into the darkness. The stone did not penetrate the black hole but rather ricocheted back, indicating that this was a one-way teleportation array. Just then, a somewhat familiar figure shot out from the black hole, precisely crashing into Draco. Ah! Draco cried out in pain as Xiaoxiao hurried over to check on him. She found a person dressed in a white robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns. Her red ribbon tied into a high ponytail, and a waist badge inscribed with the character Xiao. Wei Qing? It's really you! Xiaoxiao exclaimed, helping her to her feet. Upon seeing her face, she was finally certain of her identity. What are you doing in the underworld? And how did you come out of that black hole? Wei Qing stood up, her surprise evident as she realized that her long-sought target was right before her. Misu? Is that really you? How splendid! I've finally found you. Hey, I'm still on the ground here. Can someone help me up? Draco grunted from beneath, shakily extending an arm. My apologies. Wei Qing quickly pulled Draco up, her face reflecting her remorse. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. While speaking, she pressed down on Draco's shoulder, deftly realigning his dislocated arm with a couple of sharp clicks, eliciting another cry of pain from him. Misu. Wei Guang and I were sent by the Lady's command to find you in the underworld, along with this young master. However, there was a slight miscalculation in the portal's positioning, and we were directly teleported near the Ghost Gate. Wei Guang and I were just about to head towards the Een Bridge when we heard commotion at the Ghost Gate. followed by a cloud of thick smoke obscuring our view. We got separated, and then I heard sounds of combat, during which I took down several masked individuals. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a powerful suction pulled me in, ultimately bringing me here. By the way, have you seen Hermione and the others? How are they? Are you referring to those 3 kids from the UK? They're well. The lady has already taken them away. Wei Qing's reassurance eased Xiaoxiao's mind. At that moment, Draco suddenly nudged her, a look of confusion on his face. What's wrong, Draco? Draco pointed at the statue before them, uncertainty clouding his voice. Do you not think the tails of those 2 statues were not positioned like this before? I recall that the left statue's tail tip was leaning a bit more to the left, and the right one to the right. Now, they appear reversed and slightly angled downward. Draco's observations captured the attention of both Xiaoxiao and Wei Qing. I haven't really taken note. But now that you mention it, it does seem a bit off. Xiaoxiao stroked her chin, examining the 2 statues in search of further clues. Wei Qing stepped forward, her brow furrowing as she concentrated on the statues, releasing her senses to perceive them. These 2 statues emanate a distinctly malevolent aura, and it feels as though something within is slowly awakening. No sooner had Wei Qing spoken than the 2 statues before them began to stir, their heads synchronously turning toward them. The statues trembled violently, shedding countless fragments of stone, revealing their true forms. With grayish-white skin, blood-red veins etched wicked patterns, and dark green serpentine tails that lashed out, they struck the ground with such force that it created shallow craters. Their crimson serpent eyes gleamed with greed and desire as they opened their razor-toothed mouths, emitting a cacophony of piercing, shrill cries. Their revival caused the central black void to vanish instantly. The 3 quickly covered their ears, for the shrieks felt like a mental assault piercing through their minds. The sound screeching akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Draco, lagging just a moment behind the others, felt a warm trickle flow from his nose upon hearing the sound. You old man, would you just shut up? Wei Qing shouted. One hand pressed to her ear while the other brandished a dart that swiftly flew toward the throat of the serpent demon. 4 darts traced arcs through the air. And upon seeing this, the serpent demon ceased its shrieking, swiftly evading to the side. Little did it know, Wei Qing's darts had the uncanny ability to curve. The sharp darts cut through their skin, yet no blood oozed forth, and the wounds rapidly healed back to normal. Infuriated, the serpent demon charged at its counterpart, astonishingly merging into one entity. Merlin's pants, can it do that? Draco exclaimed in shock, unable to suppress his astonishment. Foreigners are truly unfortunate. When faced with something shocking, they can't even muster a proper exclamation. Fortune smiles upon me, encountering such exquisite offerings. After merging, the serpent demon spoke with human words. Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. Are you a minion of the lustful Ghost King? Little girl, do you think you can invoke my name? The serpent demon, the lustful Ghost King, snorted disdainfully, its long tail whipping toward Xiaoxiao. The trio was taken aback. None had anticipated that this being, which had transformed from 2 statues into 2 serpent demons and then fused into one, was indeed the lustful Ghost King, long rumored to be plotting its resurrection. This was far from what they had envisioned. With no time to process their astonishment, Xiaoxiao adeptly dodged the lustful Ghost King's tail, which smashed into the very spot where she had just stood, creating a deep crater. Had she been caught off guard, it would have turned her into a mere pancake. You truly have resurrected. Wei Qing shielded Xiaoxiao and Draco behind her, realizing that physical attacks were futile against it. She retracted her darts, her body enveloped in an orange-red flame. No wait, you haven't fully revived. Those 2 statues were your remnants, correct? It seems your main soul is in quite a predicament, having been forced to abandon it and flee here. As if pierced by Wei Qing's words, the lustful Ghost King's visage contorted in rage, launching an even more frenzied assault against them. Its massive serpent tail lashed out, causing the earth to tremble once more, shattering nearby dead trees as easily as cookies, sending countless fragments and viscous slime flying. At her words, 6 fireballs materialized before her, instantly shooting toward the lustful Ghost King. The 6 fireballs illuminated the surroundings, their purifying brilliance causing nearby specters to shriek in agony, emitting puffs of white smoke where the light touched. The lustful Ghost King's ethereal form suffered similarly, its surface scorched and marred, reminiscent of a vampire exposed to sunlight in a horror film. Quite a terrifying sight. You have successfully enraged me. With a flick of its tail, the lustful Ghost King extinguished the 6 fireballs and exhaled a thick cloud of pink mist. What is this? Xiaoxiao instinctively covered her mouth and nose. However, the mist spread rapidly, filling the air with an indescribable fragrance. In the next moment she felt dizzy, her body losing balance, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Not only Su Xiaoxiao but Draco also exhibited similar symptoms, while Wei Qing's condition was somewhat better, though her breath was still erratic and rapid as she glared furiously at the colorful Ghost King. What have you done to us? The colorful Ghost King smirked wickedly, flicking his forked tongue and emitting a seductive chuckle. Do you not feel that flame burning deep within your hearts? You will not experience pain. In the utmost ecstasy, your souls shall be reaped by me. How delightful a death this is, do you not agree? Shameless. Wei Qing gasped, desperately trying to maintain her sanity, even resorting to slicing her arm with a dart. Misu, wake up quickly. She turned to glance at Su Xiaoxiao and the others, who lay on the ground, writhing in discomfort and agony, seemingly seeking a cool spot to extinguish the blaze consuming their hearts and bodies. Damn that colorful Ghost King. Such despicable tactics. Su Xiaoxiao gradually felt her consciousness slipping away, beads of sweat forming on her brow, while Draco beside her flushed with color, curling into a ball, his fingers digging into the cold earth, veins bulging as if he were suppressing something with great effort. With resolute determination, Wei Qing delivered a swift strike, rendering the two unconscious. She fought to retain her composure, a hint of crimson staining her lovely features, as blood dripped from her arm, turning the grayish ground beneath her crimson. The dog, the rat, and the thunderfire. The Nine Heavens Thunderfire transforms the divine dragon. Chapter 39. The Phoenix Feather. In Kyoto, at the Xiao family residence. Are Xiaoxiao and the others alright? Hermione anxiously perched on the sofa. Upon seeing Su Baibai descend the stairs, she swiftly stood, her concern evident. The previous night, Su Baibai and Wei Guang had hurriedly returned to the Xiao family, cradling the unconscious Xiaoxiao and Draco. After inquiring, they learned that Xiaoxiao and Draco had encountered the colorful Ghost King, who had been repelled by the judges. His abilities, as one could infer from his name, were formidable. Xiaoxiao and Draco had inhaled a considerable amount of the Crimson Desire Red Tide. Even though Wei Qing had promptly knocked them unconscious, the longer the delay, the more severe their condition would become. At that time, Wei Qing had also been deeply affected by the Crimson Desire Red Tide. Yet she valiantly employed the departure fire technique to severely injure the colorful Ghost King, holding on until the judges arrived. The colorful Ghost King was subdued and taken away, while Su Baibai and the subsequently arrived Wei Guang swiftly transported the unconscious duo back to the earthly realm. Wei Qing, however, remained in the listening pavilion for medical treatment. Su's father and mother promptly journeyed to Phoenix Mountain to retrieve the Phoenix Feather, a sacred object capable of curing the Crimson Desire Red Tide poison that had afflicted Xiaoxiao and Draco. Only the true fire contained within the Phoenix Feather could eradicate the colorful Ghost King's lustful poison, and the inherent power of rebirth would ensure that the true fire would not harm their bodies. It was only that morning that Hermione and the others learned of these events. The previous night, due to Su Baibai and company returning late, and the trio having experienced such terror, they had gone to bed early and were thus unaware of the situation. Until today. Upon receiving news from Wei Guang, their worry deepened. Seeing the visibly unwell trio, Su Baibai felt a wave of guilt wash over her. I am truly sorry for ruining your wonderful summer vacation. The trio, however, shook their heads in response. It's nothing. We are merely concerned for Xiaoxiao. She and Draco remain unconscious, but thankfully, Aunt is skilled in healing and has stabilized the desire poison within them. We can only hope that Mom and the others return with the Phoenix Feather soon. For the longer this drags on, the more detrimental it becomes for them. It's all my fault. If I could have just helped Draco back then, none of this would have happened. Harry lowered his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, a look of regret on his face. Xiaoxiao has always been working hard to foster our friendship with Malfoy, yet I have remained suspicious of him. It is entirely my fault. Harry, this is not your fault. Ron placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. If anyone is to be held accountable, I share the responsibility for what has transpired. And I as well. Hermione resumed her seat, concealing her expression behind her hands. Su Baibai stepped forward and gently embraced the three. Do not think this way. How can it be your fault? Xiaoxiao will be fine. Do not blame yourselves. If she were to know, she would surely mock you mercilessly. At that moment, the front door swung open, and a group of people hurriedly entered. Li Yunshu and Su Wuma led the way, followed closely by Feng Xiyang and Huang Yunin. Father, Mother, and Xiyang and Yunin? Did you manage to get the items? Su Baibai turned to see the two children behind her, a hint of surprise on her face. We have secured them, child. We entrust Xiaoxiao and Draco to you. Su Wuma's expression was grave as he earnestly addressed them. The two children nodded, their small faces earnest. Rest assured, Uncle Su and Aunt Li, Xiaoxiao is our friend. Xiyang and I will do our utmost. After a brief exchange, Li Yunshu led them upstairs to a large bedroom, where Xiaoxiao and Draco lay separately on two beds, deeply unconscious. Their formerly fair skin had turned crimson, sweat-soaked hair clinging to their faces, brows furrowed as they occasionally muttered in distress, appearing to be in great pain. Su Shui, who had been caring for them, exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing the four arrive. She stepped back to Li Yinshu's side. Allowing space for the two, Feng Shuyang and Huang Yunin positioned themselves between the two, taking a deep breath, leaning against one another, their hands crossed over their chests, heads held high, eyes closed. Instantly, two phantasmal phoenixes emanated from them, coiling around one another as they emitted a series of melodious calls. Their lips moved, seemingly reciting something. Upon closer inspection, the words did not resemble human language, being complex and obscure, ancient and mysterious, as though each syllable contained a special power. Suddenly, the two phoenix apparitions let out a long cry, diving toward Xiaoxiao and Draco, flames erupting from their forms. The intense heat cast a crimson glow throughout the room, the temperature rising rapidly, transforming the bedroom into a furnace. Su Shui and Su Wuma could not withstand the heat, and had to gently retreat outside, opening the door. Feng Shuyang and Huang Yunin remained oblivious to the outside world. Seemingly at a critical juncture, they simultaneously lowered their hands, moving rhythmically as the phoenix apparitions transformed into ashes, from which two glimmering golden feathers emerged. As they formed hand seals, the final syllable echoed, and the phoenix feather suddenly plunged into the bodies of the two. The golden flames enveloped them, and as the phoenix feather entered their bodies, a pink toxic mist began to emanate from them. Yet before it could disperse, it was ruthlessly consumed by the golden flames on their surfaces. After approximately 3 minutes, to those downstairs, it felt as though 3 centuries had passed, each second a torment. Finally, the sound of the door opening from upstairs reached them, and a weary Feng Shuyang appeared in the corridor, addressing the crowd below. The desire poison within them has been completely eradicated. Wonderful. The trio's faces brightened with joy, and they hastily rose from the sofa to rush upstairs. Their anxious hearts finally settled as they entered the room. The flush on Xiaoxiao and Draco's faces had faded, yet they remained in slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Noticing the puzzled gazes directed at her, Huang Yunin explained, "They are simply too exhausted to awaken. Once they regain their strength, they will naturally come to." "Thank you." Hermione gently embraced Huang Yunin, who smiled and shook her head, signaling that it was nothing. Goo-goo. Suddenly, an owl's hoot echoed from outside the window. Su Shui approached and opened the window, allowing a white-faced grass owl to flutter inside, clutching a few letters in its beak, and tilting its head to observe the crowd. It was the little owl. Dun dun. Chapter 40. The Summons of Vizingamo. Before long, a day had passed, and Su Xiaoxiao and Draco finally stirred from their slumber. As she gazed up at the opulent chandelier above, Su Xiaoxiao's mind momentarily froze, before uncontrollably conjuring fragments of her dreams, causing her cheeks to flush. Ahem. Su Xiaoxiao felt a parched sensation in her throat, and her voice startled Hermione, who had been dozing beside her. "Xiaoxiao, you're awake." Hermione rubbed her eyes, and upon realizing Xiaoxiao was indeed awake, her face lit up with joy as she impulsively embraced her. "Do you have any idea how worried I've been these past few days? I'm so thirsty," Su Xiaoxiao gasped, nearly dying of thirst. Hermione, hearing this, promptly released her, and rose to pour her a glass of water. Su Xiaoxiao gulped down 2 large cups of water. As Hermione took the empty glass back, she looked at Xiaoxiao's flushed face with concern. "Xiaoxiao, why is your face still so red? Wait, could it be that the poison within you hasn't been completely cleared away? Just wait here, I'll go fetch Huang Yunyun." "Wait, I'm fine now, Hermione. As for my flushed face, ahem, it's just that I feel a bit hot." "Yes, look how bright the sun is outside." Hermione glanced out the window. "Indeed, the sun is bright, but it's quite cool in here, isn't it?" Seemingly apprehensive of further questioning from Hermione, Su Xiaoxiao threw off the covers and gently embraced her. All right, see, I'm perfectly fine now. Miss Granger, please do not worry." Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pouted. "Humph, I wasn't worried about you, but you should be concerned about yourself. Uncle Su and Aunt Yunshu are already aware of your summons from Vizingamo, and their emotions are somewhat, well, agitated, and they are preparing to head to Ingwa to represent you." "Wait, what? My dad knows about this, and they're going to represent me at Vizingamo?" Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Hermione nodded. At that moment, Draco, who had already awakened nearby, could no longer tolerate being ignored by the two girls and snapped, "Hey, have you both forgotten I'm right here? I want some water too." Downstairs, Su Wuma and Li Yinshu were seated on the sofa. Recently, Su Wuma had contacted his colleagues and arranged to depart for Ingwa this afternoon, to stand in for Su Xiaoxiao at Vizingamo. "Is everything arranged?" Li Yinshu inquired. her expression impassive. Su Wuma nodded. Rest assured, both have confirmed there are no issues. We'll set off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Li Yinshu nodded, her gaze drifting to the letter from Vizengamo resting on the coffee table, letting out a cold snort. Beside her, Su Shui let out a gentle sigh. She found herself positioned between these two volatile figures, acutely aware of the tension radiating from them. Su Baibai and the others could not endure it and made excuses to retreat to their rooms. Yet she felt compelled to intervene. Not for any other reason than to calm them down for the greater good. Sister-in-law, please, let us all remain calm. To speak candidly, Xiaoxiao has indeed gone a bit too far. She shouldn't have erased those two muggles' memories or manipulated them with the eye technique. It's entirely reasonable for Vizengamo to summon her. However, I believe they won't impose any severe judgment on her. After all, didn't the letter state that Dumbledore would also be in attendance? As far as I know, Dumbledore holds a significant position in Ingwa, and since Xiaoxiao is his student, he will surely advocate for her. Schwerer, don't bother trying to persuade us. Your brother and I have already made up our minds. We must create a ruckus at Vizengamo today. Li Yinshu, with her fiery temperament and fierce protectiveness, felt her anger surge upon reading the contents of the letter. Moreover, did you not see what was written? Those rascals dared to claim my Xiaoxiao is cold-hearted and malicious. Do they think this is how one speaks? It's utterly ridiculous. Your wife speaks the truth. Su Wuma echoed, equally furious. And they expect my Xiaoxiao to withdraw and be replaced over such trivial matters? What nonsense! Even if she were to withdraw, it would have to be of her own volition. They have no right to dictate that. Wait, what? They want me to withdraw. Su Xiaoxiao, just emerging from her room, was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. That can't be. I adhered strictly to their laws and did not use any magic on muggles. How could they pass such a judgment on me? Xiaoxiao, you're awake. Li Yinshu rushed over, enveloping her in a hug, cradling her face as she examined her closely, her eyes filled with concern. This matter is not for you to worry about. Your father and I will handle it. As for Hogwarts, we won't attend. Whoever wishes to go may do so. We won't endure this humiliation. Withdrawal? No, Mom, I cannot withdraw. Su Xiaoxiao protested fervently. And you both cannot represent me at Vizengamo. I must go myself. Absolutely not. Li Yinshu firmly refused. You're too young to attend such an event. They will make things difficult for you. This is no child's play. But your identities are not suitable for this. Su Xiaoxiao argued. You're not just representing my parents. You also represent the Huaxia Immortal Alliance. Currently, there's a crucial diplomatic exchange between Huaxia and the magical community of Ingwa. You cannot jeopardize the relations between our two nations because of me. Su Xiaoxiao's reasoning was not without merit, prompting Su Shui to cast her a grateful glance. Dad, you work in the foreign ministry, you should understand this better than I do. Why are you and Mom both confused at this moment? Su Xiaoxiao turned to her father, who suddenly looked embarrassed, his gaze drifting as he occasionally glanced at Li Yinshu. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiao realized that her father was fully aware, merely playing along with her mother to help her vent her frustrations. Seeing his daughter's instant comprehension, Su Wuma nodded approvingly. He then cleared his throat and glared sternly at Su Xiaoxiao. How dare you speak back to your mother? We're doing this for your own good. How about this? You can accompany us this afternoon, so you won't be a bother to your mother at home. As he spoke, Su Wuma winked at Su Xiaoxiao. Li Yinshu frowned slightly, but after considering it, she deemed it acceptable. Then you may all go together. Lao Su, don't be polite with them. If they dare to bully my child, I won't care about any international matters. At last, Li Yinshu's anger subsided somewhat, and both Su Xiaoxiao and her father breathed a sigh of relief. Once her mother was led away by Su Shui, Su Xiaoxiao picked up the letter from the coffee table and began to read it intently. Chapter 41. How can this be called a threat? The hearing was unexpectedly moved up? How sudden? Su Xiaoxiao squeezed the letter in her hand, feeling perplexed. Old Dumbledore had written to me as well, but the contents were solely comforting, without any explanation for the change in the hearing date. Wait, judging by your words, it seems you've known about this for quite some time, and have kept it from us until now? Su Wuma's face darkened. Su Xiaoxiao, you've grown too bold. I was just trying to avoid you both going into a rage. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled awkwardly. But now that you and Mom know, it's best you think about how to explain things to her. Explain what? Su Xiaoxiao queried. Of course. To concoct some excuse to keep Mom from knowing you won't be accompanying me to Ingwa for the hearing. What kind of nonsense is that? How could I possibly stand by idly? A man's word is his bond. I will accompany you this afternoon. But you were just winking at me. My eyes are dry. Is that a crime? The atmosphere between the father and daughter was decidedly awkward. Observing this, Draco, who had remained silent until now, timidly interjected, I could actually lend a bit of assistance. My father works at the Ministry of Magic, and shares a cordial relationship with Minister Fudge. I believe that if my father were to advocate on our behalf, perhaps the little punishment from Wisengamot could be rescinded. That would be splendid, Sugumo exclaimed, patting Draco on the shoulder. You should give it a try. Well, in that case, I think it's time for me and Harry to head back as well. So we can prepare for the supplies needed for the upcoming school year, Hermione chimed in. Very well, it is decided. You all should get ready. We shall depart at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The weather was as dismal as it had been during their initial visit, if not worse. The sky was overcast, and icy rain fell incessantly, as if the heavens themselves were watering the earth. I detest this kind of weather, both Xiaoxiao and her father said in unison. Accompanying them, in addition to the trio and Draco, were 2 of Su Wuma's colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, both of whom were experts in negotiation, and had earned numerous accolades on various international fronts, adept in subtlety and the art of persuasion. Their skills in manipulation and turning the tides making them formidable figures in diplomatic circles, renowned and feared by many. They first escorted the trio back to their respective homes, but due to Harry's unique circumstances, he and Ron returned together, after which Su Wuma personally accompanied Draco to Malfoy Manor. Narcissa was taken aback by the unexpected number of guests, but quickly regained her composure. After a brief explanation from Draco, a gentle smile graced her features. Please, take a seat, Narcissa gestured to the group, and then turned to the ever-attentive Dobby. Dobby, please prepare some tea for our guests. At your service, madam. Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished in an instant. Su Xiaoxiao obediently settled onto the sofa and greeted Narcissa warmly. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Su Wuma dove straight into the matter at hand. Madam, I trust you are aware of the situation concerning my daughter. I have come to visit with the intention of speaking with Mr. Malfoy. I have indeed heard of Mr. Malfoy's significant standing within the Ministry of Magic. As one of its most prominent figures, the incident involving Xiaoxiao is merely a misunderstanding, and I was hoping Mr. Malfoy might clarify this with Minister Fudge. After all, misunderstandings are best resolved rather than exacerbated, and given my unique position, it is not prudent for me to appear at Wisengamot. At first glance, Su Wuma's words appeared to be mere flattery, but upon deeper reflection, one could discern the underlying warning. Although Narcissa was not involved in politics, she could grasp the implications of Su Wuma's statement, and her brow furrowed slightly. Madam, please do not be hasty in your refusal. We would not wish to burden your husband without cause. As long as Mr. Malfoy is willing to assist, we can negotiate terms that are within my family's reasonable capabilities. At that moment, Dobby reappeared with a pop, his wide eyes reflecting innocence and trepidation as he hurriedly set down freshly brewed teacups before each guest, then bowed and vanished once more. Su Wuma lifted his teacup, blowing gently on the steam rising from it, and took a delicate sip. The flavor was pleasant, albeit rather sweet. Of course, you may choose to refuse. There is no compulsion, and I would never pressure you into agreement. Pausing briefly, Su Wuma turned to his colleagues with a smile. By the way, Laoli, I recall you recently acquired a peculiar ailment? What was it called? Oh, it's nothing serious. Just a tendency for my magical energy to occasionally leak out, Li Linfeng replied, seemingly unable to contain himself as a sudden surge of magical energy radiated from him, causing the exquisite teacup in his hand to corrode into a heap of scrap metal. I sincerely apologize. I failed to control my outburst and ruined such a beautiful teacup. Please, allow me to compensate you. Narcissa's face paled instantly, although her complexion was already quite fair. Draco, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he bowed his head. This was not at all how he had envisioned the meeting. This contingency had not been part of their plan, had it? Flustered, Draco was not the only one caught off guard. Su Xiaoxiao too glanced anxiously at her father, seeking some form of reassurance in his gaze. Yet Su Wuma remained resolutely averted. Narcissa inhaled deeply and took a sip of her tea. As adults, they were all well aware of one another's intentions, while proclaiming that there was no threat or coercion. The display of power through feigned illness served to exert pressure indirectly. Nevertheless, it must be said that the power displayed by Li Linfeng had indeed impressed Narcissa. Although she was not well versed in Eastern magic, witnessing such effortless destruction without a wand or incantation was undeniably striking, suggesting the formidable nature of the mysterious arts from the East. Narcissa felt certain that should a confrontation arise, she would undoubtedly be the one at a disadvantage. Since Xiaoxiao is a friend, I cannot simply stand by, Narcissa declared, placing her teacup down. However, my capacity to assist is quite limited. I can only endeavor to persuade Lucius. Your willingness to help is more than sufficient, Su Wumo replied with a subtle smile. In that case, I shall not intrude any longer, and look forward to your response. This is a token of our visit. I hope you will accept it. He produced a beautifully crafted sandalwood box from his storage bag, and placed it on the table before departing with Su Xiaoxiao and the others. Draco, cradling a small flower pot, waved goodbye to Su Xiaoxiao as they swiftly left Malfoy Manor. Narcissa sighed, contemplating whether it was truly wise for her son to befriend someone like her. With a gentle flick of her wand, the exquisite sandalwood box opened, and Narcissa withdrew its contents, her expression thoughtful. Chapter 42, Porcelain Doll. Awakening to a Journey Abroad. Dad, I recall that our plan didn't include any form of coercion, did it? After leaving Malfoy Manor, the four found a hotel in the United Kingdom to settle into. Su Xiaoxiao interrupted the conversation between Su Wuma and his colleagues, sitting beside her father as she voiced her confusion. Su Wuma chuckled, ruffling her hair. Adapting is part of the plan, and we certainly did not threaten anyone. Li Linfeng nodded in agreement. What Su said is quite right. Moreover, we have prepared a special gift for them. I believe that if they have any sense, they wouldn't refuse. The three adults exchanged knowing smiles, while Su Xiaoxiao remained bewildered. What's in that box? A secret. A secret? Su Xiaoxiao pouted in dissatisfaction, then retreated to her room. Meanwhile, at the burrow, Harry was surrounded by the Weasley family, sharing amusing anecdotes from his time in China with Ron. Xiaoxiao's family is incredible. They have a cat butler that can transform into numerous stone replicas scattered throughout the estate. Once, when I got lost, I sought out one of the cat's replicas, and it guided me out of the garden. And the food from China is absolutely delightful. They've even invented many instant foods. I brought back a lot for you all to try, Ron exclaimed, pulling out a storage bag from his pocket. Clearing his throat, he called out to it, "Open sesame." As he uttered the incantation in fairly fluent Chinese, the seal of the bag popped open, emitting a burst of white light under the curious gaze of Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Weasley and the children. Everyone stepped back. I'm about to empty its contents. Can this little bag hold a lot? Ginny asked, her eyes widening with curiosity as she took a few steps back. The burrow was not particularly spacious, and with so many people, even a concerted effort to create space yielded little room. As they saw the retreating figures, Ron wore a mysterious smile before gently appending the storage bag. With a clattering sound of numerous objects hitting the ground, the contents of the bag quickly filled the table and spilled onto the floor. Oh my goodness! Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, while the twins excitedly rushed forward in search of their desired treasures. Ginny picked up a ceramic doll that had rolled to her feet. Its exquisite patterns and unique shape were undeniably captivating to a young girl. Just then, the doll suddenly blinked, startling Ginny into tossing it away. The doll landed on the ground but did not shatter. Instead, it let out a loud pop and grew larger, astonishing everyone present. Harry and Ron stared at each other in disbelief, stammering, "A doll? When did you pack a tiny ceramic doll?" Harry looked incredulously at Ron, who appeared equally bewildered, replying, "I have no idea." The doll, hands on its hips, surveyed its surroundings before locking its gaze onto Ron, its large black ceramic eyes sparkling. "It's you." Ron instinctively swallowed hard. How did you end up in my storage bag?" The doll, with a hint of confusion on its smooth face, responded, "Weren't you the one who put me in there?" Ron was even more perplexed. "I put you in there?" "Indeed." The doll nodded. "Though my body is ceramic, I possess remarkable flexibility, far from being rigid. Men are so fickle. I was minding my own business in the cupboard when you suddenly appeared, and, in front of the lady, praised my exquisite appearance. Consequently, she gifted me to you." At this, the doll crossed its arms with a hint of annoyance. "Now that I belong to you, you ought to give me some tasks. Keeping me cooped up for so long is quite unkind." Ron awkwardly scratched his head, while Harry looked at him in silent exasperation. "What on earth is going on?" Mrs. Weasley inquired, her brow furrowed. Ron hurriedly explained, leading everyone to a moment of realization. "What can she do?" Mr. Weasley asked curiously, edging closer to the doll. Ron, noticing this, quickly interjected, "Wait, Dad. The doll has a terrible temper. Be careful not to provoke her." Mr. Weasley, exuding confidence, replied, "Don't worry, nothing will go wrong." 10 minutes later, Mr. Weasley lay on the sofa, with sores erupting on his face and arms, looking quite ghastly. Meanwhile, the doll had been assigned to the garden to tend to the vegetables and drive away the garden gnomes, as it was her fault Mr. Weasley had ended up like this. Ron could not allow her to remain indoors any longer. Mrs. Weasley quickly treated him, and then turned to Ron, inquiring, "How can we help your father recover?" I'm not sure. The doll didn't inform us, Ron said, awkwardly rubbing his nose and lowering his gaze. Sensing Mrs. Weasley's rising anger, Harry quickly spoke up. The doll is in England. We can contact her to clarify. Ah, yes, exactly. Harry. Let us hurry and reach out to her. The two of them hurriedly exited the burrow. In the garden, they noticed the doll chasing a few gnomes. Ron averted his gaze, panicking. How do we contact her? Harry gestured for him to remain calm and returned inside the burrow, soon emerging with a letter in hand. Hedwig. Harry called, and a white figure swooped down from the treetops, landing on Harry's arm. Take this letter to her. Hedwig grasped the letter in her beak and soared off into the rain. They hoped to receive a response before the hearing. By the way, how do you plan to handle this doll? Harry turned to Ron, just as the door behind them swung open, and the twins emerged, joining them. Mom thinks the doll is very dangerous. She doesn't want this temperamental little creature staying at the burrow. Exactly. Upon hearing the twins, Ron's expression fell. Then what should we do with her? If we simply throw her away, it will surely cause chaos. Actually, we quite like the little one, George said with a grin. While Fred chimed in, she is practically a perfect prankster. Hey, you can't let her cause mischief, Ron retorted, and Mom wouldn't agree to that. How about we take her to Hogwarts and hand her over to Hagrid? Harry suggested after some thought. After all, the doll can be classified among magical creatures, right? Chapter 43, Bad Dobby. Far away at Hogwarts, Hagrid was preparing to venture into the Forbidden Forest with Fong to visit his old friend Aragog. Just as he shut the door to his hut, Hagrid suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he waved to Fong, who was nearby. Hey, come here, little buddy. We're about to set off. In a hotel in England, Xiaoxiao lay bored on her bed, with Dun Dun locked in a cage and hanging from a coat rack. He had recently become quite plump. What was once a valiant owl had now transformed into a rather hefty turkey. Every time Xiaoxiao saw him, she would lick her lips, causing Dun Dun to shy away from making any noise in her presence, striving to diminish his presence. Speaking of which, Dumbledore should know the hearing has been rescheduled. So why hasn't he contacted me yet? Xiaoxiao flipped onto her back, listening to the dwindling sound of rain outside, her mind in a tangle. And what about Wizengamot? It was supposed to be on the day school started. Why was it suddenly moved up? And what exactly did my dad and the others give to Narcissa as a meeting gift? Why do they believe that Narcissa and Lucius would agree to help upon seeing that item? Raindrops pattered against the ground and windowsill, sending up sprays of water. Suddenly, a heavy object slammed against the glass with a muffled thud, startling Xiaoxiao. Hedwig. She quickly jumped out of bed and opened the window, allowing the drenched Hedwig to enter. What brings you here? Did something happen with Harry and the others? Xiaoxiao used magic to dry off Hedwig and the letter in her beak, then grabbed a handful of Dun Dun's food and placed it on the table. Unfolding the letter, Xiaoxiao meticulously read through it, learning the details of the situation, unable to stifle a laugh. So that's how it is. However, since the doll is already cursed, it won't be easy to lift it. She rummaged through a drawer for paper and pen, writing with great flourish. The curse of the doll is unbreakable, but it will heal on its own in 3 days. Please inform Mr. Weasley not to worry. However, there may be a scar left after healing. Simply applying a bit of the porcelain powder shed during the doll's metabolism will eliminate it. Oh, and a reminder. It's best to use porcelain when collecting the powder, or some extraordinary occurrences may ensue. After finishing the letter, Xiaoxiao folded it neatly, placed it in an envelope, glanced outside at the weather with concern that the rain might dampen the letter again, and cast a waterproof charm over it. Go, Hedwig. Deliver this letter to Harry. Hedwig hooted and took the envelope in her beak, soaring into the rain. England and Huaxia have an 8-hour time difference. Xiaoxiao and the others departed from Kyoto at 2 in the afternoon, flying for over 10 hours, arriving in England by 7 in the evening. Although they had managed to sleep a bit on the plane, it was far from a comfortable bed, so their rest was not sufficient. After Hedwig departed, Xiaoxiao left her room to join Su Wuma and the others for dinner on the 2nd floor before returning to her room for a proper night's sleep, as she would need to be well rested for her appearance at Wizengamot the following afternoon, preparing to engage in a battle of wits. In a humble abode, Harry and Ron found themselves squeezed together on a single bed, the clock striking 10 in the evening while the others had already succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a loud thump resonated from outside the window, startling both boys awake. What could it be? Ron, looking utterly bewildered, gazed toward the window. The rain had ceased, and the cold, silvery moonlight streamed in, yet nothing was visible beyond the glass. Harry, equally perplexed, tossed aside his blanket and rose from the bed. I'm not sure, but perhaps Hedwig has returned? He approached the window and opened it, peering down into the yard. Bathed in moonlight, He spotted the porcelain doll still engaged in a battle with a gnome, alongside a white figure hurtling toward them. "Oh, Hedwig!" Harry exclaimed, reaching out to catch her. Ron, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief, and was about to rise when his peripheral vision caught something unusual. "Harry," he murmured, as Harry busily unwrapped a letter. He replied without turning, "What is it?" Ron swallowed nervously, his voice trembling slightly. "What is that?" "What?" Harry turned, intrigued, and followed Ron's pointing finger. In the dim corner of their cramped bedroom, where the moonlight did not reach, stood a diminutive creature with grayish skin, oversized ears and large eyes, staring intently at them. Harry was startled and instinctively moved closer to Ron, eyeing the creature warily. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "Dobby. The house elf Dobby." The creature stepped forward, eyes wide with anticipation. "Wait. Stay right there." Harry sat down beside Ron. "Dobby, what brings you here?" Dobby had come for a specific reason, and though he clutched the ragged fabric he wore, it was a challenge to articulate his purpose. "Perhaps you should sit down first?" Harry blurted out. Although he realized there were no chairs available for Dobby, Ron nodded in agreement, pursing his lips. Upon hearing this, Dobby became visibly agitated and began to weep. Harry, bewildered and uncertain, did not comprehend the cause of Dobby's emotional upheaval. Ron leaned closer to Harry and quietly explained, "House elves occupy a lowly status. No wizard has ever shown them genuine concern or treated them as equals. Their role is akin to that of a mere porcelain doll or a fairy tale character. Yet their societal standing is vastly different, and they receive no compensation. In their minds, they view themselves as lowly servants, believing that any external kindness is merely a form of reproach, often leading to feelings of shame." Hearing Ron's explanation, Harry felt a wave of sympathy for the house elf, especially when compared to the porcelain doll and fairy tale character. "I'm sorry, Dobby. I didn't mean to offend you." "Offend Dobby?" The house elf spun around, his large eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Dobby has heard that Harry is a remarkable wizard, yet no wizard has ever treated Dobby with such equality. Asking if Dobby might sit down. Perhaps you've just never encountered a good wizard?" Harry looked at Ron, his gaze questioning, while Ron shrugged, equally puzzled by Dobby's apparent lack of shame, and perhaps even a hint of excitement. "Indeed, I have never encountered one." Dobby abruptly halted, glancing around as if searching for something. "It is wrong to criticize wizards." He then pressed his hands against the wall and forcefully banged his head against it. "Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby." "Oh, typical behavior for house elves." Ron quickly jumped off the bed to stop Dobby. "Hey Dobby, please stop." Chapter 44. The Change in Eyes. Harry and Ron exerted considerable effort to calm Dobby down. Dobby must punish himself. Dobby almost spoke ill of his family. "Your family?" Harry inquired. "The wizarding family Dobby serves." The house elf knelt on the floor, and Harry and Ron sat opposite him. "Dobby is bound to serve the same family for life." If they knew Dobby was here, he shivered at the thought. But Dobby had to come. Dobby must protect Harry Potter. "Protect?" Ron queried. "Is Harry in danger?" "Yes." Dobby nodded vigorously. "Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts this year. There is a conspiracy, a scheme that will lead to something terrifying." "What sort of terrifying event? And who is orchestrating this conspiracy?" Harry asked curiously. "Oh, I cannot say." Dobby began to panic again, prompting Harry and Ron to quickly reassure him. After some time, a knock echoed at the door, and Mrs. Weasley's voice called out, "Ron, just because you haven't adjusted to the time difference doesn't mean you can cause a ruckus in your room." "Oh, of course I wasn't referring to you." "Dear Harry." Harry covered Dobby's mouth as Ron quickly replied, "Sorry Mum, I'll be more mindful." The sound of footsteps faded, indicating that Mrs. Weasley had departed. Harry released Dobby and sighed in relief. "Dobby, I cannot leave Hogwarts. It is where my friends are, where people care for me. It feels like home." "Dursleys? That Muggle family?" Dobby exclaimed. "Harry Potter should definitely leave them. Those Muggles don't even remember the illustrious Harry Potter. Such a family is unworthy of raising him." "What? Wait. How do you know they don't remember me?" Harry asked, sharply aware of the inconsistency. Dobby hesitated, his eyes darting away. Dobby did visit the Dursleys once, but Dobby did not see Harry Potter there. Dobby thought they had done something terrible to you. And then? Harry pressed. Dobby lowered his gaze to his toes and murmured. "So Dobby used a little magic to teach them a lesson, to encourage them to treat Harry Potter better, but they claimed not to know you." "Oh my goodness!" Harry exclaimed. "What did you do to them?" "Nothing much, just a little punishment with the inflating charm," Dobby replied nonchalantly. "Merlin's beard." Ron gasped, suddenly realizing. Wait. Could this be why the hearing at the ministry was suddenly moved up, and why little Dobby is being expelled from Hogwarts? It certainly seemed plausible. Harry shared this sentiment, while Dobby remained silent, cautiously observing Harry. This chaos was instigated by me. Yet it is Dobby who suffers the consequences. Harry lamented. Ron placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. Don't think like that, Harry. But Dobby, do you realize that casting spells on a muggle without caution could put little Dobby in a precarious situation? Dobby's large ears drooped, as he too grasped the gravity of his actions. Dobby did not mean to harm Miss Sue. Dobby only wanted Harry Potter to avoid returning to Hogwarts. That is absolutely out of the question. Harry reiterated firmly. Dobby, you should return. I will not leave Hogwarts. Indeed, Ron concurred, nodding emphatically. Dobby sighed deeply. Since Harry Potter insists, he snapped his fingers and vanished from sight. Harry and Ron returned to their bed, while Hedwig nestled back into her cage to rest. And the room fell silent once more. What could this conspiracy be, and who was plotting such dreadful deeds? Ron lamented, I'm not very good at pondering these issues. By the way, should we inform little Dobby? It is truly Dobby, not her, who has used magic on the muggles. Harry pondered this and nodded. It was essential for Xiaoxiao to know the truth. However, would Dobby face punishment for this? Ron scratched his head and remarked, indeed, from Dobby's account, his master must be a very wicked wizard. If they find out, Dobby might even be executed. What should we do? Harry shook his head. I am uncertain. But Xiaoxiao must be made aware of this matter. I believe she can protect Dobby while safeguarding herself. While speaking, Harry finally found the time to open Xiaoxiao's reply. For now, let us first look into how to treat Mr. Weasley. Xiaoxiao languidly rose from bed after a restless night filled with recurring nightmares, the details of which eluded her upon waking. Once dressed, she proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, humming a favorite tune while gazing into the mirror. This color? Spitting out the foam in her mouth, she leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing her eyes. It seemed they had lightened somewhat. Xiaoxiao examined carefully, even counting the lashes on her eyelids. Indeed, they had grown lighter. Confused and perplexed, she wondered why this was the case. Reflecting on her recent activities, she recalled nothing out of the ordinary apart from eating and sleeping, and then fainting like Draco. Wait, could it be the fainting that caused this? I wonder if Draco has undergone a similar change. Xiaoxiao mused, resolving to observe him closely the next time they met. Having tidied herself, Xiaoxiao departed her room and headed to the dining room on the second floor. With the trial set for 3 in the afternoon, they had some time to spare. Su Wuma attempted to emulate the elegant dining manners of the British, but despite his efforts, he appeared quite comical. What shall we do with this time? Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. Why, enjoy this fleeting tranquility, Li Linfeng replied with a smile, his colleague nodding in agreement. Xiaoxiao, rendered speechless, quickly finished her meal. At that moment, time seemed to momentarily pause. When she regained her senses, a familiar figure appeared in the empty seat beside her. Do you mind if I join you for a meal? Dumbledore greeted the adults with a smile, introducing himself, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. I will also be accompanying you all to the trial at 3 this afternoon. Chapter 45. The Life and Death Judgment of Dobby. I have long admired your esteemed name. After some polite exchanges, Xiaoxiao, as the intermediary, offered a brief introduction between both parties. Headmaster Dumbledore, I would like to know if you have any insight regarding the sudden advancement of the Wisengamot's hearing? To my knowledge, my Xiaoxiao did not use magic on those 3 muggles. According to your ministry's regulations, this does not constitute a crime. Yet, you have summoned my Xiaoxiao to the Wisengamot, and even prepared to expel her from Hogwarts, which seems rather unjust. In response to Su Wuma's somewhat aggressive questioning, Dumbledore merely smiled. I believe Mr. Su may be misunderstanding. From the beginning, I have been on Miss Su's side. While one of my numerous roles is Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot, I am not autocratic. I trust Mr. Su understands this. Dumbledore spoke slowly, the crescent-shaped glasses perched on his nose reflecting light. However, I do have some knowledge regarding the advancement of the hearing. I have come to convey this matter to you. Su Wuma nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue. On the afternoon of July 13th, at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, an unfortunate incident occurred at the home of Harry's uncle, the Dursleys. Petunia Dursley, Harry's aunt, was subjected to the engorgement charm and floated in the air for 3 hours. Witnessed by several muggles, the Ministry of Magic intervened to manage the situation, preventing severe consequences. So they suspect Xiaoxiao was responsible for this? Dumbledore neither confirmed nor denied it, but Su Wuma and the others were convinced of it. This is nothing short of slander. A colleague of Li Linfeng scoffed. I now seriously suspect that the British Ministry of Magic lacks investigative capabilities and discernment. How could they believe that Xiaoxiao, all the way from Huaxia, Would travel to Britain merely to cast an engorgement charm on that muggle? Absurd. Calm down. Now is not the time for anger, Li Linfeng soothed his agitated colleague. Then turned to Dumbledore. We want to know who committed this act and framed Xiaoxiao. If the British Ministry of Magic cannot provide a satisfactory response, our foreign ministry will have to intervene. I trust Mr. Dumbledore understands the gravity of our involvement. Of course, Dumbledore nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he paused, his keen eyes seemingly detecting something. I believe we will soon discover who that person is. Su Wuma hesitated before sensing something and glanced out the window. Hedwig! Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, seeing the snowy figure with a letter in its beak. She rose from her chair and opened the window. Fortunately, they were dining in a private room. Otherwise, it would have certainly attracted the attention of other muggles. It's a letter from Harry. Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she took the envelope, unfolding it and returning to the table. It read, last night. A house elf claiming to be Dobby suddenly found me and warned of a terrifying plot brewing at Hogwarts, urging me not to continue my studies there. Furthermore, it inadvertently revealed that it had visited the Dursleys just days prior and... Here, Xiaoxiao abruptly paused. Dumbledore smiled encouragingly, gesturing for her to continue. And used magic to cast the engorgement charm on them. Ron and I suspect that this is precisely why the ministry advanced the Wisengamot hearing. They must have misunderstood. House elf Dobby? Su Wuma frowned slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name, but unable to recall where he had heard it. The truth is clear. The real perpetrator of magic against muggles is not my daughter, but this Dobby. Mr. Dumbledore, shouldn't you inform the ministry to withdraw the charges against my daughter immediately? Please do not rush, Mr. Su. I believe Miss Su has something to say. As Dumbledore spoke, everyone's attention turned to Xiaoxiao. She seemed lost in thought. Her expression a complex blend of conflict, surprise, and confusion. Xiaoxiao, do you have any thoughts? Su Wuma asked, bringing her back to reality. Me? Xiaoxiao lifted her head, glancing around, and when her gaze met Dumbledore's, he winked at her. Deep down, Xiaoxiao was indeed conflicted and perplexed. She had never anticipated that it was due to Dobby. Yet, what puzzled her was that Dobby's visit to Harry occurred significantly earlier than in the original story, as it was still mid-July, with over a month until school commenced. Although the original text did not specify when Dobby approached Harry, it was evidently just days before the start of term, not over a month prior. Moreover, the use of the engorgement charm was clearly a third-year incident involving Harry and Aunt March. Why would Dobby cast magic on an unrelated muggle? Could it be a butterfly effect? That seemed to be the only explanation. However, now was not the time for such ruminations. Su Xiaoxiao received a subtle wink from Dumbledore, understanding that he was subtly urging her to make the right decision. It seemed to her that Dobby's actions were unintentional and devoid of any malicious intent. In fact, he was a remarkably kind house elf, whose presence at the Dursleys was merely to remind Harry. At present, Su Xiaoxiao felt no trepidation regarding potential repercussions from the Ministry of Magic. Rather, it was Dobby who had cause for concern. For if he were to be found in the Wisengamot, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment, with the grim possibility of a death sentence looming over him. This was the last outcome Su Xiaoxiao wished to witness. Are you suggesting we should spare this house elf named Dobby? Su Wuma inquired, his brow furrowed in disapproval. He found it difficult to empathize, considering Dobby merely a trivial creature, which might sound somewhat cold-hearted. Yet for a fiercely protective father, such sentiments were inconsequential. Indeed. And I must confess that I am acquainted with Dobby, Su Xiaoxiao replied. Personally, I do not wish to see him embroiled in such peril. Do you believe the Wisengamot would impose cruel punishments, even the death penalty, upon Dobby? Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Dumbledore interjected at an opportune moment. Though I am reluctant to admit it, I must assert that the status of house elves in the wizarding world is exceedingly low. As lifelong servants to wizards, they possess no rights whatsoever, and given the circumstances, the Wisengamot would certainly not permit Dobby to leave alive. Chapter 46. Remarkably smooth proceedings. Father, I understand your indignation and your desire to defend me, but Dobby is truly not deserving of death. Moreover, this predicament was instigated by my actions, as I was the one who used magic to erase the Dursleys' memories. Had it not been for me, these events would not have transpired. I shall bear the consequences of my actions, and regardless of the outcome, as long as the Wisengamot finds it just, I shall harbor no grievances. Su Xiaoxiao folded the letter and sat up straight. Regarding Dobby, I hope we can pretend this incident never occurred. During the afternoon hearing, I will maintain that I did not use magic. Furthermore, with Malfoy likely siding with us, the outcome should not be dire. Given Su Xiaoxiao's steadfastness, the doting father, Su Wuma, refrained from further objections, merely sighing. Xiaoxiao has grown up. Having her own opinions is commendable. Regardless, your father supports you unconditionally. I trust Mr. Dumbledore shares this sentiment. Su Wuma turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, pondering how a house elf like Dobby could inspire both the headmaster of Hogwarts and his daughter to advocate for him. We shall not impose any hardships upon him. However, I cannot guarantee that the afternoon hearing will unfold harmoniously. Dumbledore remained silent, believing that preserving an innocent life was paramount, while internally weighing the likelihood of a potential conflict, leaning towards the belief that war between their respective factions would not ensue. After all, she was not to be underestimated. Dumbledore glanced at Xiaoxiao, who, sensing his gaze, offered him a warm smile. I wonder how things are progressing on Xiaoxiao's end. Meanwhile, in a humble abode, Harry and Ron huddled together, whispering, I'm not sure. It's already 3:30, and the hearing has been underway for 30 minutes. I hope everything is going smoothly for Xiaoxiao. Ron, what are you and Harry discussing over there? Hurry up and help gather the porcelain powder. Mrs. Weasley's sharp voice startled both Harry and Ron, prompting them to grab porcelain dishes and rush to assist with the task. Wisengamot, you have already examined Su Xiaoxiao's wand, and there is no evidence of the expansion charm being cast, is there? Su Wuma coldly glared at Fudge and his associates, standing protectively beside Su Xiaoxiao. However, it is a fact that she erased the Muggle's memories regarding Harry Potter. Umbridge interjected suddenly. Fudge cast her a glance, whether it was a mere illusion. Su Xiaoxiao sensed his displeasure at Umbridge's unexpected comment. Indeed, that is true. Fudge cleared his throat, retracting his gaze. Su Xiaoxiao, do you have anything to say regarding this accusation? Certainly, Su Xiaoxiao responded confidently. I admit to having erased their memories, but I did not employ magic. Unfazed, she stood her ground. 30 minutes had passed since the hearing commenced, and Fudge appeared noticeably distracted, suggesting that someone had likely spoken to him. And his previous expression reinforced Su Xiaoxiao's belief that he no longer wished to pursue charges against her. The regulations prohibit underage wizards from using magic in front of Muggles. But they do not state that one cannot use magical abilities, Li Linfeng, one of the jurors, asserted. These abilities, innate to our kind, differ fundamentally from magic and do not fall under the category of magic. Therefore, we contend that your accusations against Su Xiaoxiao for violating ministry regulations lack merit. I concur with Mr. Li's statement, Dumbledore added. A number of wizard officials present nodded in agreement, unable to resist the influence of Dumbledore's stance. Now, those who believe the defendant, Su Xiaoxiao, should face punishment from the Ministry of Magic, please raise your hands. Amelia Bones, the head of the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, declared as the time drew near for the next phase, the final segment of the hearing. As her words echoed, Umbridge led the charge, raising her hand, soon followed by a scattering of other wizard officials, while Fudge remained motionless. Those who believe the defendant, Su Xiaoxiao, has not violated any regulations and wish to retract the charges against her, please raise your hands. Upon hearing this, the majority of those present lifted their hands, while Fudge continued to abstain from participating. The outcome was clear, and the proceedings had unfolded remarkably smoothly. Su Xiaoxiao had anticipated some form of difficulty, but aside from Umbridge's antagonism, Fudge's demeanor was almost unusually compliant. Although he currently aligned himself with Dumbledore, prior actions indicated his desire to leverage this incident as a pretext for expelling Su Xiaoxiao, and daringly, it could serve as a veiled threat towards the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, and even the Ministry of Magic of other nations. This incident might well become Fudge's excuse to avoid deepening relations with other countries. Upon exiting, they spotted Lucius Malfoy waiting at the door. Xiaoxiao, you should go ahead with Mr. Dumbledore. We shall meet shortly, Su Wuma said, gently tousling Xiaoxiao's hair before entrusting her to Dumbledore. Fudge also emerged, nodding in greeting to Lucius before they departed together. Dumbledore observed their departing figures with a glimmer of contemplation. Your father played a significant role in ensuring the smooth progression of this hearing, he remarked. Xiaoxiao shrugged, remaining silent as the two of them exited the Ministry of Magic. In Fudge's office, a somewhat tense atmosphere enveloped the room as Fudge, Lucius, and Su Wuma convened. Fudge and Lucius exchanged furtive glances, their thoughts veiled. Finally, Fudge broke the silence. Mr. Su, today's events were indeed a misunderstanding. We had no intention of targeting Su Xiaoxiao. We were merely enforcing the law. However, since the misunderstanding has been clarified, I trust our forthcoming discussion will be devoid of any ill feelings. Of course, Minister, Su Wuma replied, a smile gracing his lips. Yet his eyes held no warmth. Let us proceed to the matter at hand, starting with the trade cooperation that concerns you most, shall we? Fudge instinctively glanced at Lucius beside him, who merely smiled and nodded. Chapter 47, Cooperation. I am aware that the minister has consistently refrained from endorsing diplomatic relations, perhaps out of concern for the potential negative repercussions on the magical community of your country, Li Linfeng remarked, adjusting his glasses perched upon his nose. However, it is imperative to emphasize that the Huaxia Immortal Alliance holds no interest in meddling with the internal affairs of other nations' ministries of magic. Our guiding principle has always been mutual cooperation and benefit. Minister, feel free to articulate your conditions. As long as they are reasonable, we shall endeavor to meet them to the best of our abilities. Of course, this is not a request but rather a standard dialogue aimed at fostering friendship between our two nations. Additionally, it serves to provide an explanation to the International Magical Cooperation Department, Su Wuma emphasized. Naturally, you retain the option to decline, but I would advise against any future regrets. A threat? This is a clear intimidation. Fudge felt a surge of discontent within, though he skillfully concealed it outwardly. Why would we ever refuse to establish relations with the Huaxia Immortal Alliance? I have merely heard whispers that the Huaxia Immortal Alliance intends to publicly unveil its existence within the magical realm. Is there any truth to this? In truth, the Muggles, or as you refer to them, the ordinary people, in Huaxia, including their leaders and senior officials, have long been aware of our existence. It is merely the common populace that remains oblivious, Su Wumo replied. As for whether to disclose this information, I regret to inform you that it falls under the confidentiality of the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, and we are not at liberty to disclose it. However, even if it were to be made public, what relevance would it hold for you? We are merely clarifying the identities of the magical creatures and cultivators. We are not announcing the existence of the magical realm on your behalf. Ah, that is indeed the case, Fudge replied with a forced smile, while inwardly cursing. Yet if you are to be public, surely we would face some repercussions, thus compelling us to disclose as well? Why would you entertain such thoughts? Sugumo inguayer, está nicht. The decision to reveal the magical realm lies within your jurisdiction. The Huaxiao Immortal Alliance would not dictate the thoughts of your ministry. I fail to comprehend why you would believe that our disclosure would necessitate yours. Fudge stammered. Mr. Su makes a valid point. Naturally, establishing a deeper friendship with the Huaxiao Immortal Alliance is inevitable. However, I believe the establishment of a transportation array is unnecessary. Lucius interjected, casting a reassuring glance at Fudge. Why not? A colleague of Li Linfeng countered. The creation of a transportation array would facilitate exchanges between our two nations, deepen our friendship, and yield substantial economic benefits. Given these tangible advantages, why do you deem it unnecessary? Are you concerned about an influx of people leading to the exposure of the magical realm's existence to those with ulterior motives? The colleague smirked coldly. Are you worried that your interests may be compromised by newcomers? Fudge and Lucius exchanged awkward glances. Or perhaps you fear the emergence of a dark wizard akin to Grindelwald or Voldemort, launching a surprise attack on the ministry? Or are you apprehensive that the flourishing of the magical realm in your country post-establishment of relations may expose your many inadequacies and lead to your removal as minister? All right. Let us not delve further into this, Su Wuma interjected, then turned to Fudge and Lucius, a hint of apology gracing his features. I apologize, my friend speaks rather bluntly. I hope the minister will not take offense. Not at all, Fudge dismissed with a wave of his hand, offering a sheepish smile. The three in front of him presented a dichotomy, one playing the role of the antagonist while the other assumed a more congenial stance. The remarks from the one named Su were laced with veiled threats, leaving Fudge quite displeased and regretting his earlier decision not to impose sanctions on Su Xiaoxiao. With this line of thought, Fudge cast a reproachful glance at Lucius, blaming him for having approached him before the hearing, urging him not to make things difficult for Su Xiaoxiao. Fudge found it incomprehensible that Lucius had adopted such a conciliatory stance when it had not been his attitude previously. Well then, Minister, I suggest you ponder this matter carefully. The Huaxiao Immortal Alliance shall return for further discussions, and I trust that you will not find yourself unprepared with your conditions then. After all, matters seldom occur twice. The next meeting will mark the third exchange between our parties, Su Wuma implied, his meaning unmistakable. Should the Ministry of Magic continue to delay without providing a concrete response, the Huaxiao Immortal Alliance would terminate its cooperation with them. With that, Su Wuma and his companions rose to take their leave, and Lucius followed suit, leaving Fudge alone in his office to contemplate. Mr. Malfoy, it appears you have made a judicious choice, Su Wuma remarked, casting a smile at Lucius who stood beside him, his golden hair glinting in the light as he held a serpentine scepter. Lucius returned a slight smile. While I may have assisted in persuading Cornelius on this matter, It does not signify that my family is wholly aligned with your interests. Moreover, the secret that Narcissa entrusted to me poses no significant threat to me. Yet I still chose to aid you, Mr. Su. Lucius paused, lowering his voice. I am uncertain where you acquired the knowledge that Riddle remains alive, but if you can indeed prevent his resurrection or bring greater benefits to my family, I shall certainly lend you my utmost assistance, including in the matter of establishing diplomatic relations. You need not worry on that front, Su Wumo replied with a smile. Partnering with us is undeniably the wisest decision. Albania. Voldemort concealed himself within the forest, Nagini coiling protectively around him, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Before him lay a magically enchanting tome, imbued with Eastern mystique. A colossal projection materialized, enveloping him, revealing a serene celestial being seated upon a lunar throne, cradling a white rabbit, her expression tinged with melancholy. The vivid imagery stirred tumultuous waves within Voldemort, igniting an audacious thought regarding the enigmatic orient of Huaxia. Closing the volume, experiencing the myths of Huaxia, Nagini, who shared a profound connection with him, slithered closer, parting her jaws to reveal a silver hoop. This silver hoop, slightly ajar in its circular form, bore intricately etched cloud patterns, with its two ends curling upward and outward. It was a remnant Voldemort had extracted from the mirror of Ariste while still possessing Quirrell. It had originally presented itself as a philosopher's stone, but had transformed into this form over time. Voldemort felt a sense of betrayal, yet he remained cautious, refraining from adorning the silver hoop. Time swiftly passed, with merely a few days remaining until the commencement of the school year. Su Wuma and his companions had long since returned, while Su Xiaoxiao chose to remain in your country, alternating her stay between Hermione's home on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, and the Malfoy residence on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays, with Sundays spent visiting various professors. Life was indeed fulfilling. As for Harry, he was temporarily residing in the Dursleys' home. Today was Saturday, and the weather was splendid, a rare sunny day. I suspect the lightening of your eye color may be attributed to your overuse of that healing ability, Draco remarked as he and Su Xiaoxiao basked in the sun within the gardens of Malfoy Manor, feeding the white peacock that Narcissa had kept there. Chapter 48. Gilderoy Lockhart. I find myself in agreement with this notion, Su Xiaoxiao lamented, casting aside the remnants of the feed. This could indeed explain why my eyes have changed while yours have not. Draco shrugged, suddenly recalling something. By the way, school begins on Monday. How about we visit Diagon Alley together tomorrow? Sounds good, Su Xiaoxiao replied. I fear you may not be able to go together after all. A voice suddenly chimed in from behind them, Lucius. Lucius maintained his usual stern demeanor. Although his attitude toward Su Xiaoxiao had softened somewhat of late, it remained limited to that. Father! Draco exclaimed, rising to his feet, clearly displaying his respect for Lucius. Why can't I accompany Su Xiaoxiao to Diagon Alley tomorrow? Lucius shot him a sidelong glance. That is not your concern. As for Miss Su, you are a clever child. I trust you understand my meaning. Su Xiaoxiao was well aware that Lucius planned to take Draco to Nocturne Alley the following day to sell some incriminating items to Borgin and Burks. Lucius's refusal to allow Su Xiaoxiao to accompany them stemmed from his concern that she might disclose their intentions to others, such as Ron or Mr. Weasley. Although the Malfoy family and the Su family maintained a cooperative relationship, it was evident that their rapport had not yet reached a level of trust where the younger generation could be privy to each other's vulnerabilities. Lucius was a cautious man, with a strong sense of vigilance. Apart from interests that could temporarily overshadow these traits, nothing could alter his character. Of course, Mr. Malfoy, Su Xiaoxiao did not expose him. And I can leave tomorrow morning. Very well. Lucius nodded in satisfaction. Despite the fact that Su Xiaoxiao often had a tendency to speak pointedly, she could be quite endearing at times. To compensate you, I shall provide you with some funds for your personal use. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao accepted graciously, for it would be foolish to pass up an opportunity. After Lucius departed, Draco approached Su Xiaoxiao, somewhat apprehensively, saying, Xiaoxiao, you're not angry, are you? Angry? Why would I be? Su Xiaoxiao replied, bewildered. Having received some unexpected funds, she was quite pleased. Seeing her demeanor, Draco felt relieved. As long as she wasn't upset. It was merely that he could not accompany her to Diagon Alley the next day. That's all right, I'll go with Hermione. All right. Draco wanted to say something more but thought better of it. You still have some time. Come teach me some magic. Su Xiaoxiao, taken aback, couldn't he help but tease. Why is the young Master Malfoy so diligent all of a sudden? Draco's cheeks flushed slightly as he raised his chin defiantly, retorting. I have always been diligent in my studies. You just haven't noticed. All right, whatever you say, Su Xiaoxiao chuckled. Let us go, today. I will teach you the transfiguration spell. Transfiguration spell? No way. I want something more powerful, something offensive. No bargaining, Xiaoxiao said, poking him with her wand. Hurry. Or I won't teach you. Draco pouted, clearly displeased but ultimately resigned. Yet, to save face, he stubbornly declared, find the transfiguration spell it is. It's so easy for me. After this, you must teach me something powerful. Enough, let us go. The next day, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Narcissa, Xiaoxiao departed from Malfoy Manor, heading towards Hermione's home. Last night, she had already communicated with Hermione via the two-way mirror, ensuring that there would be no mishap, where she arrived only to find Hermione had already left for Diagon Alley. Upon knocking on the door, she was greeted by the Granger couple. Good morning, Xiaoxiao. Come in. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. The Grangers were warm and welcoming adults who held great affection for Xiaoxiao, believing that Hermione had found a wonderful friend in her, which brought them joy. Hermione. Xiaoxiao is here. Are you ready? Almost. 1 minute. Hermione's voice echoed from upstairs. Mrs. Granger smiled and gestured for Xiaoxiao to take a seat on the sofa. After a short while, a well-dressed Hermione rushed down the stairs, her belongings neatly packed within a magical bag. Ever since acquiring it, traveling had become exceedingly convenient. Xiaoxiao. The two embraced, and the Granger couple affectionately ruffled their hair. Let us set off to Diagon Alley. It was Mr. and Mrs. Granger's first visit to the magical world, and everything captivated them, each sight appearing exceedingly novel. We have one last item to procure. Let me check, Mr. Granger unfolded the shopping list, heavily marked in red with items to buy. His gaze fell upon the last entry. The essential book for defense against the dark arts. The complete set authored by Gilderoy Lockhart, located at Flourish and Blotts. Flourish and Blotts is just ahead. Let us go. Wait. Don't those two people up ahead look somewhat familiar? Hermione suddenly exclaimed as she dashed forward. Harry. Hagrid. Hey Hermione. So good to see you and Xiaoxiao too. The group exchanged greetings. Harry, why are you so dirty? Hermione queried, while Xiaoxiao interjected. Harry, you didn't just crawl out of a pile of ash, did you? Ha. Harry awkwardly rubbed his nose, only to make it dirtier. There was a bit of an incident on the way, but I did climb out from the fireplace. Now that you've met your friends, you're safe, Harry. Hagrid said. I must be off now. See you at school. Goodbye. Upon entering Flourish and Blotts, the place was utterly packed. The trio squeezed their way inside, soon spotting Ron and the others. Oh Harry. Mrs. Weasley sighed in relief upon seeing Harry unharmed. Thank Merlin. We were hoping you had just gone to a more distant fireplace. Thank goodness you're all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm welcome to Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as a strikingly handsome man in a forget-me-not blue suit and golden hair emerged from behind the door. Lockhart wore a charming and dignified smile, nodding graciously to the onlookers, every gesture exuding elegance. The female witches present, including Mrs. Weasley and Ginny, were ecstatic. Even Hermione displayed a starry-eyed expression. Ron scoffed. Mum is a fan of this guy. Mrs. Weasley slapped him lightly, and Xiaoxiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chapter 49, Getting Back on Track. As expected, Harry was pulled over by Lockhart for a photograph. The surrounding applause was incessant, and Ron remarked, puzzled, as he glanced at Xiaoxiao, who maintained her usual composure. Xiaoxiao. You truly are a normal person. You're just jealous. Xiaoxiao bumped fists with him. Xiaoxiao. At that moment, a familiar voice called from upstairs. Looking up, she spotted Draco, his hair slicked back with an abundance of gel, wearing a cool demeanor, yet showing a hint of delight as he gazed at her. Hey Draco. Malfoy. Draco descended the stairs, and Xiaoxiao along with Ron moved away from the crowd. What a coincidence. Are you alone? Where is Mr. Lucius? Oh, I came with my father. He is still upstairs. Just then Harry and the others approached, along with Lucius coming down from above. Harry Potter, Lucius said, smiling as he regarded him. I am Lucius Malfoy. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Abruptly, Lucius pulled Harry closer, gently pushing his hair aside with his serpent-shaped wand, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. Your scar is quite the legend, Lucius said, looking deeply into Harry's eyes. It was left by a certain wizard. Voldemort killed my parents, Harry retorted fearlessly, staring back. He is just a murderer. He is nothing special. Lucius released him, stating, daring to speak his name does not exhibit bravery, but rather foolishness. Fearing to utter his name only deepens your terror. At this moment, Hermione interjected, her gaze unwavering as she spoke. Lucius turned to her, a hint of disdain on his face. You must be Miss Granger. He glanced at Draco, seemingly seeking confirmation. Draco remained silent, appearing as though he wanted to say something but ultimately refrained due to his father's intimidating presence. Lucius then switched to mockery, deriding Hermione and the Weasley family, even pulling books from Ginny's bag to belittle them. Of course, Miss Sue is far more distinguished than any family present here. Thank you. Let us consider it a compliment. Xiaoxiao stated calmly, her words eliciting a faint sense of satisfaction and comfort in Lucius. Yet what followed caused his expression to harden. However, I do not believe my family holds a nobility superior to that of Hermione, Ron, or any other family. In our homeland, the concept of equality is ingrained in the very essence of every individual. If we are to speak of respect, only those families who embody the virtues of propriety, integrity, and honor are truly deserving. The expressions of Hermione, Ron, and their companions brightened considerably. Lucius, wishing to interject further, was interrupted by the arrival of Mr. Weasley. Children, it's rather chaotic here. Let us step outside. Well, if it isn't old Weasley. Mr. Weasley clearly wished to ignore him, but having been called by name, he had no choice but to respond. Their ensuing conversation ended on a sour note, with Lucius reluctantly escorting Draco away, returning Ginny's book before they departed. Xiaoxiao observed everything, contemplating how to acquire that diary. By the way, Ginny, after all this time, I haven't given you a gift. Xiaoxiao seemed to have come up with a plan. As she spoke, she took Ginny's hand and led her toward the bookshelf. Hey Ginny, why not discard these books? I can get you new ones. And even a pet. Later, we can visit another shop where you can choose freely. Ginny appeared puzzled, clearly taken aback by Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly waved her hands, saying, no thanks, I'm quite fine with these. That simply will not do. Xiaoxiao firmly rejected, effortlessly taking all the books from Ginny's bag. Rest assured, it's not my money being spent. Ginny, perplexed, inquired, not yours? Indeed, this money belongs to Lucius. Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. You surely wouldn't refuse to spend the Malfoy family's money, would you? Ginny's eyes brightened, and she nodded in agreement. After purchasing the books, Xiaoxiao initially intended to use the remaining funds to buy Ginny a new set of robes and an owl, but due to the time constraints, she had to abandon that idea. It's 10:58. Hurry, the train is about to depart. At King's Cross Station, Mr. Weasley urged everyone on. Fred, George, you go first. Without a moment's hesitation, the two hastily pushed their luggage carts forward, followed by Ginny and the Weasley couple. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao sensed a surge of magical energy. As a cat demon, she was innately sensitive to certain extraordinary energy fluctuations. She immediately understood. Dobby was at work, intent on preventing Harry from entering Hogwarts. Scanning her surroundings, Xiaoxiao searched for Dobby's presence. Just then, a commotion ahead caught her attention. It was Harry and Ron, who had collided with a wall, drawing the notice of nearby passengers and staff. What is happening? Harry and Ron exclaimed in urgency. Why can't we get through? Someone has cast a spell on it, Xiaoxiao, the only one among them maintaining her composure, remarked. They don't want us, specifically Harry, to enter Hogwarts. Who would think that? Ron instinctively asked, and as those words left his mouth, he and Harry suddenly envisioned a familiar figure. Dobby! They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, su Xiaoxiao nariz. Where is it? Harry asked, a hint of anger in his voice. I suspect it has already departed. After all, its objective has been achieved. Su Xiaoxiao's strength, moreover. House elves can become invisible. Even if it hasn't left, I doubt it would reveal itself with so many muggles around. What do we do now? Harry appeared distraught. It's nearly 11. The train has already started moving. Perhaps we should return to the car and wait. Wait, the car? Su Xiaoxiao mjus. As the plot regained its course, she said nothing further, for although she had other means to return them to Hogwarts, who could resist the allure of a flying car? Upon reaching the vehicle, the three climbed inside. Xiaoxiao initially considered taking the wheel, but quickly dismissed the thought upon realizing she couldn't drive. Don't forget to make the car invisible, she reminded. Thanks. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Ron, nervously seated in the driver's position, pressed the invisibility button. Hold on tight. We're taking off. The car slowly began to move before soaring abruptly into the sky. Chapter 50. Tang Sanzang and Master Tang. Phew. Xiaoxiao leaned her head out the window, gazing down at the scenery below, and let out a joyous cheer. Harry's face turned pale with fright. Although he had experienced it before, the driver then had been Mr. Weasley, whose adult driving skills were undoubtedly superior. Harry felt Ron's driving skills were rather lacking. I think I'm going to be sick. Harry clutched the seat with desperation, while Ron, equally anxious, felt the dizziness and thrill overwhelm him, forcing himself to remain calm. After all, piloting a flying car was no trivial matter. Suddenly, the car seemed to malfunction. The door beside Harry burst open with a loud bang, a fierce gust of wind rushing in. Seeing Harry lose his balance and nearly tumble out, Xiaoxiao reacted swiftly, grabbing him and slamming the door shut. Don't fly too low, Ron. Xiaoxiao cautioned. The train is just below us. We can follow it into Hogwarts. Of course. You could also choose to fly in before it does. I'm trying my best, Ron replied, straining. I seriously suspect this car is alive. It's incredibly hard to control. The three of them awkwardly maneuvered the flying car for a while, surpassing the Hogwarts Express and arriving at Hogwarts ahead of schedule. It seems with me here, this car won't collide with the Whomping Willow, Xiaoxiao asserted confidently from her seat. As is well known in real life, anyone who makes such a declaration is doomed to see it fail. Clearly, Xiaoxiao was no exception. The vehicle suddenly veered out of control, heading straight for the Whomping Willow. Xiaoxiao's expression fell instantly. Drawing her wand in haste, her mind went blank in the urgency of the moment. All she could think of was the unforgivable curse, failing to recall a single useful spell. Help! We're going to crash! Harry and Ron shouted in horror. The next moment, true to form, the car collided with the Whomping Willow and became ensnared within its branches. The tree, as if awakening from a dream, reacted violently, thrashing its stout branches mercilessly against the car. Bang! Bang! Moments later, Ron, Harry, and Xiaoxiao found themselves standing on the grass a short distance from the Whomping Willow, watching as the car closed its doors and vanished with lights flashing into the forbidden forest, leaving them in a state of disarray. My father is going to kill me, Ron lamented, holding up his broken wand with a bitter expression. Not because I broke the wand, but because I lost that car. The trio hurriedly made their way to the Great Hall, having arrived at Hogwarts even before the train, which meant they encountered no sign of Filch. As long as you don't mention it, I won't either, and no one will know about this, Xiaoxiao assured as they took their seats at the Gryffindor table, awaiting the arrival of others. Are we really going to be fine? Ron pondered, fiddling with his broken wand. How am I going to explain the car to my dad? Just tell the truth. After all, we were left with no choice in that situation, Xiaoxiao suggested. They won't be able to conceal it, considering such a large vehicle. One can't simply claim it was stolen, can they? That excuse doesn't seem too unreasonable. Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but after some contemplation, she dismissed the thought. The trio whispered amongst themselves when suddenly, Professor McGonagall's voice echoed from behind. What are the three of you trying to conceal? The three stiffened, turning to find Professor McGonagall standing sternly behind them, looking down with an air of authority. Ah, Professor McGonagall. Xiaoxiao's mind raced as she pondered what to say. But beside her, Harry candidly revealed the situation. Harry is right, Xiaoxiao conceded, abandoning her struggle. What? This is utterly ridiculous. Professor McGonagall's expression turned stern. You had better pray that no muggles saw you. Now, follow me to the headmaster's office. After a lecture from the professors, the trio was assigned detention, and their parents were notified. Xiaoxiao was unfazed. As long as she hadn't caused any major trouble, her family and Huaxia wouldn't concern themselves with her. Of course, Harry felt the same way, but Ron was in for some hardship. Upon returning to the feast, Xiaoxiao found Hermione and sat beside her. The banquet featured many familiar yet unfamiliar Huaxia dishes. The house elves of Hogwarts had adapted the recipes Xiaoxiao had provided, crafting flavors acceptable to both Huaxians and the British. After tasting the food, Xiaoxiao remarked that it was somewhat peculiar, but still acceptable. My goodness, you actually flew here? Hermione expressed concern. That's incredibly dangerous. And what's up with that house elf, Dobby? Well, it goes like this, blah blah blah. After dinner, Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory with Hermione, and began examining the diary of Tom Riddle that she had acquired from Ginny. The method of usage seemed to involve writing on its pages with a quill. After a moment of reflection, Xiaoxiao wrote a few words on a blank page. Hello. To her dismay, no words appeared on the empty paper. Just as she wondered if she had made a mistake, a question mark materialized below her greeting. Crap. I forgot to switch to Inkspeak. She crossed out hello and wrote it again in Inkspeak. Hello, I am Tom Riddle, the original owner of this diary. Hello, Riddle. I am Tang Sanzang. Xiaoxiao would never foolishly divulge her real name. She intended to adopt a persona to amuse him. Ba, good sir. Why do you find yourself in this diary? Tang Sanzang? An odd name. Although Riddle remarked this, he seemed uninterested in her name. I don't know why I exist in this diary. Perhaps you could help me escape? I would be immensely grateful. Of course, good Sir Tom. Xiaoxiao stifled a laugh, writing with a slight tremor. We truly are fated. Our surnames sound alike. Given our serendipitous connection, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you in your escape. However, I am somewhat inconvenienced at the moment. I shall return tomorrow to explore how to rescue you. Riddle disregarded her reference to good sir, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar title. Closing the diary, Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. Hermione jumped in surprise, her curiosity piqued. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? What happened? Oh, nothing, haha. Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. Ahem. Well, it's getting late. Let us go to bed. Chapter 51. How to Consume Mandrake. The next morning, everyone finished breakfast in the Great Hall and received their class schedules before heading to their classrooms for the first lesson of the term. In Greenhouse 3 for Herbology, the second-year students stood in 2 lines before pots of magical plants. Some classmates curiously observed, yet none dared to touch them. Good morning, everyone. At that moment, a slightly plump professor wearing a pointed witch's hat entered, smiling as she greeted the students. Good morning, Professor Sprout. Welcome second-year students to Greenhouse 3. Now gather around, as we will be repotting mandrakes. Can anyone tell me the uses of mandrakes? No sooner had the professor finished speaking than Hermione beside Xiaoxiao quickly raised her hand. As expected, Hermione's answer earned the professor's praise and awarded Gryffindor 10 points. Professor Sprout added a few more words and instructed everyone to put on their earmuffs in preparation for repotting the mandrakes. Once everyone was suitably equipped, Professor Sprout demonstrated how to repot them. Even though the students were prepared, they couldn't help but grimace at the shrill cries of the mandrakes. Bang! Neville fainted, prompting Professor Sprout to express her incredulity upon learning he had been wearing earmuffs. Under the professor's guidance, the students began to pull the mandrakes from their pots. Draco, being quite reckless, inserted his finger into the gaping mouth of a mandrake and predictably got bitten. Ha ha ha. Xiaoxiao laughed unabashedly, while Draco scowled, yanking his finger away with a huff. Xiaoxiao tightly grasped the hair of the mandrake and placed it into a new pot, promptly covering it with fresh soil. I wonder what this thing tastes like. Hearing this, Hermione displayed an expression of shock. You actually want to eat that? Continuously shoveling soil, Xiaoxiao chuckled mischievously and whispered to Hermione, let us give it a try. You cover for me, I'll sneak a mandrake out. And tonight I'll see if I can cook it. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Hermione glanced towards Professor Sprout, who was instructing other students, her face betraying her inner conflict. It's fine, don't worry. It's just one. I won't take more than that. Hurry, Hermione blocked me. Since Xiaoxiao insisted, Hermione relented, positioning herself to shield her. She would keep watch, ready to alert Xiaoxiao if anything went awry. Okay, got it. Xiaoxiao's voice reached her ears, and as Hermione turned around, she scanned the table but found no missing mandrake pots. Why isn't anything missing? That one was a fake. Xiaoxiao chuckled, her peripheral vision catching Draco looking at her meaningfully. She raised an eyebrow and subtly moved her fingers, causing Crabbe beside him to suddenly fling a shovel of dirt all over Draco. Xiaoxiao relished the moment, thinking there, take that. After class, everyone trudged into the Great Hall for a meal, slightly exhausted. Xiaoxiao, Hermione told me you stole a mandrake from Herbology? Harry and Ron leaned in closer at the Gryffindor table, speaking in hushed tones. Indeed, tonight I plan to experiment with how to eat it. If it turns out well, I'll save some for you to taste. Oh, that sounds dreadful. Ron grimaced, I don't want to eat that. You said it yourself. Don't come begging me later. Click. Suddenly, a flash of light startled everyone. Harry Potter, a face they had never seen before, clearly a first-year student, approached. I'm Colin Creevey. I'm also in Gryffindor. He was an adorably curly-haired young boy, holding a muggle camera and gazing at everyone, particularly Harry, with excitement. Hi Colin, nice to meet you, Harry replied awkwardly but friendly. Could I trouble your friends to take a few pictures of me with you? Just to prove I really met you? It's for my dad. He is a milkman, and aside from me, no one else in my family can do magic. Before receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, I was utterly unaware of the vast capabilities of magic. Everyone believed I was merely indulging in fanciful dreams. I understand. Harry, uncertain of what to articulate, merely offered an awkward yet polite smile, while Ron, brimming with enthusiasm, expressed his understanding. At that moment, a classmate across the table suddenly exclaimed, Ron, is that your owl? Given the time, it was rather unusual for owls to arrive, particularly since the term had only just begun and parents had yet to start missing their children. In a dramatic fashion, Errol, the Weasley family's elderly owl, glided down amidst the gazes of many, only to make a precise landing right into a mountain of potato chips. Ha ha ha. I think Errol should retire, suggested Xiaoxiao, discreetly shifting to the side. That looks like a howler, Ron. You should open it quickly, or it might explode. After saying this, Su Xiaoxiao buried her head against Hermione's shoulder and covered her ears, prompting Hermione to instinctively assist. With a grimace, Ron wished to discard the letter but was bound by reality. Trembling, he broke the wax seal. Ron Weasley. The crimson howler landed on the floor and then suddenly sprang up, its mouth agape, echoing Mrs. Weasley's voice. How dare you secretly take that car? Your behavior is utterly disgraceful. You should be grateful that no muggle saw you. Otherwise, your father would face serious consequences at work. Should you dare to err again, we shall bring you back immediately. At this juncture, the howler's tone softened as it turned towards Ginny. Oh dear Ginny, congratulations on joining Gryffindor. Your father and I are immensely proud of you. Finally, the howler stuck its tongue out at Ron before shattering into pieces that fell onto the table. The great hall fell silent. This howler is rather amusing, remarked Su Xiaoxiao, lifting her head from Hermione's shoulder. Spotting Draco chuckling not far away, she called out, Draco, would you like to receive my howler? Draco stiffened, feigning ignorance as he glanced around before turning back to his meal. Chapter 52, Braised or Barbecued. Now, allow me to introduce your defense against the dark arts professor, announced Gilderoy Lockhart, entering from behind the door with a perfectly crafted smile. I am Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart rambled on about his accolades, attempting to feign modesty, though he failed miserably. The female students were starry-eyed, while the boys wore expressions of disdain. However, not all the girls were swooning. Su Xiaoxiao caught sight of Hermione, who was clearly infatuated, and sighed, exchanging a glance with Harry and Ron, shaking her head in resignation. Today, I shall administer a little quiz. Lockhart finally got to the point, producing a stack of test papers to distribute. This quiz is merely to assess how much of the textbook material you comprehended. Look at these questions. They are all about him. Ron browsed through the questions, wrinkling his brow, while Harry pursed his lips, nodding in resignation. Truth be told, Su Xiaoxiao had not read Lockhart's books and held little regard for this superficial individual. Before long, the quizzes were submitted, and as expected, Lockhart praised Hermione, thereafter transitioning to the main event of the lesson. My duty is to teach you how to confront the most loathsome creatures of the magical world. You will soon face your deepest fears within this classroom. But as long as I am here, you shall remain unharmed. Lockhart paused dramatically, placing his right hand upon the red cloth covering a cage. I must ask that you refrain from screaming, as it will provoke them. He lifted the cloth, revealing a chattering blue Cornish pixie within the cage. Immediately, Lockhart opened the cage, and the impatient pixies, having been confined, burst forth like a flood, swooping toward the bewildered students. Chaos erupted as students screamed and scrambled to evade the pixies' assault, with Neville, the unfortunate soul, being grabbed by two pixies by his ears and hoisted to the ceiling. Help! Neville cried out in terror, dangling from a chandelier, too frightened to struggle, for falling from such a height would surely hurt. Levioso! Xiaoxiao va vite. Lowering Neville to safety. A few reckless pixies attempted to tease her, but with a fierce glare from her emerald eyes, an unusual force emanated from her gaze, causing the pixies to tumble to the ground as if intoxicated. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. Neville expressed his gratitude, seeking refuge beside her. In that moment, her stature in his eyes grew considerably. You're welcome. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively, casting a protective shield around him, before approaching Hermione and deftly flicking away the pixie that was tugging at her hair. Pescipixie pesternami. Lockhart loudly recited what he claimed to be a spell, yet nothing occurred, and the pixies grew more unruly until, all petrified, Su Xiaoxiao stood atop a desk, raising her wand and shouting the incantation. Instantly, the pixies within the classroom became immobilized, crashing to the ground. Silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixed upon Su Xiaoxiao, as if she were a hero. Xiaoxiao is so cool, Crabbe muttered instinctively. Bang! Ouch! Crabbe suddenly yelped, looking at Draco with a wounded expression. Why did you hit me? Draco shot him a glance and huffed. I hit you because I wanted to. Do you have a problem with that? Crabbe winced, unsure of what had gotten into Draco, though he wisely kept his thoughts to himself, knowing voicing them would result in a beating. Lockhart tossed his hair back and smiled again. Ahem, this student has done exceedingly well. 5 points to Gryffindor. Later that evening, Harry was summoned for Quidditch practice, while Xiaoxiao remained in the kitchen with the house elves, exploring the best ways to cook mandrakes. I think barbecuing would be good, suggested Su Xiaoxiao, or perhaps braising would work as well. Dobby, holding a quill, diligently took notes, nodding along to her suggestions. Miss Xiaoxiao, Dobby believes braising would be better. Dobby tucked away his notebook and clutched a mandrake, its surface now a deeper shade of red, possibly due to the spices. The flavor of the mandrake is akin to eggplant and chicken. Braising it might enhance its taste. Very well, then let us braise it, Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Gently patting Dobby's head. I leave it in your capable hands, Dobby. Do a good job. Dobby nodded vigorously, his large eyes earnest. Dobby will not disappoint you. After leaving the kitchen, Xiaoxiao returned to her dormitory to continue her research on Riddle's diary. Hello, Master Tom. Oh, it's you, Tang Sanzang, my friend, you're back. Indeed. During my absence, I researched some methods that might help free you. Would you like to try? Of course, my friend. I am most willing. Riddle's handwriting appeared on the blank page. But do you truly have a way? Please trust me, Master Tom. After all, sincerity begets miracles. As Xiaoxiao penned this phrase in the diary, she contemplated what method she would employ for the experiment. All right, I believe you. Very well. Let me first test the power of the talismans. Xiaoxiao pondered, retrieving a stack of talismans from her storage pouch. Thunderfire talisman? No, that could be perilous. What if it accidentally electrocuted her? Ice talisman? Unlikely to be effective against it. What is this? Xiaoxiao suddenly caught sight of a distinctive talisman. A contract talisman? Quite intriguing. She stroked her chin, uncertain if the talisman could have any effect on the fragmented soul within the diary. Perhaps it would be wise to consult her elder brother first. With this thought in mind, Xiaoxiao promptly produced a distant viewing mirror and contacted her brother, Su Baibai, who was far away in Huaxia. Soon, a different scene appeared on the mirror's surface. A room imbued with Taoist elegance, meticulously organized and clean, yet devoid of Su Baibai's presence. Brother? Where are you? Xiaoxiao called out to the distant mirror, and the image wobbled slightly, as if someone had nudged it. Is that you, brother? Xiaoxiao felt a surge of curiosity. What was Su Baibai up to? Hello, little sister. Chapter 53. It seems to have gone awry? On the distant mirror, a beautiful older sister clad in Taoist robes gracefully approached, her cheeks slightly flushed, accompanied by a bashful smile. Jia? Upon seeing her, Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself, revealing a knowing smile. Jia, have you come to see my brother again? What do you mean again? I merely happened to pass by and took the opportunity to inquire about some talisman-related questions. I see, Xiaoxiao replied, a mischievous glint in her eyes. By the way, where's my brother? Oh, him? He just stepped out. Yes, indeed, just stepped out. No sooner had she spoken than a sound of impact echoed, and Xiaoxiao noticed a foot in the corner kicking a cabinet. Sensing Xiaoxiao's gaze, Fang Rongqing quickly stood, turning her back to Xiaoxiao as she seemed to nudge the person who had made the noise further inside, then returned to sit before the distant mirror. Little sister, is there something you need? I can relay your message to him. Thoughts raced through her mind. Could it be that Jia has finally made up her mind to pursue her brother? With this realization, Xiaoxiao's smile grew even more pronounced. For her brother's lifelong happiness, she, as the younger sister, must not meddle too much. Well, Jia, do you know about the contract talisman? The contract talisman? Fang Rongqing slightly lowered her head in contemplation, a hint of familiarity crossing her face. As far as I know, the contract talisman is a special kind of talisman. Unlike other single-use talismans, its effects are virtually timeless. Once a contract talisman is used, the bound individual receives a soul mark, becoming subject to the controller's will, unable to escape a life of bondage. What if it's a fragment of a soul trapped within a book? Would the contract talisman still be effective? That I'm not too sure about, Fang Rongqing said with an apologetic smile. You know, I'm not particularly adept at talisman studies. However, I do know where your brother's notes are. Wait for me a moment and I'll fetch them for you. Without waiting for Xiaoxiao's response, she stood and hurried off to search. In the ancient, elegantly decorated room, out of the sight of the distant mirror, Su Baibai lay bound by a long, white whip, his mouth sealed with tape, sprawled on the ground with a face full of despair. Upon noticing Fang Rongqing approaching, Su Baibai's eyes widened in alarm, watching her warily as he emitted muffled sounds. Fang Rongqing placed a finger to her lips, crouching down to gently stroke his face. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, Bye-bye, don't make a sound, okay? Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do to you. At her words, Su Baibai's face turned pale. With a light chuckle, Fang Rongqing stood and approached a nearby bookshelf, retrieving a notebook before returning to the distant mirror. The contract talisman. Ah, found it, here it is. Fang Rongqing flipped to the desired page and read aloud the contents without missing a beat. This means that even an incomplete soul can be marked by a contract talisman, though it may have some side effects, causing the bound individual to undergo some unknown changes. Am I correct? Indeed, that's the gist of it. Fang Rongqing nodded, closing the notebook. Alright, I understand now. Thank you, Jia. After concluding her conversation, Xiaoxiao's lingering doubts were finally dispelled. Since the contract talisman was usable, she certainly would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Meanwhile, witnessing the shattering of his only hope for rescue, Su Baibai sank deeper into despair. Gazing at Feng Rongqing's beautiful yet sinister smile with a pallid expression, resigned to fate as he lay there. Following Feng Rongqing's instructions, Su Xiaoxiao dripped a drop of blood onto the contract talisman and affixed it to Riddle's diary. That should do it, right? With hopeful yet anxious eyes, Su Xiaoxiao stared at the diary, scarcely daring to blink for fear of missing any detail. Suddenly, the contract talisman vanished from the cover of Riddle's diary, and a red mark appeared in its place. A wave of disorientation washed over her, as if a new thought, a new persona had emerged in her mind, one that she could control at will and converse with. However, Tom. Hello. Are you still there? She seemed unable to reach him. Whether attempting to communicate with his consciousness or writing in the diary, none yielded a response. Yet, the consciousness that had surfaced in her mind was undeniably real. Su Xiaoxiao confirmed that Riddle had not disappeared. But why had he suddenly gone silent? Could it be a side effect? Just as she hesitated to contact Su Baibai again via the distant mirror, Hermione entered, fuming. Flint from Slytherin actually got Professor Snape to sign off on the exclusive use of the Quidditch pitch. Can you believe it? Gryffindor had registered first for practice. And did you know? Malfoy has joined the team as the new Seeker. His father even bought each of them a Firebolt 2001. Calm down, calm down. We're all classmates. Let us not let anger ruin our camaraderie. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively, the peacemaker instinct ingrained in her DNA stirring within her. After all, friendship comes first, and competition second. But that Malfoy, hasn't he provoked you, has he? Due to the plot of this world closely mirroring that of the Harry Potter films, and having watched them the most, Su Xiaoxiao remembered certain details. For instance, things he might say that could upset you. Hermione tilted her head, puzzled. Malfoy. After spending an entire summer together, I'd say we're friends now. Why would he want to upset me? That's good. That's good. Just a casual inquiry. Su Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, even though she wondered why Draco's temperament had shifted so dramatically. Nevertheless, it was a positive development. By the way, where's Ron? Ron went to find Hagrid. Find Hagrid? For what? Well, this morning, Fred and George received a letter from home saying that Mrs. Weasley couldn't bear the porcelain doll any longer. So she sent it to Hogwarts for Hagrid to look after. I see. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, thinking that Hagrid would likely enjoy having the doll. Even if its temperament was worse than Buckbeak's, at least it could do many things and was relatively easy to care for. Hagrid's hut. Observing the diligent porcelain doll working in the pumpkin patch, Hagrid stood nearby, stroking his chin, hesitating to speak. Ron stood beside him, cautiously asking Hagrid, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't speak so loudly. Be careful not to let her hear." Chapter 54. A sound that should not have been heard. Why can't we speak loudly? Ron asked, though instinctively lowered his voice. Hagrid suppressed his inner excitement and fervor. I had never encountered such a breathtakingly exquisite magical creature. She appeared so delicate, so fragile that it seemed a mere touch could shatter her. Thus, I feared that a loud outburst might distress her. Ron, without pondering why a loud voice might upset the porcelain doll, was consumed by a singular question. Was the porcelain doll truly fragile? What a splendid gift. I have heard that you brought it over from Huaxia. Thank you, Ron. Hagrid patted Ron's shoulder and rummaged through the satchel he carried, producing some rock cakes and handing them to him. Here you go, Ron. Though they may not be of great value, they are a token of my goodwill. Thanks. Ron reluctantly accepted the rock cakes and stuffed them into his pocket. Since you like it so much, I'll leave it here for you to take care of, Hagrid. I'm heading back now. All right, no problem, off you go. Hagrid waved his hand without turning around. Rest assured. At dinner time, Peeves suddenly appeared beside Su Xiaoxiao, cradling a covered dish in his hands from which a faint aroma wafted. His arrival instantly captured everyone's attention, even drawing the gaze of several professors at the staff table. What is that house elf holding? Professor Flitwick inquired curiously. Professor McGonagall, sitting nearby, shook her head in ignorance, surmising that it was likely something Su Xiaoxiao had requested, perhaps a new dish from Huaxia. As soon as she finished speaking, Professor McGonagall speared a piece of kung pao chicken from her plate and tasted it. Misu. Please enjoy. Peeves lifted the lid and placed the braised mandrake on the table before Su Xiaoxiao, bowing before vanishing with a pop. The fresh mandrake was peeled, cleaned, and diced, then sprinkled with salt and marinated for 10 minutes. Excess moisture was drained away before it was evenly coated in starch and fried in oil heated to 60 temperature until golden brown. Then, in a separate pan with a little oil, ketchup and minced garlic were sautéed until fragrant. after which diced eggplant and the house elf's secret braising sauce were added and stir-fried. Thus, a simple yet delectable dish of braised mandrake was prepared. Why does that dish look somewhat familiar? At the staff table, Professor Sprout scrutinized the plate, striving to recall something. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao picked up a piece and tasted it. Upon her first bite, the sweet, spicy, and savory flavors burst forth, utterly delightful. Is it delicious? Hermione inquired. Xiaoxiao nodded, offering a piece to her. It's very tasty. Try it. It does taste good. Hey, what are you eating? The Weasley twins asked curiously. It's delicious, Xiaoxiao replied, casting a wary glance at Professor Sprout at the staff table, anxious not to be discovered. You can try some, but don't ask me what it is. Why not? Fred immediately became curious, and George beside him was equally intrigued. It seems you're sneaking glances at Professor Sprout. I get it. Did you secretly bring out some plant from her biology class? Shoo. Xiaoxiao quickly covered their mouths. Just eat and don't say a word. Ha. The Weasley twins couldn't help but laugh, tasting a couple of pieces before departing. I bet within 2 days, the entire Hogwarts will be buzzing about you sneaking plants from herbology class and having the house elves cook them. Ron chimed in confidently. Even Hermione nodded gravely in agreement. Xiaoxiao felt a bit flustered, but then thought to herself, since she had already eaten it, Professor Sprout couldn't possibly make her spit it out, right? 3 days later. Have you heard? That second-year exchange student from Huaxia actually snuck out a bunch of mandrakes and other plants from herbology and turned them into food. It's utterly terrifying. I know. I heard Professor Sprout was furious and called Xiaoxiao to her office for a talk yesterday. The students chattered excitedly, while in Hagrid's hut, Xiaoxiao sat on the ground unfazed, feeding Yaya snacks. Professor Sprout didn't punish you? And she even gave you some mandrake seeds? No way. The trio sat beside Xiaoxiao, though Hagrid was nowhere in sight. Of course it's true. Xiaoxiao rubbed Yaya's big head. Want to know why? Absolutely. Seeing their eagerness, Xiaoxiao grinned. I exchanged some Huaxia seeds with the professor, which is why she didn't hold the previous matter against me and even gave me some mandrake seeds. Is that even possible? Aha. At that moment, a cough echoed from within the hut, prompting the group to rush inside. Do you need some water, Hagrid? Hermione asked, shaking her head as she poured a cup of water and handed it to him. Oh, thank you. Hagrid, almost covered in sores, gulped down the cold water, feeling incredibly relieved. Beside him, the porcelain doll pouted, holding a porcelain plate in one hand and a scraper in the other, gently scraping porcelain powder from her body into the plate. All of this is for Miss Sue's sake, the porcelain doll muttered as she scraped, while Xiaoxiao and the others stayed for a while before taking their leave. In the castle corridor, the group meandered back to the dormitory. Halfway there, Harry and Xiaoxiao suddenly halted. What's wrong? Hermione asked, puzzled. The two exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a shared message. Did you hear it too? Xiaoxiao nodded, her expression grave. Harry, a bit agitated, said I heard it yesterday when I was with Professor Lockhart. But he claimed he didn't hear anything. It seems my ears are fine. There truly is a sound coming from the walls. What are you talking about? Ron, more bewildered, pressed his ear against the wall, feeling only the coldness without hearing anything. It's a voice I've never heard before. It mentioned smelling blood and wanting to kill. After Harry spoke, he looked at Xiaoxiao, seemingly inquiring if she had heard the same. Xiaoxiao instinctively nodded, though she hadn't truly caught what Harry had said. Her mind was a bit muddled, puzzled as to why the basilisk of the Chamber of Secrets had been unleashed. After all, the fragment of Riddle's soul was under her control, slumbering within her consciousness. It was strange. Xiaoxiao could not quite fathom it. Dazed and confused, they were pulled along as they turned the corner, and as they followed Harry onward, they spotted some spiders scurrying in a line by the window, hastily leaving the castle. Chapter 55, Protection. Wait, what's that? Hermione suddenly pointed at the red letters that had appeared on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemies. Oh my goodness! Harry exclaimed, recognizing something. It was Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. At that moment, someone else approached. It was curious why the usually sparse castle was suddenly filled with people, but that was the reality, and it was evident that someone had misunderstood the situation. What's going on? Draco, noticing Mrs. Norris, who had stopped breathing and was rigid, instinctively moved closer to Xiaoxiao. No one answered, but everyone felt in their hearts that it was either Harry or one of them who had harmed Mrs. Norris. What are you all doing here? Get out of the way. Filch's voice rang out from behind the crowd. As he pushed through to the front, he immediately spotted Mrs. Norris hanging against the wall, seemingly lifeless. This was the first time Harry had seen such a look on Filch's face, one of disbelief, utter despair, and uncontainable rage. You have killed Madame Loris. Harry Potter. Nearly losing his sanity, Filch lunged forward, grasping Harry by his collar. I shall kill you. Calm down. Madame Loris is not dead. At that moment, Xiaoxiao finally regained her composure, and hurriedly stepped forward to shield Harry. You lie. Madame Loris is clearly Filch. At that juncture, Dumbledore appeared, and the students instinctively parted to make way for him. Do not act impulsively, Argus. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the blood writing on the wall, and his expression turned grave. Everyone return to your dormitories at once. Under no circumstances are you to emerge. He hesitated, glancing at Xiaoxiao and the others. You four stay. The heads of the four houses ushered their students away, while Harry and his companions exchanged bewildered glances and followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore offered some solace to Filch, yet it was evident that Filch was steadfast in his belief that Harry had harmed Madame Loris. In an unexpected turn, Snape stepped forward to advocate for them, albeit only slightly, which was enough to astonish Harry and his friends. We had just returned from Hagrid's. Hagrid can attest. He was cursed by a porcelain doll, his body infested with sores, so we spent the entire afternoon tending to him. They then made their way back to the castle. And in the corridor, Harry and Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. At this point Hermione paused, instinctively glancing at Xiaoxiao and Harry. Did you hear something? Snape squinted, scrutinizing them. A voice. Xiaoxiao knew Harry would withhold information, so she preempted him. A very peculiar voice. It said it smelled blood and desired to kill. Harry stared at her in astonishment, bewildered by her decision to reveal the truth. What if they did not believe them? After all, only the two of them had heard the voice, apart from each other. They could not identify a third person who could corroborate their claim. We followed the sound and discovered Madame Loris had been petrified and hung on the wall. This is absurd. Snape clearly doubted their account, believing the students were fabricating a story. Well, until there is evidence of guilt, they are innocent. But my cat has been petrified. Filch interrupted Dumbledore, visibly agitated. I demand to see someone punished. We will restore her, Argus, Dumbledore reassured him. From what I understand, Madame Sprout has cultivated very healthy mandrakes. Once they mature and the antidote is created, Madame Loris will be revived. Filch appeared ready to protest further, but it was evident that any additional words would be futile, so he turned to leave. The other professors followed suit, while Xiaoxiao remained behind. Do you have something to tell me? Dumbledore seated himself, while Fawkes groomed his resplendent feathers on the desk beside him. Headmaster, do you recall the contents of the letter I sent you regarding the calculations by Master Lin? I do. Dumbledore nodded, seemingly lost in thought. He paused momentarily. If I am not mistaken, it pertains to the fragment of soul from that Horcrux diary, correct? Indeed, but there has been a slight deviation. Xiaoxiao retrieved a storage bag and placed the diary before Dumbledore on the desk. A deviation? Dumbledore reached out to caress the surface of the diary, as if sensing something. Suddenly, his fingers halted at the conspicuous red mark on the cover. I cannot detect any fragments of soul or Horcrux here. Dumbledore frowned, the crescent-shaped spectacles on his nose reflecting the dim light. This mark is not integrated with it. What have you done to it? Xiaoxiao realized she could no longer conceal the truth. In fact, she had never intended to keep anything from Dumbledore, so she recounted the matter of the contract symbol. Upon hearing this, the gravity on Dumbledore's face intensified. Why would you do such a thing? Dumbledore inquired. Such a dangerous endeavor should have been discussed with me at the very least. I merely wished to see if I could use the contract symbol to control the fragment of Riddle's soul, Xiaoxiao explained. This would grant us a better chance in confronting him in the future. That is unacceptable. Dumbledore's demeanor grew serious. If anything were to go awry, I would have no way to explain to your family in Huaxia. You should not be involved in this. This was the first time Xiaoxiao had witnessed such a stern side of Dumbledore, and quite frankly it frightened her. Although he was an aged man nearing the end of his days, the aura of authority he had accumulated over the years had not diminished. Rather, it had sharpened. Perhaps sensing her unease, Dumbledore's imposing presence suddenly dissipated, and he leaned back in his chair, his gaze softening as he looked into Xiaoxiao's eyes. I apologize for frightening you. Xiaoxiao shook her head and remained silent. Before you arrived at Hogwarts, I received a letter from your family. What? Xiaoxiao looked at him in confusion. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a cabinet nearby opened of its own accord, from which a letter flew out and landed in Xiaoxiao's hand. They urged me to take good care of you and informed me in advance of certain events that may transpire at Hogwarts in the future. Your family loves you dearly. They asked me to keep you away from danger. Yet it appears I have failed to uphold my promise to them. Perhaps it is time for you to leave Hogwarts. Chapter 56. The Sprouting Pandora. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiaoxiao bore an expression heavy with concern. Dumbledore's words echoed persistently in her mind. You should leave Hogwarts. Leave. She surveyed her surroundings, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Hermione asked with concern. What did Dumbledore say to you? Why do you look so lost? Xiaoxiao's gaze gradually regained focus as she pressed her lips together and retrieved the letter from her pocket, handing it to Hermione. Hermione unfolded it and read through it intently. What is this? A prophecy? Her face was etched with disbelief. You are leaving? Xiaoxiao shook her head. I am uncertain. My family wants me to leave, and old Dumbledore does not wish for me to stay. I feel like they are concealing something from me. But I cannot pinpoint what it is. Lowering her head, she retrieved the symbol pendant she had hidden beneath her clothing, still warm from her touch. I do not know when they began contacting each other and hiding the truth from me. They only revealed it to me since my grandfather's birthday. Revealed what? Hermione's gaze locked onto hers. Nothing. Xiaoxiao shook her head, swallowing the words that nearly escaped her lips. She did not want to worry Hermione. It was merely the content of the prophecy in the letter. Old Dumbledore does not want me involved. He wants me to return and contemplate things thoroughly. What do you think? Me? Xiaoxiao gazed at her. I do not wish to leave. I want to stay. Whatever decision you make, Hermione took her hand. We will stand by your side. Even if the future unfolds as the prophecy suggests, we will face it together. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Ginny opened it a crack, peeking her head in to look at the two. Xiaoxiao, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me? Xiaoxiao approached the door and opened it wider for Ginny to enter. Who is it? It's that Slytherin boy. Ginny exclaimed. Malfoy. Draco? What does he want with me? Xiaoxiao felt puzzled but nodded nonetheless. Where is he? By the Black Lake. Donning her school robe, Xiaoxiao quietly slipped out. It was nighttime, and there was still a bit of time until curfew. However, even if she ventured out during curfew, the chances of encountering him were slim. As Filch had recently lost Madame Loris, and was likely sulking somewhere in sorrow. The night outside the castle was not particularly cold, as summer still lingered. From the direction of the Forbidden Forest came the melodious calls of birds, and the night breeze gently swayed the hem of her garment, instantly sweeping away her previously troubled thoughts. Draco. Upon arriving by the Black Lake, she immediately spotted a golden-haired youth seated at the water's edge. Xiaoxiao approached and softly called out, and Draco turned his head, beaming with joy as he waved to her, one hand seemingly clutching something. Come here, Xiaoxiao. I've been waiting for you. What's the matter? Xiaoxiao trotted over to sit beside him, only to discover that he was holding a small flower pot. In the exquisitely crafted, palm-sized black pot, a tiny purple sprout had emerged from the soil, its two oval-shaped, pale purple leaves at the top swaying gently as if to greet her. The Pandora seed has finally sprouted. Draco's face radiated excitement and elation. I grew it. I finally grew it. He resembled an exuberant child, eager to share his cherished toy with someone special. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be swept up in his enthusiasm. A smile illuminating her face. You're so childish, Draco. It's just a sprout, why the commotion? You wouldn't he understand? Draco cradled the little flower pot with both hands, huffing softly. This is something I nurtured with my own hands. It's different. Just because you grew it with your own hands, it makes it special? Exactly. Draco nodded vigorously. It is privileged to be cared for and to have sprouted under my watch. I want to name it, but I haven't decided yet. Why don't you help me think of one? You can just admit you're terrible at naming things. I won't laugh at you, Xiaoxiao suggested playfully. Draco's cheeks flushed slightly, though it was less noticeable in the evening light. I am not bad at naming. Just admit it if you can't come up with one. If not, then forget it. Okay. I can come up with one. Xiaoxiao gently punched Draco's shoulder in exasperation. He was a head taller than her. They had been almost equal in height during their first year. How about Ma Dongmei? It fits your surname. Ma what? Ma Dongmei. Ma what Mei? Ma Dongmei. Why is it called Ma Dongmei? It's Ma Dongmei. Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, deciding to simplify things. Let us just call it Maria. It's a Western name, easier to remember. That doesn't sound nice. Let us stick with Ma Dongmei. Your stubbornness is infuriating. The next day, in the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall stood at the podium, outlining the day's lesson. Today, we will learn how to transform animals into goblets. Just like this. McGonagall extended her wand, gently poking a bird with its tip. 1, 2, 3 boil and bubble. As the final syllable fell, a cloud of white mist erupted from the wand's tip, swiftly enveloping the bird, which had been curiously surveying the classroom, transforming it into a transparent goblet. "Now it's your turn," she announced, stepping down from the podium. "Who would like to try? Weasley, perhaps?" Ron, called upon, scratched his head and retrieved his wand, which was wrapped in magical tape. 1, 2, 3, boil and bubble. A beam of green light shot from the wand, and the object on the desk morphed into a fluffy goblet complete with a tail. "You might want to get a new wand." Chuckles rippled through the classroom. At that moment, Professor McGonagall noticed a hand raised among the students. "Dean Thomas. Is there a question? Professor, could you enlighten us about the Chamber of Secrets?" The narrative had diverged slightly. Originally it was Hermione who posed such inquiries, yet now it was one of Harry's housemates. After a brief explanation from Xiaoxiao the night before, Hermione had already grasped the details concerning the chamber and the basilisk, and thus would not inquire in class. His question drew the attention of all the students, who turned their gazes toward Professor McGonagall. "Well, it seems I'm a bit uncomfortable under all these watchful eyes." McGonagall relented. "I believe everyone knows that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 of the greatest witches and wizards of the time: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. 3 of the founders coexisted harmoniously, while 1 did not. Slytherin sought to further filter the students permitted to enroll, believing that only children from magical families should be taught magic. The other 3 opposed this notion, leading Slytherin to depart from Hogwarts. Legend has it that Slytherin constructed a chamber within the castle, sealing it before leaving the school. It is said that the true heir would return to the school, find and open the chamber, and unleash a terrifying creature within, which would eliminate all students whom Slytherin deemed unworthy of learning magic. Chapter 57, The Unicorn. After class, the group of 4 expanded to 5, with Draco joining them. "Could I possibly be the heir of Slytherin?" Draco tousled his hair with an air of arrogance. Ron shot him a disdainful glance. "You? Not a chance. You couldn't even hear your own voice, let alone claim to be the heir of Slytherin." "You?" Draco retorted angrily. "I'm not. But are you? I wouldn't want to be the heir of Slytherin even if it were handed to me." "Stop inflating your ego. Alright, you two, cease your bickering. Everyone else is watching us," Hermione interjected, hands on her hips, exuding exasperation. The 2 huffed in unison, refraining from further conflict. Yet, truthfully, who was the heir of Slytherin? The only ones who could hear the voice were Xiaoxiao and Potter. Surely it couldn't be that both Gryffindors were the heirs of Slytherin, could it? Draco's words left Harry feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He had no desire to be any sort of heir or draw attention to himself. "Xiaoxiao, what do you think?" Harry inquired, glancing at Xiaoxiao, who had remained silent since leaving the classroom. "Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao. Ha. What's up?" Xiaoxiao blinked, looking bewildered at the group. Hermione asked with concern. "We called you several times without a response. What's wrong?" "Nothing, I was just lost in thought." Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. "Oh. I need to stop by the headmaster's office. You all go ahead." With that, she quickly departed. "Strange," Draco suddenly remarked. "What's strange?" Hermione turned to ask. Draco focused intently on Xiaoxiao's departing figure, pondering. "Don't you think Xiaoxiao has been quite unfocused lately? Every time we speak to her, she seems dazed. And furthermore, she has been eating less these past couple of days," Draco stated seriously. "If that's the case, I suddenly recall something." Hermione frowned slightly. "One night, I got up to use the restroom and noticed Xiaoxiao's bed was empty across from mine. It was the night before we discovered the blood writing." "And then?" Harry queried. "At first, I thought she had gone to the restroom too, so I didn't pay much attention. Now that I think about it, it seems she didn't return until just before dawn when I groggily heard the sound of a door opening. She wasn't in good spirits that day either," Draco recalled. "She even fell asleep on my lap for the entire morning." "What?" Hermione's expression darkened with anger. "So that's why I didn't see Xiaoxiao that day. She was with you? I absolutely must speak to her about this when she returns." Draco merely huffed, remaining silent, striking a pose of self-satisfaction. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Xiaoxiao had told a lie. She had not gone to the headmaster's office. A strange voice had been whispering in her mind, one she recognized as Riddle's, though she was uncertain what had gone awry. She could not fully control him at present. "Tangsung. Oh no, it should be Xiaoxiao." Indeed, Riddle's voice echoed in her mind, accompanied by a sly chuckle. "Cunning little girl. How unfortunate that in the end, your schemes ensnared yourself." "You are mistaken. I have no intention of scheming against you," Xiaoxiao retorted, perched upon a large stone, feeling a chill in her rear, though the school uniform provided some comfort. "Are you certain?" Riddle's tone lifted slightly, laced with disdain. Let me glimpse your memories. Ah, found it. It seemed that due to the contract, Riddle no longer feigned gentility and humility. You hail from a world of mere muggles. While the magical realm in which I reside is but a creation of a muggle author named J.K. Rowling. He continued, the future version of me is dead, and upon resurrection, was slain by the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Riddle appeared to find amusement in this, exclaiming, is this truly my destined end? You can see my memories? Xiaoxiao felt a surge of astonishment, but forced herself to maintain composure. Although she was unaware of the underlying issues, the fact remained that she had bound him with her contract. You cannot control me, that is also a fact. Riddle's tone suggested that it was Xiaoxiao who was the one bound. Since we are unable to harm one another, why not consider a collaboration? Collaboration? To become your subordinate and disrupt the magical world? No way. Xiaoxiao replied, her expression resolute. No, you've misunderstood. With all this intriguing knowledge, how could I still harbor such foolish thoughts? Riddle interjected. Regarding immortality, I glimpsed that in your memories. In the East, particularly in Huaxia, there exists a notion of cultivation. Should one attain enlightenment, they may transcend and extend their lifespan. Do you wish for me to teach you cultivation? No. Riddle declared emphatically. I aspire to be the sovereign of this world. Xiaoxiao plucked a stray blade of grass beside her, gazing at the distant Hogwarts castle with a sigh. Having aspirations is commendable. Do you look down upon me? Riddle queried. Not at all, Xiaoxiao responded. I shan't say anything to dishearten you. To be frank, I cannot assist you with that endeavor. However, if you truly desire to cultivate, I can offer my help. She added, moreover, while I may not currently control your thoughts or actions, the power of life and death over you lies in my hands. Xiaoxiao left it at that, knowing Riddle was astute enough to grasp the implication. Indeed, Riddle fell silent, and her mind was once again at peace. It seemed prudent to seek out Professor Snape in the coming days to learn the art of mental occlusion. Being continually spied upon by Riddle was not an advantageous situation. As she descended from the stone, Xiaoxiao was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps approaching from the thicket behind her. Drawing her wand, she remained vigilant, and upon catching sight of a white figure emerging slowly from behind the trees, she sheathed her wand, her face lighting up with delight. Is it you? The unicorn nodded. Its understanding of her evident, as it was natural for animals to communicate. It appears you have fully recovered. You look splendid. Xiaoxiao reached out, gently stroking the unicorn's head, which lowered affectionately to nuzzle her palm. What brings you here? Were you searching for me? The unicorn lifted its head and, with a graceful gait, ventured into the forbidden forest, pausing after a few steps to glance back at Xiaoxiao. Suddenly comprehending its intent, she brushed the dust from her uniform and cheerfully followed. Chapter 58, following. The unicorn guided Xiaoxiao deeper into the forbidden forest, also known as the Dark Forest. It was home to many magical creatures, including centaurs, acromantulas, werewolves, and more. For novice students at Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest was indeed a forbidden realm. Aside from course requirements, students were strictly prohibited from entering. Ignoring the school rules, Xiaoxiao felt justified in her presence, as in a sense she also belonged to the realm of magical creatures, and surely they would not pose a threat to one of their own. Time passed as she ventured deeper, the surroundings growing increasingly unfamiliar, a sense of danger permeating the air. Unsure whether she had reached the heart of the Forbidden Forest or not, she scanned her surroundings. The stout trees obscured the sunlight, and though it was still day, it appeared as dark as night. Crack! A twig snapped beneath her feet, and the sound of rushing water reached her ears. The unicorn led her through the underbrush to one of the few beautiful spots in the Forbidden Forest. The sunlight finally broke free from the canopy, cascading down and merging with the waterfall, creating a resplendent rainbow in midair. The waterfall tumbled down from the mountaintop, droplets striking the stones with a melodious chime. Before her lay a crystal-clear river, where several beautiful unicorns rested and drank. Her arrival startled them, and they paused, watching her with both curiosity and caution. Two young golden unicorns hid behind an adult, tilting their heads to gaze at Xiaoxiao with innocent, pure eyes. Is this your territory? Xiaoxiao surveyed the area, the air fragrant with the scents of grass, moisture, and earth. The unicorn that had brought her here approached its kin, gently touching their horns together, seemingly engaged in silent communication. After a while, the unicorns gathered closer, encircling Xiaoxiao. They formed a circle, while the young one stood at a distance, observing and waiting. Xiaoxiao, equally puzzled, attempted to converse with them, but they remained unresponsive. Then the unicorns lowered their heads and bent one front leg, moving with an elegance reminiscent of gentlemen. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Xiaoxiao felt a pure, radiant light emanating from them, akin to the softest, lightest ribbons of the world, woven by the wind into a garment adorning her. Words could not capture her feelings: warmth, gentleness, comfort, tranquility. It was as if all the beauty of existence converged in that moment, and Xiaoxiao realized that she had been healed. The unicorn rose and approached her, gently nudging her calf, and she understood its intent. So you are expressing gratitude for the life-saving deed the other day. The unicorn nodded, displaying affection towards her as if she were family. May I give you a name? Xiaoxiao stroked its smooth, soft coat. You are so white and beautiful. How about Angela? The unicorn seemed to delight in this name, happily rolling in the grass. After spending a while with Angela, Xiaoxiao rose to leave the forbidden forest. She needed to visit the headmaster's office to convey her decision. Unfortunately, she found that Professor Dumbledore was not present. Just as she exited the headmaster's office, she encountered Professor Snape around the corner. Miss Sue, he intoned, what brings you to wander the castle at this hour? Snape, arms crossed, gazed down at her with his ever-serious expression. He paused, glancing at the headmaster's office behind her. Here to see the headmaster? How unfortunate. He departed 15 minutes ago. Departed? Where to? Xiaoxiao instinctively inquired. That is not for you to ask, Snape retorted, retracting his gaze to scrutinize her face, a frown creasing his brow for reasons unknown. Come back tomorrow. With that, he lowered his arms and strode away like a great bat. Turning to watch his retreating figure, Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to speak but ultimately fell silent, making her way back to the dormitory. Evening fell. The curfew had arrived. Outside the castle, the moon shone brightly amidst the scattered stars, while creatures of the night emerged from the forbidden forest in search of sustenance. In the girls' dormitory, as the others succumbed to slumber, the darkness was pierced by the sudden opening of a pair of eyes. Hermione turned to face Xiaoxiao's bed, fixating her gaze intently upon her. It was likely around midnight, and Hermione was resolute in her determination to stay awake. She must observe Xiaoxiao tonight. If there were no unusual actions, it would merely confirm that what she witnessed the previous night was a mere coincidence. However, if a flurry of images flashed through her mind, and at that moment, Xiaoxiao stirred on her bed, unsteadily sitting up before slipping on her shoes. Hermione instantly became alert. Her eyes locked onto Xiaoxiao. Clad only in a thin nightgown, Xiaoxiao made her way towards the exit. Hermione, uncertain whether she had misinterpreted the scene, noted with alarm that Xiaoxiao's wide-open eyes emitted an eerie red glow. As Xiaoxiao opened the dormitory door and stepped outside, Hermione hastily rose to follow her. Xiaoxiao descended the stairs with a light step, heading directly towards the girls' bathroom. Hermione, trailing closely behind, furrowed her brow, pondering whether Xiaoxiao was genuinely just going to relieve herself. No, she recalled Xiaoxiao mentioning that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was located in the girls' bathroom. With this thought in mind, Hermione entered as well. Upon entering the bathroom, a shadow darted past her, and before she could react, a wand was pressed against her forehead. It's me, Xiaoxiao. Hermione. Hermione exclaimed, startled, quickly offering an explanation. The wand hesitated for a moment before being lowered. Oh, it's you, Hermione. What are you doing here? Xiaoxiao asked with a gentle smile, her surprise evident. This is the girls' bathroom. Of course I came to use it. Hermione regained her composure, her gaze fixed on Xiaoxiao's eyes. Strangely, although her eyes were undeniably green, Hermione sensed that they occasionally flickered with a red glint. Ah yes, you're right, Xiaoxiao nodded, slightly shifting to make room. Do you need to wait for me? Oh no, you go ahead. We have classes in the morning. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and strode away. Hermione watched her depart, realizing that she had already been exposed. Following her any further would be futile. After a quick inspection of the bathroom, she returned to her dormitory. Chapter 59. Gryffindor loses 50 points. The next day, Xiaoxiao yawned and stretched lazily. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find Hermione frowning at her, dark circles under her eyes. Hermione, what are you doing here? Xiaoxiao asked, bewildered, instinctively adjusting her blanket. Hermione sat at her bedside, her hands propping up either side of Xiaoxiao's body, effectively encircling her. Leaning in closer, the distance between them diminished. Xiaoxiao gulped nervously. What's wrong? Hermione halted about 10 centimeters from her cheek, scrutinizing Xiaoxiao intently. Do you remember what you did last night? Wasn't I sleeping? Xiaoxiao responded, increasingly confused. You truly don't recall? Hermione frowned, but Xiaoxiao's expression suggested she was not jesting. After observing her for a moment, Hermione sighed, straightening her posture. You sleepwalked last night. Sleepwalked? Su Xiaoxiao sat up, incredulous. Are you sure that was me? To be precise, I cannot be entirely certain you were sleepwalking. Hermione recounted the events of the previous night. I distinctly remember entering the girls' bathroom where you pointed your wand at my forehead, nearly casting a spell on me. Impossible. Su Xiaoxiao retorted vehemently. I would never aim my wand at you. Yet that was indeed the situation, Hermione replied. Moreover, you gave me a rather peculiar impression. Although you wore a smile, your demeanor was unlike your usual self, almost as if you were on guard against me. On guard? Yes, precisely that. I noticed your eyes glowing red more than once. Xiaoxiao, what has been troubling you lately? Have you encountered anything strange? At this, Su Xiaoxiao, though unaware of the full truth, could surmise the underlying cause. It was evident that it was the work of the fragment of Riddle's soul. This isn't the first time I've noticed something amiss, Hermione continued. The night before we discovered the blood writing, I saw your bed was empty when I got up in the middle of the night. I think I understand why now. Why? This matter is rather complex. Let us attend class first, and I shall explain over lunch. Hermione opened her mouth as if to add more but decided against it, nodding instead and departing from Xiaoxiao's bedside. During lunchtime, Su Xiaoxiao observed the professor's table, noting that Dumbledore's seat was conspicuously empty. I wonder what the headmaster is up to. Don't you know? Dumbledore went to the Ministry of Magic yesterday. I heard there were diplomats from Huaxia discussing matters of cooperation. Percy leaned in, addressing Xiaoxiao. Is that so? Su Xiaoxiao had little appetite, consuming only a piece of jam toast. If that were the case, it made sense. It seemed the magical world of the UK was on the brink of significant changes. She only wondered when the spatial transference platform would be established within Hogwarts. Lost in thought, Hermione gently nudged Xiaoxiao with her elbow. Aren't you going to explain things to me now? Surprised that Hermione still remembered, Su Xiaoxiao realized she had indeed promised to share her story at lunch. With no other option, she briefly recounted her contract with the fragment of Riddle's soul. You kept something this significant from me until now? Hermione's voice rose sharply, startling not only Xiaoxiao but also drawing the attention of those nearby. Sorry. Hermione addressed the surrounding crowd, then turned back to Xiaoxiao with a serious expression. Why didn't you tell us sooner? What happened? What's going on? Ron inquired, leaning in with a chicken leg in his mouth, curiosity written all over his face. Ask her. Hermione snapped, crossing her arms in frustration. Su Xiaoxiao felt helpless as she observed Draco Malfoy, who had been covertly watching from the Slytherin table, sensing the air of secrecy. Without a second thought, he left his seat, disregarding the puzzled glances from others, and approached the Gryffindor table. Amidst the astonished and inquisitive gazes of the Gryffindors, Draco brazenly squeezed himself next to Xiaoxiao, pushing Harry aside. What's going on? Hermione stared at him incredulously. Get back. This is the Gryffindor dining area. Harry nodded in agreement, looking somewhat aggrieved. And that's my spot. I know. I just came to find out what is happening, Draco replied, his expression serious as he turned to Xiaoxiao. Have you encountered anything unusual recently? You've seemed off these past few days. Feeling the concern from those around her, Su Xiaoxiao felt warmth in her heart. However, given the number of people present and their attention on her, she refrained from divulging the truth about Riddle's soul fragment. At least, not at that moment. After the afternoon potions class, Su Xiaoxiao followed Professor Snape out of the classroom. Regardless of whether the mental occlusion spell would prove effective, she felt compelled to try. She suspected that the blood writing on the wall and the creature in the Chamber of Secrets were manifestations of her own actions during the night. Although she had not contemplated this direction previously, Hermione's words that morning had solidified this theory in her mind. This indicated that when night fell and she entered deep slumber, the fragment of Riddle's soul would awaken and seize control of her body. Just as this revelation dawned upon her, Riddle's voice echoed in her mind. I thought you would discover this sooner. Last night, I should have disposed of that mudblood. Silence. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed angrily. And at her words, Professor Snape abruptly halted. The atmosphere became instantly tense, as nearby students widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Su Xiaoxiao as if she were a warrior. Miss Su, it seems you hold a strong opinion of me. Snapping back to reality, Su Xiaoxiao was met with Snape's dark, brooding gaze. And in that moment, thoughts of her own demise flitted through her mind. I can explain, Professor. I absolutely did not insult you. Save your explanations for the headmaster's office, and discuss it with Professor Dumbledore, Snape retorted with a cold snort. Your disrespect towards a teacher will cost Gryffindor 50 points. Please, Professor. I truly did not say anything against you. Let me explain. Su Xiaoxiao cried out in desperation, hurriedly chasing after him. Professor, wait for me. Chapter 60. I've endured you long enough, Riddle. Chasing after Professor Snape's retreating figure, Xiaoxiao shouted for what felt like an eternity, her voice growing hoarse, until she finally noticed a slight softening of Snape's expression. Would you like me to teach you the mind-blocking spell? In his nearly opaque office, saturated with the scents of potions and ingredients, Professor Snape took a seat and glanced at her. Explain. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoxiao confessed, I have sealed a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul within my mind. Snape raised an eyebrow, his expression one of confusion. Riddle? Tom Riddle? The one who later became the Dark Lord and changed his name to Voldemort? Snape frowned. Sensing the complexity of the situation, he instinctively straightened his posture, resting his hands on the desk and propping up his chin. Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed by his reaction, scratching her head as she recounted the entire story. Snape, in my mind. Riddle's voice speaks at the most inopportune times. I have seen him in your memories, betraying my future self, acting as a spy for Hogwarts. How foolish. Attempting to confine your memories with the mind-blocking spell? How unfortunate. I am currently residing within your mind, rendering that spell utterly ineffective. You are exceedingly loud. Xiaoxiao retorted, and whether it was effective or not, wouldn't trying it reveal the truth? He converses with you in your mind? Snape stood, pacing around Xiaoxiao. You truly have a talent for placing yourself in perilous situations, Miss Su. Did they not say that the Chinese are exceptionally intelligent? It appears you are an exception. That is quite an unwarranted personal attack, Professor. Does Dumbledore know? Yes, he is already aware. Xiaoxiao nadid bigeresli. Riddle was indeed incessantly noisy. And Xiaoxiao was on the brink of madness. Your situation is quite intricate, Snape remarked, studying her eyes. Though I am uncertain how you came to know of my expertise in the mind-blocking spell, you likely possess some understanding of it. In simple terms, the mind-blocking spell prevents the brain from external invasions. It is the sole defense against legilimency, sealing thoughts and emotions within the mind, thus preventing the legilimens from establishing any emotional connection to the memories the subject seeks to conceal. Snape paused, still frowning. Indeed, Xiaoxiao's predicament was quite challenging. Yet, the fragment of his soul resides within your mind. Snape cast her a sidelong glance. I have never heard of the mind-blocking spell being effective against anything other than external attacks. Is there truly no utility at all? Xiaoxiao felt a pang of disappointment. Not necessarily, Snape replied. I merely have not heard of it. That does not imply it is devoid of efficacy. So, you mean it is worth a try? Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, striving to ignore Riddle's voice within her mind to calm herself. Please, Professor. Snape hesitated, seemingly weighing his options, but eventually nodded. Generally speaking, mastering the mind-blocking spell requires you to maintain a blank and calm mind. Once your thoughts are stabilized, I will employ legilimency on you. And you must retaliate with the counterspell, while remaining composed. However, given your unique circumstances, Snape contemplated, adjusting his phrasing, you need only focus on the first step. Only through continuous practice of self-control and mental fortitude can one become a true master of the mind-blocking spell. Whether it can withstand the fragment of the soul in your mind remains uncertain. This is the only method I can presently conceive. Sighing, Xiaoxiao replied, I am ready. Very well. Seeing her resolve, Snape had little more to say. He drew his wand, aimed it at Xiaoxiao, and pronounced legilimency. A beam of light erupted from the tip of his wand, directly penetrating Xiaoxiao's mind. She instinctively let out a muffled groan. The sensation of legilimency was peculiar. Neither painful nor entirely comfortable. She could distinctly feel someone rifling through her memories, and the invasion of her privacy was deeply unsettling. Xiaoxiao continuously adjusted her state, striving to keep her emotions stable, while attempting to seal off her thoughts and feelings, shutting the door to her memories. It sounded deceptively simple, did it not? Yet, in practice, Xiaoxiao soon discovered how extraordinarily difficult it was to close off the memories within her heart and mind. The myriad details of her life in Hogwarts, her experiences in China, and the life she led before her arrival. Snape observed a multitude of chaotic memories, yet he was puzzled by a particular aspect. As he only glimpsed fragments, he found it curious that Xiaoxiao possessed faint memories of her adult life, unaware of her transmigration. Despite this, Xiaoxiao felt a surge of panic, contemplating how she would respond if Professor Snape were to inquire about it later. Riddle remained silent. Perhaps the practice of the mind-blocking spell had begun to bear some fruit, or perhaps he simply chose not to speak, content to observe. Time slipped away as they practiced, and Xiaoxiao clearly began to feel the strain. If this continued, she feared she might collapse from exhaustion. That will be enough for today, Snape declared, retracting his wand. Your self-control is not particularly strong. I barely sensed any resistance from you just now. Return to me at this time tomorrow. I shall refine and devise a mind-blocking spell tailored to your situation, alongside a practice regimen. Thank you, Professor. Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude sincerely. If there is nothing else, please leave my office promptly, Snape replied, his expression stern as he resumed his seat. Xiaoxiao said little more, offering a slight bow before swiftly exiting. Tom. Riddle? In the castle corridor, Xiaoxiao walked while calling out in her mind, Old Voldy? Are you there? What is it? Nothing, just wanted to get your attention. Hearing Riddle's voice, Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of disappointment. Why were you silent just now? I speak when I wish, and remain silent when I do not. So, you mean to say that the practice had no effect on you at all? If even Snape's legitimacy cannot be resisted, how do you expect that pitiful mental strength of yours to control me? Riddle let out a derisive chuckle. Indeed, she was a naive child. Xiaoxiao felt her fists clench. I have indeed been too kind. I truly do not comprehend why I am keeping you around. You are utterly useless and only bring me trouble. Do as you will, Riddle. I shall send you to your demise. Chapter 61. Basilisk, you have no sense of honor. Riddle had not anticipated that Xiaoxiao would erupt at the slightest provocation. Seeing her genuinely poised to obliterate him sent him into a panic. Wait. Let us discuss this calmly. Do not be agitated. I am perfectly calm now. Xiaoxiao spoke in a sinister tone, her smile gradually transforming into something fearsome. No. Your mental state is rather unstable at the moment. I believe you need to rest and find some calm. Are you instructing me? Xiaoxiao raised her voice, adopting a fierce demeanor. Yet, considering the wasted contract symbol, I shall grant you one final opportunity. First, you are forbidden to speak without my permission. Second, you must not manipulate my body to commit misdeeds while I am in slumber. What if it involves doing good? Riddle retorted. That is also out of the question. Xiaoxiao decisively rejected. You may inquire for my consent, but you must never control my body without my explicit approval. Until I can truly govern you, I will bind myself to the bed at night. If I find upon waking that I have freed myself, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. I must admit, you possess quite the talent for becoming a Dark Lord. Riddle chuckled lightly. I concede, for my life currently rests in your hands. It's good that you understand. After establishing these rules with Riddle, Xiaoxiao noticed that he indeed adhered to the conditions and refrained from further speech, which significantly lifted her spirits. Nevertheless, she still intended to seek Professor Snape the following day to practice the art of mental occlusion. After all, having multiple skills provides multiple safeguards. It was time for the Quidditch match. In the stands, alongside several professors, members of the Board of Governors were present. Lucius's gaze remained fixed on Draco's figure on the field, sitting proudly in his seat, exuding an air of aristocratic superiority. However, Xiaoxiao was conspicuously absent. For the past few days, she had been diligently practicing mental occlusion, frequently visiting Snape's office, but now she was able to practice independently. Recently, Riddle had also behaved, and upon waking, Xiaoxiao found herself still well in bed, suggesting he had indeed compromised. Just the day before, Dumbledore had finally returned to the school, bringing with him good news. The Ministry of Magic had decided to establish the first spatial teleportation platform within Hogwarts. By next week, representatives from Huaxia would gradually arrive to construct the station, as it would be the first spatial teleportation platform in the United Kingdom. Both sides were placing significant importance on it, necessitating ample preparations from Huaxia, which was why they would arrive a bit later. Otherwise, they could have arrived yesterday. Of course, none of this had much bearing on her current situation. The reason Xiaoxiao did not attend the Quidditch match was simple. She needed to confront the basilisk. Regardless of the circumstances, the basilisk had been released, and she could not simply ignore it. Moreover, since she had indirectly facilitated its release, it was her responsibility to see to its management. Xiaoxiao was indeed very responsible. Although everyone else had gone to watch the match, she still transformed into her beast form and headed to the girls' lavatory. Upon entering, she immediately heard a low sobbing coming from a stall. It was moaning Myrtle. Xiaoxiao chose to ignore it and upon returning to her human form, proceeded directly to the entrance. Xiaoxiao was not a parselmouth. Although she understood the language of animals and could communicate with them, it did not mean she could speak the serpent's tongue. However, this posed no issue. After all, she had the true air of Slytherin residing within her mind. Accessing memories was not exclusive to Riddle, as their bond allowed Xiaoxiao, as the master, certain privileges. After some contemplation, she formulated her words and hissed, hiss hiss. As soon as the hissing sound faded, Myrtle's sobbing ceased. Who is there? Myrtle shrieked. And as she floated out of the restroom, Xiaoxiao had already entered the Chamber of Secrets. The chamber was dimly lit, and after traversing a long, winding tunnel, Xiaoxiao landed effortlessly on the ground. The atmosphere was damp, emitting an unbearable stench, with small animal bones strewn about the floor. Xiaoxiao made a couple of dry heaves, suppressing her discomfort as she ventured deeper into the passage. Scattered across the ground were massive stone fragments. And Xiaoxiao noticed several remarkably large serpent skins. Quite the hygienic basilisk, she mused. As one chamber was cluttered with remnants of food, while another was filled with discarded clothing. Navigating through the narrow corridor, Xiaoxiao found herself before a circular mechanism door. The latch was composed of 7 iron snakes, and as she hissed in Parseltongue, a small snake emerged and swiftly traversed the track, causing the 7 iron serpents to leave their positions, and the circular door swung open. Upon entering, she could clearly discern the surroundings, revealing a moderately long passageway adorned with several giant serpent statues flanking pools of water. HSS. Standing in the center, facing the colossal statue of Slytherin, Xiaoxiao addressed it in Parseltongue. As her voice echoed, the great Slytherin statue's mouth slowly opened, and a massive black serpent with a disheveled head slithered forth. The sound of the basilisk scraping against the ground reverberated throughout the chamber. It was indeed enormous, its head alone dwarfing Xiaoxiao's entire form. I have found you, Xiaoxiao expressed without a hint of fear, though she had to tilt her head back to gaze at it. Of course, she avoided looking directly into the basilisk's eyes, focusing instead on its gaping mouth. Greetings, basilisk. I am Xiaoxiao, the new heir of Slytherin. The basilisk lowered its head, inching closer to Xiaoxiao. Its mouth filled with fangs emitting a series of hissing noises. You refer to my robes? Xiaoxiao glanced down at her red school uniform, realizing she had forgotten to steal Draco's clothing. Do not mind these details. Although I am clad in Gryffindor robes, I possess the ability to speak Parseltongue. Most importantly, she pointed to her head, Tom Riddle resides within me. I am the basilisk, yet that does not imply I lack intelligence. The basilisk evidently did not believe her. You lie. You are not the heir of the master. The true heir is not within your mind. After saying this, the basilisk opened its gaping maw, lunging at Xiaoxiao. What the, are you serious? You lack any sense of honor. Xiaoxiao instinctively evaded the basilisk's attack, swiftly leaping aside and drawing her wand. How can you be so stubborn? If you encounter old Dumbledore or Harry, you'll find yourself on a path to demise. Chapter 62, Steel Egg, I am your master. Xiaoxiao felt quite indignant. She agilely leaped onto the head of a nearby giant serpent statue. The surface beneath her feet was slick, yet she maintained her balance. The basilisk appeared to disregard her words, refraining from further communication. It seems I must subdue you. Xiaoxiao became serious, launching herself into the air with a powerful push from her feet, landing precisely atop the basilisk's rough head. Her fingernails elongated sharply, resembling the claws of a cat, and she plunged them into the basilisk's flesh. The basilisk emitted a pained hiss, thrashing its head violently in an attempt to dislodge Xiaoxiao. With one hand gripping the basilisk's flesh tightly, Xiaoxiao paid no heed to the repulsive, sticky sensation on her hands. With the other she drew her wand, targeting its very core. To deal with a creature as obstinate and resilient as a basilisk, one could not rely on shattering or petrifying spells, as they would be akin to mere tickling. The Cruciatus Curse, one of the unforgivable curses, would not only spare its life but also ensure it experienced profound suffering. If that was insufficient to compel its submission, Xiaoxiao would not hesitate to deny it any chance of survival, as it was her first time utilizing this incantation. The results were somewhat less than satisfactory. Nevertheless, the basilisk still felt the sting of agony, thrashing its body in a frenzy. You appear to be in need of assistance. Riddle suddenly interjected. Due to his commendable performance over the past few days, Xiaoxiao had relaxed some conditions, allowing him to speak up when necessary. No need, Xiaoxiao retorted fiercely, gripping the basilisk tightly, undeterred by the blood splattering upon her. Just moments ago, she had nearly lost her grip, but she was resolute. There was no way she would fail to subdue it. Riddle chuckled softly before falling silent, as the basilisk suddenly went berserk, lowering its head to slam against the wall, seemingly intent on turning her into a mere splatter. Seeing this, Xiaoxiao quickly released her hold on the creature's head. The tremendous inertia propelled her backward, and she found herself on the verge of crashing to the ground, at risk of being crushed beneath the basilisk's massive form. In a split second, she transformed back into her beastly form, kicked off the basilisk, and landed gracefully and lightly on her feet. Perfect score, Xiaoxiao silently mused, her gaze swiftly darting to the wand that had fallen not far from her. The piercing agony was momentarily interrupted, and the basilisk, now filled with rage, wasted no time in launching a sweeping attack towards her. Xiaoxiao leaped aside just in time, but still got hit by the debris that flew up, stumbling dangerously close to the edge of the pool. "Dare you not look me in the eyes, you fool?" At the sound of Xiaoxiao's voice, the basilisk instinctively turned its gaze towards her, and in that instant, it froze in place. A green luminescence emanated from her eyes, seemingly imbued with some magical power, which captivated the basilisk, gradually calming its fury. The basilisk's lethal gaze clashed invisibly with Xiaoxiao's ocular technique, and as time passed, Xiaoxiao remained physically stiff but otherwise unchanged, while the basilisk began to settle down. Indeed, her ocular technique was superior. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Xiaoxiao's mouth. Heaven knows how her feline form managed to convey such an expression, yet her demeanor was unmistakably one of triumph. Her tail swayed lightly a couple of times. Seizing the moment while the basilisk's mental fortitude wavered, Xiaoxiao stealthily approached the wand, transforming back into her human form. After retrieving the wand, she swiftly cast a spell, Obliviate. At the moment of utmost vulnerability, anyone subjected to a spell akin to the forgetfulness charm would inevitably succumb. Were the basilisk in its normal or rampaging state, Xiaoxiao would never dare to use the forgetfulness charm recklessly. Although she was uncertain of its mental resilience, the likelihood of successfully erasing its memories was exceedingly low. However, the basilisk, having endured excruciating pain and being controlled by her ocular technique, was a different matter entirely. It had essentially lost its capacity for resistance, at least in a mental sense. As the effects of her ocular technique began to fade, the basilisk gradually emerged from its false stupor and became bewildered, gazing at the diminutive figure before it, then at its own body. Followed by the pain throbbing in its head, the basilisk fell into contemplation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why does my head hurt so much? Who is she? A cascade of questions flooded its mind, and the basilisk, feeling both anxious and restless, flicked its tail in agitation, its memory shrouded in a void. It gazed at the small figure, sensing an inexplicable feeling, yet unable to articulate what it was, leaving it in discomfort. Who are you? The basilisk inquired, lowering its head. I am your master, Xiaoxiao, she declared with conviction. You were rather careless. Upon awakening, you forgot you were in the basement and bumped your head against the boulder above, causing you to faint. Is that so? The basilisk tilted its head, an inner voice suggesting this was not the truth. Yet the sincerity in Xiaoxiao's demeanor caused it to waver. You say you are my master. Then what is my name? Your name. Xiaoxiao's mind raced. Without a second thought, she blurted out the first name that came to her. Steel Egg. Yes, you are called Steel Egg. It is the affectionate name I have given you. Steel Egg? What a peculiar name. The basilisk leaned closer to Xiaoxiao, lowering its head to nearly align with hers, adding, There's another question. What question? Why can't I remember anything? I just mentioned it, didn't I? You woke up too abruptly and bumped your head against the rock, after which you fainted, Xiaoxiao replied, her storytelling skills becoming increasingly polished. I believe you must have hit your head hard enough to erase your memories. However, I still retain some memories of our past. Would you like to see? Of course. The basilisk nodded, appearing not entirely convinced of Xiaoxiao's words. Watch closely. Xiaoxiao nodded enthusiastically, waving her wand through the air. A green light burst forth from the tip of her wand, floating upward and coalescing into a mist-like substance, revealing various images. The basilisk gazed intently at the fabricated memories Xiaoxiao conjured, its expression serious, its eyes fixated on the scenes, fearful of missing anything. Xiaoxiao hummed a tune, revealing her utter lack of anxiety, showing no signs of deceit towards the unsuspecting basilisk. Fabricating a memory was not particularly challenging for Xiaoxiao. Firstly, she needed to master certain mental and illusionary spells. Indeed, her ocular technique, along with the recently practiced mind sealing and thought extraction techniques, fulfilled the requirements. Secondly, her mental strength had to be formidable enough to support the creation of a false memory. Lastly, a degree of imagination and logical reasoning was essential. Imagination to concoct the fictitious memory, and logic to render it more coherent and persuasive. Chapter 63. A Training Game? Predictably, the basilisk was thoroughly deceived. Master, please feel free to command Steel Egg. It bowed its head respectfully, stating with utmost seriousness, please forgive Steel Egg for its earlier indiscretion. No worries at all. By the way, here were this. Xiaoxiao averted her gaze from Steel Egg's eyes. Having previously dared to use her ocular technique, and meet its gaze had left her somewhat uncertain. Yet one must commend her bravery, truly a Gryffindor. Meow meow meow. Retrieving an item from her storage bag, she recited a spell, rummaging through until she produced a piece of black fabric. Stay still. I'll fasten this on you so I needn't worry about someone accidentally being petrified by you. Steel Egg obediently nodded, gently resting its head on the ground and thoughtfully closing its eyes. Xiaoxiao approached, wrapping the black fabric around Steel Egg's head, covering its eyes. She tied it off with a bow, patting Steel Egg's head with satisfaction. Much better now, and quite becoming. Steel Egg opened its eyes, adjusting to the unfamiliar sensation of wearing the black fabric. Its vision became somewhat blurred, yet it was not so obstructed as to collide with walls. As long as you are pleased, I shall take my leave for now, but I will return later with some food, so do not wander off or frighten anyone above. Xiaoxiao advised, offering a few reminders before departing the chamber in her feline form. Upon exiting the chamber, Xiaoxiao hastened to the Quidditch pitch. Just as she reached the stands, the match concluded, with Harry capturing the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. However, due to the uncontrollable bludger, Harry sustained a fracture in his right arm, while Draco was sent flying from the wooden walkway below the stands, crashing to the ground, appearing quite injured. Both were now being taken to the infirmary. And Harry's misfortune was palpable. His arm would have healed swiftly, but due to Lockhart he would have to wait an entire night for his bones to mend. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey had just departed, leaving Xiaoxiao, Ron, and Hermione to keep company with the two unfortunate souls. Oh, it hurts so much, Xiaoxiao. I feel as though I am dying. Draco lay in the hospital bed, groaning, appearing so weak that one might think he would take his last breath at any moment. Xiaoxiao, exasperated, replied, I tend to trust Madame Pomfrey's professional diagnosis. You are not in any grave danger, or rather, you are fit to get out of bed and be discharged. But Madame Pomfrey is merely a school nurse. What does she know? Draco retorted, raising his voice and pouting in dissatisfaction. My backside hurts. You have no idea how badly I was thrown. By the way, where were you during the match? Draco fixed his gaze on Xiaoxiao. Well, it's fortunate you didn't witness my most embarrassing moment, she replied. I indeed didn't see the earlier part. Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, but I did catch the final scene. Oh no. Draco wailed, pulling the blanket over his face. What were you up to, Xiaoxiao? Ron inquired curiously. Oh, nothing much, just checking on my new pet. New pet? What is it? Hee, it's called Steel Egg, the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets. In the headmaster's office, Xiaoxiao explained, the basilisk in the chamber has now been tamed by me. I believe it can be of great assistance in facing Voldemort's Death Eaters. You make a valid point, but there is something crucial to consider, Dumbledore remarked. Voldemort is the true heir of Slytherin. He may awaken the basilisk's memories. Then I shall place a charm on the basilisk to ensure it cannot betray me. Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. Should it dare to turn against me, that spell will instantaneously claim its life. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore frowned slightly. You are harboring a heavy intent to kill. Am I? Xiaoxiao paused. Perhaps it's because I am a creature of the supernatural. The implication being, she was not human, and thus he should not impose human constraints upon her. Dumbledore, perceiving the deeper meaning in her words, continued to furrow his brow, lost in thought. Now it seems your decision is quite evident, Dumbledore said, choosing to bypass the topic of the basilisk. You have chosen to remain here, haven't you? Indeed, su Xiaoxiao nadith. For if she intended to tame the basilisk, she would not simply kill it. Do you realize what sort of decision you have made? Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Staying at Hogwarts means you will be deeply entrenched in danger, even facing death. I have 9 lives. What is there to fear? Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly. Though she had lost one, she dared not disclose this to Dumbledore, fearing he might inform her parents. Moreover, death is merely the commencement of another phase of existence. Is it not? Dumbledore fell silent, merely gazing into Xiaoxiao's eyes, pondering something unknown. At times, you truly do not behave like a child. In fact, some of your thoughts are more profound than those of certain adults. Thank you for the compliment, Xiaoxiao said with a cheerful nod. But enough of that. I have been practicing the mind-blocking spell with Professor Snape lately. Although the results have been minimal, I have observed some improvement. I believe my mental fortitude and willpower have significantly enhanced. At the very least, I am now capable of preventing Riddle from accessing my memories and thoughts. So, I was thinking, how about we play a cultivation game? Xiaoxiao's lips curled into an excited smile. The Tom Riddle Rehabilitation Project. A game designed to help him turn over a new leaf. Dumbledore paused for a moment. You may not fully comprehend. Tom lacks the capacity to understand love or any form of emotion, and he is exceptionally skilled at masquerading his true self. I doubt this cultivation game would be successful. What if we erased his memories? That idea is perilous. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. While it is indeed a method, I would not advocate for you to pursue it. Let us not discuss this any further. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and require a moment of rest. Very well, Xiaoxiao nodded, standing up. Goodbye, headmaster. The following day, in the Great Hall, Lockhart requested Dumbledore's approval to establish a dueling club. Although there had been no further attacks from petrified individuals or creatures, Lockhart felt compelled, for reasons unknown, to create this club. Allow me to introduce. Lockhart tossed his cloak aside, and a female student who caught it instantly became the envy of those around her. My assistant, Professor Snape. Professor Snape ascended the stage with a glowering expression, his hair still as greasy as ever. Xiaoxiao shook her head in disappointment. Really, Professor, I gifted him that convenient shampoo spray last time. And he still doesn't use it. Surely he couldn't prefer washing his hair with oil? While silently critiquing Snape, Xiaoxiao dared not voice these thoughts. Well aware of the professor's propensity to hold grudges. On stage, the two professors drew their wands and exchanged formalities, then moved to opposite ends of the stage, suddenly turning to assume their stances. As soon as Lockhart started the timer, Professor Snape unleashed the disarming charm. The duel barely lasted 5 seconds before Lockhart was disarmed and sent flying, landing quite ungracefully. Unable to contain her laughter, Xiaoxiao noticed Hermione frowning beside her, beginning to doubt the competence of the defense against the dark arts professor. See, Hermione? I told you this guy is all talk. He can do nothing but lie and show off, haha. Xiaoxiao teased, waving at Snape on stage. Well done, Professor Snape. Snape shot her a glare. But Xiaoxiao merely grinned, showing no intent to cease her cheer. After Lockhart awkwardly found a way to save face, they decided to invite 2 students to the stage for a demonstration. It was no surprise that Harry and Draco were the first called up. As their relationship in this world was relatively amicable, the usual confrontations depicted in the original narrative were absent. There were no preemptive strikes, no loud taunts, and no blunders involving snake language. Expelliarmus. The two uttered the incantation almost in unison, beams of light shooting from the tips of their wands, clashing together in a stalemate. The crowd below watched with bated breath, as did the two professors, intensely focused on not missing anything. After approximately 3 seconds, Draco's grip on his wand began to tremble slightly, and Harry too showed signs of fatigue. Suddenly, Harry's magical energy overwhelmed Draco's, sending him flying backward, his wand slipping from his grasp. Harry was also pushed back a few steps by the residual force of Draco's spell, nearly losing his wand. Draco bit his lip, rising from the ground and casting a somewhat guilty glance at Professor Snape. During the subsequent free practice session, Xiaoxiao was paired with Neville. He appeared quite nervous, as everyone was aware of Xiaoxiao's magical prowess, which rivaled that of Hermione's and included many unusual spells from her homeland. Being teamed with her was daunting for Neville, but he had no choice but to muster his courage. Don't be afraid, Neville. I'll go easy on you, Xiaoxiao said with a beaming smile. She then positioned her wand in front of her and executed a stylish flick to the side. Before Neville could fully process what was happening, a beam of light shot forth, propelling him away with great force. Neville stared at Xiaoxiao in utter bewilderment, his expression one of profound dismay. Sorry. I didn't control the power well, Xiaoxiao said as she rushed over to help him up, offering him her wand. It's all right. As Neville grasped the small hand and rose from the ground, he had yet to steady himself when an unsettling malice crept up from behind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Turning around, he found Draco glaring at him with a chilling expression. Later that evening, Xiaoxiao observed Draco with a perpetually cold demeanor, and as he passed by her, he blatantly ignored her presence. The cat ears atop Xiaoxiao's head twitched in confusion. What could possibly be troubling Draco today? Ron shrugged, unsure of the situation. Hermione glanced back at him, appearing somewhat irked. Angry? With whom? Xiaoxiao tilted her head, pondering if perhaps he was upset with her. Yet, she recalled not having provoked him in any way. How peculiar. After much contemplation, Xiaoxiao could not arrive at a conclusion, and simply shook her head before departing with Hermione and the others. In no time, the day for the commencement of the spatial transmission platform arrived. Li Ming, Xiaoxiao's second uncle, served as the head of the space management department of the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, and was also responsible for overseeing the construction of the spatial transmission platform at Hogwarts. Originally, another subordinate was to take charge, but since Xiaoxiao was studying there, Li Ming personally came to observe how she was faring in her new environment. That night, the Hogwarts Great Hall was modestly decorated, with a massive banner overhead reading a warm welcome to the officials of the Huaxia Immortal Alliance. It should have been a joyous occasion. However, Xiaoxiao wore a glum expression, clearly troubled. Hermione seated herself beside her, inquiring with concern, What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Has Draco been ignoring you lately? Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, that fellow seems to have taken some strange medicine. Ever since that day, he hasn't acknowledged my existence. As she spoke, she glanced towards the Slytherin table, where their gazes momentarily locked before he hurriedly averted his eyes and changed seats, leaving her with nothing but the back of his head. Perhaps you should take the initiative to ask him? Hermione suggested. You haven't sought him out in days. Have you? Why should I? If he is ignoring me, why should I be the one to reach out? Xiaoxiao pounded the table in frustration. It's utterly nonsensical. I refused to press my warmth against his cold shoulder. What shoulder? The Weasley twins suddenly appeared, their curiosity piqued. Whose shoulder are you trying to press against? No. That essay saying from Huaxia, meaning. We don't want to hear it. Fred exclaimed, covering his ears, while George mimicked the action, declaring. Xiaoxiao wants to press against Malfoy's shoulder. She likes Draco. Xiaoxiao felt herself freeze in embarrassment, hastily gesturing for them to cease their teasing. She could practically carve out a Hogwarts castle with her toes at that moment. Other students looked on in astonishment. The air thick with suggestive undertones between Xiaoxiao and Draco. At the Slytherin table, Draco, bewildered by the sudden attention, lifted his head to find everyone regarding him with strange and amused expressions, leaving him utterly perplexed. What's going on? Draco nudged Goyle beside him. What's happening? Goyle stifled a laugh, his body shaking with mirth. Were it not for Draco's presence, he would have burst out laughing. What's the matter? Draco asked, his irritation rising. Although he enjoyed being the center of attention, he preferred it devoid of mockery. It's from the Gryffindor table. The twins chimed in. What are they saying? They say Xiaoxiao likes you and wants to press against you. Chapter 65. Have you misunderstood something? Draco's face instantaneously flushed crimson. His naturally pale complexion made any hint of color all the more pronounced, and now he blushed fiercely, even the roots of his ears turning the shade of a sunset. Stop making wild accusations. Draco scowled, striving to maintain a serious demeanor, though his gaze kept darting towards Gryffindor. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xiaoxiao attempting to hide beneath the table, and a faint smile inadvertently crept onto his face. Why is your face suddenly so red, boss? Crabbe interjected. You don't actually fancy Xiaoxiao, do you? Goyle teased. Silence. Just eat your food. Draco snapped, delivering a light smack to each of them before returning to his previous seat. This position allowed him to see directly across to the Gryffindor table. The raucous chatter gradually subsided as the professors took their seats. However, several chairs remained unoccupied at the front, and it was evident to all that they were reserved for the visitors from Huaxia. It was likely that everyone was aware of the reason behind the welcome banquet. To foster friendly relations between the Ministry of Magic and the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, and to enhance mutual economic benefits, the ministry had made a decision, Dumbledore announced, gazing across the sea of students, pausing momentarily, that we shall establish the first spatial transmission platform at Hogwarts. The specifics would be elaborated upon by Mr. Li Ming, the head of the Space Management Department of the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, who would soon take the stage to speak. As Dumbledore concluded his remarks, the audience erupted into applause, all eyes turning to the entrance as Filch slowly opened the grand doors. A group of elegantly attired individuals in exquisite tang suits strolled in at a leisurely pace. Each bore polite and composed smiles, with Li Ming, Xiaoxiao's second uncle, leading the way at the forefront. Xiaoxiao waved at him, and though he noticed her, he feigned ignorance, his gaze passing over her to nod amiably at Hermione and the others beside her. So Xiaoxiao felt speechless. Surely her uncle wouldn't he think she had orchestrated this event for him? Soon, the other guests settled in, and Li Ming, as the head and spokesperson for the occasion, stood beside Dumbledore to deliver a brief address. I trust everyone has heard the words of Headmaster Dumbledore. The construction of the spatial transmission platform aims to strengthen the friendship between our two parties and promote the development of mutual economic interests. The spatial transmission platform is akin to the flu powder we use in our country, but it is designed to be far more convenient and secure, requiring no additional tools. One merely needs to stand on the platform to instantly arrive at a preset coordinate. The first transmission platform we are establishing at Hogwarts will span approximately 456 miles, connecting our two nations. This will be the world's first international spatial transmission station, and we both regard this project with great importance and anticipation. Li Ming's voice was magnetic and captivating. Now it is time for questions. Feel free to raise your hands, and I will randomly select a few students to answer. As he finished speaking, students began raising their hands enthusiastically. Li Ming surveyed the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Percy. This student, do you have a question? Hello, Mr. Li, I would like to ask why the spatial transmission platform is being established at Hogwarts? A splendid question. Please take a seat, Li Ming acknowledged with a nod. The decision to establish the first spatial transmission platform at Hogwarts was made after careful consideration by both our side and the Ministry of Magic. First, the Ministry has yet to finalize the specific functions of the transmission platform in other locations. Second, Hogwarts and the Immortal Academy will soon engage in numerous social and academic exchanges. Li Ming's words sparked a wave of astonishment throughout the hall. In the future, students will be able to use the Hogwarts spatial transmission platform to directly access the Immortal Academy within Huaxia, laying a crucial foundation for future friendly exchanges. Whispers of excitement rippled through the students, each revealing their palpable enthusiasm for this thrilling news. Alright, next student, Li Ming paused before pointing to a 7th-year Hufflepuff. What is your question? Mr. Li, I would like to inquire if after we graduate, we will be able to return to the school and use the spatial transmission platform to visit Huaxia? This question requires the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore to address it. Li Ming remarked, turning to face Dumbledore beside him. Dumbledore cleared his throat and stated, "We have indeed deliberated on this matter, and it has been ultimately decided that the graduating students may utilize their admission letters as credentials to access the spatial teleportation platform within Hogwarts. However, this privilege is limited to 1 year post-graduation. After that, it shall become void. Of course, by that time, it is anticipated that other locations, besides Hogwarts, will establish their own spatial teleportation platforms for the use of wizards outside the school." The welcome gala thus unfolded in an atmosphere of exuberance. Even after the event concluded, students animatedly discussed this news, some already composing letters to their families to share the revelations gleaned from the evening. Xiaoxiao was now intent on seeking out her second uncle for a conversation. Just as she took a few steps, she suddenly felt someone tugging at the hem of her robes. Turning around, she saw a flushed Draco grasping her uniform's edge, his expression awkward as he stammered, Is that true? True about what? Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the question, gazing at him in confusion. Draco quickly scanned the vicinity, ensuring no one was paying attention, and then, speaking in a hurried whisper, declared, "They say you like me." Xiaoxiao recalled the awkward encounter prior to the gala's commencement. No. Don't say it out loud. Draco abruptly interrupted her, insisting, "We both know it, and that's enough. There are so many people here. Have you misunderstood something?" Xiaoxiao blinked, observing Draco as he seemed to be ensnared in his own thoughts, shaking her head in bemusement. Ignoring him, she turned and sprinted towards the entrance. In the Slytherin common room, Crabbe and Goyle, the two lackeys, sat on the sofa, watching Draco, who wore a silly grin, and exchanged worried glances. "What's wrong with our boss?" Goyle leaned closer to Crabbe, whispering. Crabbe shook his head, eyes fixed on Draco, anxious not to miss any detail. "I don't know. Ever since he left the hall and spoke with Xiaoxiao, he has come back like this. Could it be that Xiaoxiao has cast some spell on him?" Chapter 66, Steel Egg. The world is so vast, I wish to see it. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Goyle protested, holding his head in confusion as he looked at Crabbe. "Are you stupid? It's obvious that Xiaoxiao confessed her feelings to our boss." "What?" Goyle exclaimed in shock. "What do we do now? I just promised Parkinson a few days ago that I would help her win over our boss." "Parkinson? Forget it. I think Xiaoxiao and our boss are a better match," Crabbe asserted, opening a box of chocolate frogs. "Considering family background, appearance, and abilities, I believe Xiaoxiao is the best." "But," Goyle frowned, clearly troubled, "I've already accepted Parkinson's money. Just return it then, you fool." Crabbe scoffed. "You're truly dim-witted." "Eh? How can you say that about me?" Goyle retorted, slightly annoyed. "Only our boss can call me dim. Who do you think you are? What are you two arguing about?" Draco finally snapped back to reality, clearly irritated by the interruption. He shot them an impatient glare, declaring, "Both of you are fools." With that, he stood up and retreated to his dormitory to continue caring for the Pandora grass. On the overpass, Xiaoxiao and Li Ming enjoyed the night breeze, gazing at the moon. The weather tonight was quite accommodating, devoid of clouds, allowing a clear view of the bright moon and stars adorning the sky. "What did I tell you, second uncle? The spatial teleportation platform must be constructed at Hogwarts, right?" Hee. Hearing his niece's smug voice, Li Ming could only smile in resignation, gently poking her forehead with his distinctly knuckled fingers. "You're just giving me more work, aren't you? After all, you're just idling around in the office." "Exactly. You might as well keep me company." Xiaoxiao grinned mischievously. "I'd rather keep my distance from you," Li Ming retorted, shifting slightly away with a hint of disdain. "Your mother asked me to convey a message. Don't concern yourself with saving the world while at school. Just focus on taking care of yourself. And you needn't worry about anything else. Saving the world? Is something significant about to happen? Xiaoxiao tilted her head, puzzled. Is your focus a bit misplaced? Li Ming sighed in exasperation. That is not something you should be concerned about. Just focus on staying here, complete your studies, and then return home to manage the family business. Manage the family business? Xiaoxiao blinked, bewildered. What family business? Can a diplomat even inherit anything? It can't. Can it? Li Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, lightly patting her on the shoulder. What curious thoughts you have all day. Have you forgotten the several companies your grandfather runs? Are you talking about Su Pharmaceuticals? Xiaoxiao recalled vaguely. But I can't brew potions or make medicine. Why would it be entrusted to me to inherit? Besides, I have my brother, right? Why not let him take over? Your brother will likely end up at Maoshan. Li Ming remarca. In any case, as far as I know, Su Pharmaceuticals will be in your hands in the future. So good luck, my dear niece. Xiaoxiao retorted. If it weren't for the fact that you're my beloved second uncle, I would have already punched you in the face. Alright, enough of that. It's getting late, Li Ming said, ruffling Xiaoxiao's hair. The sensation reminded him of the days long past, when she was just a little child. Constantly trailing behind him, calling out to him in her sweet, childish voice. Back then, when she had lost her baby teeth, she would lisp, which made her pronunciation a bit off. Let us head back to sleep. See you tomorrow. Okay, Xiaoxiao nodded. Good night, second uncle. Good night. In the Hogwarts kitchen, Xiaoxiao and Harry, each holding a metal bucket, stood before several house elves who were busily filling their buckets with fresh raw meat. Ron pinched his nose. Not particularly fond of the smell of raw flesh. With this much raw meat, it should be enough for the basilisk to eat for several days, right? I doubt it. Hermione replied. It has lived in Hogwarts for a long time, so it must be quite large. Perhaps this meat is only enough for one meal. But it hasn't been fed for so many years. How has it survived? Xiaoxiao noted, observing that the floor of the chamber below was strewn with a thick layer of small animal bones. So, now you understand why Hogwarts Castle is so vast and adjacent to the Forbidden Forest, yet not a single mouse can be found inside. That's the reason. They nearly emptied the Hogwarts kitchen stock before Dobby, unable to bear it any longer, gently reminded them that they had filled 11 buckets with raw meat before they finally stopped. After placing all the raw meat into their storage bags, they set off towards the girls' restroom. In the chamber, Xiaoxiao led everyone to the basilisk. Gazing upon the enormous serpent-like creature before them, they all widened their eyes in astonishment. The basilisk obediently listened to Xiaoxiao, wearing a black veil over its eyes and refraining from removing it. Ever since Xiaoxiao had departed that day, it had patiently awaited her return, its daily routine revolving around the hope of seeing her with food. Master, you have finally arrived. The steel egg lowered its head, seemingly wishing to nuzzle against Xiaoxiao affectionately, but she deftly sidestepped. The steel egg felt rejected and saddened. You've been quite diligent, enduring your stay here, Xiaoxiao said, eagerly extending her hand as if to comfort it, but the basilisk's body was grimy and sticky, making it difficult to touch. Save some of this meat for later. I will come to see you again in a few days. Master, wait. The steel egg suddenly called out, halting her. I would like to know when I can leave this place. I mean no harm. I merely wish to see the world outside. Su Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. In a few days, I will discuss it with Professor Dumbledore. Thank you, Master. It's truly magnificent, Ron exclaimed. Having such a pet is simply too cool. Cool. I find it rather perilous, Hermione interjected. Are you really planning to release it from the Chamber of Secrets? What if the blindfold over its eyes slips off, and a classmate accidentally sees it? After all, anyone who meets the basilisk's gaze is instantly killed. That is indeed the case, Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Therefore, I do not intend to keep it within the castle. The headmaster's office? You wish for the basilisk to inhabit the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore halted his writing, which was directed towards the Wizarding Academy, the specifics of which remained unknown to Su Xiaoxiao, who merely caught a glimpse of the documents. Precisely. Keeping the basilisk confined to the chamber seems like a waste of its abilities, and besides, there are hardly any rats for it to feed on down there. Su Xiaoxiao explained. The Forbidden Forest is in close proximity to Hogwarts and offers ample sustenance for its survival. But have you considered that the presence of the basilisk could disrupt the original ecological balance of the Forbidden Forest? Chapter 67. Draco, could it be? Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had not truly contemplated this issue. Yet, inexplicably, a voice within her whispered that those lives had nothing to do with her. It was merely the law of nature, survival of the fittest, and there was no need for excessive concern. Wait, why do I have such thoughts? Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. the smile on her face gradually fading. What's wrong? Dumbledore noticed her demeanor and inquired gently. Xiaoxiao shook her head, uncertain of her current mindset. Perhaps it was the awakening of her demonic nature? She did not know, and felt no need to express her thoughts to avoid worrying others. I have been remiss in my considerations. I shall ponder alternative solutions. After leaving the headmaster's office, Xiaoxiao wandered aimlessly through the castle corridors, appearing somewhat dazed. Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, she collided with someone's chest, a resigned exclamation escaping from above her head. Looking up, she found Draco, his golden hair tousled, standing before her with a hint of curiosity on his face. Draco reached out to steady her, preventing her from stumbling backward. What's the matter with you today? You seem troubled. Oh, it's you, Draco, Xiaoxiao replied, momentarily dazed. It's nothing, just feeling a bit irritable. Irritable? Draco pondered for a moment. Did something happen? Feel free to share. I might not be able to help, but I can listen. I can't quite articulate it. Forget I mentioned it. Xiaoxiao composed herself and suddenly recalled something, tilting her head with a feigned indifference. What do you want? Why are you suddenly talking to me? Draco scratched his head, appearing somewhat flustered, his long, fair fingers intertwining. Well, actually, I wanted to say that the other day when I saw you. His voice dwindled, and Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, fixing him with a determined gaze. It seemed as though she would continue to stare until he elaborated. Seemingly pressured, Draco raised his voice slightly, speaking rapidly. During the dueling club practice, did you hold Neville's hand? I don't like that. Xiaoxiao was instantly taken aback. After Draco shouted this, his cheeks and ears flushed crimson, as if he felt embarrassed. Without waiting for Xiaoxiao to respond, he turned and fled. Draco Malfoy had made a hasty retreat. It took Xiaoxiao a moment to regain her composure. For an instant, she felt as if she understood something profound. Could it be? A flurry of bold conjectures arose within her, and ultimately she settled on one. He must think I am indiscreet and rather casual, right? Xiaoxiao pondered this. But it didn't quite add up. She thought, how could I be unaware that the British are so conservative? Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it further, and instead set off in search of her second uncle. They had commenced work that morning, and the location for the spatial transmission platform was chosen to be an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor. Second uncle. Xiaoxiao found him in a room adjacent to the classroom, which had been converted into an office for Li Ming. At that moment, Li Ming was instructing a subordinate, and upon seeing Xiaoxiao, he dismissed the individual. My little ancestor, don't you have classes today? Class is over, hee. Xiaoxiao cheerfully bounded to Li Ming's side, gracefully hopping onto the desk. I came to see you. Thank you, but that's unnecessary. Li Ming looked at her with disdain, lightly swatting her. You're being quite presumptuous. Get down. Go sit on the sofa. Xiaoxiao nimbly jumped off the desk, grinning as she settled onto the sofa. Oh, second uncle. Why are you so heartless? Am I no longer your favorite niece? As long as you don't disturb me, I'll concede to that. Li Ming replied with a straight face. You really are no fun. Xiaoxiao pouted, ceasing her teasing. Second uncle. I want to know if our demon kind undergoes certain changes upon reaching a particular age. For instance, is there a possibility that at a certain age, one's demonic nature might suddenly awaken, leading to significant shifts in mindset, character, and thoughts? Li Ming considered this for a moment, glancing up at Xiaoxiao midway through. He then remarked seriously, may I take it that the example you provided pertains to yourself? Xiaoxiao chuckled awkwardly. Let's not focus on that. Just tell me what it means. Clearing his throat, Li Ming explained, what I mean is, could it be that you are simply experiencing an early onset of adolescence? Among our demon kind, although there is indeed talk of sudden awakenings of demonic nature, those instances are exceedingly rare. And it has been over a century since any such occurrences have been reported. Even if they do happen, it is not an innate leakage, but rather a probability influenced by specific circumstances. I see, Xiaoxiao contemplated. Given that, it seems unlikely to be a demonic awakening. It's probably just my early adolescence. What's wrong? Did you clash with a teacher today? Not exactly. I just encountered a minor dilemma, which left me feeling a bit irritable, and my thoughts might not be entirely positive. That's most likely the case, Li Ming said, rising to prepare some tea. What kind of dilemma did you face today? Share with your second uncle. Perhaps I can assist you. I managed to tame a basilisk at Hogwarts, and Xiaoxiao succinctly recounted her discussions in the headmaster's office with Dumbledore regarding her suggestions and the challenges she faced. I see, Li Ming pondered. That's quite manageable. Though it may be a bit troublesome. Your words seem ambiguous. It feels like you've said nothing at all. Li Ming cleared his throat, What I mean is, you can place the basilisk into a spatial ring, which is quite simple. The troublesome part is that there are almost no spatial rings available that can sustain living creatures, as they were banned from production over 15 years ago. Why? Because some unscrupulous individuals have used such spatial rings for human and demon trafficking, which complicates investigations immensely. Thus, the authorities intervene to have them thoroughly confiscated and banned from sale. Does that mean there is no solution? Xiaoxiao asked, somewhat disappointed. Not entirely. Li Ming stroked his chin. Just wait a few days. I'll inquire with some contacts to see if I can retrieve a spatial ring from the restricted items chamber. Yay. Thank you, second uncle. Xiaoxiao leaped up to embrace him and then, as if invigorated by a stimulant, bounced out of the office. Li Ming shook his head, both helpless and amused, suddenly halting his smile, a puzzled expression crossing his face. What was I standing up to do again? Chapter 68. Yandera? In a secluded area of Albania's primeval forest, a remarkable sight unfolds. A serpentine green viper, measuring a staggering 12 feet in length and as thick as an adult's thigh, glides swiftly through the underbrush. Astonishingly, this viper clutches a silver hoop in its mouth, while a gray mouse rests atop its head. This surreal combination, a venomous snake accompanied by a mouse and bearing a mysterious silver hoop, wanders through the woods, causing other small creatures to flee in trepidation. Yet, in this remote locale, they find themselves under the watchful eyes of uninvited guests. Trailing behind them, 3 figures clad in dark, intricately patterned uniforms, cloaked in inky capes, pursue relentlessly, their features obscured as if cast under a spell. They move with remarkable speed. Suddenly, the figures on either side leap into the air, nimbly alighting upon tree branches, swiftly overtaking the viper. One of them hurls a small black orb forward, which bursts open in midair, releasing a dense web of darkness. The 2 figures ahead, quick-witted and agile, seize the net, leaping down from the trees to ensnare the viper and the gray mouse below. The viper hisses furiously, thrashing in a desperate attempt to escape the net, while the gray mouse, sensing impending doom, scurries to the edge in an attempt to flee. However, before it can make much progress, it is abruptly lifted into the air. The net, it seems, possesses an automatic retracting mechanism, sealing the opening with a small black orb. The viper and the mouse struggle intensely, even attempting to bite their confinement, yet the net remains unscathed, devoid of any marks from their futile attempts. Enough of this futile struggle, remarks the leader of the trio, as he approaches and takes the net from one of his companions. A wretched creature, cursed to endure as a venomous serpent, and a soul fractured, doomed to inhabit a mouse. What a peculiar pair you are. Having spent sufficient time here, your capture will suffice for my report. With that, he tosses the net skyward, and it instantaneously returns to its spherical form. Stowing the orb away, the trio flourishes their cloaks and vanishes from sight. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Subai sits at a table, the fragrant scent of sandalwood incense wafting nearby, while wisps of smoke rise from a cauldron behind him, hinting at some alchemical endeavor. Xiaoxiao lounges comfortably on a cat-shaped beanbag chair in the common room, indulging in grapes and sugar tangerines that Hermione has graciously offered her. Seriously, brother, it's been ages. Only now do you remember your own sister? Subai rolls his eyes, just as a familiar female voice echoes from the distant mirror. Brother, are you in there? I'm coming in. Upon hearing this voice, Subai's expression shifts dramatically. Feng Shimi, why are you here again? As the words leave his lips, a familiar figure clad in a green robe materializes in the mirror's reflection. Xiaoxiao sits up, grinning as she greets her, Sister Qingqing. Xiaoxiao Mei Mei. Feng Rongqing smiles back, waving. Are you inquiring about your brother's talisman? No, it was he who contacted me. Xiaoxiao waves her hands dismissively. Qingqing Jia. What is going on between you and my brother? Her eyes gleam with mischief, a knowing smile gracing her lips, as a flirtatious glint dances in her gaze. Feng Rongqing lowers her head shyly. Oh, it's nothing serious. We've only just confirmed our relationship. Subai's brow furrows slightly, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as he interjects. Xiaoxiao, don't listen to her nonsense. We're not at that stage yet. Not yet. But you didn't say that the other day? Feng Rongqing's tone turns a touch irate. Do you not wish to take responsibility for me? Responsibility? Xiaoxiao senses the brewing gossip and remains silent, subtly pulling Hermione closer, eager to partake in the unfolding drama. Of course not. I just what? You don't like me? Feng Rongqing inches closer to Subai, her gentle countenance taking on an unusual intensity. But that is irrelevant. My feelings for you are sufficient. Besides, I'm already yours. Once you've touched me, you must take responsibility. Even if you're reluctant, your family will compel you to marry me. Sushi Xiang, You are destined to be mine. Subaybay instinctively squalo usharth. That is not what I meant. I just find it hard to accept your sudden change in demeanor. Like right now, you make me feel as if. Subaybay abruptly halts, seemingly caught on an inappropriate term, and refrains from continuing. Fong Rongqing tilts her head inquisitive. As if what? Ahem, never mind. No, you must tell me. With an expression that brooks no refusal, Fong Rongqing compels Subaybay to relent. Like a female psychopath, Fong Rongqing is momentarily taken aback. Outside the mirror, Xiaoxiao and Hermione are equally stunned. Female psychopath. That seems rather fitting, doesn't it? Though there's another term that might suit Qingqingjie even better. What is a Yandra? Hermione whispers curiously in Xiaoxiao's ear. A Yandra is someone like Qingqingjie, appearing perfectly normal at other times, but exhibiting a pathological possessiveness and control when faced with their beloved. I see. I've learned something new. As Xiaoxiao and Hermione engage in hushed conversation, the brief conflict on the other side concludes. Fong Rongqing smiles brightly at Xiaoxiao, exchanging a few words before rising to leave. However, it seems she has not departed the room entirely, but rather settled in a nearby location. Feeling a sense of relief, Subaybay glances at the mirror. Now you understand why I haven't contacted you these past few days, right? Xiaoxiao gives a thumbs up. You've been through a lot, brother. Don't mention it. By the way, you mustn't tell Mom or the others. I'm not ready to share this news yet. Then why not just tell me? Aren't you afraid I'll spill the beans? Xiaoxiao asks curiously. I have no choice. Do you think I want to tell you? Subaybay zipli. Casting a resigned glance at Fong Rongqing, let us put this topic to rest. You still haven't explained why you were inquiring about the contract talisman. Oh. It's nothing. I merely contracted a residual soul. No worries, I've already managed to control it. That is good to hear. Subaybay nuts. Still, do be cautious. After all, you're dealing with a mere residual soul. This is a first for me, and there may be unforeseen side effects. If anything seems off, remember to break the contract. Understood? Don't worry. I'm quite cautious about my life. Xiaoxiao beams cheerfully. Very well, if there's nothing else. I'll hang up now. Sure thing. Chapter 69, The Space Ring. Today, Xiaoxiao intends to visit the greenhouse to check on the growth of the mandrake. Although no one has been petrified, let us not forget about Lady Loris. Among the inhabitants of Hogwarts Castle, aside from Filch, Xiaoxiao is likely the only one concerned for Lady Loris. After all, they are of the same kin. Yet, Xiaoxiao harbors some curiosity and doubt regarding Lady Loris's true nature. Lady Loris can communicate with her normally, and at times, her demeanor and expressions seem far more human than feline. Once, out of sheer curiosity, Xiaoxiao had inquired about Lady Loris, but received only vague replies. As if Lady Loris herself struggled to recall her identity, only remembering that Filch was her closest family member, Professor Sprout. Before she even enters, Xiaoxiao's voice carries through. Pomona Sprout looks up, adjusting her patched hat, and upon seeing Xiaoxiao, her face brightens with a smile. You've come. Look, I've successfully grown the guard plant you gifted me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao hurried over to the entrance grass, its leaves undulating like waves. Although it had yet to bloom, elongated, oval-shaped, pale purple buds had already emerged, resembling tiny ears. The flowers of the guard grass were a striking crimson, their centers hollow like a human mouth, perfectly embodying their name as they served a sentry function. During the day, the guard grass would silently listen to the surrounding movements at the door, and at night, should anyone linger at the entrance, it would emit a loud sound to alert the owner of an arrival. Professor Sprout was witnessing such a wondrous and useful plant for the first time, and his affection for it was beyond words. This was also the reason he did not pursue the matter of Xiaoxiao stealthily taking mandrake to use as food. Truly, the professor was remarkable. Xiaoxiao adeptly showered him with compliments, yet she clarified, "But Professor, I am here to check on the growth of the mandrake." Mandrake? Professor Sprout paused his watering, looking at her with great anticipation. What magical plant seeds are you trading this time? Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed. It seemed Professor Sprout had misunderstood, as she had not come to trade the mandrake. No, Professor, I just wanted to see if it has matured. Madame Loris needs it for healing. Oh, I see. Professor Sprout visibly showed signs of disappointment, then pointed to a pot of mandrake in the corner. That one has already matured, thanks to the growth agent you provided. I must say, the results are indeed impressive. Hey, then I'll take this. Go ahead, go ahead. After leaving the greenhouse, Xiaoxiao cradled the mandrake as she made her way to the infirmary to hand it over to Madame Pomfrey for her care. Upon exiting, she fortuitously encountered Filch, who, upon seeing Xiaoxiao, softened his demeanor slightly. Su Xiaoxiao, have you come to visit Loris again? Yes, Filch, Su Xiaoxiao nodded. I have good news. Today, a pot of mandrake has matured, and if all goes well, Madame Loris will recover soon. Really? Filch's eyes widened, though they were already quite large. Thank heaven. That's wonderful. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Filch contained his excitement while looking at Su Xiaoxiao. But I still want to thank you, Su Xiaoxiao. You are the only one besides me who cares for Loris. You are far better than those students who only cause trouble and disobey. While I may not be able to repay you, I can turn a blind eye to your actions. Su Xiaoxiao understood his implication well. Receiving Filch's goodwill was appreciated, as it meant she wouldn't have to worry about being caught by him during her nighttime outings. Instead, she could now roam freely under his watchful gaze. After leaving the infirmary, Su Xiaoxiao joined her trio of friends at Hagrid's hut for a visit. Poor Hagrid, in his quest to understand the porcelain doll's temperament and preferences, had recklessly put himself in danger, enduring the pox curse 3 times before finally ceasing his attempts. At this moment, Hagrid sat in front of his hut, gazing at the porcelain doll laboring tirelessly in the pumpkin patch, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. You wouldn't understand this sense of accomplishment, Hagrid remarked. To interact with such a wondrous creature is truly a joyous experience. Even after enduring 3 curses and being covered in pox? Ron muttered, expressing his disbelief. In some ways, I truly admire you. I have no desire to be afflicted with disgusting pox. Oh, that's merely a self-protective reflex of the porcelain doll. She doesn't mean any harm. Hagrid seemed eager to prove his point, clapping his hands to draw the doll's attention. Lucy. Hey, come here. Daddy. Yes. I have always regarded these lovely little ones as my children, Hagrid proclaimed, waving at the porcelain doll. Lucy, come over. Lucy was the name Hagrid had given to the porcelain doll. Upon hearing Hagrid's voice, Lucy rolled her eyes, reluctantly putting down her tools and clattering over. You better have a reason. It was common knowledge that the porcelain doll had a temper. Seeing her approach with an annoyed expression, Su Xiaoxiao and her friends quickly stepped back. Why are you all backing away? Hagrid chuckled. It's fine. Lucy won't throw a fit now. I'm thirsty, Lucy. Could you pour me a glass of water? Lucy neither agreed nor declined, merely huffing as she vanished with a bang, heading inside to fetch water. Hagrid proudly addressed the group. See? As long as she has something to do, Lucy won't get angry. Days later, the spatial teleportation platform had begun to take shape, with only some core components and final packaging remaining before it could undergo its first trial. On this day, Li Ming summoned Su Xiaoxiao to his office. I have obtained what you needed. Li Ming sat in his office, slurping on freshly brewed tea. He honestly struggled to adapt to the weather in the UK. A few days of incessant rain was one thing, but after finally seeing some sunlight in the morning, it would start raining again in the afternoon. Quite vexing. The spatial ring? Su Xiaoxiao also prepared herself a cup of tea. Was it really so easy to acquire such a restricted item? Of course, it's not that simple. Li Ming's fingers twitched, causing a drawer on the nearby bookshelf to automatically pop open, from which a red brocade box flew out and landed before Su Xiaoxiao. If it weren't for my uncle's position, do you think I could bring this out for you? However, since this item is restricted, it has been enchanted with location spells, marking, surveillance, and usage evaluation. Li Ming set down his teacup, counting on his fingers. There are some spells I haven't memorized completely, but they are all instructions to prevent the spatial ring from being used for nefarious purposes, so you need not worry. Su Xiaoxiao smiled faintly as she opened the brocade box, revealing a silver-white, antiquated ring. Upon picking it up and placing it on her finger, the ring adjusted itself perfectly, fitting snugly. Chapter 70. Completion of the spatial teleportation platform. In the secret chamber, Steel Egg. Su Xiaoxiao called out as she tapped the Slytherin statue, and immediately, the statue's mouth opened, allowing Steel Egg to emerge. Master. Steel Egg bowed its head as if in a salute. I've found you a wonderful place. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, raising her hand to display the spatial ring. Do you see this ring? You will reside here from now on. Steel Egg leaned closer to her finger, peering through the black veil with a look of suspicion at the diminutive ring. It then raised its head, gazing at Su Xiaoxiao, clearly filled with questions, as the ring appeared minuscule in comparison to itself. Yet Su Xiaoxiao merely smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Channeling her magical energy, she directed it into the ring. As her magic surged into the ring, it was instantly activated, enveloping Steel Egg in a brilliant white light, and in the next moment, Steel Egg vanished from sight. Su Xiaoxiao extended her consciousness into the ring's space, observing Steel Egg appearing stunned and rooted to the spot. Surrounding it was an endless grassland, With faintly visible mountains in the distance, and not far ahead, a crystal-clear river flowed continuously. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a sun hung high above, making it feel as if they had entered another world. In this grassy expanse, countless animals roamed leisurely. This place was truly a paradise for predators. You'll stay here, and I will only release you when needed. Xiaoxiao's voice echoed nearby, causing Steel Egg to look around in search of her presence, yet it could not find her. No need to look, I am still in the real world. Xiao continued, the sheep, rabbits, and other animals are meant to be your food. But please refrain from slaughtering them all at once, understand? I comprehend, thank you, master. Having settled the Steel Egg, Xiao felt a sense of relief. She surveyed the secret chamber, realizing it would likely remain unused, which seemed a pity. However, she was uncertain about its potential purpose at the moment. With this thought, Xiao exited the chamber. Winter arrived swiftly, and the first snow at Hogwarts fell quietly. The initial snowfall occurred during the night, and upon waking, one could see a vast expanse of white outside. The Black Lake had frozen over, resembling a natural ice rink. Today marked the third trial of the spatial transportation platform. The previous 2 attempts had ended in failure, with test subjects either transported into the ocean or rendered unable to be teleported. According to Li Ming, the distance was likely the cause of these mishaps, as this was their first endeavor in constructing such a long-distance transportation device, making errors inevitable. This time, it will surely succeed. Li Ming stood beside Dumbledore, flanked by a host of professors. I have a premonition. Mr. Li, you said the same thing last time. Professor McGonagall remarked, casting him a sidelong glance while lightly clearing her throat. Li Ming, feeling slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat again, pretending not to hear her comment. Test subjects. Gomons. Understood. The test subject in a white lab coat acknowledged and stepped onto the center of the platform. Everyone watched with bated breath, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. In the next moment, the test subject vanished with a whoosh. Nearby, several staff members stationed below the platform held a white mirror, akin to a telescope, which allowed them to clearly observe where the vanished test subject had been transported. When they glimpsed the image of the test subject appearing at the designated coordinates, excitement erupted among the staff as they rushed to Li Ming and the others, handing them the observation mirror. The test subject has successfully arrived at the teleportation chamber of the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Splendid. Li Ming exhaled in relief, patting the shoulder of his colleague in encouragement. Well done. I'll treat everyone to dinner later. Thank you, Minister Li. Dumbledore and the others gazed at the image on the observation mirror, feeling a significant weight lift from their hearts. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, a feast was held to celebrate the official launch of the spatial transportation platform. The banner used during the previous welcome dinner was unfurled once more, and with a flick of his wand, Dumbledore changed the inscription to announce the successful completion of Hogwarts' inaugural spatial transportation platform. On the stage, Dumbledore raised his hand to quiet the crowd. On this day of the first snowfall, our collaboration with the Chinese Immortal Alliance in constructing the spatial transportation platform has reached its conclusion. In 3 days, on the eve of Halloween, we shall witness its inaugural use. At that time, the Chinese Immortal Academy will send a delegation of student representatives to visit us here at Hogwarts. I hope everyone will extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, while Xiao busily indulged in a delicious dish of mandrake crab meat fried rice, her attention not fixated on Dumbledore's speech. Hermione noticed her distraction and couldn't help but ask, Xiao, you seem utterly unconcerned about this matter? That's because I already knew. Xiao swallowed a mouthful of rice and took a hearty gulp of pumpkin juice. My second uncle let it slip. And I also have a rough idea of the list of student representatives from the Immortal Academy. Upon hearing this, several nearby individuals perked up with curiosity. Who is on the list? Seamus leaned in inquisitively. From what I know, the representatives include Huang Yunyun, Feng Shiyang, and Xiong Outyan, 3 good friends I've known since childhood, as well as Uncle Tai's daughter, Tai Xinxin, and Aou from the Dragon Palace. That's all I know. The list should comprise 10 students and 3 teachers. Professor Ouyang Jing of Ancient Martial Arts, Professor Lin Zhengxiao of Talismans, and Professor Su Feng of Alchemy. Although I don't quite understand, it all sounds so impressive. Ginny blinked in awe. Xiao smiled, about to say more when an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over her. And fragmented, unfamiliar images suddenly invaded her mind. A snow-covered forbidden forest, a unicorn with pitch-black eyes, blood and animal carcasses strewn across the ground. A sense of brutality, madness, bloodlust and an ominous, malevolent atmosphere enveloped the entire forbidden forest, the oppressive feeling relentlessly assailing Xiao, leaving her breathless. Her pupils constricted sharply. and the cup in her hand slipped from her grasp, while beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The others sensed something was amiss, and Hermione promptly pulled her back to consciousness. Xiaoxiao, what is wrong? Chapter 71. The blood flower blooming in the unicorn's domain. The Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? The puzzled expressions of those around her reflected their confusion at Su Xiao's instinctual murmur. What about the Forbidden Forest? Yet Su Xiao offered no reply, seemingly oblivious. As she stood abruptly and hurriedly exited the great hall, her actions drew the attention of others, including the professors on stage. Concerned for Su Xiao, Hermione followed closely behind. Harry and Ron exchanged worried glances and trailed after her. At the Slytherin table, Draco had been observing the commotion across the hall. Noticing Su Xiao's unusual behavior, he felt a sense of urgency when she anxiously left the hall. Almost instinctively, he dashed out after her, reminiscent of their encounter with the troll in their first year. The rest were unaware of the situation unfolding but began to panic, with some students rising to leave as well. Everyone, remain calm. Do not disperse. Dumbledore stood firm at the podium. Casting a spell to amplify his voice, he addressed the restless students, who immediately ceased their movements and turned to him. I believe Su Xiao must address some urgent matter, hence her early departure. Please continue enjoying your dinner without concern. After stepping down, Li Ming approached him. Regardless of what Su Xiao is facing, it appears quite urgent. I hope the headmaster can send a few professors to assist me in finding her. I share that sentiment. Dumbledore replied, his gaze falling upon Professors Snape and McGonagall. As her professors, I would appreciate it if you could accompany Mr. Lee in the search. Understood. Professors McGonagall and Snape nodded, without hesitation, and the trio set off together. Professors, they must have gone to the Forbidden Forest. Fred shouted, with George quickly adding, we heard Su Xiao mention the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? This is truly alarming. Professor McGonagall expressed her concern for their safety. Thank you for your warning. With that, she strode out of the great hall. Outside the castle, Su Xiao moved swiftly, seemingly regaining her beast form. Draco and Hermione pursued her almost simultaneously, but lost her trail upon entering the Forbidden Forest. Damn it! Draco punched a nearby tree in frustration. What has happened to her? Why did she run off without saying anything? Hermione's expression was grave, recalling the suddenness of the situation. She seemed to sense something, perhaps a vision. When I brought her back to consciousness, she only mentioned the Forbidden Forest before rushing away. She then focused on the snow-covered ground, attempting to discern Su Xiao's direction through the footprints, but unfortunately, due to Su Xiao's transformation back into her feline form, and the multitude of animal tracks in the snow, her trail became indistinguishable. Moments later, Harry and Ron arrived, panting heavily. Where's Su Xiao? Did we lose her? Though reluctant to admit it, Hermione nodded in agreement. Never mind. Let's split up and search. Draco appeared quite eager, glancing around as he followed his instincts and chose a direction. I'm going this way. Without waiting for a response from the others, he swiftly departed in that direction. Wait, Malfoy. Hermione attempted to call after him. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. What should we do? Should we split up? Harry drew his wand, already prepared. It seems we have no choice. Hermione nodded. I will head that way. Then I shall go this way. Harry also selected his path. Ron observed that 3 of the 4 directions had already been taken, leaving only the route back. After a brief hesitation, he decided to follow Harry's lead. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, distancing herself from the quartet, nimbly darted through the Forbidden Forest, treading upon the snow, occasionally leaping onto branches, and then descending again. The splashing snow, mingled with dirt, struck her, melting into her beautiful golden-orange hair. She resembled a golden sprite, intruding upon the pristine white of the Forbidden Woods, creating a striking aesthetic. After an indeterminate duration of running, Su Xiaoxiao finally halted. With delicate steps, she tread upon the white snow, soundlessly avoiding the underbrush. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was rendered speechless with shock. The pure white ground was marred with chaotic animal tracks, and the frozen blood stained the snow and the ice-covered river, appearing from afar as if a vibrant blood flower had blossomed in this icy realm. The source of this sanguine bloom lay in the bodies of the animals not far from it. They were ordinary creatures, not magical beings. Su Xiaoxiao's nose twitched slightly as she inhaled the air, detecting a potent metallic scent that seemed to dominate the atmosphere. Yet she discerned something else amidst it. It bore a resemblance to saffron, along with other elusive fragrances that she could not quite identify, but they evoked a strangely addictive allure. The lingering essence in the air appeared to incite frenzy and addiction in magical creatures. Even a mere inhalation elicited unpleasant reactions within Su Xiaoxiao. What on earth is this? She hastily transformed into her human form, finding it more comfortable, tearing a corner of her school robe to cover her mouth and nose. She noticed not far ahead lay 2 unicorns, one large and one small. They were gasping for breath, seemingly in great pain. And Xiaoxiao could have sworn she saw tendrils of shadowy mist swirling around them. What are these? Cautiously, Xiaoxiao crouched down and gently reached out to touch the smaller unicorn. The little creature emitted a low, painful whimper, struggling to lift its heavy head to see who approached. The larger unicorn also sensed her presence, its limbs twitching as it exerted all its strength to raise its head. But to no avail. Do not fear, it's me. Xiaoxiao conveyed her goodwill, inching closer for them to see and smell her essence. What has transpired here? She inquired with concern, attempting to employ healing magic to mend their unknown injuries. The larger unicorn was in such agony that it could no longer produce sound. But it managed a slight nod, indicating for Xiaoxiao to place her hand upon its horn. Understanding its intent, she extended her hand to grasp it. Suddenly, the world around her blurred, and images began to unfold. In the unicorn's tranquil haven, a once peaceful sanctuary, chaos erupted nearby. Startled, the unicorn stood to investigate. Witnessing another unicorn, previously at rest, suddenly spiraling into madness, shrouded in black mist, its eyes darkening ominously. It appeared utterly terrifying. Chapter 72. The Slaying of Unicorns. The creature began to frantically stab the ground with its horn, emitting shrill cries before turning to attack the other unicorns in its vicinity. Soon not just it, but nearby unicorns too fell into a similar frenzy, becoming wild and violent, using their elongated horns to slay many of the other creatures inhabiting the area, before scattering from their territory to assault other residents of the Forbidden Forest. Amidst the turmoil, the larger unicorn, in a panic, caught sight of the first rampaging unicorn amidst the underbrush, fleetingly glimpsing a shadow that resembled a human figure. In a state of desperation, the larger unicorn fled with the smaller one, only to be gravely injured by the out-of-control unicorns, rendering it immobile. They collapsed, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. And as the chaos subsided, the larger unicorn detected a peculiar scent in the air, surmising it to be the catalyst for their violent transformation. It guided the smaller unicorn to bury its nose in the snow. Despite their efforts, they still inhaled a small amount of that essence, which, while not enough to incite bloodlust, gradually led to an addiction. The diminishing presence of the scent in the air began to inflict immense distress upon them. The shared memory concluded, and Xiaoxiao returned to her senses, releasing her hold. The healing magic she had learned at Hogwarts yielded no positive results for the unicorn's plight. Biting her lip, she tentatively attempted to utilize her healing gift, one of her proudest abilities, even though it required the sacrifice of her own vitality to mend another. Yet, at this moment, such an extraordinary power failed to alleviate their suffering or restore them to normalcy. Why is this happening? Xiaoxiao pondered, desperate to save the unicorns, willing to expend her life force for the healing ability, but now it seemed futile. She could acutely sense the waning life energy of the 2 unicorns. In her panic, she emptied her storage pouch of all healing items, using them one by one, but none proved effective. Not a single one could diminish their pain, merely healing their external wounds. The addiction to the peculiar gas remained untreatable. What should I do? Why is nothing working? Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The anguish of witnessing 2 lives extinguish before her eyes was unbearable. The larger unicorn seemed to sense her despondency and, realizing their time was short, emitted a low cry, as if to comfort her not to grieve for them. Just then, the smaller unicorn let out a sudden wail, its limbs convulsing violently, eyes rolling back as it foamed at the mouth. Xiaoxiao was instantly alarmed, feeling at a loss, repeatedly attempting to use her healing ability on it. Yet regardless of her efforts, the little unicorn's condition not only failed to improve but worsened. The larger unicorn summoned every last ounce of strength to lift its head and gently nudged Xiaoxiao with its foreleg, panting heavily, its eyes pleading. Do you wish for me to help you find peace? Xiaoxiao deciphered the meaning in its gaze, staring incredulously into its eyes, her voice trembling. The larger unicorn nodded weakly, that motion nearly exhausting its remaining strength. Xiaoxiao bit her lip, trembling as she raised her wand, pointing the tip at the little unicorn. She could not bear to see them perish like this, nor did she wish to take their lives herself. Her hand trembled, moving slowly and hesitantly. Perhaps, deep down, she still held a flicker of hope. Maybe a miracle would occur? Yet Xiaoxiao was fully aware that this was merely a fantasy. She had to act. Instinctively gripping her wand tighter, Xiaoxiao had already resolved to cast the fatal incantation. Avada Kedavra. A vibrant green beam erupted from the tip of her wand, the formidable magical force, nearly causing her to lose her grip. The green light struck the diminutive unicorn, extinguishing its life in an instant. Concerned that she might falter, Xiaoxiao did not hesitate. She directed the wand's tip toward the majestic unicorn. At that moment, her eyes glistened with tears, shimmering with unspilled sorrow. The grand unicorn emitted a soft, comforting whinny, attempting to inch closer to the tip of her wand. I willingly offer my blood, after death. All that remains of my body belongs to you. The unicorn gazed into Xiaoxiao's eyes, its body gradually quivering in gratitude. Thank you for granting me release, friend of my kin. Avada Kedavra. Once more, a green light shot forth. The majestic unicorn fell lifelessly, devoid of vitality. Xiaoxiao wept silently, discarding her wand and allowing her tears to cascade onto the cold body of the unicorn. It was not that she lacked the heart to do so, rather, it was the thought of vanquishing a creature so beautifully pure, like a unicorn, that no kind-hearted individual could willingly take its life. Moreover, Xiaoxiao was still but a child. No matter how resilient her spirit, she could not dispel the weighty, tumultuous emotions that enveloped her. She needed time to process this sorrow. In its final moments, the unicorn had bestowed its essence upon Xiaoxiao. Yet, she had no desire to dissect its body for its blood. She sought not immortality, for as a creature of her lifespan was already sufficiently prolonged. The unicorn's blood held no value for her. Regaining her composure, Xiaoxiao plucked a strand of hair from the majestic unicorn and carefully stored it away. Then, using her magic, she conjured a large pit in the ground, placing the two lifeless bodies within. Glancing down at her wand, she pressed her lips together before tucking it into her sleeve. She was determined to uncover the cause of the unicorn's sudden ferocity, as well as the peculiar gas imbued with the scent of saffron, and the shadow glimpsed in the shared memories of the grand unicorn. Xiaoxiao was uncertain why she could sense the disturbances within the unicorn territory, but she suspected it might be linked to the blessings she had received from the unicorn herd. After observing for a while longer, Xiaoxiao recalled a spot in the grand unicorn's memory, within the thicket, where a hint of pink powder lingered. She dabbed a bit onto her fingertip and brought it close to her nose. It bore the scent of saffron. This peculiar gas was indeed emanating from them. Xiaoxiao retrieved a small box from her storage bag, previously used for hairpins, emptied its contents, and meticulously collected the remaining powder from the ground into the box. Though she did not fully understand its significance, she intended to bring it back for the professors to analyze. They would surely know its worth. Having completed her task, Xiaoxiao secured the box and followed the disordered footprints leading in the direction the unicorns had departed. Chapter 73. The Centaur Tribe. Just as she departed, Draco arrived at the scene. There are human footprints. Draco halted, examining the ground closely, his senses overwhelmed by the gruesome sight before him. It was the first time he had witnessed such a bloody spectacle. Yet having encountered grand events in the underworld, he quickly regained his composure. Xiaoxiao must have transformed back into her human form here, he surmised, following the footprints to the burial site of the two unicorns. The soil appeared disturbed, and the silvery liquid seemed to be the blood of unicorns. Draco was no fool. With a little contemplation, he could deduce what Xiaoxiao had done. It seemed that one or two unicorns had perished, and Xiaoxiao had buried them here. Rising to his feet, Draco felt an urgent instinct that he was close to her. He followed the footprints in a relentless pursuit, seemingly oblivious to the dangers of the forbidden forest. His body was weary from the unceasing running, yet he dared not pause, fearing that even a moment's delay might cost him the chance to find her. It was unclear how long he had been running when he felt a branch graze his cheek, leaving a thin trail of blood, but he remained unaware. Upon seeing the familiar figure ahead, all his dark apprehensions dissipated, and he quickened his pace toward her. Xiaoxiao. Draco called out her name loudly. Xiaoxiao instinctively turned her head. Her expression and emotions transformed into astonishment upon seeing Draco. Yet before she could utter a word, she noticed an arrow hurtling toward Draco from the side. Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated. In an instant, she raised her wand without hesitation. Reducto. A beam of energy shot forth, accurately severing the arrow in two. The split arrow fell to the ground, landing in the snow before Draco. Had Xiaoxiao delayed even a moment longer, that arrow would have pierced his body. Draco's complexion paled instantly, and he swallowed hard, nearly frozen in place. What are you doing here? At this moment, Xiaoxiao had reached his side, instinctively shielding him behind her, her wand raised protectively, as several centaurs armed with bows emerged from the underbrush ahead. They bore human torsos, while their lower halves were that of chestnut-colored horses, their long tails trailing behind. However, not all centaurs were alike. For instance, Forenza had platinum hair, a silver horse body, and strikingly blue eyes. exuding an unmistakable handsomeness. Then there was Bane with wild black hair and a beard, exuding a fierce demeanor. Bane, why would you attack a child? Firenze glared at Bane, who showed no remorse, instead bristling at Firenze's admonition. Why not? And don't speak to me in that tone. Firenze chose not to engage further with Bane, stepping forward as if to address Xiaoxiao and Draco, but was halted by the leader, Magray. Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anger. She had intended to communicate with the centaurs, yet this Bane character had dared to attack Draco. The mere thought of what could have happened had she hesitated sent a shiver down her spine. Clenching her wand tighter, she thought, why not? I am genuinely curious about your reasoning. Draco and she were merely second-year students at Hogwarts. She could not fathom why he would directly resort to lethal force against him without a word. Why should I explain anything to a mere child like you? Bane dismissed their concerns, asserting, the Forbidden Forest is our territory. I advise you to leave at once. He certainly would not admit that his nerves had caused him to instinctively shoot arrows at the slightest rustle, as that would be too embarrassing. He did not wish to be ridiculed by his kin, or these two wizarding brats. Enough, Bane, be quiet, Magray interjected, displeased. You are being exceedingly rude. Yes, leader, Bane muttered, lowering his head, falling silent, though his expression remained haughty and dismissive. Magray stepped forward, lowering his gaze slightly to address the two of them. I am Magray, the leader of the Centaur tribe. I apologize for Bane's reckless behavior just now. It's all right, Draco replied, looking up at Magray, who towered above him, exuding a formidable presence. Draco had intended to challenge him further, but found himself unable to voice a word. Seeing his forgiveness, Magray's demeanor softened somewhat, his gaze shifting to Xiaoxiao. Your intentions have become clear to me. The Forbidden Forest is no longer a sanctuary. The sacred lamb has caught the attention of distant, ravenous wolves, yet their motives extend beyond mere predation. What does this mean? Xiaoxiao gazed at him, her expression a mixture of confusion and lingering irritation towards Bane's actions, which he so casually dismissed. However, with the numbers on their side and Draco foolishly forgiving them, she felt it inappropriate to pursue the matter further. Could you elucidate this a bit more? Magray fell into silence. Very well, it seems that clarity is unattainable. Xiaoxiao sighed. Conversing with centaurs was undeniably exhausting. You bear the blessings and goodwill of unicorns, yet exude an aura of darkness and malevolence. Magray furrowed his brow, his wise eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through Xiaoxiao's facade. What a paradoxical individual you are. The meaning of these words began to dawn on Xiaoxiao. The blessing of the unicorn was self-evident, while the dark, sinister aura likely referred to the fragments of Riddle's soul. Thank you for your unsolicited fortune-telling. But I have no need of it, Xiaoxiao replied. I am searching for the herd of unicorns and those who threaten them. Have you seen anything? I am aware, but I cannot disclose such information, Magray responded slowly. This is not a matter for two second-year wizardlings like yourselves to meddle in. Is there truly no way to reveal even a fragment? Xiaoxiao persisted, blinking as a sudden thought struck her. I could inform Dumbledore, and have him assist the Forbidden Forest in its time of need. If it is Dumbledore, Magray hesitated, then eventually nodded. Follow the Morning Star, and you shall find them near a thicket of Devil's Snare. Thank you, Xiaoxiao nodded, pulling Draco along as they turned to leave. Magray stood still, contemplating their departing figures, lost in thought. Firenze, where are you headed? A voice called from behind, startling Bane, who had attempted to follow. There's no need to pursue him, Magray called back, halting Bane from his chase. Let him go. It seemed the leader had discerned Firenze's intentions. Chapter 74, The Acromantula. Xiaoxiao and her companions did not return to Hogwarts for reinforcements. Firstly, they had already ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, and retracing their steps would squander precious time. By the time the professors arrived near the Devil's Snare, it would likely be too late, and those men would have departed. Secondly, having come this far, Xiaoxiao was unwilling to simply abandon her quest. In her heart, the unicorns had become her friends, and with friends in peril, she could not stand idly by. Lastly, perhaps due to the throes of adolescence, an insidious thought had taken root within her, urging her towards carnage. For some time, she had managed to suppress this impulse. Yet now, faced with an opportunity to unleash it, she would certainly not refuse the heads being presented to her. As for whether she could prevail in battle, Xiaoxiao's mind had not afforded that question any space. Her thoughts were consumed by which spells and techniques would deliver the most gratifying kills. Even more unsettling was her lack of concern regarding the morality of her thoughts. Beside her, Draco looked up, striving to ascertain the position of the sun. As the sky had begun to don the hues of twilight, casting a glance at Xiaoxiao, who was hastening ahead, Draco could not contain himself. Xiaoxiao, evening approaches. Should we not return to Hogwarts? Matters such as these are better left to the professors. Xiaoxiao halted, leading Draco to believe she was reconsidering their return, which brought him a sense of relief. So you think so too, Before Draco could finish, Xiaoxiao suddenly seized his hand and dashed forward, taken by surprise. Draco nearly stumbled, unable to feel embarrassed by her sudden display of affection as he looked at Xiaoxiao, alarmed by what he perceived as a murderous intent in her eyes. This was utterly abnormal. Was this still the Xiaoxiao he knew? The sweet and virtuous girl he had befriended? Why was there a glint of bloodlust in her gaze? By the time they arrived, it would be too late. I know you're frightened, but I cannot allow you to wander off alone. It would be far too dangerous. Just stay close to me, and I shall protect you. Can I refuse? Draco's heart rebelled, yet he lacked the courage to resist. Heaven knows why Xiaoxiao had transformed in such a manner. This was simply terrifying. Draco fell silent, allowing himself to be pulled along by Xiaoxiao toward the morning star. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, having drawn the short straw, seemed to have been guided by some unseen force into the lair of the acromantula. Ron had never encountered such colossal spiders before. Merely managing to stand his ground was quite the feat. Harry, can we leave? As the number of spiders surrounding them multiplied, Ron trembled behind Harry, his pale face nearly rivaling Draco's complexion. I fear we may be trapped, Harry replied, striving to maintain his composure, gripping his wand tightly. Just then, a commotion erupted behind them, beams of light illuminating their figures and elongating their shadows. Oh heavens! Ron quickly darted to the side as the previously missing flying car barreled through their midst, coming to a sudden halt. The driver and passenger doors swung open, and the car emitted 2 honks, seemingly urging them to hurry inside. Get in! As the spiders, startled by the vehicle, began to regroup, Harry shouted a warning to Ron. The two swiftly dove into the car, with Ron gripping the steering wheel and flooring the accelerator. A few spiders leapt onto the windows, and Harry hastily cast spells to repel them, his mind racing as he invoked every conceivable offensive charm. Stupefy, Petrificus Totalis, Expelliarmus, Blasting Curse. At that moment, Harry truly understood the importance of diligent study, internally thanking Hermione and Xiaoxiao. Had it not been for them, especially Xiaoxiao, who always urged him to practice spells alongside her, he would have been far less prepared. As he dispatched the spiders clinging to the window, Harry closed it tightly and readied himself for whatever lay ahead. Ron's driving was exhilarating. He questioned whether the car would withstand such reckless maneuvers. Ah! Ron screamed as he pressed down harder on the accelerator, fortuitously barreling deeper into the acromantula's territory. The gargantuan acromantula, Aragog, once Hagrid's pet, emerged from the shadowy cave, blocking their path. Ron slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding across the snow, nearly causing the vehicle to topple over. Who approaches? Aragog's voice was deep and gravelly. Hagrid. Is that you? A talking spider? Harry and Ron were taken aback, but if it could converse, perhaps it would spare them? With this thought, Harry exited the car, standing before Aragog and gazing up at the massive creature. Hello, we are friends of Hagrid. Friends of Hagrid? Aragog's gaze sharpened as he noticed Hagrid was nowhere to be seen and realized that, given Hagrid's size, he could never fit inside the moving little metal box. Harry, come back. Ron would rather die than leave the car. He felt certain that no spider here bore goodwill. They should hastily make their exit. However, Harry did not heed him, continuing to attempt dialogue with Aragog. You are Aragog, the acromantula, correct? I remember hearing Hagrid speak of you. Recently, they have frequently visited Hagrid's hut to care for him, afflicted by a curse that has caused festering sores, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. At times, Hagrid regales them with tales from his youth. Although he refrained from elaborating on Aragog, they gleaned some insight into its wrongful accusations from his words. Hagrid has never brought anyone to their abode. They had ventured into the Forbidden Forest in search of a classmate, unaware of why they had suddenly burst into this place, only to lose track and become disoriented. Harry candidly expressed his wish that Choi Choi were present, yet simultaneously hoped she was not. While Aragog had once been Hagrid's pet, the mere thought of a spider, particularly one of such magnitude, was daunting for the girls, and Harry feared Choi Choi would be terrified. Aragog slowly approached him, and around them his progeny began to converge. Harry. Ron's voice trembled as he attempted to call out, but Harry paid him no heed. Oh right. We've uncovered the truth about that incident, Harry suddenly declared. The Chamber of Secrets was not opened by Hagrid, and you did not kill anyone. Upon hearing this, Aragog halted his advance. Chapter 75. The Mysterious Organization Capturing Unicorns. Aragog emitted a peculiar sound, likely a form of spider communication. For Harry observed that the smaller spiders that had been drawing near also came to a standstill. At this moment, Harry began to comprehend certain truths. Had he not uttered that phrase, it was likely that Aragog and his kin would have lunged at him. Swallowing hard, Harry cautiously continued. The true monster within the chamber is a creature known as the basilisk. Before he could finish, Aragog let out a piercing screech, and the swarm of spiders began to scurry restlessly. Silence! Do not utter its name, Aragog growled, causing Harry to stumble back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Harry lifted his wand slightly, gripping it tightly, acutely aware of the tension in the air. I apologize. I didn't know you couldn't bear to hear that name. Why on earth would the species of eight-eyed spiders harbor the presence of you-know-who? It was merely a name. Why could it not be mentioned? Just as Harry could not fathom the Wizarding Society's aversion to Voldemort's name, he could not understand Aragog's extreme reaction to the mention of the basilisk. Apologize? Aragog raised his furry leg once more, advancing slowly. If you truly feel remorse, you might as well remain here and allow our offspring a hearty feast. But Hagrid. Oh, I promised Hagrid that I would not harm or prey upon humans. And indeed, I have adhered to that promise. However, we have no reason to refuse food that has presented itself willingly, do we? Finally, Aragog emitted an eerie command, and the previously restrained swarm of spiders surged forth like a deluge. Harry, get in the car. Ron yelled in terror, and Harry, nearly instantaneously upon hearing his words, opened the door and leaped inside. Drive. Quickly. The moment the door slammed shut, several spiders pounced upon it, creating a cacophony of noise. Ron had been prepared, and with a swift press of the accelerator, he reversed the vehicle, crushing numerous spiders that failed to evade in time. Ah! They both screamed as they employed every ounce of strength to maneuver the car, and cast spells to fend off the spiders. Despite its dilapidated appearance, the flying vehicle proved unexpectedly reliable. Get it to fly! Harry shouted urgently. Ron, realizing the need, pressed a button, and the car began to wobble upward, skimming the treetops as it ascended into the sky. In the spider's lair, Aragog gazed skyward for a moment before retreating back into his den. I have done my utmost. Hagrid. Meanwhile, Hermione, ever cautious, had not strayed too far and encountered no dangers along the way. Instead, she stumbled upon the rapidly approaching professors. Miss Granger. Why are you alone? Professor McGonagall inquired sternly. Seeing the professors, Hermione became animated. We decided to split up in the Forbidden Forest because we lost track of her. I have a premonition that she has ventured deeper into the woods. Calm down, Miss Granger. This is not like you, Snape replied, his expression icy. Now tell us the direction the others have gone, and immediately return to Hogwarts. Do you understand? No, professor. I want to stay and help. Do you realize that with that statement, I could deduct points from Gryffindor for defying a teacher? At this, Snape shot a glance at Professor McGonagall, who remained silent, yet seemed to glare at him. But Professor. Rest assured, Hermione, we will find Choi Choi, Li Ming reassured, patting her shoulder. I vow we will bring her back to the castle safely. Hermione nodded, just as she was about to inform them of Draco's whereabouts when a cacophony of shouting and the roar of an engine filled the air from above. What is that? Professor McGonagall instinctively looked up, watching as the car grew larger, seemingly on a collision course with them. Swiftly she drew her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. A beam of light shot forth from her wand, striking the oncoming flying car and enveloping it. With a gentle flick of her wand, she maneuvered the vehicle to a steady landing on the ground. Professor McGonagall. The car door swung open abruptly, flinging Harry and Ron out, who landed unceremoniously on their rear ends. Harry sprang up, astonished as he regarded them. Harry? Ron. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. What on earth happened? Snape glared at Harry, then at the vehicle. Is this the Weasley family's modified Muggle car? Quite remarkable. It seems because of you, Gryffindor will be losing many points. Severus. McGonagall voiced her discontent. I believe this is not the time for such remarks. Indeed, I concur, Li Ming interjected. Harry, since you have this car, the three of you should return. We will find Choi Choi. At this juncture, your presence would only heighten the danger. You're right, Hermione agreed, pursing her lips. Since Harry and the others have not located Choi Choi, it is highly likely that Draco's direction may lead us to her. As she spoke, Hermione pointed in a certain direction. Draco went that way. The sky darkened further. The sun gradually transformed into a crimson glow, and a lone star continued to shine on the southwestern horizon. Beneath the morning star in the Forbidden Forest, a herd of unicorns, their eyes as dark as shadows, was ensnared in an impenetrable net, struggling and whinnying as the web constricted ever tighter. Several unicorns were pierced by the sharp horns of their companions, their silvery blood flowing freely, melting the snow beneath them. Fools! Don't you know to loosen it a bit? How are we to account for this if they all perish? Standing near the unicorns were several figures clad in dark patterned uniforms and inky cloaks, their faces obscured. They were members of the mysterious organization that had appeared in Albania. The leader struck one of his subordinates across the face, causing the latter to bow his head. Yes, Captain. The subordinate, not daring to linger, lightly traced his hand along the net, which instantly loosened considerably. You attend to their injuries, the captain commanded, gesturing to another individual whose right arm bore an embroidered symbol of a white herb and a cross. At your service. The individual, evidently the group's medic, nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward to begin tending to the wounded unicorns. Chapter 76, Dragon's Claw. The unicorns emitted agonizing cries, with some even frothing at the mouth and convulsing violently. 0512, go incense them, commanded the captain to the team member who had initially been struck. Yes, replied the hapless soldier designated as 0512, who quickly nodded and rummaged through his storage pouch at his waist, retrieving 3 crimson candles. As soon as the red candles were revealed, the herd of unicorns within the net became even more frenzied, attempting to break free and seize the candles from his grasp. With a gentle flick of his wrist, 0512 ignited the candles, and 3 wisps of pink smoke spiraled upwards, enveloping the unicorns. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly struck 0512's arm, sending the candles flying from his hands, where they plunged into the snow and extinguished. Who goes there? The captain's vigilance heightened, and his subordinates formed a semicircle, adopting defensive stances as they scanned for the source of the attack. However, aside from the towering trees and shrubs, the landscape was a blanket of white, devoid of any other figures. The captain squinted slightly, his features obscured, rendering his expression indiscernible. Suddenly, another green laser shot towards him from the side. The captain sidestepped just in time, the laser narrowly grazing his body before striking the massive tree, instantly corroding a gaping black hole into its trunk. A magical aura enveloped him as he glanced at the colossal tree. The previous attack had already provided him with numerous valuable insights. The essence of magic was familiar to him, and if his suspicions were correct, this spell was likely one of the unforgivable curses, Avada Kedavra. Judging by the devastation wrought upon the tree, the caster possessed considerable magical talent, though their offensive capability seemed to require further refinement. It appeared to be a student from one of the Hogwarts houses notorious for harboring dark wizards. Just a student. Hardly a threat. The captain relaxed at the thought. Come out, little brat. You've revealed yourself, he called out. If you present yourself willingly, I might just spare you. But if you persist in this game of hide and seek, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. After waiting a moment without a response, he continued. It seems you've made a grave mistake. His voice dripped with malice as he turned, subtly signaling his subordinates with a wave of his hand. Let us make this swift. As soon as he finished speaking, all the cloaked figures sprang into action, swiftly searching the vicinity. A flash of dark energy sparked in their hands, revealing a long rod crackling with arcs of electricity. Sizzling sounds filled the air as they swung the rods, sending arcs of lightning that devastated the surrounding flora. Xiaoxiao, concealed in the shadows, focused intently on the scene. 10 minutes prior to their arrival, she had safely stowed Draco within her spatial ring, keeping him alongside Steel Egg. The operatives appeared highly organized and donned matching attire, suggesting they belonged to a formidable organization. She was surprised that such a group would venture into the Forbidden Forest. If their intent was merely to hunt unicorns, their demeanor indicated otherwise. They undeniably resembled a guild of assassins. Steeling herself, Xiaoxiao clutched her wand tightly. Her petite stature allowed her to hide amidst the towering trees of the Forbidden Forest. During the initial attack, she had employed the disarming charm. And although she was uncertain of the nature of those 3 red candles, she understood that allowing them to burn unchecked would lead to her losing herself like the unicorns. For her second strike, she had miscalculated. She intended to dispatch the leader with a single blow, but Avada Kedavra was not so easily cast. At close range, it was manageable, but from a distance, even with her meticulous aim, the immense magical backlash could lead to a deviation in her targeting upon casting. Now, having revealed her location, she speculated that the attackers either lacked intelligence or were biding their time to strike at her. The former was unlikely, a fool could not lead. Thus, the leader must be concocting something, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. Biting her lip, she noted that the henchmen were drawing closer. Action was imperative. She could not remain idle. Scanning her surroundings, she noted nothing but trees, and then it struck her. She recalled a patch of devil's snare not far away. To save time, she had deliberately taken a detour, Had she ventured directly through the territory of the devil's snare, she would likely have become its next meal. Ranked as the most perilous plant in the forbidden forest, the devil's snare earned its reputation for good reason. It clings to large trees, boasting robust tendrils and claw-like leaves. Once it ensnares its prey, it secretes a highly acidic mucilage that dissolves its victims in a matter of moments. Such a deadly weapon. It would be a grave mistake not to utilize it effectively. Rapidly devising a plan in her mind, she resolved to act. Raising her wand, she cast an Avada. She is over there. As this was merely a distraction, she did not aim precisely. The spell struck the ground near an unsuspecting henchman, startling him. Immediately, a barrage of electric arcs surged towards the tree where Xiaoxiao was hiding. She had anticipated this and swiftly evaded. Then, she symbolically cast a series of spells while sprinting towards the devil's snare. You few pursue her. The rest stay here. We must hasten to bring them back. We cannot linger. The captain, having surmised Xiaoxiao's intentions, did not wish to allow her to escape, but chasing a mere child was hardly worth the effort. The longer they delayed, the faster the white wizard stationed at Hogwarts would arrive. He was a villain, but not one devoid of intelligence or foresight. His subordinates nodded and quickly pursued her. 0512 remained behind, retrieving the red candles from his storage pouch and igniting them anew. Xiaoxiao noticed the number of pursuers was fewer than expected, and she quickly deduced the reason. So cautious? Nonetheless, she needed to deal with these few adversaries first. Ahead lay the territory of the devil's snare, and after dodging several attacks from behind, she unleashed a barrage of spells upon the ground, stirring up clouds of snow and dirt. Chapter 77. The proper use of steel egg. A chorus of anguish screams erupted as the robust tendrils of the devil's snare ensnared them like the tentacles of a colossal octopus, making escape nearly impossible. Their resilience and damage resistance were formidable. Even when struck by the electric rods, only faint marks were left, and there was no indication they would relent, tightening their grip instead. As the tendrils secreted a viscous, highly acidic liquid, the henchmen's cloaks remained intact, but their bodies, along with their garments, were corroded away, dissolving into pools of blood. Two stragglers, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. They were mere lackeys, unaccustomed to such horror. They had expected today's task to involve merely capturing unicorns, but never anticipated encountering such a monstrous entity. Moreover, they were not native wizards of the UK, and thus had no knowledge of the aggressive nature of these clawing plants. Avada Kedavra. After dispatching one of the startled henchmen, Xiaoxiao transformed back into her human form, leveling her wand at the last remaining adversary, looking down upon him. Life or death? The figure clad in black before Xiaoxiao had an indistinct visage. She could not discern his expression. He emitted a muffled sound, convulsed once, and then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After his demise, the mosaic-like shroud that enveloped his face dissipated as well. Furrowing her brow, Xiaoxiao approached to inspect him. His garment bore the embroidery of a code, 0987, and his features were merely those of an ordinary Asian man, his expression one of profound agony, leaving the cause of his death a mystery. At the very least, it did not appear as though he had succumbed to poison. His soul was absent. What? In her mind, Riddle, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. This man's soul vanished just as the mist obscuring his face did. It seems their master is quite astute, and has mastered an exceedingly effective method of enslavement. Riddle's tone was laden with admiration, perhaps even a hint of envy. It appeared he was deeply intrigued by such nefarious means of controlling subordinates. Xiaoxiao frowned but offered no rebuttal to Riddle's observations. Time was of the essence. After collecting all useful items from the corpse, she rose, preparing to confront the mysterious organization head-on. However, she felt that confronting them alone would yield little success. With it, however, the situation would be markedly different. Come fort. Steel egg. A flash of light emanated from her spatial ring, and a massive figure materialized in the forbidden forest. Perhaps due to the sumptuous fare within the spatial ring, Xiaoxiao felt that Steel Egg had grown even larger. The forbidden forest afforded little in the way of flat, expansive terrain. She observed as the enormous Steel Egg coiled its tail on the ground, even bending two sturdy oak trees. Steel Egg obediently wore the black veil, which brought Xiaoxiao some comfort. Master. Steel Egg lowered its head slowly, its crown brushing against the surrounding branches, nearly dislodging the veil from its eyes. Let us go. It's time for your feast. With a graceful leap, she landed atop Steel Egg's head, thanks to the clear stream within the spatial ring. Steel Egg often swam and bathed, maintaining a relatively clean appearance, devoid of the repulsive slime. Steel Egg exuded joy. For Xiaoxiao's willingness to interact with it reassured it of her affection. Under her direction, Steel Egg pressed forward through the woods, trampling the underbrush with the ease of crushing weeds, swiftly returning to the place where the unicorns had been captured. At that moment, the 3 incense sticks in 0512's hands had burned down by half, and the unicorns, resembling addicts, were frantically inhaling the pale pink smoke, their pure white coats slowly succumbing to encroaching blackness. From the nearby woods came the rapid sounds of a massive creature moving about, prompting the black-clad man to instinctively look up. A mischievous smile played on Su Xiaoxiao's lips as she shouted to capture their attention. "Your father is here. Make way." With that, she swiftly tore the black veil from Steel Egg's eyes. The enormous yellow serpent eyes fixated upon each of them. Before they could react, they felt themselves becoming weightless, their souls breaking free from the shackles of their corporeal forms. "Am I dead?" All who had gazed into the serpent's eyes collapsed lifelessly, the mosaic mist obscuring their faces evaporating as their souls departed. In that instant, before they could comprehend what was happening, a mysterious force shattered their souls. The ever-cautious captain sensed something amiss when Su Xiaoxiao spoke. Though their acquaintance had been brief, he surmised she was wary of him and reluctant to reveal herself. Yet now, she boldly paraded her presence and issued a provocation, suggesting ulterior motives were at play. His caution delayed his glance upward by mere seconds. During that fleeting moment, he witnessed his companions falling one after another, heightening his vigilance. Though he could not fathom the cause, his instincts warned him against raising his gaze. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Steel Egg, which left him utterly bewildered. What manner of creature was this? Did they believe that a monster endowed with special abilities could contend with him? The captain scoffed, dismissing the notion as far too dismissive of his prowess. "Little one, you shall pay for your arrogance." With that he abruptly shed his cloak, casting it skyward. Instantly, the black cloak expanded in midair, transforming into a shroud of utter darkness that enveloped the area. Everything before them was plunged into inky blackness. While Su Xiaoxiao possessed remarkable night vision, she found herself ensnared in an impenetrable void, unable to discern anything around her. Steel Egg too was rendered blind in the pitch black. Suddenly, a cacophony of hard objects colliding erupted beneath them. Steel Egg emitted a piercing cry, impatiently flicking its tail, and the sounds of splintering wood echoed as if trees were being severed and crashing to the ground. Bang! In the chaos, it seemed Steel Egg's tail had struck something, sending it flying. With a dull thud, Su Xiaoxiao realized what had just been knocked away. In this situation he too could not see clearly, relying solely on memory and instinct to navigate their surroundings. With this thought, Su Xiaoxiao patted Steel Egg beneath her, saying, "Well done, Steel Egg. Keep thrashing it. I'll find a way to dispose of that cloak." Chapter 78. The Return. Steel Egg obediently complied, vigorously whipping its tail. Despite the enveloping darkness, the sounds indicated that the surroundings had become a scene of devastation. Yet, she wondered anxiously about the fate of the nearby unicorns. Hopefully, they had not been caught in the turmoil. Of course, Su Xiaoxiao had no time to ponder further. Her mind was solely focused on how to eliminate that individual. The surrounding darkness made the cloak appear as if it had melded into the shadows, carving out a small space of its own, leaving Su Xiaoxiao uncertain of how to proceed. Surely, there must be a flaw. Determined to remain calm, she contemplated attempting the fire spell. Uncertain of its effectiveness, she resolved that it was worth a try. Incendio. A burst of flame erupted from the tip of her wand, but it flickered for but a moment before extinguishing abruptly. "Don't waste your efforts. Your magic cannot break it," the captain's voice resonated from nearby. "This is the first form of the Star Sand Cloak, Nightfall. It lacks a physical form but can ensnare everything within, rendering escape impossible unless aided from outside. Even if you kill me, you cannot leave." So Xiaoxiao fell silent, contemplating that if she could not inflict damage from within, perhaps she could do so from the outside. Acting on this thought, she leaped from Steel Egg's head, landing steadily on the ground. "Dragon Clawvine, come forth. Eight-eyed giant spider, come forth. Werewolf, come forth. Centaur, come forth." Su Xiaoxiao called forth every creature from the forbidden forest that came to mind. She was unsure how many would heed her summons, but she was certain the dragon claw vine nearby would respond. Then a rustling sound filled the air, and suddenly, several rifts tore open in the sky, allowing light to penetrate, along with the summoned dragon claw vines. Worried that the serpent might be injured, she quickly snatched the black veil and, using the fleeting light, haphazardly covered its eyes before gesturing to draw it back into the spatial ring. "What is happening?" The captain expressed shock. Why had these vines suddenly appeared? Summoning magic? But why did they not emerge from within, instead bursting in from the outside? However, no matter how astonished he was, the number of such gaping holes continued to multiply. The dragon claw vine did not require clear vision. It instinctively sought out fresh prey with remarkable swiftness. The star sand cloak appeared to have been pierced like a sieve. Although the external light was not particularly bright, it was infinitely preferable to utter darkness. Xiaoxiao's night vision abilities had finally returned, allowing her to discern the chaotic herd of unicorns, as well as the captain hiding behind a toppled giant tree. At his feet lay a shattered long knife, which, it seemed, had previously been thrust into the steel egg by him. Unfortunately, the steel egg's physical resistance was nearly at its peak. Not only had he failed to wound it, but his weapon had been broken instead, and he himself had been struck multiple times by the egg's tail. Nearly to the point of death, the dragon claw vine had already lunged in, attacking the living beings present. Xiaoxiao nimbly dodged two tendrils that sought to ensnare her, executing a swift roll to the side of the unicorn herd, and with a quick motion of her hand, she gathered them all into her spatial ring. The captain witnessed this scene unfold before his eyes, and were it not for the pixelation obscuring his face, his expression would undoubtedly have been one of sheer astonishment. A spatial ring? How could you possess such a forbidden artifact from Huaxia? The captain gritted his teeth, realizing that Xiaoxiao must be the chosen one sent to study at Hogwarts. Huaxia language? Xiaoxiao was equally taken aback, initially thinking it was yet another nefarious organization from within the realm of the British, only to discover that they were actually from Huaxia. Xiaoxiao felt a pang of distress. Why must it be Huaxia? Such a revelation was incredibly embarrassing on an international scale. She shot an exasperated glare at the captain and, agilely evading the attacks of the dragon claw vine, declared, "Then you shall remain here. Avada Kedavra." Despite the captain being battered by the steel egg, he was quick to evade under such circumstances. "You leave me no choice, water barrier ice blade." Upon uttering these words, the ice and snow surrounding him responded instantaneously, detaching from the earth and coalescing into several sharp ice blades that circled him. Go. The icy blades swiftly lunged toward Xiaoxiao. She leaped into the air and mid-flight, instantly transformed into her beast form. The dragon claw vine indiscriminately attacked both of them. Yet Xiaoxiao found it far easier to maneuver, thanks to her beast form's incredible agility and swiftness. Water barrier ice trap. The captain seized the moment, anticipating Xiaoxiao's movements as thick ice sprouted beneath her feet, confining her within its grasp. After dispatching several ice blades to sever the approaching tendrils of the dragon claw vine, the captain slowly approached Xiaoxiao, preparing to deliver the final blow. Farewell. Insufferable little brat. Petrify them all. Rapidly imprison. Spatial seal. 3 voices resonated almost simultaneously, and 3 distinct attacks simultaneously struck the captain, trapped within the icy prison. Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at the sight, and she began to meow loudly at them. "Xiaoxiao, you reckless girl. How could you run off to such a perilous place without a word? This is utterly unacceptable." Li Ming appeared beside Xiaoxiao in an instant, shattering the ice prison with a single strike and rescuing her from within. "Don't scold me just yet, second uncle. We must find a way to save this fellow's life first," Xiaoxiao hurriedly implored. "He is under soul control, and they surely won't allow us to capture him for interrogation." No sooner had she spoken than Professor Snape swiftly approached to investigate. But he was still a moment too late. The pixelation on the man's face had dissipated, revealing his soul shattered beyond recovery. Damn it! Who could commit such a vicious act? Professor Snape expressed his displeasure. Meanwhile, Li Ming gazed at the lifeless body, deep in thought. Before long, the 4 returned to Hogwarts. Xiaoxiao and Harry stood outside the headmaster's office, awaiting their summons, while Li Ming and the other professors conversed within. Just then Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, entered, wearing a smug expression that only served to heighten Xiaoxiao's irritation. She was tempted to rush forward and deliver a solid punch to his face. "By the way, where's Malfoy? Aren't you two together?" Hermione suddenly inquired. "Oh no, I nearly forgot," Xiaoxiao exclaimed, quickly raising her hand and directing the ring toward the spacious area. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and a somewhat disheveled figure materialized, collapsing onto the ground. "Help! The unicorns have gone mad. They are anything but friendly." Cough. All right, Draco, it's all over now. We are safe within Hogwarts." Xiaoxiao rushed forward to comfort him, helping him to his feet. Draco paused for a moment, surveying his surroundings, and let out a sigh of relief. "Xiaoxiao, could you please give me a heads up next time such a situation arises, so that I can prepare myself mentally?" "Next time, I promise." Xiaoxiao chuckled awkwardly, nodding her head. Draco's lips moved as if to say something, but upon seeing her smile, he bit his tongue, gazing at her with a mix of helplessness and affection. "What's going on with these two?" Ron quietly leaned towards Harry to inquire. Harry scratched his head, equally perplexed. Suddenly he noticed Hermione, who was glaring at the two with a slightly puffed-up expression, making him even more confused. Wait, what's up with Hermione? Who knows? Ron shrugged. At that moment, Lucius Malfoy approached from outside, accompanied by Dobby. Upon seeing them standing outside the headmaster's office, Lucius halted his steps. A flicker of surprise and inquiry crossed his otherwise impassive face as he raised an eyebrow, his gaze roving over Xiaoxiao and Draco before finally settling on Draco. I should have warned you not to associate too closely with mudbloods. Yes, Father, Draco replied, his expression strained. He cast a glance at the others behind him, then lowered his head slightly toward Lucius. Mr. Malfoy, Minister Fudge has already gone in. I believe they are quite eager for your presence. Xiaoxiao interjected, instinctively stepping in front of Draco and meeting Lucius's gaze with a polite smile. Her tone was impeccable, and had it not been for her appearance, one might have mistaken her for a proper lady from the British realm. Lucius said nothing, merely casting a discontented glance at her before retracting his gaze, grasping the serpent-headed cane tightly as he proceeded into the headmaster's office. Harry, observing Dobby's figure, widened his eyes in surprise, unsure of what to think. Meanwhile, Draco gazed at Lucius's retreating back with a complex expression, instinctively exhaling a breath of relief. I suddenly understand why your temper used to be so terrible, Ron remarked. If my father had a temperament like Malfoy's, I'd be even more insufferable than you were. How can you speak of my father in such a manner? Draco frowned. Had it not been for their newfound friendship, he would not have been so restrained in his retort. Though I apologize, I speak nothing but the truth. Ron shrugged. Honestly, it's fortunate that Xiaoxiao has been there to correct you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten along. Draco intended to argue a few points, but inexplicably paused, reflecting instead. He glanced at Xiaoxiao, recalling the myriad moments over the past year, and was horrified to realize that, as Weasley had said, there might be some truth to it. Xiaoxiao chuckled, don't look at me like that. While I admit that I have indeed been gradually refining your character, I assure you, it is solely out of concern and goodwill for a friend. I do not wish to blame you, Draco replied, a touch awkwardly shaking his head. Rather, I must thank you. Thank you for your presence, and for allowing me to truly experience what friendship means. To be honest, the moments spent in their company were truly delightful, albeit rife with playful banter and spirited exchanges. Enough of that, though. Xiaoxiao deftly shifted the topic, exclaiming, look, someone is coming out. The group turned their gaze towards the headmaster's office, where they observed Minister Fudge descending the stairs. Unlike his earlier jovial demeanor, his countenance now bore an expression as foul as if he had stepped in something unpleasant, his mood dark enough to seem as if it could condense into droplets. He hurried past Xiaoxiao and the others without casting them a glance, appearing as if he had consumed a plethora of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans with the taste of boogers. Ron, watching Fudge's retreating figure, remarked, only to find that Harry was unresponsive, leaving him puzzled. Turning back, he noticed Harry lost in thought, staring at the ground, seemingly pondering something. Hey Harry. Ron gently nudged his arm. What is it? Harry snapped back to reality, gazing at him with a look of confusion, his large, expressive eyes blinking in surprise. Oh. That's a question I ought to pose to you. Ron's voice drew the attention of Xiaoxiao and the others. What are you thinking about? Nothing much, Harry replied, shaking his head and glancing towards the headmaster's office. Just that house elf. You mean Dobby? Draco interjected. He's my family's house elf. Is there a problem? I only just learned that he belongs to your family, Harry said, his expression a mix of emotions. On the night when the Quidditch match went awry, I was lying in the hospital wing, and Dobby came to see me. By the way, Ron, do you remember when Dobby suddenly appeared at your house, warning me not to go to Hogwarts? I remember. Ron nodded. Goodness, I didn't realize until now that Dobby is actually a Malfoy. What are you all talking about? Draco asked, clearly bewildered. Has Dobby met you? Yes, Harry affirmed, succinctly recounting Dobby's warning about the dangers at Hogwarts, including the closure of the entrance to the 9 stations, and the manipulation of the bludgers to attack them. He has been sneaking out behind our backs to meet you all this time. Draco's voice rose, clearly frustrated. I will have to punish him when I get back. Don't, Harry interjected. Dobby means no harm. He just doesn't want me to continue at Hogwarts. Why not? Draco frowned. Is it because of that so-called dangerous plot? Where is the conspiracy? Where is the danger? I don't see any. At this point, Draco suddenly recalled their recent excursion from the Forbidden Forest. Cough, that shouldn't count, right? Regardless, it caused me to fall off my broom, so Dobby deserves to be punished. All right, Draco, you're fine, aren't you? Xiaoxiao spoke up, attempting to soothe him. It's not good to punish others at the drop of a hat. Since you say so, Draco pouted, ceasing his cries for punishment of Dobby. However, it is impossible to let him off scot-free. Hey, don't look at me like that. I've promised not to punish him. At that moment Lucius and Dobby reappeared. Lucius's expression was equally grim, though his face was perpetually clouded. To doubt me? What a bunch of foolish individuals. Lucius scoffed, only to turn and find several pairs of eyes fixed upon him, causing his demeanor to darken further. Chapter 80. The Darkening Incense? Wait, Mr. Lucius. Xiaoxiao suddenly called out, jogging over to him. Lucius halted, slightly turning to regard her from his elevated stance, his gaze laced with inquiry. You dropped this. Xiaoxiao retrieved the ordinary diary, devoid of any soul fragments, from her storage bag. There were no socks. Dobby was a house elf of the Malfoys, and she felt no right to assist in his dismissal. This ordinary diary had lost its purpose for her, now serving only to irritate Lucius. Lucius cast a glance at the diary, shot her a glare, and snatched it from her grasp, tossing it carelessly to Dobby. You seem quite fond of meddling. With that remark, Lucius strode away. What is that? Riddle's diary, Xiaoxiao replied, but as you know, it currently resides in my mind. Wait, that thing, it's my father's? Draco's mind was blank, yet as he thought back, he realized he had indeed seen it at home. Although reluctant to admit it, the truth was that Mr. Lucius had secretly placed the diary into Ginny's book bag during their visit to the bookstore. I remember now. That day, you exchanged it for Ginny's old book under the pretense of giving her a new one. Hermione exclaimed, suddenly understanding. So Xiaoxiao, you were aware all along. How did you manage that? Let us just say it was the result of divination from my homeland. Xiaoxiao certainly would not divulge to them that she had traveled from another world. If anyone, especially the Su family, found out, it would spell disaster for her. After all, in a sense, she had usurped someone else's daughter. Draco wore a troubled expression. Having reached this point in the conversation, he began to grasp the situation. His father must have intended to use Ginny and Riddle's diary to open the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk and eliminating all half-blood wizards at Hogwarts. In the past, Draco would have wholeheartedly supported such a scheme, yet now he found himself increasingly resistant to his father's ways. Was this a positive change or a negative one? You lot can come over now. At that moment, at the entrance of the headmaster's office, Severus Snape, clad in black, stood with his arms crossed on the stairs, surveying them. Without waiting for their response, he turned and ascended the stairs. Xiaoxiao and her friends hurriedly followed. Inside the headmaster's office, the atmosphere was tense. Professor Dumbledore sat in his chair, while Professors McGonagall and Snape, along with Li Ming, wore serious expressions. Fawkes the Phoenix appeared lethargic, failing to even raise his head to acknowledge their entrance. It was nearing the time for his rebirth. Ah, you have arrived, Professor Dumbledore addressed them, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Xiaoxiao. Please explain why you abruptly left during dinner to venture into the Forbidden Forest. How did you know something would occur there? The two professors and Li Ming turned their attention to Xiaoxiao almost in unison. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Xiaoxiao felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Steadying herself, she detailed the events that transpired. Thus, I suspect it was the unicorn's blessing that granted me the ability to sense them, Xiaoxiao concluded. Oh, by the way, they are still in my space ring, and I was wondering if there is a way to save them? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Li Ming exclaimed, taken aback. Xiaoxiao looked aggrieved. You didn't ask. Furthermore, upon returning to school, they had hurried off to the headmaster's office, leaving her behind. If she had wanted to speak, there was no time. All right, it's my fault, Li Ming replied, exasperated. First hand me the ring. What they administered to the unicorns is the most sought-after dark incense from the black market in recent years, specifically for beast use. It contains significant amounts of saffron and poppy extracts, which can induce rage and addiction in magical creatures. It's a highly troublesome illegal substance. Xiaoxiao removed the ring and handed it to him. Since the matter originates from your country, Snape interjected suddenly, then you shall handle it. Including the true intentions of that organization, I do not believe they traveled a great distance merely to capture unicorns. After all, as far as I know, your homeland is home to many more magical creatures. You can rest assured, I will provide you with a prompt response, Li Ming assured them, nodding seriously. However, I must reiterate, I believe your Minister of Magic is highly suspicious, and perhaps you should consider investigating further. The reason for such a statement lies in the fact that Li Ming discerned that they had scarcely returned from the Forbidden Forest when Fudge appeared as if forewarned of their arrival. Prior to this, Dumbledore had divulged nothing to anyone, although he had smiled and claimed his visit was merely to see Dumbledore. The moment Li Ming and the others recounted the events in the Forbidden Forest, particularly mentioning the annihilation of the mysterious organization. His countenance darkened significantly. As for Lucius, he genuinely believed that this individual was unaware of these matters. Perhaps he was scheming or had a role in some affairs. But Li Ming did not think he was involved in today's incident. Snape remained silent, while Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow in contemplation. Though your intentions may be noble, you have all committed a grave error, Dumbledore stated. At the very first sign of trouble, especially you, Xiaoxiao, you ought to have informed us immediately rather than charging ahead recklessly. And you too, Harry. While it's commendable to worry for your friends, your safety must come first. I understand, Headmaster Dumbledore, Xiaoxiao nodded, acknowledging her mistake. Harry and the others similarly nodded in agreement. It is getting late. You should return now, Dumbledore remarked, indicating he had no intention to punish them, suggesting that the remaining matters could be addressed another day. Well, it seems we are safe for the night. Before departing, Xiaoxiao glanced back at her second uncle, Li Ming. She wished to inquire about the mysterious organization, but seeing his grave expression, she restrained her curiosity. After leaving the headmaster's office, they proceeded towards their respective dormitories. Draco parted ways with them midway, being a Slytherin and not residing in Gryffindor. However, this did not prevent him from nearly following Xiaoxiao and the others into the Gryffindor common room. Had it not been for the fat lady recognizing him, Draco likely would have entered. Good night, Draco, Xiaoxiao waved. See you tomorrow. Good night, Xiaoxiao. Draco paused to look at her, then waved dismissively at Harry and the others before turning to leave. Chapter 81. Snape's brief emo time. In the morning, Mr. Weasley came to retrieve the flying car that should have returned to the Forbidden Forest. Mrs. Weasley scolded Ron, then embraced little Harry and Ginny, offering a few parting words before departing Hogwarts with Mr. Weasley. Li Ming had returned to Huaxia via the spatial transmission platform the previous night, facing numerous tasks. First and foremost, he needed to report the incident regarding the mysterious organization's illicit attack on the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. This matter was neither trivial nor monumental. Had it occurred within Huaxia, it might have been less urgent, though not entirely dismissible. The mysterious organization was the largest illegal smuggling and poaching syndicate in the country, engaged in well-trained assassin activities. Despite the Huaxia Immortal Alliance's ongoing struggle against them for years, they had yet to eradicate the organization entirely, reflecting its vast numbers and capabilities. Now they had audaciously extended their reach to a nation negotiating diplomatic ties with the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, poaching unicorns, sacred and untouchable creatures for the wizards of the Yan Kingdom. This was undoubtedly an affront to them. Moreover, this incident coincided with the nascent establishment of the spatial transmission platform, which was on the verge of being officially launched. If this situation were to be exploited by those with ulterior motives, the platform could face closure before it had even been utilized, potentially jeopardizing diplomatic relations between the two nations. The influence of public opinion should not be underestimated. Of course, these were merely speculations. While the current circumstances suggested such a trajectory, should they resolve this issue swiftly and effectively, the aforementioned scenarios could be averted. This was a matter of utmost importance. Additionally, he needed to entrust the unicorns in the spatial ring to professionals for treatment. Given the urgency, he temporarily left the unicorns in the care of the Immortal Cultivation University, the first immortal academy funded by the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, which was more than capable of tending to these unfortunate creatures. At Hogwarts, Xiaoxiao and her companions anxiously awaited the school's disciplinary measures. During breakfast, they noticed that everyone bore the marks of sleeplessness, with dark circles under their eyes, suggesting a restless night. You have no idea. When we saw you all dash out like the wind during the feast, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape looked absolutely livid. Fred exclaimed, gesturing animatedly, while George seamlessly chimed in. It was akin to Professor Snape being forcibly subjected to a shampooing, while Professor McGonagall was treated like an ordinary cat in her animagus form, being cuddled and hoisted high. The comparison was somewhat exaggerated, yet not entirely off the mark. It's over, Ron lamented, burying his face in his arms, the chicken leg in his hand suddenly losing its appeal. We are surely destined for last place in the House Cup this year. Whether we come last or not, I don't know, Harry replied. But we will definitely be made to stay behind for cleaning duties. Count me in. Xiaoxiao raised her hand. After hastily finishing breakfast, they made their way to Professor McGonagall's office. Due to multiple violations of school rules, Gryffindor will incur a deduction of 200 points. Furthermore, you are required to remain after school for a week to assist Filch in cleaning the castle. Her stern demeanor left Harry and the others feeling apprehensive. However, fortunately, after delivering this verdict, she permitted them to leave, which brought a collective sigh of relief. 200 points. How many questions must I answer to regain those? Hermione lamented, tilting her head towards Xiaoxiao and linking her arm with hers. From now on, let us work together to earn back those points. Our combined efforts will surely restore them. Hey, wait, why just the two of you? Ron interjected, puzzled. You just need to avoid losing points, Hermione clarified, especially you, Harry. You and Neville lost the most points in potions class. Harry felt a bit disheartened. I've tried to keep a low profile. But Snape always calls on me to answer questions. Then focus on mastering potion knowledge, so he has no opportunity to nitpick. Xiaoxiao teased, come on. Let us head to class. And afterward we can study diligently in the library. What? Can I skip it? Ron asked, tilting his head. Absolutely not. They all replied in unison. Oh, Ron, he sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, Draco found himself summoned to Snape's dim, cold and potion-scented office, anxiously awaiting Snape's words. I truly do not comprehend why you associate with those Gryffindors, Snape began slowly, his voice echoing eerily in the dimly lit office, sending a shiver down Draco's spine. Though the chill of the room might have contributed. Because of you, Slytherin is to lose 40 points, Snape continued, rising from his chair to meet Draco's gaze. Moreover, you are required to write a 5,000-word reflection for me. Otherwise, you shall join those Gryffindors in remaining after school for a week to clean the castle. What? Clean the castle for a week? I must opt for the lighter task of writing the 5,000-word reflection. Draco instinctively replied. This will allow me to gain a deeper understanding of my mistakes. What is this? That was not the response my mind intended. This was the first time Snape had encountered such an irresistibly compelling request. After a brief moment of astonishment, Snape let out a scoff as if mocking him. You have truly ensnared yourself, Draco Malfoy. What? Draco was immediately engulfed in confusion. I don't understand, Professor. You will comprehend in due time. Snape's voice was exceedingly slow, reminiscent of a melody emanating from an antiquated gramophone. I can only advise you to steer clear of Gryffindor. Once you find yourself ensnared, it will be too late to contemplate escape. Draco blinked, struggling to grasp Snape's meaning. What are you still doing here? Snape cast him a sidelong glance. Are you hoping to linger for dinner? I shall take my leave, Professor. Draco hastily exited Snape's office. Observing the doorway, as Draco departed, Snape returned to his seat, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze deep and tinged with sorrow. It seemed he was ensnared in a vortex of memories, feeling irrevocably trapped. With eyes closed, his mind was flooded with visions of those vibrant green eyes, the cascading red hair, and the sunlit, enchanting smile. Lily, would the outcome have been different had you chosen me back then? Chapter 82, The Daily Prophet. So is there a chance you might come over next week? In a secluded corner of the library, Hermione and her companions were quietly studying, while Xiaoxiao had a telescope placed on the table before her, softly conversing with Huang Yunyan from the other end. It's a 50-50 chance, but rumors outside suggest it's impossible. Judging by the background behind Huang Yunyan, she appeared to be in her dormitory, cradling a bag of snacks, with a large bottle of soda on her desk. By the way, are you in the library now? Am I disturbing you? Not at all. I can speak softly. Xiaoxiao lowered her voice, glancing at Madame Pants, who was watching her with the intensity of a hawk. It seemed that even the slightest increase in volume would provoke her into action, perhaps casting a spell on Xiaoxiao's quill to chase her away. I'm quite looking forward to your visit, as I can show you around Hogwarts Castle. Xiaoxiao felt a pang of disappointment. By the way, did my second uncle go over yesterday? How are the unicorns faring? They're not in good condition, Huang Yunyan replied. I heard from a girl studying medicine that if those unicorns had been delivered even a few minutes later, they would have been beyond saving. Even if they were barely rescued, the unicorn population would likely produce a new breed. What breed? A darkened unicorn. Xiaoxiao envisioned da creature cloaked in darkness. With even its pupils black, possessing a temperament utterly opposite to that of a normal unicorn, ferociously violent and chaotic, wreaking havoc throughout the Forbidden Forest, ultimately conquering the entire area, leaving only one darkened unicorn remaining. That doesn't sound too bad, does it? Wait, what am I thinking? Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head, discarding this audacious and reckless thought. Are you out of your mind? Huang Yunyan's teasing voice came through the telescope. Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. You can't even keep your mouth shut. I'm done bickering with you. How are you doing over there? What about your friends at Hogwarts? They're all here. Xiaoxiao turned the telescope slightly, allowing her to see Harry and the others. Hi. Everyone raised their hands in friendly greeting towards Huang Yunyan. Hello. Huang Yunyan's voice rang out from the telescope, her excitement seemingly too much to contain, echoing across the room. Su Xiaoxiao quickly covered the telescope, instinctively glancing at Madame Pants, who was indeed approaching. Your loud voice has summoned the librarian. Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Hang up, hang up. Ha 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 ha. Goodbye. The telescope immediately reverted to its normal state, and Su Xiaoxiao swiftly stowed it away, just as Madame Pants arrived. What are you doing? Nothing, Madame Pants. Is that so? Then what were you just doing with that mirror? Talking to yourself. Madame Pants scrutinized her with unwavering intensity, her gaze akin to that of a hawk, scanning every individual and inch of the table. I'm telling you, you heard wrong. Su Xiaoxiao quickly denied it, her demeanor exceedingly earnest. Madame Pants stared at her for a moment, ultimately deciding not to pursue the matter further, offering her a few admonishments before turning to leave. Phew, that was close. Su Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, only to find her companions wearing amused expressions. All right, if you want to laugh, just laugh, Su Xiaoxiao pouted. But if you're not up for hot pot tonight. No, cough, how could we possibly laugh at you? Ron's shoulders shook as he struggled to suppress his laughter. Can we have a bit more tofu skin for dinner tonight? During dinner, Su Xiaoxiao's owl Dun Dun, along with other owls, flew in. Hoot! Dun Dun was nearly the largest among all the owls. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of food Su Xiaoxiao provided. For although it was still a fledgling, it had already grown to the size of an adult owl. What's this? It's the Daily Prophet. Ron wiped his mouth and picked up the newspaper from the table. Let me see what it says. Oh, it's about the Forbidden Forest. What? Hermione leaned in closely. About the Forbidden Forest? Does that mean our names are on there too? Indeed, but one name has been obscured, Ron stated, glancing towards the Slytherin direction. Draco Malfoy's name was conspicuously absent. It seems he has been given special treatment. Across the room, Draco also caught sight of the newspaper. Upon reading its contents, he immediately furrowed his brow. Su Xiaoxiao, an exchange student from China, is highly likely to be a spy sent by the Chinese Immortal Alliance, arriving at Hogwarts with ulterior motives. The recent attack on the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest serves as a compelling testament to this. It is well known that unicorns are exceedingly pure creatures. Only those with malicious intent would dare to disturb them. It is suggested that Su Xiaoxiao exposed the unicorn's location, leading the nefarious organization to the Forbidden Forest, while her unfortunate friends remain oblivious, including our resilient boy, Harry Potter. Reportedly, the savior Harry Potter and his friends Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and another second-year student ventured into the perilous Forbidden Forest due to concerns for Su Xiaoxiao's safety. It is common knowledge that the Forbidden Forest is fraught with unknown dangers, yet they risked their lives for their friend Su Xiaoxiao, with Harry Potter nearly being attacked by an acromantula. Fortunately, professors like Severus Snape arrived just in time, or we might have lost our savior forever. Currently, the injured unicorns have been taken to China for treatment, which I strongly question. Will they truly provide care for the unicorns? Or is this merely a pretext to capture them? Additionally, informed sources suggest that this mysterious organization may have traveled from far-off China via a spatial teleportation portal to Hogwarts. We cannot be certain, but if this is the case, does it not imply that the establishment of spatial teleportation portals may do more harm than good? Do we truly need their existence? I do not know what others think, but I, Rita Skeeter, believe that spatial teleportation portals are entirely unnecessary. After reading the above, Su Xiaoxiao's expression was inscrutable, yet her fists were clenched tightly. I want to hit someone. Rita Skeeter, is it? I shall remember you. Chapter 83. The International Court. Defamation. This wretch is defaming me, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, furiously slamming the Daily Prophet onto the table. I will find a lawyer. I will sue her in Weisengamat. No. I shall take her to the International Court. Su Xiaoxiao was furious. What are the consequences, you ask? What consequences? Her anger signifies the gravest of consequences. Calm down, Xiaoxiao. Do not act impulsively. Hermione hastily interjected, fearful that Su Xiaoxiao might engage in some astonishing act. Beside her, Harry quickly offered a beverage, knowing that Xiaoxiao's temper would soften somewhat when it came to food. Ah, this is delightful. Su Xiaoxiao took a generous sip of pumpkin juice and resumed her seat. Yet she was resolute. I will undoubtedly take legal action against that slanderous individual. The International Court seems to be a place far more serious and prestigious than Weisengamat. Ron, intrigued, looked at Su Xiaoxiao and wondered, but I have never heard of it before? Because it has only been established in recent years, Hermione elucidated. The full name of the International Court is the International Tribunal of the Magical United Nations, founded in 1978, situated in the Himalayan mountains of China. Hence it is colloquially referred to as the Supreme Court. The president of the International Court has been a member of the Chinese Immortal Alliance for 3 consecutive terms, Yet due to their exceptionally fair judgments and ironclad discipline, no one has raised any objections, and their election calls are always the loudest. Therefore, the title of the Supreme Court is indeed well-deserved. Thank you for the clarification. Harry swallowed hard, now harboring a deep admiration for the Chinese people. Is this the might of the world's foremost power? The news that Rita Skeeter could be summoned to the International Court is truly splendid. Fred suddenly appeared, accompanied, of course, by his inseparable brother George. Her articles are always exaggerated and riddled with falsehoods. It is evident that most of what she writes is fabricated. Yet many still take it as truth. Absurd. To provoke me is to court disaster. Xiaoxiao scoffed, exuding a villainous air. Since public opinion is just beginning to ferment, I must prepare to counterattack swiftly. What do you intend to do? Haha, tonight we shall do this and then that, understand? What? That seems rather unwise. Harry exclaimed in shock, truly taken aback by Xiaoxiao's plan. We have only just been punished. If we do that, Headmaster Dumbledore might very well expel us. As long as you don't speak of it, and we proceed with caution, the professors will not discover our actions. Xiaoxiao asserted. And we shall return promptly after completing our tasks. I also believe this is too risky, Hermione frowned, especially since we are all being punished with detention this week, which does pose a scheduling conflict. Then you all shall remain here, Xiaoxiao considered. I can manage on my own. It would be more convenient and expedient if I go alone. Moreover, I realize that there is little you can assist me with. So it would be better for you to stay at school to handle any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Are you truly going to do this? Ron joined the persuasion effort. Perhaps there are other means to retaliate against Skeeter? No, I am set on this. So Xiaoxiao declared resolutely. This is the only method to clear my name and exact revenge on that arrogant individual. Furthermore, I must clarify matters swiftly, or I risk expulsion over this incident. After the dinner concluded, Xiaoxiao and the others proceeded to Filch's office to collect their cleaning duties for the first day. The decor within Filch's office was decidedly unsettling. At least from Xiaoxiao's perspective. The ceiling was festooned with gleaming iron chains and handcuffs, and the dimly lit oil lamp was engulfed by the metal restraints, accompanied by various other tools of punishment. Were it not for her knowledge of Filch's penchant for corporal punishment and tormenting misbehaving students, Xiaoxiao might have mistakenly assumed he harbored peculiar proclivities. The office was permeated with the scent of grilled fish, indicating Filch's affection for Mrs. Norris, as he seemed to feed her grilled fish at nearly every meal. In a corner of the office, there stood a filing cabinet and 2 drawers labeled with special notes. The cabinet was designated for recording the infractions of students, while the drawers were reserved for the Weasley twins and confiscated dangerous materials. Look who has arrived. You lot again. Last time you were punished for venturing into the Forbidden Forest, and now it seems you are being penalized for unauthorized entry into the Forbidden Forest? Filch cradled Mrs. Norris, casting an unceremonious sneer at them. However, upon spotting Xiaoxiao, his expression softened slightly. Mrs. Norris meowed and leaped from Filch's arms to nuzzle against Xiaoxiao's leg. No need for thanks, Mrs. Norris. Xiaoxiao understood that she was expressing gratitude for her rescue, though the mandrakes were cultivated by Professor Sprout. Without the growth agent Xiaoxiao provided, Mrs. Norris might still be in a petrified state. Filch observed Xiaoxiao gently petting Mrs. Norris and could not help but interject. All right, enough of that. Do not forget why you are here today, to receive your punishment. I am fully aware of that. Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully, but I do have a matter to discuss with you. What is it? Filch's expression turned wary, maintaining a respectable distance from her. I need to leave Hogwarts for a while tonight. You intend to leave Hogwarts? Filch could not help but raise his voice. What nonsense is this? Are you planning to enter the Forbidden Forest again? Absolutely not. I will not permit or agree to that. No. I do not wish to go to the Forbidden Forest. I intend to return to China via the spatial teleportation platform. So Xiaoxiao clarified. I have an urgent matter to attend to, but I shall return swiftly. It will not take long. That is still unacceptable. Filch flatly refused. Given your amiable relationship with Mrs. Norris, and the fact that you saved her, I might pretend I did not hear your previous statement. However, should you choose to leave, I will undoubtedly inform Dumbledore or the other professors. Xiaoxiao, unfazed, smiled knowingly, seemingly possessing some leverage, and was quite certain Filch would acquiesce. If I can find a way to let you use magic, would you be willing to assist me? Chapter 84. Headmaster Wang Fugue. You truly have a way? Filch could not resist the temptation of her proposal, and after a brief hesitation, he inquired further. Of course. Xiaoxiao lifted her head confidently, patting her chest. If I deceive you, I will voluntarily request my expulsion. Little Hermione tugged at her arm, attempting to convey her unease about making such bold claims. Su Xiaoxiao cast her a reassuring glance, clearly confident in her plan. This is what you said. Filch ultimately relented. After all, no one can resist the opportunity to wield magic. However, this is only for tonight. If you have not returned by tomorrow, do not blame me for being unkind. Rest assured. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, offering a few last instructions to her friends before transforming into a cat and hastily departing. Draco's gaze followed her until she vanished from sight on the staircase. Su Xiaoxiao sprinted into the transformed spatial teleportation chamber. Due to the incident in the Forbidden Forest, the chamber had been temporarily sealed, and the door was locked. Alohomora. Once she resumed her human form, Su Xiaoxiao deftly retrieved her wand and unlocked the door. She swiftly entered and closed the door behind her, pressing the activation button for the spatial teleportation platform. A soft clicking sound accompanied a burst of white vapor emanating from the surroundings. Standing in the center of the platform, Su Xiaoxiao vanished in an instant. China. Immortal Cultivation Academy. Clad in her Gryffindor uniform, Su Xiaoxiao materialized in the teleportation chamber of the Immortal Cultivation Academy, startling the Guardian. Who goes there? The Guardian appeared to be a rather gaunt old man, clad in a white vest that seemed to have been neglected for ages, paired with earth-toned shorts that extended to his knees. His feet were adorned with a pair of flip-flops, and he was comfortably reclining in a rocking chair, lazily fanning himself with a handheld fan. However, the sudden appearance of Su Xiaoxiao roused him from his languor. Greetings, I am Xiaoxiao. Hailing from the Hogwarts of the Ing Kingdom. Huaxia? The old man, speaking with a thick regional accent, seemed to ponder for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, I see. Isn't the passage to Huaxia temporarily closed? How did you manage to get here?" Well, sir, please take it easy. I am here to see the principal." To see the principal? The old man's expression transformed into one of amusement, and he rose, shaking the fan. "Well, then you needn't have made the trip. I am the principal. Are you not the gatekeeper?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired, incredulity evident in her voice. "Do the current principals also serve as gatekeepers?" Upon seeing the disbelief on her face, the old man grew agitated. He tucked the fan under his arm and rummaged through his pocket, eventually producing an identification card. "Behold, my principal's credentials." Su Xiaoxiao took the document from the old man's hands and examined it closely. Principal Wang Fuguei, class of 1986, Huaxia Academy of Immortal Cultivation. The official seal seemed to lend an air of authenticity, and she felt a surge of respect. It was indeed remarkable for a principal to also serve as a gatekeeper. Returning the credentials to him, Wang Fuguei nonchalantly slipped it back into his pocket, grinning. "Now you believe me, don't you, young lady?" Yes, I do," she replied. Though her initial intention of seeking the principal had merely been a pretext for her desire to depart. As she contemplated how to navigate this situation, Wang Fuguei suddenly patted her shoulder with the fan, sending a gust of wind that carried an indescribable odor. "What brings you to me, young lady?" Struggling to conjure an excuse, Su Xiaoxiao ultimately opted for honesty and briefly explained her purpose. "I wish to utilize the spatial teleportation array here to reach the international court. Is it true that such journalists exist at the esteemed newspaper back in the Ing Kingdom? How utterly unprofessional!" Wang Fuguei exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend how someone like Rita Skeeter had not only retained her position, but had grown in notoriety. "Not to worry, young lady. Feel free to use it." Wang Fuguei waved his hand dismissively, adding, "By the way, once you arrive, seek out Ouyang Xiaoguang. He works at the international court and holds a respectable position. Mention my name, and he will assist you." "Thank you, principal," Su Xiaoxiao responded, her excitement palpable. It's no trouble at all. After all, you are one of our own in Huaxia. It would be unacceptable for you to be bullied abroad. We stand behind you." Su Xiaoxiao felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, though a cynical voice echoed in her mind. Humph, merely feigned benevolence. Riddle expressed his disdain, convinced that no one could be trusted but himself. "Come now, don't be so harsh. He is merely being kind and you are too narrow-minded." While replying to Riddle, Su Xiaoxiao stepped onto the teleportation platform, inputting International Court on the control screen and clicking confirm. In the next moment, she vanished from sight. Wang Fuguei resumed his position in the rocking chair, placing the fan over his face, and within moments he was asleep, snoring loudly. In a certain part of the Himalayas, an ancient Chinese palace nestled amidst the mountains. The howling winds and snow of the Himalayas were nearly blanketed in white. Yet inside the palace, it felt as warm as spring. Su Xiaoxiao materialized within the brightly lit palace, and the teleportation room was devoid of any guards. As she exited the chamber, she noticed the long corridor was mostly empty, though someone soon took notice of her. Little one, are you lost? A man in a black suit, adorned with thin-framed glasses, approached her, securing the documents in his hands and slightly bowing as he smiled at Xiaoxiao. Glancing at his name badge, which read Wang Ju, she found it a pleasant name, much like the man himself. I am not lost. Xiaoxiao shook her head defiantly. I am here to see Ouyang Xiaoguang. Ah. You seek Ouyang? Wang Ju nodded, inquiring with curiosity. May I ask what business you have with him? I have a case I wish to discuss. I see. Wang Ju straightened up. Unfortunately, Ouyang is off today, but I happen to be free. You can share your case with me. Thank you so much, she exclaimed, not particularly concerned about who handled her case as long as someone did. Follow me then. Wang Ju smiled, gesturing for her to accompany him. My office is on the 3rd floor. Chapter 85. A stark contrast. Wang Ju, where did you find this client? Following Wang Ju, Xiaoxiao arrived at an unusual conveyance, a cloud ladder. Unlike an elevator, this cloud could adjust its size based on the number of passengers and was notably alive. The cloud, known as a transformation cloud beast, was a tamed creature of lower intelligence, docile and quiet, with no internal organs, feeding on air, and possessing a body as soft as cotton candy. Anything that came into contact with it was gently enveloped, creating a comforting and relaxing sensation. Its swift movement made it a popular choice for serving as elevators in buildings across the country. However, the cloud beast could not work for extended periods, beyond 48 hours. It would transform from fluffy white to ominous dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and rain, necessitating a dedicated team to regularly replace it. At that moment, Xiaoxiao sat comfortably behind Wang Ju, relishing the tranquility bestowed by the cloud beast. In this cloud ladder, only Xiaoxiao, Wang Ju, and the woman who had spoken at the beginning were present. Curiously, Xiaoxiao glanced at the name badge of the woman, who was named Ling Wei. Another lovely name, befitting her striking appearance. Ling Wei, despite wearing loose professional attire, showcased her alluring figure with her sleek, curly hair. She adjusted herself comfortably, accentuating her captivating silhouette. Xiaoxiao found herself mesmerized, instinctively glancing down at her own attire. Perhaps it was better to admire the older sister instead. Is that the Hogwarts uniform? Could she possibly be one of the students sent to study at Hogwarts due to the recent diplomatic ties between Huaxia and the Ying Kingdom? Xiaoxiao was astonished that Ling Wei recognized her uniform and deduced her identity, though upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. After all, with her prestigious lineage, maintaining a low profile in Huaxia was nearly impossible. Ah, that must be it. I haven't even asked, Wang Ju interjected, attempting to deflect the conversation. Before turning to Xiaoxiao. But I do not yet know your name. Xiaoxiao, she replied, this beautiful older sister is correct. I am indeed the one sent to study at Hogwarts. Hee, such sweet words from a little sister. Ling Wei chuckled softly, but just then, the cloud ladder came to a halt, signaling that Ling Wei had reached her floor. I have arrived. You two carry on. She waved cheerfully, turning back to give Xiaoxiao a wink. Hear us a piece of advice, little sister. This fellow is the least reliable around here. With that, Ling Wei departed, leaving Wang Ju to glare at her in silence. Don't listen to her nonsense. Wang Ju turned to Xiaoxiao with a serious expression. She is just envious because I received an award this year and got a bonus, which is why she tries to scare you. May I ask what award it was? Cough. Wang Ju cleared his throat professionally. The annual fastest case resolution award. What kind of award is that? Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel puzzled and intrigued, as the title sounded rather dubious. Why are you asking so many details? Wang Ju appeared reluctant to delve any deeper into the discussion. Ah. We've arrived at the 3rd floor. Let us go. Noticing his disinterest, Xiaoxiao refrained from pressing further, though doubts about his expertise began to brew within her. It seemed prudent not to place too much trust in this individual. She would assess the situation momentarily. If he were indeed merely indulging in idle chatter, it would be wise for her to concoct an excuse and make a swift exit. As she stepped away from the cloud ladder, Xiaoxiao felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Wang Ju's office was located at the end of the corridor on the left, a space that was both inside and out, decorated in a rather peculiar and subdued manner, utterly incongruous with his personal image. Pushing open the door plastered with butterfly stickers, she was taken aback by the interior, which was adorned with an array of exquisite butterfly decorations. Her gaze drifted upward to the ceiling, where several ecological petri dishes hung, each housing butterflies that either rested still or fluttered gently. Ah, I am a fervent enthusiast of butterflies, hence the multitude of them in my office. It may appear a bit chaotic. Please don't take offense. Wang Ju entered briskly, setting aside some documents and tidying up the clutter on the sofa. Have a seat. We can converse at our leisure. He smiled warmly, removing his work attire and donning a light blue sweatshirt adorned with purple butterflies. Indeed. The journalist Rita Skeeter from the Prophecy Daily has published some slanderous remarks about me today, making malicious conjectures, Xiaoxiao explained, retrieving the newspaper from her bag and handing it to him. You can find the most conspicuous section in the upper left corner. Let me take a look. Wang Ju responded, accepting the newspaper and scrutinizing it closely. Gradually, the smile faded from his face. His grip on the paper tightened, almost crumpling it. This is utterly outrageous. He seethed, slamming the newspaper down on the table. How absurd. Why would our great China covet their so-called unicorns? And to suggest that a mysterious organization is in our employ? Ridiculous. Cautiously, Xiaoxiao reclaimed the crumpled newspaper from the table, stowing it away. Her faith in this elite's professional capabilities had significantly waned. Given his current state, if he were to handle this case, it would be a challenge merely to get to court, much less achieve a favorable verdict. She envisioned him arriving in country before the trial to confront Rita Skeeter, leading to her transformation from plaintiff to defendant. Although she hadn't laid a finger on anyone, he was the one who had instigated the situation. Quietly rising, Xiaoxiao planned to slip away unnoticed. Just as she reached the door, it swung open abruptly. A disheveled man, adorned in flamboyant attire and sporting an unkempt beard that somehow exuded a certain rugged charm, strolled in. Glancing at Xiaoxiao, who stood frozen at the threshold, the dapper gentleman proceeded, casually snatching the newspaper from her hands as he passed. Well, it seemed she was truly unable to escape now. Ouyang? Aren't you supposed to be off today? Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Ju seemed to regain his composure, his gaze flicking to Xiaoxiao with a hint of confusion. Hey Xiaoxiao, when did you arrive? Ah, I came to open the door for him, Xiaoxiao replied with an awkward smile, internally speculating whether this Ouyang was indeed the Ouyang Xiaoguang that Dean Wang had instructed her to seek. In the midst of awkwardness, she found herself caught in a limbo, standing between Wang Ju and Ouyang Xiaoguang, unsure whether to sit or leave. How ridiculous. A social butterfly like her feeling a twinge of embarrassment? Unthinkable. So, I finished my day early, she added. I see, Wang Ju remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. I've been working overtime lately and haven't ventured out much. I mistakenly thought it was still daytime. Ouyang Xiaoguang, however, chose not to engage further with him. Instead, he unfurled the newspaper, examining it intently. So you are Xiaoxiao? I will be taking your case. Hey, do you not understand the order of proceedings? I was the first to attend to her. The case should rightfully be mine. Wang Ju interjected. This matter is no trivial affair. If mishandled, it could potentially sever diplomatic ties between China and in-country, Ouyang Xiaoguang replied, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Ju. Surely not. Is it truly that serious? Wang Ju scratched his head. It seems merely an ordinary case of defamation. You wouldn't understand, Ouyang Xiaoguang sighed, rubbing his temples. In any case, you cannot involve yourself in this. Seeing Wang Ju fall silent, Ouyang Xiaoguang resignedly remarked. A phoenix tail patterned butterfly. Deal. Wang Ju's earlier displeasure vanished, a beaming smile replacing it as he nodded in agreement. Ouyang Xiaoguang shook his head in disbelief, then turned his attention to Xiaoxiao. It's rather late. How did you manage to come here? Are you not accompanied by an adult? I arrived directly from the spatial transmission chamber at the Cultivation Academy, Xiaoxiao explained. Are you Ouyang Xiaoguang? Dean Wang specifically sent me to find you. Dean Wang? Ouyang Xiaoguang paused momentarily, as if a thought struck him, prompting a smile to creep across his face. Ah, you mean Wang Fugui. I know him, since he recommended you. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Thank you. Although she felt a tad uneasy, Xiaoxiao could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. As for the fees, I will collect them from your father later. For now, you merely need to sign a few documents and await further notice, Ouyang Xiaoguang stated. Is it truly that simple? Xiaoxiao. Are there no other formalities? Indeed, it is that straightforward, Ouyang Xiaoguang affirmed with a nod. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you and the defendant will receive notification by tomorrow afternoon. Please remember to request leave from school. We will send someone to escort you. Understood. Thank you for your assistance. Xiaoxiao rose, glancing at the newspaper. Is this still useful? This serves as evidence. I need to keep it, Ouyang Xiaoguang replied. Rest assured and return home without undue worry. Then see you tomorrow. Goodbye. As she exited the office, Xiaoxiao glanced at the watch that Draco had gifted her, noting that it was now 12:48 at midnight. She needed to hurry back to Hogwarts. Once again seated on the soft, comfortable cloud ladder, she hesitated when attempting to inform the cloud beast of her desired floor, suddenly realizing that she did not know the location of the spatial transmission chamber. Caught in an awkward predicament, Xiaoxiao sat in the cloud ladder, while the obedient cloud beast remained patiently in place, occasionally emitting soft gurgling sounds, suggesting it was in high spirits. At this hour, the international court was virtually deserted, leaving Xiaoxiao alone within the cloud ladder. If there had been others present, she could have inquired for assistance. However, lingering idly was not a viable option. Reflecting on her vague memories and impressions, she finally uttered a number. I wish to go to the 11th floor. As her words left her lips, the cloud beast sprang into action, swiftly ascending. Before long, Xiaoxiao arrived at the 11th floor. She leaped off the cloud ladder and entered the corridor, surveying her surroundings. It felt somewhat familiar, yet distinctly different. Tentatively, she took a few steps forward, scrutinizing the door signs in search of the word Spatial Transmission Room. Archives, database. She quickly scanned the area, halting abruptly in front of a slightly ajar door. Glancing up at the doorplate, she noted that it bore no inscription. Who's there? As she looked up, a deep voice emanated from within. Hello. I'm looking for the Spatial Transmission Room, but I'm uncertain which floor it's on. 13th floor. Thank you. Xiaoxiao, filled with curiosity, peered inside the room, only to be greeted by an impenetrable darkness that obscured her vision. After casually shutting the door behind her, she departed from this peculiar place. Soon, she located the spatial teleportation chamber on the 13th floor, realizing that the teleportation coordinates for Hogwarts had been configured solely for the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Thus, she needed to return to the Immortal Cultivation Academy before she could finally make her way back to Hogwarts. Upon arriving at the Immortal Cultivation Academy, Xiaoxiao noted the absence of Dean Wang Fugui. She wondered if he had retreated to his quarters for a much-needed rest, or for some other reason, as only a fan remained on the chaise lounge. In an instant, Xiaoxiao's figure materialized on the teleportation platform at Hogwarts. She approached the door, casting a spell to unlock it once more. After surveying her surroundings, she transformed into a cat and dashed down the staircase towards the Gryffindor common room. The portraits on the walls were all asleep, oblivious to Xiaoxiao's presence. Standing before the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, she found the fat lady in a deep slumber, prompting her to rouse her. Fat lady, wake up. The fat lady remained in a profound sleep, even snoring softly. Xiaoxiao. A familiar voice suddenly echoed from below. Peering over the banister, Xiaoxiao spotted a blonde youth. Draco? What are you doing here so late? She inquired, surprised. Is Filch still making you clean the castle? No, that's already done. Draco yawned, gazing up at Xiaoxiao with bleary eyes. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk and happened to see you. Really? Xiaoxiao appeared skeptical, sensing that he was lying. He had clearly been waiting for her to return. Of course. Draco replied decisively. The Gryffindor common room door is quite troublesome. It seems difficult to awaken her. Why not come to the Slytherin common room instead? Xiaoxiao glanced back at the peacefully sleeping fat lady, contemplated for a moment, and then agreed. Once more transforming into a cat, she leapt from the stairs towards Draco. Hey, wait! Draco exclaimed, his face a mix of alarm as he quickly lifted his garment to catch her securely. Chapter 87. A Night in Slytherin. This is exceedingly perilous, Draco remarked, cradling the feline Xiaoxiao in his arms, still somewhat shaken. The height was indeed daunting. What if he had failed to catch her? But you caught me. Xiaoxiao giggled. Alright, let's go. I'm already feeling sleepy. Draco merely smirked, saying nothing further, and proceeded to carry her towards the Slytherin common room. Pureblood. After uttering the correct password, Draco led Xiaoxiao into the dim and damp common room. The Slytherin common room, located beneath the Black Lake, featured translucent windows that offered glimpses of the aquatic scenery below. The walls were constructed of black Gothic marble, while the ceiling was a transparent semicircle crafted from crystal, allowing one to gaze upon the shimmering water's surface above. A chandelier, bound by iron chains and emanating a greenish glow, hung from the ceiling, its eerie hue aligning perfectly with the Slytherin aesthetic, though it appeared rather dim and somewhat foreboding in absence of company. I cannot take you back to the dormitory, but you may rest on the sofa by the fireplace, Draco suggested, approaching the intricately carved hearth. If you still feel cold, I can fetch you an additional blanket. No need, I can sleep like this. Xiaoxiao had no intention of transforming back. It would be terribly embarrassing if anyone from Slytherin spotted her in her feline form. Such awkwardness was easily avoided. After all, who could resist a charming little cat napping in their common room? Certainly not Draco. Are you sure you don't need anything? Draco hesitated, then asked, or are you afraid of the dark? Oh, relax, I'm perfectly fine, Xiaoxiao reassured him, leaping down from Draco's arms to perch on the sofa. You should go to bed, it's quite late. All right, Draco conceded, realizing his own fatigue. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow, good night. Good night. The following morning, Draco was the first to awaken, careful not to disturb the others in the dormitory. After donning his uniform, he made his way to the common room. Spotting the adorable orange figure still slumbering on the sofa, Draco felt an inexplicable lightness in his heart. Approaching quietly, he tentatively reached out to stroke Xiaoxiao's head, having longed for the tactile sensation of her soft fur. Just as he was getting into it, Xiaoxiao opened her eyes. Her green cat eyes met his gray ones. And Draco instinctively held his breath. Goodness, why did he suddenly find a cat to be so strikingly beautiful? Good morning, Draco, Xiaoxiao yawned, retracting her gaze. What time is it? 7 o'clock, Draco replied. There's still some time before breakfast. Okay. Xiaoxiao stretched languidly on the sofa. Why are we up so early? You stayed up quite late. Shouldn't you sleep a little longer? My schedule is very regular. I don't indulge in sleeping in, Draco said, crossing his arms and sitting beside her. Yet, as he spoke, a yawn escaped him. Do you usually wake up this early? Xiaoxiao tilted her head, curious. What do you do all this time? A lot of things, like reading books and watering the plants, he answered. Xiaoxiao was taken aback. I never would have guessed. That's because you haven't been in Slytherin. Draco proudly lifted his chin. If you were here, you would witness my remarkable discipline daily. By the way, do you want to see the seedlings? Sorry, haha. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. The Pandora seedlings, right? Show me how they've grown. Draco stood up, moving briskly back to the dormitory. After a short while he returned, cradling a small pot with sprouting seedlings. I've been very diligent in watering them on schedule. And look, they've grown taller since last time. Indeed, quite impressive. Xiaoxiao breast. Who would have thought, Draco, you have a talent for gardening? As if I needed your validation. Draco replied with a smirk, settling back down with the pot. I'm curious, how did you manage to get the mute filch to perform magic? Xiaoxiao chuckled mischievously, not revealing the secret behind her expressive feline demeanor. As soon as the spatial teleportation between Hogwarts and the Immortal Cultivation Academy reopens, I will send Filch a letter of recommendation to help him study Chinese magic. Draco was taken aback. Is that even possible? Why not? Xiaoxiao replied, slightly annoyed. Though the systems differ, they all pertain to spells and magic, realms beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. If I can help Filch unleash his extraordinary potential, then I will have fulfilled my promise. He wouldn't be a mute any longer. Draco fell silent, pondering her words. After a moment, he decided to move past that topic. Alright, but I have another question. What question? How can you be so certain that the spatial teleportation between Hogwarts and the Immortal Cultivation Academy will be reactivated? Good question. But don't ask me again. Xiaoxiao replied with a hint of exasperation. I can't be certain, but we must hold on to some hope, right? You truly are optimistic. Thank you for the compliment. The two continued their conversation until mealtime, as other Slytherins gradually awakened. Upon seeing Draco seated with a beautiful orange cat, Pansy paused in surprise before frowning and asking, Draco, how did she end up here? Is there a problem? Of course there is. Pansy could not help but raise her voice. After all, she was a Gryffindor. Yet she was also of pure blood, was she not? Draco retorted without hesitation. Especially since she was not even clad in Gryffindor robes. At present, she was merely a cat. Why must one be so aggressive towards a mere feline? How could you defend her so fiercely, Draco? Pansy expressed her exasperation, feeling quite disheartened. Ever since that Xiaoxiao had appeared, Draco had scarcely spoken to her. This made Pansy green with envy. She had feelings for Draco, and many were aware of it. The Parkinson family and the Malfoys had been close friends for many years, and Pansy and Draco had played together since childhood. At some point, Pansy had taken it for granted that she was Draco's girlfriend, though he had never officially acknowledged it. Nevertheless, their parents viewed them as a couple. Pansy cast a resentful glance at Xiaoxiao. Had it not been for her presence, Draco would not have neglected her so. Chapter 88. A new wand? Disregarding Pansy's inexplicable antics, Draco scooped up Xiaoxiao and strode out of the common room. You and Pansy. Xiaoxiao nestled in Draco's embrace, gazing up at his chiseled jawline and fair neck, watching as his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Captivated by the sight, Xiaoxiao momentarily forgot her trailing thoughts, leaving Draco in a state of confusion. What? Draco looked down at her, only to find Xiaoxiao staring at him with a dreamy expression. His cheeks flushed instantly, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Pansy and I are nothing. Our fathers are friends, so we often played together as children. I see. You know? Draco was taken aback. Had he mentioned this to her before? Realizing her lapse, Xiaoxiao quickly averted her gaze, resting her head against Draco's arm. By the way, Pansy seems to dislike me. Do you know why? How could I possibly know? Draco's eyes wandered. Let's not speak of her. We're at the Great Hall. Will you join me for dinner in Slytherin? No, that would feel quite odd. Xiaoxiao jumped down from Draco's arms, landing gracefully and reverting to her human form. I'll head over first. Thank you for letting me stay. Not at all. Draco adjusted his bow tie, speaking somewhat awkwardly. He would not reveal to Xiaoxiao that he had not returned to the dormitory the previous night, but had instead been waiting there. He would not disclose that he had learned the sleeping charm to ensure Xiaoxiao could return to the Slytherin common room with him. Nor would he mention that he had sneaked out to observe her after she fell asleep, or that he had arisen so early just to catch a glimpse of her, to see if she was still there. He would keep all of this to himself. Proud as a Slytherin, even when in love, one does not express it flamboyantly, but rather conceals it in the heart, quietly guarding it. For a fleeting moment, Draco seemed to grasp the essence of Professor Snape's words. Withdrawing his gaze, Draco made his way to the Slytherin long table. Xiaoxiao, when did you return? Hermione waved at her, shifting aside to make room. I arrived just before 1 in the morning. Xiaoxiao sat beside her. The fat lady was in such a deep slumber. I called out to her several times, but she ignored me. Ah, so you spent the night at the entrance? Hermione's eyes filled with sympathy, but Harry suddenly interjected, wait. You should have gone to the Slytherin common room last night. How do you know that? With all eyes on him, Harry candidly replied. After we finished cleaning the castle yesterday, I noticed Malfoy hadn't returned to the Slytherin common room, but was standing at the staircase. I thought he must have been waiting for someone. However, I never anticipated he would wait there for so long, just to see you. But we're not in the same house. Why would he wait for Xiaoxiao? Ron tilted his head in confusion. And besides, the common room password hasn't changed. Xiaoxiao remained silent, instinctively glancing towards the Slytherin long table, where the striking blonde boy was easily noticeable. You should focus on your studies, little one. At your age, early romance is best avoided. The unwelcome voice of Riddle echoed in her mind, prompting Xiaoxiao to quickly avert her gaze. Upon realizing it was Riddle, she felt exasperated. Which of your eyes saw me in a romance? Don't be so quick to deny it. Remember, I have been in your mind all along. I can discern your thoughts. So what? Nothing much. I merely wish to inform you that love is a burden that a powerful wizard does not require. Riddle stated, no, to be precise. All emotions are worthless. But in the end, you were defeated by love, Xiaoxiao retorted without reservation. Since you've seen my memories, you know very well that Harry survived because of Lily's love for him. While I may not fully understand my feelings for Draco, I am certain that whatever form love takes, it is the most potent force possessed by humanity. Ha, what a naive child, Riddle chuckled lightly. Before long, you will comprehend just how correct my words are. Disregarding Riddle, Xiaoxiao focused on her meal. Just as she finished her last bite and prepared to wipe her mouth and seek Professor McGonagall for an absence, her pocket mirror suddenly vibrated. Upon inspection, it was a call from her father. Dad, what's the matter? Xiaoxiao, did you go to the international court last night? In the mirror, her father appeared with dark circles under his eyes. You need not go this afternoon. I will attend on your behalf. Really? Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Is that allowed? Of course. After all, you are still a minor. Once they informed me of the situation, I applied to represent you. In short, you should enjoy your time at Hogwarts. Eat, drink, and have fun. I will handle everything, so you need not bear any burdens. Dad, is my sweet daughter moved by her father? He chuckled. You are our precious daughter. I would never let you suffer. I'm not that moved. Xiaoxiao feigned indifference, but you look exhausted. Perhaps you should take it easy. Don't worry. These dark circles are merely a love mark left by your mother. Her father chuckled. You wouldn't understand, being a child and all. Well then, I must go. Bye. The mirror promptly returned to its original state. Xiaoxiao tucked it away. Since her father would replace her at the meeting, it was for the best. After all, when it came to verbal sparring, her diplomatic father was the expert. Without needing to say much, Xiaoxiao was confident that her father would achieve a satisfactory resolution. Rita Skeeter would surely have a tough time with him. Her spirits lifted instantly. It seemed she would not need to request a leave, but rather attend classes as usual. Stretched out, she realized they had potions class in the afternoon. How unfortunate. There would be no opportunity for a lazy nap. Oh. I believe I still have a tuft of unicorn hair, Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled, rummaging through her storage bag to retrieve a pure white tuft of hair. Thinking of the 2 unicorns that had perished before her, her mood soured. The hair in her hand had lost its luster, appearing somewhat dry. Perhaps she could give it to Ollivander to craft a new wand. Xiaoxiao contemplated. Though unsure of the purpose of another wand, she simply desired it. Chapter 89, A Magical Dream. Xiaoxiao believed she could fit the unicorn's hair into an envelope and have DNDN fly it over to Ollivander. However, after some contemplation, she ultimately concluded that it would be preferable to visit in person. Although she was not permitted to leave school as a second-year student, she could do so during Christmas. Speaking of Christmas, Halloween seemed to be approaching as well. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but fret over what gifts she should bestow upon everyone this year. In the afternoon, within the potions classroom, no one dared to be tardy for Professor Snape's class, and Xiaoxiao was no exception. Lately, she had been visiting the office less frequently to practice her occlumency with Snape, though she had made significant progress. Xiaoxiao, daydreaming in class, 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Throughout the entire potions lesson, Xiaoxiao oscillated between distraction and attentiveness. She vowed to retire early that night. She was truly exhausted. The potions class felt interminable and grueling. But at last it concluded. After the lesson, Xiaoxiao, Harry, and Neville shared expressions of relief, akin to being granted a reprieve, only to be met with Snape's disapproving glare. It was exceedingly difficult. I truly know nothing about potions. Neville lamented, his face contorted in despair. I feel the same way. Harry sighed, glancing at the yawning Xiaoxiao. But Xiaoxiao, what's the matter with you today? You're usually so engaged in potions class. Perhaps I'm just too sleepy today. Xiaoxiao yawned again. No more talking. I must return for a proper rest. But you haven't eaten yet. Hermione called out with concern. I'll eat once I wake up. Xiaoxiao yawned once more, swaying slightly as she made her way back to the dormitory. For some unknown reason, she felt particularly drowsy today, despite not having felt such fatigue in the morning. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiaoxiao collapsed onto her bed and fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. Truly a record for her. In her hazy slumber, she experienced an exceptionally long dream. In this dream, she saw Rita Skeeter and her father in a grand, solemn venue, where a row of judges, clad in suits adorned with badges, sat in the center. Suddenly, one of the judges raised a gavel and struck it, causing the scene to abruptly shift. Filch was seen meandering through the castle, cradling Mrs. Norris and muttering something under his breath. Xiaoxiao focused intently, straining to hear. Wasn't I promised the opportunity to learn magic? Why have I seen no one all day? She froze in realization. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes and glanced at her wristwatch. 6:34 p.m. The great hall had not yet closed. She could still make it for dinner. Resolute, she got out of bed and hurriedly left the dormitory. In a picturesque forest in Huaxia, a popular tourist destination thronged with visitors, the scenery was breathtaking. A cascading waterfall tumbled down, sending countless droplets into the verdant river below, which splashed against the banks, perpetually soaking the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, a massive serpent plunged from behind the waterfall, crashing into the river. A black ring adorned its body, shimmering with blue light. As it swam downstream, the blue light transformed into a crimson hue, accompanied by a blaring alarm. The serpent seemed agitated by the noise, emitting pained hisses as its speed diminished. Attempting to escape, are we? A low, gravelly voice echoed from behind. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing this voice, the serpent swam with renewed vigor, as if it had experienced great pain from this individual in the past, and now feared him greatly. Behind the serpent, the air appeared to distort, and suddenly, a man cloaked in black with an indistinct visage materialized. He held an oval-shaped button in his right hand, which also glowed with a sinister red light, seemingly linked to the serpent's black ring. This is your third escape. I might forgive you this time. But should there be a fourth, my leniency will vanish, he sneered at Nagini. The man extended his hand towards her, suddenly gripping and yanking, causing Nagini to be pulled back by an unseen force and crash heavily to the ground. Hiss! She cried out, and the man seemed to understand her distress, gently pinching Nagini's head to compel her to meet his gaze. Do not hold out hope for your worthless master. He is barely managing to survive. If you truly care for him, you would be wise to persuade him to cease his futile resistance and join us. It will only benefit him. Of course. The man nodded. If he agrees, I shall grant him a new lease on life. As for the silver binding, your pleas are in vain. We have only deciphered the tormenting curse, not the counter-curse. Nagini ceased to respond, drained of strength as the black ring tormented her body and spirit. Her only escape from this torment would be a fatal collision. The man, appearing rather pleased, chuckled softly, raising his left hand to tap a few times. In an instant, a bystander who had been clandestinely observing from the underbrush collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The man and Nagini vanished from sight, and shortly after, the corpse seemed to accelerate through time, rapidly desiccating into a mummified form. Having hastily consumed a few bites, Xiaoxiao rushed out of the great hall in search of Filch. Instinctively, she headed towards the location she had seen Filch in her dream. Sure enough, she soon spotted his figure not far off. Upon seeing Xiaoxiao approach, Mrs. Norris let out a meow, leaping from Filch's arms and elegantly striding towards her. If you had arrived a few minutes later, I would have gone to the headmaster's office, Filch said, his bulging eyes wide with urgency, clearly unamused. What's the rush? It's not like I can run. Xiaoxiao chuckled. I came as soon as I finished my meal. I haven't forgotten. You better not have. Filch glared at her. Though he appeared skeptical. I've fulfilled my promise to you. Now it's time for you to honor yours. Of course. Xiaoxiao nodded, but... Chapter 90, Little Dumbledore. But... Filch's voice rose in pitch, revealing his displeasure as he regarded her. It seemed that any unsatisfactory word from Xiaoxiao could send him into a frenzy, rushing straight to the headmaster to report her. However, for Xiaoxiao, it mattered little whether Filch chose to report her or not. She had already accomplished her task. The reason she had negotiated with Filch was merely to prevent him from informing Dumbledore, who might then prohibit her from using the spatial transport array to leave Hogwarts. Now that she had completed her business, even if Dumbledore sought to punish her, it would likely be lenient. Of course, Xiaoxiao was the epitome of reliability. Do not fret, Filch. My but merely means you will have to wait a few more days. Why? Filch's expression soured slightly. Because the spatial transport array from Hogwarts to the Immortal Cultivation Academy has yet to be activated. You cannot enter the academy to study Huaxia magic at this time. Filch appeared utterly bewildered. What? What does this have to do with the spatial transport array and Huaxia magic? I have conducted a simple analysis for you. Observe. You are incapable of wielding wizardry, correct? Ferk remained silent, reluctantly nodding in agreement. In light of this, might it not suggest that you possess remarkable talent in the realm of Chinese magic? Do not be too hasty in dismissing your abilities, Ferk. Your lack of confidence is palpable. I am aware of your yearning for magic, yet one cannot simply hang oneself from a solitary tree. God, or rather, Merlin, may have closed a door to you, but the Jade Emperor has surely opened a window. Furthermore, the diversity of Chinese magic does not necessitate the use of a wand, and myriad avenues await your exploration, such as talisman crafting, alchemy, martial arts, and so forth. Additionally, almost anything can serve as your weapon. Is that not splendid? It seems there is some merit to this notion. Ferk instinctively nodded, feeling a sense of awe despite his inability to fully comprehend the words. So Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. Having successfully placated Ferk, she had boasted grandly, hoping for the Jade Emperor's blessing. If Ferk were not a prodigy in cultivation, it would be quite the embarrassment. After silently invoking a few blessings from the Jade Emperor, Xiaoxiao finally managed to soothe Ferk, adding yet another loyal overseas admirer to the fold of Chinese magic. I believe you are correct. Ferk's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. I should believe in myself. Since Merlin has not afforded me the opportunity to be a wizard, I shall embrace the embrace of the Jade Emperor. It is the Jade Emperor, Xiaoxiao corrected gently. Once the spatial teleportation array is reactivated, I will assist you in drafting a recommendation letter for the Immortal Cultivation Academy. You shall be able to enter directly. Will the spatial teleportation station truly reopen? Ferk inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Do not speak such disheartening words. Xiaoxiao encouraged, urging him to lift his spirits. Ferk regarded her as though she were a fool. And one more thing. Will the Immortal Cultivation Academy truly accept me? After all, I am rather advanced in age. Age is no barrier to cultivation. The pursuit of knowledge is an endless journey, Xiaoxiao replied while cradling Mrs. Loris, scratching her chin, prompting a contented purr from the feline. After bidding farewell to Ferk and Mrs. Loris, Xiaoxiao initially intended to return to her dormitory, yet somehow found herself at the headmaster's office. Well, since I am here, I might as well check if old Dumbledore is present. With that thought, she approached and uttered the correct incantation. Candied hawthorn. Recently, old Dumbledore had developed a fondness for this sweet and tangy snack from China. After tasting the first bite of the hawthorn candied skewer, he had become utterly enamored with its flavor. Is the headmaster in? Xiaoxiao peered inside, but did not see old Dumbledore's figure. Fox seemed to have undergone a rebirth and now appeared rather impressive. Upon noticing Su Xiaoxiao's arrival, Fox called out to her. Is old Dumbledore out? Su Xiaoxiao approached and gently stroked Fox's smooth feathers. It's you, Su. Albus is not here, but young Albus is. At that moment, a miniature Dumbledore suddenly leapt from behind Fox, clad in a deep blue lion-themed silk nightgown, perched adorably atop Fox. This little figure was a gift Su Xiaoxiao had given Dumbledore the previous year, a tiny effigy capable of mimicking others. It seemed Dumbledore cherished this gift, even going so far as to provide it with a fitting nightgown. The little Dumbledore and Fox seemed to share a delightful camaraderie. Su Xiaoxiao spotted a small bed that old Dumbledore had provided for the little figure, yet it was evident that the little Dumbledore preferred to snuggle with Fox while sleeping. You seem to be doing quite well. You ought to address me as Headmaster Little Dumbledore. How disrespectful. The little Dumbledore pouted, swatting Su Xiaoxiao's hand away. What brings you here at such a late hour? Oh, nothing in particular. I was just passing by and thought I would check on old Dumbledore. But since he is not here, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. The little Dumbledore called after her. I wish to ask you something. What is it? Su Xiaoxiao inquired curiously, wondering what this little figure, who required neither sustenance nor drink while dwelling in the headmaster's office, could possibly want. I want to know. Who is Gellert? Upon hearing this name, Su Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Where did you hear that name? I accidentally overheard it from Great Albus. The little Dumbledore blinked. You know him, do you not? Could you tell me about him? I truly wish to understand. What is your interest in him? Su Xiaoxiao regarded him warily. Could it be that this little figure, resembling Dumbledore, had replicated not only his appearance but also his emotions? I wish to bring him here, the little Dumbledore declared. Great Albus sometimes dreams of him at night and speaks his name. I do not know who he is, but I believe this Gellert must be someone very important to Great Albus. He is the one Great Albus cares for most. With him around, Great Albus would not wear such a melancholic expression at night. The effigy holds a significant place in the rich and mystical traditions of Chinese culture, embodying various auspicious meanings. The effigy Su Xiaoxiao selected for Dumbledore symbolizes the wish for no regrets, and the hope to meet those one longs for. Each effigy carries its own unique blessing, a principle they are destined to uphold. Thus, it is only natural for the little Dumbledore to seek the whereabouts of Gellert Grindelwald. Chapter 91. Dream Interpretation? Gellert Grindelwald was once a figure of great significance in Headmaster Dumbledore's life, Su Xiaoxiao pondered, hesitating for a moment. In truth, he remains important even now. The little Dumbledore tilted his head, puzzled by Su Xiaoxiao's expression. Why do you say once? The little Dumbledore was about to press further, when a familiar voice resonated behind Su Xiaoxiao. Because he is no longer significant. Su Xiaoxiao was startled. Turning to see Dumbledore in his white robe standing there, his expression inscrutable yet seemingly restrained. Beneath his crescent-shaped glasses, his blue eyes, cloudy yet wise, shone brightly. The dim light cast over Dumbledore's tall, slender frame accentuated the shadows beneath his high brow and deep-set eyes, obscuring the emotions that lay within. Headmaster Dumbledore. Su Xiaoxiao stood awkwardly as if she had misspoken. We merely. Good evening, Great Albus. The little Dumbledore interjected, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the moment. I apologize for inadvertently overhearing your dreams. I meant no offense. I simply wish to avoid seeing you so filled with sorrow and regret each day. It is of no consequence, Dumbledore replied, averting his gaze as he moved toward his seat. His old friend, Fox, seemed to sense the tension, lowering his head to gently nuzzle Dumbledore's arm. Such matters are not unspeakable. Su Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. You need not feel this way. However, I am quite curious as to why you would utter that particular phrase. Dumbledore smiled, perhaps to ease Su Xiaoxiao's discomfort. Gellert Grindelwald was indeed someone very significant in my life. In our youth, others often remarked that we resembled brothers. Yet, the latter sentiment remained unspoken, quietly acknowledged within his heart. Given that he was once such an important figure, it must be exceedingly difficult to truly forget him. Su Xiaoxiao ventured. Headmaster Dumbledore. Do you wish to see him again? Upon hearing this question, Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback. To dwell perpetually in the past is not a path one should tread. Dumbledore did not directly address Su Xiaoxiao's inquiry. Sometimes, learning to bid farewell can indeed be a valuable lesson. Did she truly wish to never see him again? Su Xiaoxiao instinctively probed further, but as soon as the words escaped her lips, she felt a twinge of regret for their impoliteness. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, seemingly reluctant to delve further into the matter. It is quite late now. Perhaps you should return and rest, he suggested. Indeed, Headmaster, Su Xiaoxiao nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. By the way, Headmaster, I would like to know if the spatial teleportation platform will be operational next week. Although the question seemed somewhat superfluous, she entertained the hope that Dumbledore might provide her with a definitive answer. We shall endeavor to ensure it, Dumbledore replied. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Your focus should be on your studies. Moreover, regarding the recent inaccurate report about you in the Daily Prophet by Rita Skeeter, she has already faced her due reckoning. I trust you are aware of this, or rather, one might say your involvement is evident, is it not? Indeed, nothing escapes Dumbledore's keen perception. Xiaoxiao nodded. She was untroubled by Dumbledore's awareness, fearing only that he might hinder her endeavors. You ought to have informed me sooner. You may have thought I would disapprove, but in truth, I wholeheartedly support this matter on your behalf, Dumbledore remarked. The Daily Prophet certainly requires a thorough overhaul. Has Rita Skeeter's judgment been rendered? Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. I presumed you were already informed, Dumbledore replied, somewhat taken aback. The verdict was delivered this evening. Since you have received no news today, you can likely expect it by tomorrow morning. So soon? Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished. They only went to court last night, and the defendant was summoned this morning. How can a ruling be reached so swiftly? You ought to thank your diplomat father, Dumbledore noted. He has been of immense assistance to you. So that was the reason. If it was indeed due to her father, it made sense. Well then, everything that needed to be said has been addressed. As an elder, I cannot keep pace with your youthful vigor. Late nights are not suited for me. The implication in Dumbledore's words was unmistakable. If Xiaoxiao were to linger any longer, it would become quite irksome. After bidding him good night, she exited the headmaster's office. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hermione was still awake, awaiting her arrival. Why weren't you in the dormitory? Hermione had already changed out of her school robes and donned a comfortable pair of pajamas adorned with cute pandas, a soft pink velvet set they had purchased during a summer shopping spree at the monster market. Xiaoxiao also possessed a yellow one. I woke up, had a meal in the hall, and then went to find Filch and the headmaster, Xiaoxiao replied with a chuckle, sprawling across Hermione's bed. The scent emanating from Hermione was delightful, a subtle blend of ink and books. Hermione, I had the most extraordinary dream this evening. What dream? Hermione inquired, settling beside her with a book. Xiaoxiao glanced at the cover. It was a compendium of the Chinese magical beasts. It was a rather special and peculiar dream. I had 2 dreams in total, though neither lasted long, Xiaoxiao explained. The first was in the international court, where I witnessed Rita Skeeter being judged by the magistrate. Then in the second dream, I saw Filch. He was carrying Mrs. Norris, wandering about the base of the staircase, muttering about my failure to uphold a promise. And then? Hermione tilted her head, eager for more. Then the most astonishing part occurred. Xiaoxiao sat up, her face alight with excitement. I actually found Filch near the base of the staircase. And concerning the first dream, I learned from old Dumbledore that the verdict for Rita Skeeter was already delivered this evening. Hermione pondered for a moment, genuinely analyzing Xiaoxiao's dream. Regarding dream interpretation, I recall reading in that dream interpretation guide you lent me that most dreams reflect our daily thoughts and do not hold special significance. However, upon further reflection, your dreams do seem to possess an air of prophetic quality. I am uncertain, but I can assist you in researching this tomorrow, Hermione offered. The following day, Hermione rose early and after attending her classes, hurried to the library with Xiaoxiao. Precognitive dreams, as the name implies, allow one to foresee events that may transpire in the future. These dreams can be categorized into innate precognition and acquired precognition. Innate precognitive dreamers are born with the gift of foresight. The duration of their dreams correlates with their growth, enabling them to accurately predict future events. However, such individuals typically do not enjoy long lives, as they are rumored to be reincarnated celestial beings, though this remains to be substantiated. Upon reading this, Hermione glanced up at Xiaoxiao. You must belong to the acquired precognition category, correct? Indeed, Xiaoxiao nodded, recalling, I only dreamt of this last evening. Very well. Let me take a look. Hermione flipped a page. Acquired precognitive dreamers have an unclear origin, and it is highly probable that their abilities will fade over time. However, there exists a small chance that they may develop extraordinary foresight while awake. Did you have any more precognitive dreams last night? Hermione asked, looking up. No. I did not dream last night, Xiaoxiao answered honestly. I was likely too exhausted. I slept soundly until dawn. I see, Hermione mused. Given the brevity of time, I cannot ascertain whether your condition will dissipate or evolve into a precognitive ability. Therefore, I have decided that I will record your dreams daily from now on. Hermione produced a notebook from beneath her book. I have already noted yesterday's, and today you did not dream, correct? Yes. Xiaoxiao leaned on the table, watching Hermione's pen dance across the page. By the way, why haven't I seen Lockhart these past few days? He has taken leave, apparently to attend some fan meeting. Hermione replied. I see. After perusing a book for a while, Xiaoxiao found herself feeling bored, and decided to pull out the long-distance mirror to chat with her childhood friend, Huang Yunyan. Catching a glimpse of Madame Pants, who was mostly obscured by a bookshelf, Xiaoxiao raised a book in front of her and placed the mirror within. Little girl. It hasn't been long since you last called. Tell me, are you missing me? You're so annoying. Xiaoxiao ritortid, exasperatid. Can you be normal for once? I would truly appreciate it. Stubborn girl, I like it. Huang Yunyan seemed determined to maintain this playful banter. Admit it, you've already fallen for me. Listen to your heart. Don't resist. Xiaoxiao chose silence, merely hanging up the communication. Moments later, Huang Yunyan called again. I was wrong. I was wrong. Huang Yunyan chuckled. By the way, Xiaoxiao, are you at the library again? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the librarian? Of course I'm afraid, but I'm so bored right now, Xiaoxiao confessed, rummaging through her bag to share some white rabbit milk candies with Hermione, unwrapping one and popping it into her mouth. By the way, your headmaster is quite dedicated. He was overseeing the spatial teleportation room late at night, speaking in a dialect, and dressed rather casually. If he hadn't shown me his headmaster's certificate, I would have thought he was merely a gatekeeper. Huang Yunyan raised a questioning eyebrow. Our headmaster has never guarded the door to the spatial teleportation room. While it's true that he is quite approachable, his Mandarin is top-notch. He cannot possibly speak in a dialect. Now it was Xiaoxiao's turn to be bewildered. Who did I see in your school's spatial teleportation room the night before last? You came to our school the night before last? Huang Yunyan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before slapping the table in realization. You Xiaoxiao, came and didn't he even give me a heads up? At that moment, I had pressing matters to attend to and could hardly spare a thought for you. Xiaoxiao casually brushed off the conversation. No? Are you certain that isn't your principal? Yet he truly possessed a principal's certificate. What is his name? Huang Yunyan inquired. Our principal is named Wang Fugue. Indeed. That is correct. His credentials explicitly state Wang Fugue. The two exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly perplexed. How curious. Could it be that our principal actually lurks by the spatial teleportation chamber at night? Huang Yunyan mused, stroking her chin. No, I must investigate the situation tonight. Await my return with news. With that, she abruptly ended the communication. Xiaoxiao, equally bewildered, stowed away her telescope. During lunchtime, a flock of owls swooped in from outside, incessantly dropping letters and parcels upon the tables. The hall was soon filled with the cacophony of various owls hooting, when suddenly, a melodious and resonant call pierced through the air. Everyone looked up to see a radiant golden void appear above Xiaoxiao's head. Moments later, a magnificent bird, shimmering with iridescent colors, emerged from the glowing aperture. Its head was adorned with 3 circular feathers, and its long flowing tail sparkled with resplendent hues, trailing a dreamlike luminescence as it soared. What a beautiful bird! The girls gazed in astonishment and delight at the enchanting creature. And it was not just the girls. The boys too expressed awe. For who could resist the allure of beauty? Anyone who could, surely had questionable taste. Dumbledore observed the bird, composed entirely of radiant light. As it flew directly towards Xiaoxiao, the luminescence that formed its body then scattered, revealing a notification slip marked with a red seal that landed in Xiaoxiao's hand. The vibrant specks of light descended like autumn leaves, and when Harry curiously reached out to catch one, it vanished without a trace upon touching his palm. What was that just now? Ron exclaimed, still recovering from the stunning sight of the luminous bird. Others nodded in agreement. It is the avatar of the messenger bird, Xiaoxiao explained while unfolding the notification slip. The messenger bird, also known as the dawnlight bird, is a divine creature born from the union of the Lishan phoenix and the Yaoguang finch, endowed with the ability to create countless avatars. It emanates a divine light and can traverse the void, covering vast distances in a single day. Wow. Ron couldn't help but exclaim, that sounds incredible. Its combat prowess is not particularly formidable, to be honest. However, due to its ability to create avatars, the Dawnlight Bird has entered into a cooperative agreement with the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, providing it with the means to produce communicative avatars in exchange for 10 tons of crystal each year. I see. As Xiaoxiao unfolded the notification slip, she discovered it was a judgment notice from the International Court regarding Rita Skeeter's defamation case against her. What does it say? Hermione leaned closer, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Rita Skeeter has been dismissed from the Daily Prophet and sentenced to 3 years in confinement. Additionally, she will publicly apologize to me tomorrow. Well done. Fred exclaimed excitedly. George chimed in. Where is she being held? Azkaban? Xiaoxiao scrutinized the notification slip closely. Ah, found it. She isn't imprisoned in Azkaban, but rather in an underwater prison at Sun Moon Lake in Huaxia Bay. What kind of place is that? I'm not quite sure, Xiaoxiao admitted, shaking her head. She genuinely didn't know, as such matters were of little concern to her. I hope she can reflect on her actions while there, Hermione remarked. However, despite Skeeter facing repercussions, the waves of public opinion had already begun to stir. Hermione did not continue, as Xiaoxiao understood the implications of her unspoken thoughts. In order for the spatial teleportation platform to function normally, we cannot remain idle. We must take action. First, we need to address the public uproar, Hermione stated calmly. Perhaps we can rally everyone to draft a joint letter to the Daily Prophet to affirm Xiaoxiao's innocence. That's a splendid idea. Ron's eyes lit up. Xiaoxiao is well liked at school. I'm sure many would be eager to help. By the way, isn't tomorrow Halloween? Perhaps we could utilize the festivities to our advantage. Hermione pondered, her mind racing with ideas. Let us finish our meal, and then head to the common room to discuss. Harry suggested. This isn't the best place for such conversations. Indeed, Xiaoxiao nodded, suddenly recalling something. She glanced over at the Slytherin table, but Draco can't join us. We should find another place. How about Hagrid's hut? Harry proposed again, albeit it was somewhat cramped. No, Hagrid's hut is too small. It cannot accommodate many people. Hermione countered. Hey, let me interject. Since we need to mobilize so many individuals, why not establish a Xiaoxiao club? George's suggestion was a touch audacious. Yet it instantly sparked inspiration among the group. Fred and George high-fived, excitement radiating from them. It's settled then. Let us come up with a name for the club. I'll start. How about the Super Sue Club? Not great, Ron grimaced. Xiaoxiao is incredibly popular in Hogwarts. Almost no one dislikes her. She's like a beloved mascot here, so I think the club should be named the Little Xiaoxiao Fan Club. Ginny, the group's darling, joined the naming team. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she smiled shyly and said, I have an idea for a mascot. Xiaoxiao is like a mascot at Hogwarts, adored by everyone. And her original form is that of a cute cat, which is perfect for a mascot. That's a good idea. Seamus chimed in, agreeing. Sue has a strong affinity and can get along with classmates from other houses in years, even with Slytherins who typically clash with us. So, how about Hogwarts Mascot Club? Seamus exclaimed enthusiastically. Hogwarts Mascot Club, abbreviated as HMC. That's not bad. It's unexpected, Seamus. You have a knack for this. Hee. It seemed everyone was fond of the name Seamus suggested, and he bashfully grinned, the sudden praise making him slightly embarrassed. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Xiaoxiao, was still a bit dazed. How did the topic shift from addressing public outrage to establishing a club and naming it? She had merely taken a moment to nibble on a couple of chicken legs, and suddenly, the conversation had veered into unfamiliar territory. That was when Xiaoxiao slowly raised her hand, meekly interjecting, What's going on here? From this point forward, Seamus was no longer just a brilliant explosive expert. He was also a naming prodigy. I second that. Me too. Clearly, everyone was quite animated, oblivious to Xiaoxiao's attempts to speak. With a distressed expression, Xiaoxiao thought, Is this what you call mascot treatment? I certainly don't feel like the cherished one at this moment. Ultimately, it was the ever-thoughtful Hermione who noticed Xiaoxiao's plight. Hey, Xiaoxiao has something to say. The group quieted down, all eyes turning towards her. Xiaoxiao cast a grateful glance at Hermione and said, Actually, you all don't need to go through the trouble of forming a club for me. Absolutely not. Xiaoxiao was startled, a timid gaze cast upon them. Xiaoxiao, please don't decline. We've already settled on a name. How could we simply abandon the idea? George nodded, acknowledging Fred's words, and added, Everyone adores you. Isn't the essence of the club rooted in affection? Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words, unable to decline their goodwill. Very well. I sincerely appreciate everyone's affection. Thank you, she replied. So we still haven't solidified a location, have we? Harry pointed out the crux once more. We know a place. The Weasley twins were ever brimming with ideas. Perhaps you've heard of the Room of Requirement? The Room of Requirement? It seems not many are familiar with it. It is an extraordinary chamber that appears and vanishes at will, materializing only when a person is in dire need of it. Moreover, it is furnished precisely to meet the seeker's requirements. Hermione interjected suddenly, I believe I've read about it in a book. The Room of Requirement is the most enigmatic room within Hogwarts Castle. It can change according to the user's whims, and can fulfill any request. Indeed. The Weasley twins nodded enthusiastically, giving Hermione a thumbs up in appreciation. That sounds splendid, Ron remarked, tilting his head. Where is it located? I'm not certain. Hermione shook her head. It lacks a specific location, but from what I gather, it's probably somewhere on the 8th floor. We could attempt to find it shortly. Chapter 94. The Masquerade Ball? Xiaoxiao was still grappling with the sudden reality of possessing a club, floating in a delightful yet inexplicable emotional state. It was a mixture of surprise and subtlety. The sensation of being cherished by everyone filled her with joy and profound gratitude. After their meal, the Weasley twins set off to search for the Room of Requirement. Colin Creevey, upon hearing about their intention to establish HMC, excitedly expressed his desire to join and volunteered to be the club's official photographer. Why don't we seize this opportunity to create a Harry Potter fan club as well? Colin exclaimed, clutching his camera with wide, eager eyes directed at Harry and the others. Harry, feeling a bit awkward, quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, I'm not keen on that. Oh. What a pity, Colin visibly deflated. After glancing at Harry, who maintained his stern refusal, Colin reluctantly abandoned the idea with a sigh. Little Colin can help us with photographing, organizing and editing. This is a crucial task, as we will submit it to the Daily Prophet for clarification, Xiaoxiao mused. Colin, can I entrust you with this daunting task? You can handle it, right? Of course. Colin Creevey nodded enthusiastically, regaining his spirited demeanor. I assure you, I will do an excellent job. After saying this, he pressed the camera button and snapped a picture of Xiaoxiao. Click, click. Xiaoxiao chuckled helplessly. Not right now. Wait until we finalize the location before taking pictures. All right. Colin Creevey obediently nodded, his adorable demeanor prompting Xiaoxiao to affectionately ruffle his hair. This feels quite nice. Colin stood in stunned surprise, unsure why Xiaoxiao had suddenly touched his head, yet he found the sensation rather pleasant. All right. Let us gather opinions from our classmates regarding the establishment of HMC and the potential activation of the space transfer platform, Hermione remarked, glancing at the time on Xiaoxiao's wrist. We have an hour until class starts. Let us get as much done as we can before the castle cleanup. Indeed. They were still under the punishment of cleaning the castle, and time after classes was limited. Once they completed the areas assigned by Filch, curfew would likely arrive. Are we planning anything for Halloween tomorrow? Ron inquired. Xiaoxiao and Hermione exchanged glances. Of course, we should make good use of this holiday. What should we do? Xiaoxiao shrugged. I haven't thought it through yet. Hermione, do you have any ideas? Well, I have a rough concept, Hermione replied. If we can find the Room of Requirement today or tomorrow morning, we could host a ball or a gathering in there. If possible, we can prepare the invitations tonight and distribute them to every student. The invitations should also include information about HMC, meaning receiving one would be akin to receiving an invitation to join HMC. If they attend the ball, it indicates their willingness to join. Then we can utilize the Halloween ball to collect signatures and provide a unified explanation based on their inquiries. This way, we can save a great deal of time. And if all goes well, we could submit the clarifications and signatures to the Daily Prophet the day after tomorrow. Naturally, all this hinged on whether the Weasley twins could successfully locate the Room of Requirement. Otherwise, they would still have to ponder where to establish the club. Although Hogwarts Castle is vast with numerous rooms, many were small and could not accommodate many people. However, the Chamber of Secrets had ample space. Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of excitement at the thought of renovating the chamber, but with time pressing and tasks heavy, she decided to postpone that idea for later. Since we have an hour left, why don't we split up? Xiaoxiao suggested. One group can join the Weasley twins in searching for the Room of Requirement, while the rest can work on gathering opinions and preparing invitations for tomorrow's Halloween ball. Sounds good, everyone nodded in agreement. Ron raised his hand to speak. So, are we definitely holding a ball tomorrow? That's the plan. Ron, do you have any other thoughts? I don't, Ron scratched his head. I just meant that if there's a ball, don't we need to prepare formal attire? I doubt everyone will have time to prepare that in such a short span. Formal attire? Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before a brilliant idea struck her. Oh. Since it's Halloween, we could host a masquerade ball. As for costumes and makeup, no one needs to worry. I can provide that. Don't forget my uncle, Iron Handan, who runs a large supermarket in Huaxia. Although Halloween is scarcely celebrated in Huaxia, he still prepares supplies for various festive occasions at his monster supermarket. The more she thought about it, the more excited Xiaoxiao became about the upcoming masquerade ball. I need to start preparing. You all can divide the tasks among yourselves. With that, Xiaoxiao dashed off, leaving Hermione and the others momentarily bewildered. She seems quite enthusiastic, Harry remarked, looking adorably dazed. About the masquerade ball and everything. She didn't even ask us what we should dress up as. Most likely, she'll provide us with costumes according to her preferences, Ron speculated. To satisfy her little whims. Agreed. Enough talk, let us get moving. Hermione encouraged herself, giving her face a little pat. I'll go prepare the invitations. Who wants to join me? Meanwhile, after rushing off, Xiaoxiao found a secluded spot to sit down and pulled out her enchanted mirror to contact her Uncle Iron Dare, who was far away in Huaxia. Hey, is that my little Xiaoxiao? What brings you to contact me today? The mirror displayed her uncle, a plump and endearing figure, grinning at her while sipping on a cup of bamboo shoot milk tea. Uncle Iron, with Halloween tomorrow, we're planning to host a masquerade ball. But time is too tight, and we haven't had the chance to prepare costumes and props. I understand. Diego nodded vigorously, taking a deep sip of bubble tea before crumpling the empty bottle and tossing it into the trash bin. Xiaoxiao, just wait a moment. Uncle Tai will arrange everything for you. Chapter 95. The substitute professor for defense against the dark arts is do we need it for tomorrow? Tai Gon inquired with a thick Sichuan accent. We do indeed. Xiaoxiao affirmed with a nod, only to suddenly realize her accent had also been influenced. Much to her chagrin. Apologies, Uncle Tai. No need for pleasantries. Just wait, and I'll have it delivered to you tonight. After exchanging a few more words, their conversation came to a close. Meanwhile, in the library, Hermione, Ginny, and several other classmates were busy organizing invitation letters. They had already prepared quite a few, creating 4 distinct types of invitations based on the colors of the 4 houses. With 5 more grades yet to be completed, it seemed an all-nighter was in store. Hermione stretched lazily, glanced at the time, and said, "We have 10 minutes until class starts. Let us go." Upon leaving the library, Hermione encountered Harry, Ron, and Neville on their way to herbology class. The trio wore expressions of excitement and exhilaration, and as soon as they spotted Hermione, they began to babble incoherently about the thrilling news they had just received. Hey Hermione, what a coincidence. We really found it. The room of requirement. It actually exists, right across from the tapestry of the giant troll on the 8th floor. Ron exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. It wasn't exactly a sudden appearance, Harry interjected. I was just very anxious because there was less than half an hour until class, so I was eager to find it. I remember pacing back and forth 3 times. And then a very smooth door appeared on the wall. Neville, slightly out of breath from their hurried run, added, Harry quickly informed us, and we all went inside together. The space was vast, almost the size of the Quidditch pitch. Just as I imagined, there was a large stage in the center, along with round tables and chairs. It was truly astonishing. The room of requirement adapts to the needs of those who seek it, and Harry's fervent desire to find it, coupled with his clarity of intention, must have been what allowed it to manifest. Hermione reflected on the content from her readings, and provided a brief explanation. All right. Enough of that. We're going to be late. In the afternoon they had 2 classes, herbology and defense against the dark arts. However, due to Lockhart taking leave to host his book signing event, another professor would be substituting for defense against the dark arts. The students were buzzing with curiosity about who the substitute professor would be. Some speculated it would be Professor Snape, as he had long desired this position, while others believed it could be Professor Flitwick, a highly skilled wizard and former champion of the Hogwarts dueling club. There were even more outrageous rumors circulating, with some daring to suggest that Dumbledore himself might teach the class. Though this seemed far-fetched, many still harbored a sense of anticipation. In herbology class, their previously planted mandrakes had fully matured. Now, with the presence of Xiaoxiao, an original character in the story, Professor Sprout had received numerous magical seeds from her, and today, they were set to prune the newly grown iron branches from the bronze trees. The bronze tree, do not be misled. It is not the iron clump found in Muggle museums, but a genuine plant, unique and extraordinary. Its seeds and its normal state are both bronze in color, and when struck, it emits a resonant hum. Under normal growth conditions, the bronze tree remains entirely bronze from germination to fruiting. However, it often grows crookedly, producing iron branches. For the bronze tree, iron branches are akin to dead twigs, but since they are quite hard and do not easily fall off, someone must help clear them away. Pruning the iron branches requires special tools and methods. We must use steel shears that are even harder than the branches themselves, cutting along the distinct boundary between bronze and iron. Then we need to apply bronze liquid evenly to the cut areas using a brush like this. Professor Sprout eagerly explained and demonstrated, genuinely excited as it was her first time pruning iron branches from the bronze tree. Alright, does everyone understand? Professor Sprout set down the steel shears with satisfaction, placing the cut iron branches aside. Now everyone please handle the shears with care. They are extremely sharp, and a mere touch could draw blood. Now let us begin pruning. This is far more enjoyable than repotting mandrakes. Draco's voice rang from a distance, as he wielded a pair of steel shears larger than his face, aiming at the boundary between bronze and iron before applying pressure. Snip! A crisp sound echoed, followed by an iron branch falling onto the table with a clatter. Draco calmly dipped the brush into the bronze liquid, and began to apply it to the cut area. Oh, this is nothing, how dull. Goodness! Suddenly, Crab beside Draco exclaimed, drawing the attention of their peers. Curious gazes turned toward him. Crab held one hand on the steel shears, and the other grasping a segment of tree branch with copper green and rust red hues. His face splattered with a copious amount of green goo. This viscous liquid emitted a vaguely unpleasant metallic odor, causing Draco to recoil in distaste. What are you doing? Professor Sprout, drawn by the commotion, hurried over. Scourgify. Instantly, the green goo on Crab's face was cleaned away. Then, Professor Sprout quickly grabbed a handful of bronze powder from a nearby table, which had not yet been mixed with glue to create bronze liquid, and sprinkled it over the area still oozing green goo. Remarkably, after the bronze powder was applied, the spot ceased to ooze and began to visibly repair itself. This is a vivid example. If you do not follow my instructions and cut along the boundary between bronze and iron, this is the consequence. Now everyone, pay attention and continue pruning. Before long, the class was consumed with pruning iron branches and the unexpected goo incident. During the 15-minute break, Xiaoxiao and her friends ventured to the room of requirement to check on things. They then discussed the invitations with Hermione and her group before the time for their second class arrived. Driven by curiosity about the substitute professor, they eagerly entered the defense against the dark arts classroom. Chapter 96. The moment of dream fulfillment for Professor Snape. I'm the first, Ron exclaimed, sprinting ahead and being the first to enter the classroom. Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, but upon seeing Ron dash in, she suddenly halted at the doorway. What's wrong, Ron? As the second to arrive, Xiaoxiao curiously peered inside and discovered a professor already waiting. Professor Snape? Xiaoxiao was genuinely surprised that the defense against the dark arts professor was none other than Snape. Moreover, he had arrived quite early. Wasn't he that a bit too eager? Professor. Xiaoxiao greeted politely as she entered and found a spot to stand. The desks had been transfigured away, leaving a spacious area for the students. Snape glanced at Xiaoxiao and the others trickling in, remaining silent and maintaining his usual inscrutable expression. The students, who were previously frolicking and laughing outside, instantly subdued upon entering the classroom to find Professor Snape. They obediently filed into their seats. After a few minutes, the class was set to commence, and all the students were present. The classroom was enveloped in silence, for none dared to utter a word during Snape's lessons. Such audacity would surely result in a significant deduction of points. Today, I shall be your substitute for the defense against the dark arts class, Snape declared, arms crossed as he surveyed the room. Your Professor Gilderoy Lockhart is currently attending an exceedingly tedious and unnecessary book signing event that will last 3 days, though he is expected to return tomorrow. In my opinion, his return is entirely unwarranted. You are all well aware of the rules in my classroom. I shall not elaborate further. At this juncture, Professor Snape drew forth his wand. Today, I will instruct you on the spell Stupefy, which serves to halt any spells cast upon you. He paused momentarily, his gaze settling on Harry. Potter, you shall act as my opponent and demonstrate for the class. All right, Professor, Harry responded, a twinge of anxiety gripping him, for he was well aware of Snape's tendency to target him. He raised his wand. Use the most formidable spell you know against me, Snape commanded, locking eyes with him. What? Aye, Professor. Harry hesitated, but Snape's frown deepened, impatience seeping into his tone. Do not tell me that Professor Flitwick has not taught you offensive spells in charms class. Very well, Professor. Harry swallowed hard. Since it was Snape's request, he had no choice. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. Harry launched his attack unprepared, yet Snape swiftly raised his wand, releasing the counterspell almost instantaneously as Harry's words fell from his lips. The beam of light from Harry's wand was abruptly intercepted and neutralized by Snape's magical energy, an action so swift it left the other students in stunned silence. Disarm. Snape suddenly struck again, catching Harry off guard with the disarming charm. Without a hint of defense, Harry was instantly hit by Snape's magic, his hand that clutched the wand going numb, uncontrollably releasing it from his grasp. Dazed, Harry stared at Snape, his wide eyes silently questioning the sudden attack. With a reaction such as yours, if I were your enemy, I would have taken far more than just your wand. Snape initiated his routine of mockery, igniting Harry's competitive spirit. He bent down to retrieve his wand, aiming it once more at Snape. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Crack. Harry's wand fell to the ground again, and as he picked it up he seemed eager for another duel with Snape. However, Snape remained rooted in place, looking down at Harry with an air of superiority. The demonstration is concluded. You may return to your classmates. Although Harry was still dissatisfied, he had no choice but to grip his wand tightly and return to Gryffindor. Ron, noticing his dejection, patted him on the shoulder in consolation. Don't let it get to you, Harry. After all, he is a professor, and it's only natural that we cannot best him. I know. But it still feels a bit disheartening. Harry adjusted his mindset, but I appreciate your support. No need to mention it. Regardless of whether you all grasped it, now, you shall pair up and practice with one another. The group exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before eagerly forming teams. Xiaoxiao, shall we team up? Hermione turned to Xiaoxiao. Sure. The class sped by in a flurry of duels, everyone engaged, especially Harry, who paired with Ron, consistently thwarting Ron's attempts to cast spells on him. Though more often than not, it was the case that once Ron initiated a spell, its energy would rebound upon him. Poor Ron, at least he was only dealing with the disarming charm. A few extra wand pickups weren't the worst outcome. Had it been something like the stunning spell, he would have been in quite the predicament. After class, Ron held his wand, now wrapped in layers of tape, a forlorn expression on his face. This wretched wand had caused him endless trouble in charms, defense against the dark arts, and even transfiguration classes, and with the holidays still a ways off, he had no means to seek a replacement from Ollivander. As Snape passed Ron, he cast a glance at his wand and nonchalantly remarked, "If you wish to continue using that battered wand, I would advise you to stow it away rather than flaunting it so brazenly." That evening during dinner, Xiaoxiao indeed received a package from Uncle Tai Gongon. The messenger bird delivered a splendid treasure chest before vanishing in a flurry of light. Once more, Xiaoxiao basked in the envious gazes of her peers, and then under their watchful eyes, she opened the letter affixed to the chest. It was a list of items along with greetings from Uncle Tai Gongon. Xiaoxiao quickly skimmed through the well wishes, and then shared the contents of the item list with everyone. A full set of costumes from Journey to the West, 3 deluxe vampire outfits, 1 Egyptian mummy ensemble, 10 sets of Chinese mythological creature costumes, a complete set of world mythology cosplay attire, and a limited dark-themed bunny girl outfit for Halloween. Wait a moment. There seems to be something rather peculiar mixed in here. Chapter 97, Halloween. So many? Ron exclaimed. His curiosity piqued as he scanned the list for his desired costume. The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse set? That sounds so cool. I want this. The 4 Horsemen hail from Muggle mythology, originating from the last book of the New Testament, Revelation. Hermione briefly explained that they symbolize judgment and the end of the world. Suddenly, Ron shivered, feeling less enthused. But it's just a legend. No need to worry. Xiaoxiao reassured him. I think you would look great as the Red Horseman. It would match your red hair perfectly. Really? Then I'll choose that one. Ron's spirits lifted, excitement replacing his earlier trepidation. Enough chatter. Let us eat quickly. Then we need to tidy up the castle. Hermione and I must finish the remaining invitations tonight. Feasting ensued. October 31st, Halloween. Today was a day of rest, which Xiaoxiao found delightful. Professor McGonagall informed them that the punishment for cleaning the castle had been postponed until tomorrow. It was simply perfect. Following a grueling night of work, Xiaoxiao and Hermione had finally completed the invitations for all the students across the grades. Seizing the opportunity during breakfast when most were gathered in the Great Hall, Xiaoxiao and her friends each held several invitations, distributing them to their classmates. Sister Xiaoxiao, there will be a Halloween masquerade ball on the 8th floor, after the school feast tonight. Would you be interested in attending? As Xiaoxiao was of Chinese descent, Xiaoxiao conversed with her primarily in Mandarin, making the name Xiaoxiao entirely fitting. A masquerade ball? Xiaoxiao blinked, accepting the exquisite invitation, and studying it with a polite smile. That sounds lovely. I would be delighted to attend. You are most welcome to join our HM club. Xiaoxiao beamed, resembling a clever little wildcat. The event starts promptly at 7:30 p.m. Do make sure to come, Sister Xiaoxiao. Wait, HM club? Xiaoxiao blinked, momentarily taken aback. Although she found the situation peculiar, she gazed at Xiaoxiao with a kind and gentle demeanor. What is this? Xiaoxiao, feeling slightly bashful, lowered her head and replied, It's a club created by everyone for me. Initially, I intended it to gather signatures to help clarify the falsehoods and slanders directed at me, but unexpectedly, this club came into existence in a rather roundabout way. By the way, it's called the Hogwarts Mascot Club, abbreviated as HM Club or HMC. This invitation is both an invitation to the Halloween masquerade and an application to join HMC. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao immediately understood. Stifling a chuckle as she shook her head in amusement, she refrained from saying much more, simply accepting the invitation with solemnity, feeling that the approach was somewhat hasty. However, it was indeed quite innovative, and she believed everyone would be eager to join and support her. Thank you, senior. Su Xiaoxiao nadido energetically. Now, I'll go deliver the invitation to the next student. See you tonight. See you tonight. Early in the morning, Xiaoxiao and the others barely had breakfast, preoccupied with distributing invitations. Except for a few who planned to sleep in their dormitory rather than eat, nearly everyone who came for breakfast had an invitation in hand. Their bustling activity caught the attention of several professors at the staff table. Professor Flitwick, perched on a high stool, observed with curiosity as Su Xiaoxiao and her friends darted about delivering letters and other items, and couldn't he help but inquire of Professor McGonagall beside him. Minerva, what are the second-year students in your house up to? Professor McGonagall, engrossed in her breakfast, paused at Flitwick's question to glance at Su Xiaoxiao and her companions. A look of confusion and curiosity crossed her face as she gently shook her head in reply. I'm not certain, Phileas. I suspect they may be organizing a grand party. Dumbledore suddenly interjected, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Ah, the youth are always so full of vigor. It's delightful. A party? A tedious affair, Snape retorted coldly, his voice slow and deep, reminiscent of a poised serpent waiting to strike. I find it rather intriguing, Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed, flashing his signature charming smile and completely ignoring Snape's murderous glare, continuing, I wonder if they intend to invite the professors. If so, I'm certain they would be eager to invite me first. After all, who could resist the most popular professor? At this, Lockhart glanced at Snape, flashing a self-satisfied grin that exposed his 8 teeth, puffing out his chest to appear even more dashing and charismatic. Snape remained silent, but his expression clearly indicated his struggle to endure Lockhart's presence. Had it not been for their shared status as professors, Snape would have long since retorted. After breakfast, Professor Flitwick remained behind to assist a dozen students in decorating the Great Hall, enhancing its festive ambience. Hagrid was in his hut, crafting a series of devilish jack-o'-lanterns from a magically enlarged pumpkin, alongside a porcelain doll. Su Xiaoxiao and Hermione made their way to the 8th floor of the castle to prepare decorations. To ensure no one would get lost, Su Xiaoxiao even set up several directional signs in the corridor. Colin, the crucial task of recording the event falls to you, Su Xiaoxiao said, patting Colin Creevey on the shoulder with utmost seriousness. Colin nodded gravely, his right fist pressed against his left chest as he pounded it twice, declaring, Fear not. I swear by the Creevey family name. I will complete the task. Well, the organization has faith in you. Su Xiaoxiao encouraged him further before carrying the magical treasure chest delivered by Iron Gallant into the whimsically adorned room of requirement, transformed according to her desires. The space was vast, even larger than the Great Hall, featuring a raised platform suitable for performances and dancing. Below there were chairs and tables, and Su Xiaoxiao had specifically requested Peeves and others to prepare ample food during the day, placing it on the tables 10 minutes before the ball commenced. Given that it was Halloween, the decorations were imbued with a festive spirit. Crimson lights, realistic cobwebs and bloodstains, chandeliers fashioned from human skulls, and skeleton ornaments adorned the space, creating a chilling atmosphere. One might easily mistake it for a haunted house rather than Hogwarts. Notably, in addition to the common Western decorations, many traditional Chinese horror motifs were present, causing Harry and the others to gasp in surprise despite their previous visits to the underworld's ghost market.